Chapter 1. The verdant cloud sex herb garden stretched across 3 mountain terraces, each one carefully maintained by formations that regulated temperature, humidity, and spiritual energy density. Thousands of medicinal plants grew in ordered rows: spirit dew grass, jade root vine, azure petal flowers, each one worth more than an outer disciple's yearly stipend. Xianxia knew their value intimately, because he was the one who pulled weeds from between them. 3 years as a herb picker. 3 years of crawling on hands and knees through dirt, plucking parasitic growth from around precious roots, hauling waste to the compost formations, and being invisible to every alchemist who walked these gardens like they owned the sky. Which, in a sense, they did. Alchemists were the verdant cloud sex aristocracy. Every other discipline, combat cultivation, formation work, beast taming, existed in service to the alchemy program. The sex wealth, reputation, and political power all flowed from its pill production. And pill production required herbs. Which required herb pickers. The lowest rung of the lowest ladder. Xianxia stood from his weeding crouch and stretched his aching back. He was 19, thin from years of inadequate nutrition, with calloused hands and dirt permanently embedded under his fingernails. His cultivation was at the 3rd layer of qi condensation, laughable for his age, the result of 5th grade spiritual roots that the sect had accepted only because they needed bodies for garden work. Xianxia. Section 7 needs clearing before sunset. Stop daydreaming. Supervisor Huang's voice cracked across the garden like a whip. The man was a foundation establishment cultivator who had never refined a pill in his life, but his position as garden supervisor gave him authority over every herb picker in the sect. Yes, supervisor. Xianxia gathered his tools and moved to Section 7, the far corner of the 3rd terrace, where the least valuable herbs grew. Spirit dew grass, mostly. Basic alchemy ingredient, worth perhaps 2 low-grade spirit stones per bundle. The alchemists used tons of it for practice pills. He knelt in the dirt and began pulling weeds. The work was meditative in its monotony: grab, pull, discard, move. His hands knew the routine so well that his mind could wander, drifting through the calculations he always ran. How many more years of this before he could save enough contribution points for a cultivation technique upgrade? How many decades before he reached foundation establishment at this rate? Would he die of old age before reaching core formation? The answers were always the same. Too many. Too long. Probably. His hand closed around what he thought was a weed, and the world exploded. Not physically, nothing moved, nothing changed, nothing caught fire. But behind his eyes, in the space where thoughts lived, an avalanche of images cascaded through his consciousness with the force of a waterfall. He saw a seed falling through empty air, landing on bare stone. Rain, soaking the stone, pooling in a crack. The seed drinking, swelling, splitting. A root, white and fragile, threading into the crack. Days passing in heartbeats. A sprout, pale green, reaching for light that filtered through a canopy of ancient trees. Months condensed into moments. The sprout becoming a plant, its leaves unfurling, its roots spreading, drinking minerals and spiritual energy from soil that hummed with power. Years. Decades. The plant growing through seasons: spring expansion, summer fullness, autumn withdrawal, winter dormancy. Over and over. The forest around it changing, trees falling, new ones rising, the slow geological rhythm of a world measured in centuries, 100 years. The plant's roots found a vein of concentrated spiritual energy deep in the earth. It drank deeply, and its growth accelerated. Its leaves developed a silver sheen. Its stems hardened into something between wood and crystal. It became something more than ordinary, a spirit herb, transformed by time and energy into a medicinal treasure. More centuries. The spirit herb matured, its properties deepening, its spiritual signature strengthening. Animals came to rest beneath it, drawn by the ambient energy it radiated. Insects built homes in its branches. A small ecosystem formed around this single plant, sustained by its presence. Then a hand reached down and plucked it from the earth. The vision ended. Xianxia gasped, his actual hand still gripping the plant he'd been about to pull. Not a weed, a spirit dew grass, the common herb that grew by the thousands in Section 7. He'd accidentally grabbed a cultivated plant instead of the weed beside it. But the vision. The memory. He'd seen the plant's entire life, from seed to harvest, compressed into seconds of overwhelming sensory experience. He knew, with the intimate certainty of witnessed history, that this particular spirit dew grass was 7 years old, that its roots had found a minor spiritual vein 3 years ago, and that its medicinal potency was roughly 40% higher than the plants around it because of that vein access. A translucent blue panel appeared in his vision. Herb memory system activated, touch-based activation, contact with living plant material triggers memory vision, vision scope, complete life cycle of touched plant, information extraction, species, age, growth conditions, medicinal properties, historical events witnessed, current host cultivation, qi condensation layer 3, note, memory depth and clarity improve with host cultivation level. Xianxia stared at the notification, then at the spirit dew grass in his hand, then at the vast garden stretching around him, Thousands of plants, each one containing a lifetime of memories waiting to be read. His hands were shaking. Not from fear, but from the sudden, vertiginous understanding that the most boring job in the sect had just become the most powerful. He released the spirit dew grass carefully, placing it back in its row, and looked at his hands. Dirt-stained. Calloused. The hands of a nobody. The hands that could read the history of any plant they touched. Xianxia smiled, and for the first time in 3 years, the expression felt genuine. Chapter 2. Xianxia spent the next 3 days testing the herb memory system with the discipline of someone who understood that reckless experimentation led to discovery, and discovery led to attention he couldn't afford. He touched plants during his normal weeding routine, keeping each contact brief enough that the memory visions didn't incapacitate him. The results were consistent and extraordinary. Every plant had a story. Every root, stem, and leaf contained a compressed record of its existence, from germination to the present moment. The spirit dew grass in Section 7 was mundane, years of quiet growth in regulated garden conditions. But even mundane stories contained information that a knowledgeable herbalist would find valuable. This plant had stronger roots because it grew near a drainage channel that carried nutrient runoff. That one was slightly toxic because a formation malfunction 3 years ago had exposed it to corrupted spiritual energy for 6 hours. The third was the most potent specimen in its row because its seed had been accidentally double-treated with growth accelerant during planting. Information no one else could access. Information that was invisible unless you could read the plant's own memory. On the third day, he touched something that wasn't spirit dew grass, and the game changed entirely. It was a jade root vine, a mid-grade medicinal herb used in foundation establishment pills. The vine grew on the second terrace, behind formation barriers that outer disciples weren't supposed to pass. Xianxia passed them daily while hauling compost, and the barriers ignored him because herb pickers weren't worth the energy to block. He touched the vine's main stem as he walked past. The memory vision crashed into him. This vine was old. 43 years old, planted by a senior alchemist who Xianxia recognized from sect portraits, Master Wen, deceased for 2 decades. The vision showed Master Wen planting the cutting with precise qi infusion, nurturing it through its first vulnerable year, and carefully training its growth along a trellis designed to maximize spiritual energy absorption. But the vine's memory contained more than its own cultivation history. Plants were passive witnesses to everything that happened around them. And this vine had grown beside the Alchemy Pavilion's private discussion garden for over 4 decades. Xianxia saw conversations. Not heard, plants didn't have ears, but the vine's roots and leaves had absorbed the spiritual signatures of everyone who'd stood near it, and those signatures carried emotional content. He couldn't hear words, but he could feel the emotional tenor of decades of private discussions, arguments between elders, celebrations after successful refinements, whispered negotiations about sect politics. And one memory that made his blood freeze. 14 years ago, a group of 3 people had stood beside the vine for an extended conversation. Their spiritual signatures were intense, core formation or higher, and the emotional content was overwhelming. Secrecy. Greed. Betrayal. Something had been decided beside this vine that carried the weight of profound wrongdoing. The vision showed the vine's response. Its leaves had curled, its growth had slowed for 3 months, its spiritual composition had been altered by the toxic emotional energy. Whatever those 3 people had discussed, the vine had been sickened by their proximity. Memory analysis complete. Jade root vine, age 43, medicinal properties, standard for age and variety, historical events detected, 847, filtered to significant event flagged, emotional anomaly, 14 years prior, warning, memory resolution at current cultivation level is limited, higher cultivation equals deeper memory access. Xianxia withdrew his hand and walked away, his mind churning. The system had shown him that plants didn't just record their own growth, they recorded their environment. Every plant in the sect was a passive surveillance device, storing the spiritual signatures and emotional states of everyone who came near them. The implications were terrifying, and incredibly, dangerously powerful. He could read the sect's history through its gardens. Every secret conversation held near a plant. Every hidden emotion that leaked into the soil. Decades of accumulated truth, stored in leaves and roots and bark, waiting for someone with the ability to access it. Xianxia looked at the verdant cloud sect's vast gardens, 3 terraces of thousands of plants, some over a century old, and felt the weight of their collective memory press against his consciousness. He needed to be very, very careful. Chapter 3. Careful meant systematic. Over the following 2 weeks, Xianxia developed a protocol for his herb reading. First, never touch high-value herbs unnecessarily. The second and first terraces were closely monitored, and any unusual behavior near premium plants would be noticed. He limited his reading to the third terrace and the compost areas, where his presence was expected and his contact with plants was part of his job. Second, keep the visions short. Extended contact produced richer memories but also required more mental processing time, during which he stood motionless and blank-eyed. He couldn't afford to be caught in a trance. Third, record everything. He started keeping a journal, written in a personal shorthand that no one else could read, cataloging the information he extracted from each plant. Species, age, medicinal quality, unusual growth factors, historical events witnessed. The journal grew thick with entries. Most were mundane, but patterns emerged. The spirit dew grass in section 7, row 12, was consistently more potent than adjacent rows. The plant's memories revealed why. A buried formation node beneath that section leaked concentrated spiritual energy into the soil. No one knew about it. The formation was ancient, predating the current garden layout, but the herbs growing above it were measurably superior. The azure petal flowers on the third terrace's southern edge were slowly dying. Their memories showed a gradual shift in soil composition over the past 5 years, a drainage problem that was leaching minerals away faster than the cultivation formations could replace them. The gardeners hadn't noticed because the decline was too slow to detect without long-term observation. And the waste herbs in the compost area, the ones pulled from the gardens as failures or culled for quality control, sometimes weren't failures at all. Their memories revealed that they'd been misidentified, mislabeled, or prematurely harvested. Several waste specimens were actually rare variants that had developed unusual properties under the garden's unique conditions. Xianxia began rescuing these misidentified plants, hiding them in a small patch of soil behind the compost formation where no one ever looked. Within a week, he had 12 specimens that ranged from mislabeled but ordinary to genuinely rare mutation that any alchemist would kill for. It was the third category that caught the attention of Lin Yue. Lin Yue was a second-year alchemy student, one of the elite, with third-grade spiritual roots and a talent for herb identification that had earned her a coveted spot in Master Chen's advanced class. She was also the only person in the sect who regularly visited the compost area, because she believed in examining waste materials for learning purposes. "What are you doing?" Xianxia jumped. He'd been examining one of his rescued plants, a spirit dew grass variant with blue-tinged leaves that his herb memory had identified as a spontaneous mutation with 3 times the normal spiritual energy content. "Composting," he said, hiding the plant behind his back with the smoothness of someone practiced at being unnoticed. "That's not composting. That's cultivation. You're growing plants behind the compost heap." Lin Yue walked around him, her eyes sharp, and spotted the 12 specimens arranged in their hidden patch. Her expression shifted from suspicious to fascinated. "Is that a blue spirit variant?" She knelt beside the blue-tinged grass, her alchemist training evident in the way she examined it, precise, knowledgeable, reverent. "Where did you find this?" "These are incredibly rare. Master Chen has been searching for blue spirit variants for years. It was in the compost pile. Misidentified as a failed spirit dew grass." "Misidentified? How would you know it was misidentified?" "You're a herb picker, not a..." She stopped, looking up at him with sudden intensity. "How did you know what this was?" Xianxia weighed his options. Lin Yue was an alchemy student, connected, knowledgeable, and potentially useful. She was also a natural gossip, which made her dangerous. But the blue spirit variant was too significant to hide forever, and having an ally in the alchemy program could open doors that were currently sealed shut. "I have a knack for reading herbs," he said, choosing his words with care. "I can tell things about plants by touching them. Their age, their properties, their growth history." "A knack?" Her tone was skeptical but interested. "Show me." He knelt beside a random spirit dew grass, one of the ordinary specimens, and touched its stem. The memory vision flowed through him, brief and clear. "This plant is 4 years old," he said. "It was transplanted from the nursery to this area during the spring planting cycle. Its roots hit a clay deposit at about 30 centimeters depth, which restricted growth for the first year. The clay was broken up naturally by root expansion in the second year. Current medicinal potency is average for its age, but it would benefit from being moved to a location with better drainage." Lin Yue stared at him. Then she pulled out a jade slip, a botanical analysis tool used by alchemy students, and scanned the same plant. 4 years old. Transplant history consistent with spring planting records. Root depth restriction. "I can't verify that without digging, but the growth pattern does show a stunted first year." She lowered the jade slip. "That level of detail is beyond what any scanning technique at your cultivation level should produce. It's not a technique. It's a talent. Talents don't produce detailed growth histories. Techniques do." She studied him with the analytical intensity of a born researcher. "Whatever you're doing, it's valuable. The alchemy program would pay heavily for this kind of herb analysis. The alchemy program doesn't accept herb pickers." "No. But it accepts information." She picked up the blue spirit variant, cradling it with professional care. "I'll bring this to Master Chen. He'll want to know where it came from. And when he asks, I'll tell him that the sect's best herb analyst is a third-layer picker working in the compost heap. Don't, relax. I'm not going to expose your ability. I'm going to leverage it." She smiled, a sharp, ambitious expression that Xianxia recognized as the look of someone who'd just found an edge. "You find rare herbs. I refine them. We both profit. Deal?" Xianxia looked at the blue spirit variant in her hands, then at the hidden garden behind the compost heap, then at Lin Yue's sharp, calculating smile. "Deal," he said, and hoped he wasn't making the biggest mistake of his life. Chapter 4. The partnership began cautiously. Lin Yue brought Xianxia waste herbs from the alchemy pavilion, specimens that had been discarded after failed refinements, pruned from experimental gardens, or rejected during quality inspections. He touched each one, reading its memory, and sorted them into categories: genuinely failed, misidentified, or valuable anomaly. The ratio surprised both of them. Nearly 15% of discarded herbs were misidentified, not failures, but unusual specimens that didn't match standard classification parameters, and 3% were genuine anomalies, mutations, variants, or specimens that had developed unique properties due to environmental factors that no one had noticed. Lin Yue catalogued the anomalies with trembling hands. Do you understand what this means? The sect has been throwing away rare herbs for years. Decades. The compost heap is probably sitting on a fortune in discarded mutations. I've already checked. The compost formation breaks down organic material within hours. Anything that went in before I started checking is gone. Then we need to intercept the waste stream before it reaches the formation. Can you get assigned to waste processing? Xianxia could. Supervisor Huang was happy to shift him from weeding to waste duty. It was an even more undesirable job, which meant no one questioned the transfer. From his new position at the waste processing station, Xianxia had first contact with every herb pulled from the gardens before it reached the compost formation. The flow of rescued specimens accelerated. Lin Yue smuggled the best ones into the alchemy pavilion's private research garden, where she could study them under proper conditions. The blue spirit variant had already earned her significant credit with Master Chen, who was delighted to add a rare specimen to his collection without knowing how it had been found. But Xianxu's goals extended beyond herb rescue. Every plant he touched added to his growing library of environmental memories, the passive recordings of events that had occurred near the gardens. And as his catalog expanded, a picture of the sect began to emerge that was very different from its public face. The Verdant Cloud sect presented itself as a harmonious organization dedicated to the advancement of alchemy. The herb's memories told a different story, a web of rivalries, secrets, and carefully managed appearances that stretched back decades. Master Wen, the deceased alchemist who'd planted the jade root vine, had been poisoned, not killed outright, but slowly dosed with a compound that degraded his spiritual roots over years. The vine near his discussion garden had absorbed the residual signature of the poison, and through repeated readings, Xianxia had pieced together a rough timeline of the dosing. The three core formation cultivators who'd held their toxic conversation beside the vine 14 years ago were still alive and active in the sect. Their spiritual signatures, imprinted on the vine's memory, matched three current elders: Elder Gao, Elder Fang, and Elder Lu. The emotional content of their discussion, secrecy, greed, betrayal, aligned with Master Wen's poisoning timeline. 3 elders had conspired to kill a colleague. And the proof was stored in the roots of a vine that no one thought could witness anything. Xianxia kept this information in a separate, heavily coded section of his journal. He wasn't ready to use it. A third-layer qi condensation herb picker accusing 3 elders of murder would be laughed out of the sect, or worse. But the knowledge was there, waiting for a time when he had the power to act on it. His cultivation, meanwhile, was benefiting from an unexpected source. The herb memory system's visions carried trace amounts of the viewed plant's spiritual energy. Each reading deposited a tiny amount of botanical qi into his meridians. Individually, these traces were negligible. But he was reading dozens of plants daily, and the cumulative effect was measurable. Cultivation progress, qi condensation layer 3 layer 4, advancement factor, accumulated botanical qi from herb memory readings, bonus, herb memory clarity improved by 12% at higher cultivation level, new capability, can now detect medicinal interactions between nearby plants. The 4th layer arrived 3 weeks after the system activated, faster than any natural advancement his 5th grade roots could have achieved. The botanical qi was a unique energy type that meshed with his meridians in ways standard spiritual energy didn't, as if his body was designed to process plant-derived power. And the improved clarity at 4th layer opened new dimensions of herb reading. He could now sense not just individual plants' memories but the interactions between nearby specimens, how one herb's root secretions affected its neighbors, how shared soil conditions created synergies or conflicts between adjacent species. The gardens became a web of relationships visible only to him. Every plant connected to its neighbors through underground networks of root interaction, chemical signaling, and spiritual energy exchange. The gardens weren't collections of individual specimens, they were ecosystems, complex and interconnected, and he could read the entire network through any single node. Xianxia began using this network awareness to improve his herb rescue operation. By reading the interaction patterns between plants, he could identify specimens that were developing unusual properties before they showed visible signs, catching mutations at their earliest stages, when intervention could guide their development rather than waiting for them to be pulled and composted. Lin Yue was astonished by the results. You're predicting mutations now? Before they manifest? The interaction patterns show stress responses that precede mutation events. If a plant is going to change, its neighbors react to the pre-change signals days or weeks before the change becomes visible. That's pharmacological prescience. That's a capability that doesn't exist in any alchemy text I've ever read. She leaned forward, eyes blazing with intellectual hunger. Xianxia, We're not just rescuing waste herbs anymore. We're doing something new. Something that could change how the entire sect approaches herbalism. Which is exactly why we need to keep it quiet, he said firmly. If the elders find out what I can do, they'll either exploit me or eliminate me. Probably both. Lin Yue nodded reluctantly. She understood sect politics well enough to know he was right. Power that disrupted established hierarchies was never welcomed by those on top. They continued their work in secret, and the hidden garden behind the compost heap grew. Chapter 5. The first alchemy competition of the year arrived 6 weeks after the herb memory system's activation. Xianxia wasn't eligible to compete, herb pickers had no standing in the alchemy program, but Lin Yue was, and their partnership had given her an edge that no other second-year student possessed. She knew things about herbs that shouldn't have been knowable. The exact potency of every ingredient she used, assessed not by standard scanning techniques but by Shen Yu's memory readings. The optimal harvest timing for each specimen, determined by its individual growth history rather than generic guidelines. The hidden interactions between ingredients that standard alchemy texts didn't document because no one had ever been able to observe them. Lin Yue refined a qi restoration pill for the competition that was, by every objective measure, the best pill produced by a second-year student in a decade. Its potency exceeded the standard by 40%. Its purity was rank 2, a full tier above what second years typically achieved. And its side effect profile was clean, no spiritual residue, no meridian stress, no impurities. The judges were stunned. Master Chen examined the pill with spiritual senses honed by 50 years of alchemy and declared it extraordinary. The ingredient selection shows an understanding of herb interactions that I would expect from a fourth-year student, he told the assembled competitors. Miss Lin, how did you achieve this level of synergy? Lin Yue had rehearsed her answer. Careful observation and soil analysis, Master Chen. I spent extra time in the gardens, studying how different herbs affect each other through root proximity. It was technically true. She had spent time in the gardens, watching Shen Yu read plants and translating his findings into alchemy applications. The soil analysis was Shen Yu's memory-derived interaction mapping, filtered through Lin Yue's alchemical training. She won first place. The prize was a set of premium ingredients and a personal mentorship session with Master Chen, opportunities that would accelerate her development significantly. But the victory attracted attention. Other alchemy students, particularly the third years who'd expected to dominate the competition, were suspicious. A second year producing rank 2 pills with insights that surpassed her training level? Someone was helping her. The investigation started subtly. Alchemy student politics were vicious, reputation was currency, and Lin Yue's sudden prominence threatened established hierarchies. Students who'd been coasting on family connections and inherited techniques found themselves outshone by a girl from a common background, and they wanted to know how. Shen Yu learned about the investigation through the gardens, naturally. A conversation between 2 third-year students had taken place near a jade root vine on the second terrace, and the vine's memory captured their spiritual signatures and emotional states, suspicion, jealousy, determination to uncover Lin Yue's advantage. They're watching you, he told Lin Yue during their next meeting at the hidden garden. Qin Shan and Wei Ling from the third-year class. They think you have a secret teacher. How do you know they're investigating? The vines told me. Lin Yue stared at him for a long moment. I keep forgetting how creepy your ability is. She bit her lip. We need to be more careful. If they follow me here, I'll move the garden. There's a sheltered spot behind the water recycling formation that no one visits. And we should reduce our direct meetings. Use dead drops instead. I'll leave my analysis notes in a sealed container at a designated spot, and you pick them up separately. That's very spy-like. I learned from the herbs. Plants are the most patient spies in existence. They restructured their operation over the following week. The hidden garden relocated to its new position. Meetings became indirect. Shen Yu's analysis notes, written in his personal shorthand, were left in a hollow rock near the third terrace's drainage channel, collected by Lin Yue during her legitimate garden visits. The precautions proved necessary. Qin Shan, one of the suspicious third years, began following Lin Yue's movements. She tracked his surveillance through the garden's plant memories, his distinctive spiritual signature, sharp with jealousy and determination, imprinted on every herb he passed while shadowing her. He's been to the old compost area 3 times, Shen Yu reported. He found the spot where our first garden was. The soil's disturbed, and there are trace spiritual signatures from the specimens we grew. Can he identify us from that? The signatures are too degraded. But he knows someone was growing unauthorized plants behind the compost heap. He'll report it to the garden supervisors. Sure enough, Supervisor Huang received a complaint about unauthorized cultivation in the garden's restricted areas. He searched the old location, found the disturbed soil, and issued a general warning to all herb pickers about unauthorized activity. The investigation went no further, there was nothing to find anymore, but it was a reminder of how thin the line between secrecy and exposure truly was. Shen Yu redoubled his precautions and made a mental note, his ability was only as useful as his capacity to protect it. He needed to get stronger. Not just in cultivation, but in influence, connections, and the ability to operate without being crushed by people more powerful than him. Fifth layer of qi condensation. That was his next target. The botanical qi accumulation from herb readings was steady, and each advancement improved his memory clarity, which improved his herb analysis, which increased the value of his partnership with Lin Yue, which provided more resources for cultivation. A positive feedback loop, powered by the silent memories of plants. Chapter 6. The fifth layer arrived 5 weeks later, and with it came a capability that Xianxia hadn't anticipated. He was reading a century-old phoenix blossom on the first terrace, the sect's most prestigious garden level, where he'd been temporarily assigned for a deep cleaning detail. The phoenix blossom was one of the sect's treasures, a rank 4 medicinal herb worth hundreds of spirit stones, grown from a cutting obtained by the sect founder herself. When he touched it, the memory vision was deeper and richer than anything he'd experienced before. Not just the plant's life cycle, but the echoes of every significant cultivation event that had occurred within its spiritual aura over 100 years. And something else. Something new. Herb memory system, new capability unlocked, level 2, recipe echo. When reading a medicinal herb, the system can now detect residual alchemy recipe patterns. If this herb has been used in pill refinement within the past decade, the recipe used will be partially reconstructible from the herb species memory. Note, requires physical contact with species identical specimens, not the specific herbs used in refinement. Recipe echo. The phoenix blossom wasn't just remembering its own life, it was connected, through species memory, to every phoenix blossom in existence. And some of those phoenix blossoms had been used in pill refinement. The recipes, the precise sequences of temperature, timing, and qi manipulation used by the alchemists who'd processed them, were imprinted in the species' collective memory. Xianxua's hands trembled as information flooded in. 3 recipes. 3 distinct pill formulations that used phoenix blossom as a primary ingredient. 2 were standard recipes he recognized from the basic alchemy texts available to herb pickers. But the third was unknown. A complex formulation involving 7 ingredients, refined at specific temperatures with qi manipulation patterns he'd never seen described. The recipe was incomplete, the memory echo degraded rapidly with complexity, but what he could reconstruct was enough to identify it as a high-rank formulation. Rank 5, possibly rank 6. A pill that used phoenix blossom alongside ingredients he could only partially identify. He shared the discovery with Lin Yue that evening through their dead drop system. Her response, left the next morning, was a single word underlined 3 times: impossible. They met in person that night, breaking their own protocol because Lin Yue was too agitated to wait. Species memory is a theoretical concept, she whispered, pacing in the shadows behind the water recycling formation. It's debated in advanced alchemy circles, the idea that all specimens of a plant species share an information network. But no one's ever proven it. No one's ever accessed it. I just did. You just did. She stopped pacing. Xianxia, the recipe you described, I cross-referenced the partial ingredient list with Master Chen's restricted archive. There are only 3 known rank 5 formulations that use phoenix blossom as a primary ingredient. 2 are well documented, the third is called the Phoenix Soul Pill, and it's been lost for over 200 years. Lost? The last alchemist who knew the recipe died without recording it fully. The sect's archives have fragments, ingredient lists, general processing guidelines, but the precise refinement sequence was never written down. It died with its creator. Except it didn't die. It was stored in the phoenix blossoms that the creator used for refinement. And through species memory, every phoenix blossom in the world carries an echo of that recipe. Lin Yue sat down heavily, her expression a war between scholarly excitement and practical terror. If we can reconstruct the Phoenix Soul Pill recipe, Xianxia, that's not just valuable. That's sect-defining. A lost rank 5 recipe would elevate the Verdant Cloud sect's alchemy program by an entire tier. Or it would make us targets for every alchemist who wants to claim the discovery for themselves. That too. She was quiet for a moment. We need more data. The recipe echo you got was partial. How much can you recover with repeated readings? I don't know. I've only accessed species memory once. But the system notification suggested that memory depth improves with cultivation level. If I keep advancing, the echoes should become clearer, then we focus on your cultivation. I'll provide resources, pills, spirit stones, whatever I can access through the alchemy program. You advance as fast as possible and keep reading Phoenix Blossoms whenever you get access to the first terrace. It was a plan built on ambition and risk. Xianxia approved. He returned to his quarters that night and sat in the darkness, feeling the weight of accumulated botanical qi in his meridians and the phantom echoes of a lost recipe in his mind. The Phoenix Soul Pill. 200 years lost. And the key to its recovery was a herb picker with dirty hands and a talent no one in the world had ever possessed. Chapter 7. Cultivation became Xianxua's primary focus. Lin Yue, true to her word, funneled resources his way, qi restoration pills from her competition winnings, spirit stones earned from selling analysis insights to fellow students, and cultivation technique scrolls borrowed from the alchemy program's library. The technique scrolls were particularly valuable. Shen Yu's basic circulation method, the one issued to all outer disciples, was inefficient by design, suitable for general-purpose cultivation but not optimized for any specific energy type. Lin Yue found him a botanical cultivation manual, Green Meridian Method, a technique designed for herb cultivators that channeled spiritual energy through plant-resonant pathways. The difference was immediate. His botanical qi, which had been awkwardly integrating with his standard circulation, found optimized channels and flowed like water finding its natural course. Cultivation speed tripled overnight. Cultivation technique updated, Green Meridian Method, botanical qi processing efficiency, plus 200%, herb memory clarity, plus 25%, new passive ability, ambient plant awareness, can sense plant health and spiritual signatures within a 10-meter radius without direct contact, ambient plant awareness. Shen Yu walked through the gardens and felt every plant within 10 meters as a gentle presence in his consciousness. Their health, their spiritual energy levels, their growth states, all communicated through the same channels that the herb memory system used for direct contact reading. The gardens came alive around him. Not visually, they'd always been visually alive. But now he could feel them, the way a musician felt the vibrations of an instrument. Every plant was a note, and the garden was a symphony, and Shen Yu could hear the music. The sixth layer of qi condensation followed 22 days later. Then the seventh, 3 weeks after that. The Green Meridian Method's efficiency, combined with the steady influx of botanical qi from daily herb readings and Lin Yue's supplementary resources, created an advancement rate that would have been impressive for a cultivator with first-grade roots, let alone 5th grade. His spiritual roots hadn't changed, they were still 5th grade, still unremarkable. But the botanical qi flowing through his Green Meridian channels didn't care about root quality the way standard spiritual energy did. It cared about resonance, how attuned his body was to plant life. And years of working in gardens, surrounded by herbs, with dirt under his nails and plant dust in his lungs, had given him a resonance that no amount of natural talent could match. He was a herb cultivator. Not by choice or talent, but by circumstance and persistence. And his cultivation path, forged from the memories of plants, was unlike anything the sect had seen before. At 7th layer, the herb memory system upgraded again. Level 3, Root Network Reading, can now access the underground root network of interconnected plants. Root networks carry communication signals between plants, nutrient warnings, pest alerts, environmental data. By reading a root network, the host can access information from all connected plants simultaneously. Range, limited by network size and host cultivation level, current maximum network size, 50 connected plants. Root networks. Plants communicated underground, sharing information through chemical and spiritual signals transmitted between intertwined root systems. Shen Yu had glimpsed this during his interaction mapping, but level 3 made it direct. He could plug into a root network and access every plant connected to it simultaneously. The sect's gardens were extensively root networked. Decades of proximity had allowed plants to establish connections across entire sections, creating information highways that carried data from one end of a terrace to the other. Shen Yu touched a spirit dew grass on the third terrace's eastern edge and felt the network open up. 50 plants, connected through root systems, each one a node containing its own memories and receiving data from its neighbors. The information was overwhelming, a cacophony of botanical data that he had to learn to filter and sort. But when he did, the results were staggering. He could monitor an entire section of the garden from a single touch point. Every plant's health, every pest intrusion, every nutrient fluctuation, every environmental anomaly, all visible through the network. And the passive memories stored in the network's collective consciousness went back to the establishment of the oldest plants in the connected system, over 30 years of continuous environmental recording, accessible from any node. He spent 3 days reading the third terrace's primary root network, sorting through decades of accumulated data. Most of it was agricultural, growth patterns, seasonal variations, the slow dance of nutrients through soil. But embedded in the stream were the environmental memories he learned to value, the spiritual signatures and emotional imprints of every person who'd spent significant time in the garden. The data painted a comprehensive picture of the sect's social dynamics over 3 decades. Who visited which gardens, how often, with what emotional state. Alliances revealed by shared visits. Rivalries exposed by stress signatures. Secrets betrayed by the herbs in different recording of everything that happened near their roots. Shen Yu catalogued it all, building a map of the verdant cloud sect's hidden power structure that no intelligence operative could have assembled through conventional means. And somewhere in that map, buried under layers of mundane data, he found the next piece of the puzzle that had started with a poisoned alchemist and 3 conspiring elders. Chapter 8. The pattern emerged slowly, assembled from root network memories across all 3 terraces over several weeks of careful reading. Elder Gao, Elder Fang, and Elder Lu, the 3 whose toxic conversation the jade root vine had recorded, were connected to a series of events that stretched back further than Master Wen's poisoning. The herb's environmental memories, cross-referenced through multiple root networks, showed a pattern of meetings, emotional signatures, and presence correlations that pointed to a single conclusion. The 3 elders were running a parallel alchemy operation inside the sect. Not openly. Their activities were disguised within the normal flow of sect business, routine herb requisitions, legitimate research projects, standard cultivation experiments. But the pattern of their herb usage, tracked through the plant's memories of being harvested, processed, and the spiritual residue left by their refinement, told a different story. They were refining pills that didn't appear in the sect's official records. High-rank pills, using premium ingredients diverted from the sect's inventory. The plants remembered being harvested off-cycle, outside normal protocols, by individuals whose spiritual signatures matched the three elders or their trusted subordinates. The diverted ingredients included some of the sect's most valuable specimens: phoenix blossoms, thousand-year ginseng, and azure heart lotus. Each one was accounted for in official records as used in research or lost to cultivation failure standard cover stories that were never questioned because the elders themselves controlled the auditing process. Xianxia estimated that over 14 years, the three elders had diverted approximately 15% of the sect's premium herb production into their private operation. The resulting pills, whatever they were, had never appeared in the sect's distribution. They were being sold externally, hoarded, or used for purposes that the rest of the sect knew nothing about. Master Wen had been killed because he'd noticed the discrepancies. His Vine's memory showed that his final months were marked by increasing agitation, a spiritual signature pattern consistent with someone who'd discovered a disturbing truth and was struggling with what to do about it. They'd poisoned him before he could act. Slowly, with a compound that degraded spiritual roots, making his decline look natural. A respected elder, growing old, losing his cultivation, tragic but unremarkable. No one had investigated because there was nothing visible to investigate. Except in the gardens. In the roots and leaves and stems of 10,000 plants that had witnessed everything and forgotten nothing. Xianxia sat with this knowledge for 3 days, weighing options. He was a 7th-layer qi condensation herb picker. The three elders were core formation cultivators with political power, resources, and a demonstrated willingness to kill. Confronting them directly would be suicide. Reporting them to the sect master required evidence that a herb picker's word couldn't provide. No one would believe that the plants told me. But ignoring it wasn't an option either. The corruption was ongoing, the theft continuing, and the elders' operation was draining the sect's resources while enriching themselves. He needed allies. Powerful ones. And he needed evidence that could be verified independently, something beyond plant memories that others couldn't access. Lin Yue was the obvious starting point. She had connections in the alchemy program, and her analytical mind could help translate his herb memory evidence into something more conventional. He told her everything during their next dead drop exchange, a lengthy coded note that described the pattern he'd uncovered without revealing the specific details of his ability. Her response was immediate and alarming. She appeared at the hidden garden in person, breaking protocol, her face white. You're telling me that 3 elders have been stealing premium herbs for 14 years, and they killed Master Wen to cover it up? The evidence is consistent. The evidence is plant memories that only you can read. That's not evidence, that's a paranoid fantasy from an herb picker's perspective. Which is why I need your help converting it into real evidence. The herbs they're diverting leave physical traces, spiritual residue from off-cycle harvesting, inventory discrepancies in the records, refinement byproducts that should be detectable in the waste stream. We need to find the physical proof that corroborates what the plants remember. Lin Yue paced, thinking. The inventory records are controlled by the elders themselves. We can't access them directly. But the waste stream, every pill refinement produces byproducts, and those byproducts end up in the drainage system or the compost formation. If they're refining high-rank pills in secret, the waste products would be unusual. I process the compost every day. I can read the waste herbs for refinement residue. Do it. And I'll look at the drainage channels. If premium ingredients are being processed off-record, the spiritual runoff in the drainage system will be different from what the official refinement schedule would produce. They had a plan. It was dangerous, slow, and entirely dependent on 2 low-ranking disciples outwitting 3 core formation elders who'd been running their operation for over a decade. Xianxia felt the familiar combination of determination and terror that seemed to define his life now. But the plants were on his side, silent, patient witnesses who never lied and never forgot. The truth was in the roots. He just had to dig deep enough to find it. Chapter 9. The investigation proceeded through 2 parallel tracks. Xianxia read waste herbs from the compost stream, identifying specimens that carried the spiritual residue of high-rank refinement processes that didn't match the sect's official pill production schedule. Lin Yue analyzed the drainage system's spiritual runoff, comparing its composition to what the recorded refinement activity should have produced. Both tracks converged on the same conclusion: someone was refining rank 5 pills in the sect's facilities, using ingredients that weren't accounted for in any official record. The drainage data was particularly damning. High-rank refinement produced distinctive spiritual waste, complex energy signatures that couldn't be mistaken for lower-rank processes. Lin Yue found traces of rank 5 refinement byproducts in channels that service the Alchemy Pavilion's eastern wing, a section officially used only for rank 2 and 3 practice. They're using the eastern wing's furnaces after hours, Lin Yue concluded. The furnaces are versatile enough for rank 5 work if you know what you're doing, and the drainage channels mix with the regular waste stream within 50 meters, making detection nearly impossible. Unless you can read the herbs in the drainage crystals. Unless you can read the herbs in the drainage crystals. She shook her head. This is real, Xianxia. They're actually doing it. 3 elders, stealing from their own sect. The question is what we do about it. We need a patron. Someone powerful enough to act on this information without being crushed by the 3 elders. Someone who would benefit from exposing them. The obvious candidate was the sect master, a late-stage nascent soul cultivator whose authority superseded all others. But approaching the sect master required standing, connections, and credibility that neither Xianxia nor Lin Yue possessed. The less obvious candidate was Master Chen. Master Chen was the head of the Alchemy Program's research division, a position of significant influence, but one that existed in political tension with the administrative elders. The 3 corrupt elders controlled administrative functions, herb procurement, inventory management, and resource allocation. Master Chen controlled research direction, technique development, and student training. The 2 power blocks had been in quiet competition for years. If Master Chen learned that the administrative elders were stealing research-grade ingredients, the resulting conflict would likely reach the sect master's attention, giving Xianxua's evidence a path to the top without requiring him to deliver it personally. I can approach Master Chen through legitimate channels, Lin Yue said. My competition victory gave me mentorship access. If I frame the drainage anomalies as a research observation, unusual spiritual waste patterns that might indicate equipment malfunction, he'll investigate. And his investigation will uncover what we already know. Without revealing my ability. Without revealing your ability. The physical evidence is there. It just needs someone with the authority to look for it. They set the plan in motion. Lin Yue submitted a formal observation report to Master Chen, documenting the drainage anomalies as potential furnace degradation indicators. The report was technically accurate. Unusual spiritual waste could indicate equipment problems, and it gave Master Chen a legitimate reason to inspect the Eastern Wing's facilities. While Lin Yue handled the political maneuvering, Xianxia continued his cultivation and herb reading. The 8th layer of qi condensation arrived through a combination of botanical qi accumulation and the spirit stones Lin Yue had secured as research funding from Master Chen, an ironic arrangement where the corrupt elder's victim was being investigated using resources provided by the investigation's proxy target. At 8th layer, a new capability emerged. Level 4, Deep Species Memory, can now access species memory archives going back centuries. Recipe echoes are clearer and more complete. New capability, can detect extinct species through residual memory imprints and related plants. New capability, can trace an herb's lineage through its genetic memory. Deep Species Memory. Xianxia touched a phoenix blossom during a first terrace cleaning shift and plunged into a memory archive that spanned 400 years. The Phoenix Soul Pill recipe unfolded before him in vastly greater detail than his first reading. 7 ingredients, precise temperatures for each stage of refinement, qi manipulation sequences that guided the pill's formation, and, most critically, the failure points. The recipe was notoriously difficult because 3 of the 7 ingredients reacted violently if their processing temperatures overlapped. The original creator had solved this through a sequential cooling technique that no other alchemist had independently discovered. Xianxia copied the recipe in its entirety, filling 6 pages of his journal with detailed instructions. The Phoenix Soul Pill was no longer lost. It existed, complete and precise, in the handwriting of a herb picker. The potential value was enormous. But the timing was critical. Revealing a lost rank 5 recipe while simultaneously helping to expose 3 corrupt elders would create chaos that could either elevate him or destroy him. He chose to wait. The corruption investigation needed to reach its conclusion first. Once the elders were dealt with, the Phoenix Soul Pill recipe could be revealed under controlled conditions, with proper allies in place to manage the fallout. Patience. The herbs had taught him that. Plants grew slowly, endured patiently, and thrived by being in the right place at the right time. Xianxia would do the same. Chapter 10. Master Chen's investigation of the Eastern Wing produced exactly the results Xianxia and Lin Yue had predicted. The furnaces showed evidence of unauthorized high-rank refinement, residual spiritual energy patterns, unusual wear-on-fire control inscriptions, and traces of ingredients that didn't match any official project. The investigation escalated quickly. Master Chen, who had long suspected the administrative elders of impropriety but lacked evidence, seized on the findings with the enthusiasm of a man whose patience had been vindicated. He brought the evidence to the sect master. What followed was 3 weeks of political upheaval that shook the Verdant Cloud sect to its foundations. The sect master, a severe woman named Patriarch Zhou, launched a formal audit of all administrative functions. The 3 elders, Gao, Fang, and Lu, were placed under spiritual monitoring while the audit proceeded. Their private quarters were searched, their spatial rings examined, their financial records scrutinized. The audit uncovered everything. 14 years of diverted herbs, unauthorized pill refinement, and external sales through a network of black market contacts. The total value of stolen resources exceeded 50,000 mid-grade spirit stones, a fortune that had been systematically drained from the sect's coffers. The 3 elders were arrested, tried by the sect's judicial council, and sentenced to cultivation, crippling, and exile. Their techniques were sealed, their cultivation bases drained to qi condensation, and they were expelled from the sect with nothing but the clothes on their backs. Xianxia watched the sentencing from the back of the assembly hall, hidden among the outer disciples. The three elders, once proud core formation cultivators who'd controlled the sect's resources, were led out of the hall as broken men, their power stripped, their reputations destroyed. He felt no satisfaction. Only a quiet, steady resolve. Justice had been served, but not by him, by the plants that had witnessed the crime and the systems that allowed their testimony to be translated into conventional evidence. The aftermath reshaped the sect's power structure. Master Chen's research division assumed control of administrative functions, consolidating his authority. The alchemy program underwent reforms that improved transparency and accountability. And Lin Yue, whose observation report had triggered the investigation, received a commendation and early promotion to third-year standing. You realize, she told Xianxia during a rare in-person meeting, that we just brought down 3 core formation elders. From herb picker and alchemy student. The plants brought them down. We were just translators. Translators with extremely good positioning. She studied him with an expression that had evolved over their months of partnership from curiosity to something warmer. Respect, certainly. Trust, definitely. And something else that she wasn't ready to name. What's next? She asked. Foundation establishment, Xianxia said. I'm close. The green meridian method and the botanical qi accumulation are accelerating my progress. Another month, maybe 2. And then? And then I read deeper. Every advancement improves my herb memory clarity. At Foundation establishment, I might be able to access the full species memory archives, every recipe ever used with every medicinal herb in existence. Thousands of years of alchemy knowledge, stored in the plants themselves. Lin Yue's eyes widened. That would make you the most knowledgeable herbalist who's ever lived. No. That would make me the first person capable of reading what the most knowledgeable herbalists already knew. The knowledge was always there. I just have the key. He returned to his quarters that night and sat in the darkness, feeling the gentle pulse of 10,000 plants through his ambient plant awareness, each one a repository of memory waiting to be read. The elders were gone. The sect was reforming. The Phoenix Soul Pill recipe sat in his journal, waiting for the right moment. And Foundation establishment was approaching, bringing with it capabilities that he couldn't yet imagine. The herb picker's journey was just beginning. Chapter 11. Foundation establishment came not with a dramatic breakthrough but with a gentle blooming, as if Xianxia's cultivation was a flower that had simply reached the point where opening was inevitable. He sat in the hidden garden behind the water recycling formation, surrounded by the rescued specimens that had grown under his care over the past months. The botanical qi in his meridians had been building steadily, a slow tide of plant-derived spiritual energy that carried the memories and vitality of thousands of herbs he'd read. When the breakthrough came, his qi didn't condense in the standard way. Instead, it crystallized into a pattern that resembled a root system, branching, organic, reaching outward rather than compressing inward. His foundation wasn't a pool or a platform. It was a garden. Foundation establishment complete, foundation type, botanical garden, unique, foundation grade, superior, green meridian method, stage 2 unlocked, herb memory system, level 5 unlocked, ambient plant awareness range, 10 meters 100 meters, new capabilities loading, the world expanded. Xianxia gasped as his plant awareness exploded outward, encompassing not just the hidden garden but the entire third terrace. He could feel every plant, hundreds of them, each one a distinct presence in his consciousness, pulsing with life and memory. The root networks that he'd previously accessed through touch now hummed at the edge of his passive awareness, their information streams visible like underground rivers of light. Level 5, Garden Domain. The host's spiritual foundation resonates with plant life. Within the ambient plant awareness range, the host can read herb memories without physical contact, access root networks passively, influence plant growth through spiritual resonance, detect alchemy recipes through ambient species memory. Warning: extended domain use is draining at current cultivation level, contactless reading. The most transformative upgrade yet. Xianxia reached out with his awareness toward a spirit dew grass 20 meters away and felt its memory unfold without touching it, the vision arriving through the air rather than through his fingertips, slightly less detailed than contact reading but functional. He could read plants by proximity alone. Walk through the garden and absorb the memories of every herb he passed. Stand in one spot and access decades of environmental data from every plant within 100 meters. The implications were staggering. And the power requirements were real. Using the garden domain at full range drained his foundation level qi reserves rapidly. He estimated he could maintain full awareness for about an hour before exhaustion forced him to narrow his range. But an hour was enough. An hour of contactless reading across an entire terrace could yield more information than months of careful touch-based work. Lin Yue's reaction to his breakthrough was characteristically analytical. Foundation establishment at your age, with 5th grade roots, using botanical qi exclusively. There's no precedent for this. She was examining his foundation structure through a diagnostic jade slip, her expression oscillating between confusion and fascination. Your foundation looks like a root system. It's not crystallized chi, it's living spiritual matter. The green meridian method shaped the crystallization pattern. No cultivation method in the sex library produces a living foundation. This is your ability interacting with the method, creating something new. She lowered the jade slip. Shenyu, your cultivation path isn't just unusual. It's unique. There may never have been another cultivator who walked this exact road. Is that good or bad? Both. Good because you have no ceiling, there's no precedent to limit your potential. Bad because you have no roadmap, there's no precedent to guide your development. She was right. From foundation establishment onward, Shenyu would be charting unexplored territory. The green meridian method provided general cultivation guidance, but its foundation establishment stages weren't designed for a botanical foundation with living structure and contactless herb reading capabilities. He would have to develop his own techniques. Learn from the herbs themselves, using their ancient memories to guide a cultivation path that no one had ever walked. Starting with the Phoenix Soul Pill. It's time, he told Lin Yue. My memory clarity is high enough now. I can reconstruct the recipe completely. You already reconstructed it at 8th layer. The recipe, yes. But at foundation establishment, I can access the refinement memories, not just the recipe, but the actual experience of refining the pill. I can feel what the original creator felt during the process. The intuitions, the adjustments, the subtle variations that make the difference between a successful rank 5 refinement and a catastrophic failure. Lin Yue went very still. You can experience alchemy through species memory? Feel the refinement process as if you were the one performing it? At foundation establishment, yes. The species memory archives are deep enough. Then we don't just have a recipe. We have a teacher. Her voice dropped to a whisper. The original creator of the Phoenix Soul Pill, dead for 200 years, teaching alchemy through the memories of the herbs she used. The herbs remember everything, Shenyu said. Including how to make medicines that the world has forgotten. Chapter 12. The Phoenix Soul Pill reconstruction took 3 weeks of intensive species memory diving. Shenyu spent hours each day in the First Terrace's Phoenix Blossom Grove, his garden domain extended to encompass every specimen, reading their collective species memory with the depth and clarity that foundation establishment provided. The experience was unlike anything he'd imagined. Species memory wasn't a recording, it was a living archive, maintained by the collective consciousness of every phoenix blossom in existence. When one specimen was used in alchemy, the experience was distributed across the species network like ripples in a pond. Every phoenix blossom in the world carried a faint echo of every phoenix blossom that had ever been refined. At foundation establishment with level 5 herb memory, Shenyu could access those echoes with startling clarity. He experienced the Phoenix Soul Pill's creation from the herb's perspective, the heat of the furnace, the pressure of the alchemist's chi, the precise moment when the ingredient's spiritual structure was transformed by the refinement process. He felt the sequence of temperatures, the rhythm of chi infusions, and, most valuably, the points where the original creator had deviated from standard practice, making intuitive adjustments that turned a difficult recipe into a masterwork. The creator was a woman named Zhou Ling. Dead for 2 centuries, her name was remembered in historical texts as a rank 6 alchemist of extraordinary talent. The herbs remembered her differently, as hands that were gentle despite their power, as chi that sang with precise intention, as a presence that treated every ingredient with respect. Shenyu recorded everything. The recipe. The technique. The intuitions. The failure points and their solutions. By the end of the 3 weeks, he had the most complete reconstruction of the Phoenix Soul Pill ever assembled, more detailed than the original creator's own notes, because it included the embodied knowledge that Zhou Ling had never thought to write down. Lin Yue studied the reconstruction with professional awe. The cooling sequence in steps 3 through 5, no modern alchemist uses this approach. It's counterintuitive, almost backward from standard practice. But when I model it, she ran calculations on her jade slip. It works, it elegantly solves the ingredient interaction problem that makes this recipe impossible for standard refiners. Can you do it? Can you refine the Phoenix Soul Pill? Me? I'm a 3rd-year student. Rank 5 refinement requires core formation minimum and decades of experience. She chewed her lip. But with this level of detail, the exact temperatures, the precise chi rhythms, the intuitive adjustments, it's theoretically possible for a talented foundation establishment alchemist to attempt it with formation support and premium ingredients. You're not foundation establishment. Yet. I'm close. My cultivation has been accelerating since I started using the herbs from your garden. The anomalous specimens you rescue have unusually high spiritual energy, and working with them has enriched my own development. Shenyu nodded slowly. The partnership was evolving from convenience into symbiosis. His herb reading fed her alchemy supported his cultivation, and both of them were growing faster together than either could alone. We wait until you reach foundation establishment, he decided. Then we attempt the refinement together. I'll guide you through the process using the species memory, real-time instruction from a dead master. Real-time instruction from herb memories. Lin Yue laughed, a genuine, Delighted sound that Xianxia realized he'd been hearing more often lately. If anyone at this sect knew what we were doing, they'd either make us elders or burn us as heretics. Let's aim for the first option. The wait for Lin Yue's foundation establishment gave Xianxia time to pursue another line of investigation that had been nagging at him, the extinct species detection capability that had unlocked at level 4. Related plants carried residual memory imprints of extinct species that had died out centuries or millennia ago, leaving only ghosts in the genetic memory of their surviving relatives. These imprints contained information about herbs that no longer existed in the physical world, their properties, their cultivation requirements, and the recipes they'd been used in. The implications for alchemy were profound. If he could identify extinct species and reconstruct their properties from memory imprints, he could potentially guide the development of modern herbs toward recreating those lost characteristics. Not resurrection, the original species were gone, but controlled mutation that replicated their medicinal properties in existing species. He began mapping extinct species imprints across the sect's gardens, building a catalog of lost herbs that read like a botanical graveyard. Hundreds of species, some gone for thousands of years, their memories preserved in the genetic archives of their descendants. One extinct species stopped him cold. The celestial heart lotus, a legendary herb described in ancient texts as the single most powerful medicinal plant ever to exist. Said to have gone extinct during a catastrophic spiritual energy depletion event 3,000 years ago. No living specimen had been seen since. But its memory imprint was everywhere. Every lotus in the sect's gardens carried an echo of the celestial heart lotus in its genetic memory, faint, degraded by 3 millennia of dilution, but unmistakably present. The species wasn't just extinct. It was remembered, mourned, and preserved in the deepest layers of lotus species memory. And Xianxia could read every detail of what it had been. A plant that could cure any poison, heal any wound, and, according to its species memory, serve as the primary ingredient in a pill that could extend a cultivator's lifespan by 500 years. If I can reconstruct the celestial heart lotus's properties, he whispered to the empty garden, even partially, in a modern lotus variant. He didn't finish the sentence. The possibilities were too vast, too dangerous, and too potentially world-changing to voice aloud. The herb picker sat in his garden, surrounded by plants that remembered a lost paradise, and began to plan. Chapter 13. The quarterly herb evaluation brought unexpected attention. Master Chen, now effectively the most powerful elder in the sect following the corruption purge, conducted the evaluation personally, a departure from standard practice that signaled his new authority. He walked the terraces with a retinue of senior alchemists, examining plants, reviewing growth records, and assessing the garden's overall health. When he reached the third terrace, he stopped. His spiritual sense, core formation level, refined by decades of alchemy practice, swept across the garden and fixed on an anomaly. Who maintains Section 7? He asked. Supervisor Huang hurried forward. The herb pickers handle routine maintenance, Master Chen. Standard weeding, composting, and pest control. Section 7's herb quality is 30 to 40% above baseline. The spirit dew grass in particular shows potency levels that I would expect from first terrace specimens. He knelt beside a row of plants and examined them closely. The soil composition has been optimized, not by formation, but by cultivation pattern adjustments. Someone has been guiding these plants' growth. His gaze swept across the assembled herb pickers. Xianxia kept his expression neutral, his chi suppressed to the displayed fifth layer that he maintained in public. But internally, his heart was hammering. Section 7 was where he'd been working the longest. His contactless herb reading, combined with his garden domain's influence on plant growth, had inadvertently improved the herb's development. The spiritual resonance between his botanical foundation and the plants had created a subtle but measurable enhancement effect. He'd been careful about direct intervention, but his passive presence, hours spent in proximity with his garden domain active, had been enough to uplift the entire section. Xianxia. Supervisor Huang consulted his duty roster. Xianxia handles Section 7 primary maintenance. Master Chen's attention focused on Xianxia with the precision of an alchemist examining an interesting reaction. A herb picker. You've been enhancing these plants? I follow the standard maintenance procedures, Master Chen, Xianxia said, keeping his voice steady. Standard procedures don't produce these results. Master Chen was quiet for a moment, his spiritual sense probing the air around Xianxia with delicate precision. Your foundation establishment. The declaration fell like a stone into still water. Every herb picker turned to stare. Supervisor Huang's mouth opened and closed. The senior alchemists exchanged glances. Foundation establishment. A herb picker at foundation establishment. The cognitive dissonance was visible on every face. When did you reach foundation establishment? Master Chen asked. 6 weeks ago, Master Chen. 6 weeks. And you didn't report it or apply for advancement? Foundation establishment qualifies you for inner disciple candidacy at minimum. I was focused on my duties. Your duties as a herb picker. Master Chen's tone carried something that might have been amusement. Mr. Shen, in my experience, foundation establishment cultivators do not remain focused on pulling weeds. Would you care to explain what's actually occupying your attention in these gardens? The moment of truth. Shen Yu could lie, claim mundane reasons for his advancement, deflect attention, maintain his anonymity. Or he could take a calculated risk and reveal enough to gain a powerful patron without exposing his full capabilities. He chose the middle path. I have an affinity for herbs, Master Chen. I can sense their health, their growth patterns, and their needs. It's not a formal technique, it's more like an intuition. Being around plants my whole career has developed a resonance. An intuition. Master Chen stepped closer, his eyes sharp. Demonstrate. Shen Yu extended his garden domain toward a nearby jade root vine, one he hadn't read before, and accessed its surface memory without touching it. This vine is 12 years old. It was transplanted from the nursery during the autumn planting cycle. Its left branch system is slightly weaker than the right due to a root obstruction at approximately 40 centimeters depth, a stone, I think. Its current medicinal potency is 7% below its potential because of uneven nutrient absorption caused by the root obstruction. Master Chen produced a jade analysis slip and scanned the vine. His eyebrows rose incrementally with each confirmation. 12 years. Autumn transplant. Root obstruction at 38 centimeters, close enough. Potency 7.3% below predicted maximum. He lowered the slip. That level of diagnostic accuracy exceeds any herb analysis technique in the sex library. What exactly is your affinity, Mr. Shen? I read plants, Master Chen. I listen to what they tell me about themselves. The old alchemist studied him for a long moment. Behind his eyes, Shen Yu could see calculations running, political, academic, and practical assessments all churning simultaneously. Come to my office tomorrow morning, Master Chen said. I believe we have much to discuss. He moved on with his evaluation, but Shen Yu felt the shift immediately. Every alchemist in the retinue was looking at him now. Not with the dismissive indifference that herb pickers usually received, but with curiosity, interest, and, in some cases, the sharp attention of predators spotting potential prey. The invisible herb picker had become visible. There was no going back. Chapter 14. Master Chen's office occupied the top floor of the Alchemy Pavilion's central tower. The room was a museum of alchemical achievement, shelves of rare pill specimens, framed recipe scrolls, and a collection of pill furnaces spanning 3 centuries of design evolution. Shen Yu sat across from the master alchemist and tried not to look overwhelmed. I've been reviewing your sect records, Master Chen said, pouring tea with the casual precision of someone who treated hospitality as a minor art form. 5th grade spiritual roots. 3 years as a herb picker. Advancement from 3rd layer to foundation establishment in approximately 6 months, an acceleration rate that shouldn't be possible with your root grade. My cultivation method is unusual. Everything about you appears to be unusual, Mr. Shen. Master Chen sipped his tea. Your diagnostic ability in the garden yesterday exceeds anything our senior herbalists can achieve. You identified a root obstruction at a depth of 40 centimeters without probing the soil. That's not intuition, that's a genuine spiritual ability. Shen Yu said nothing. He'd prepared for this conversation, rehearsing what to reveal and what to conceal. I'm not going to force a confession, Master Chen continued. The politics of this sect have made everyone cautious about revealing unique abilities, and given recent events a delicate reference to the 3 expelled elders, that caution is justified. But I will make an offer. He set down his teacup. I want you in my research division. Not as a herb picker, as a specialist consultant. Your ability to diagnose plant health and growth patterns would be invaluable for our cultivation program. In return, I'll provide resources for your cultivation, access to the first terrace, and protection. Protection? You demonstrated an unprecedented ability in front of 12 senior alchemists yesterday. By this afternoon, every power block in the sect will know about you. Some will want to recruit you. Others will want to study you. A few, those who fear abilities they can't understand, will want to eliminate you. He met Shen Yu's eyes. Under my patronage, all of those options become significantly more difficult. Shen Yu considered. Master Chen's offer was generous and pragmatic. The master alchemist gained a unique resource, and Shen Yu gained a shield against the political consequences of his exposure. It was a fair exchange. I accept, he said. But I have conditions. Name them. First, my work remains confidential. No publications, no demonstrations, no public discussions of my abilities details. Agreed. Discretion benefits us both. Second, I need a research partner. Lin Yue, a 3rd-year alchemy student. She's been assisting my work, and her analytical skills are essential to translating my findings into practical applications. Miss Lin? The one who won the 2nd-year competition with that extraordinary pill? A knowing look crossed Master Chen's face. I suspected she'd help. Granted, I'll assign her as your official research partner. Third, he hesitated. This was the risk. I have information about a lost recipe. The Phoenix Soul Pill. I've reconstructed it completely. The silence that followed was so profound that Shen Yu could hear the spiritual energy humming in the walls. The Phoenix Soul Pill, Master Chen said slowly. Zhou Ling's masterwork. Lost for 200 years. His hands, steady throughout the conversation, trembled slightly. How? How did you reconstruct it? The herbs remember. Every herb that was ever used in a Phoenix Soul pill refinement carries an echo of the process. With my ability, I can access those echoes and reconstruct the recipe, not just the ingredients and proportions, but the exact refinement techniques, including the intuitive adjustments that Zhou Ling never wrote down. Master Chen was quiet for a very long time. When he spoke, his voice was careful, controlled, and carrying an undercurrent of emotion that decades of alchemical discipline couldn't fully suppress. If what you're saying is true, and I have no reason to doubt you after yesterday's demonstration, then you are the most valuable herbalist alive. Not in this sect. In the world. He leaned forward. The herbs remember recipes. All recipes? From any era? As far as I can determine, yes. The species memory archives go back thousands of years. Every medicinal herb that was ever processed carries echoes of every recipe it was used in. Every recipe ever created. Stored in the plants. Accessible to you. Master Chen sat back and closed his eyes. When he opened them, they were bright with a fire that had nothing to do with alchemy and everything to do with discovery. Mr. Shen, you haven't just found a lost recipe. You've found the library of every recipe that was ever lost. The implications hung in the air between them, too vast for the room to contain. Master Chen stood. We begin immediately. I will allocate my personal research budget to your work. Lin Yue will be transferred to full-time research status. And you, he pointed at Shen Yu with a finger that still trembled. You will read every plant in this sect's gardens, and you will tell me what the world has forgotten. Chapter 15. The weeks that followed reshaped Shen Yu's life completely. Master Chen's patronage transformed him from an anonymous herb picker into the alchemy pavilion's most closely guarded asset. He was given private quarters adjacent to the first terrace, a luxury that other Foundation establishment disciples had to compete for years to earn. His access to the gardens was unrestricted, his schedule self-directed, and his resources supplied by Master Chen's considerable personal budget. Lin Yue joined him as official research partner, her transfer from the student program raising eyebrows throughout the alchemy division. They were given a dedicated laboratory, small but well equipped, and a mandate from Master Chen that amounted to discover everything you can. Their work fell into 3 categories. First, recipe reconstruction. Shen Yu read species memories systematically, cataloging every alchemy recipe echo he could access. The results were staggering. Hundreds of recipes, spanning 3,000 years of alchemical history, emerged from the garden's collective memory. Most were minor variations on existing formulations, historical curiosities rather than practical discoveries. But interspersed among the mundane were genuine treasures, lost recipes, forgotten techniques, and refinement approaches that had died with their creators. Lin Yue documented everything with obsessive precision, cross-referencing Shen Yu's memory-derived recipes against the sect's existing archives. Within a month, they'd identified 47 recipes that were either entirely lost or significantly incomplete in current records. Second, garden optimization. Shen Yu's garden domain, now extending 100 meters at Foundation establishment, allowed him to diagnose and improve the sect's entire herb cultivation program. He identified drainage problems, soil composition issues, formation inefficiencies, and suboptimal planting arrangements that had reduced the garden's output for years. Under his guidance, the third terrace's herb quality improved by 30% in 6 weeks. The second terrace followed. Master Chen, watching the gardens transform under Shen Yu's influence, began referring to him as the sect's most valuable cultivation resource, a title that Shen Yu found both flattering and slightly dehumanizing. Third, the Celestial Heart Lotus Project. This was their most ambitious and most secret work. Shen Yu had shared the extinct species memory data with Lin Yue and Master Chen, and the old alchemist had nearly wept when he understood the implications. The Celestial Heart Lotus, Master Chen breathed, examining Shen Yu's detailed reconstruction of the extinct species' properties. The herb that legends describe as the foundation of immortality pills. You can read its complete botanical profile from species memory? I can read what it was. Its growth requirements, its spiritual composition, its medicinal properties. Everything that made it what it was is preserved in its descendant species' genetic memory. Then can you guide a modern lotus toward recreating those properties? Selective cultivation, guided by species memory, pushing a current specimen toward its ancestral form? Theoretically, yes. But the divergence over 3,000 years is enormous. It would take years of guided cultivation, dozens of generations of selective breeding, and constant species memory-informed adjustment. Years, Master Chen repeated. For a herb that could extend lifespans by centuries. He smiled. I have time. They began the Celestial Heart Lotus Reconstruction Project in a sealed section of the first terrace, using the sect's finest azure lotus specimens as the base stock. Shen Yu's role was to read each generation's species memory, identify which specimens showed the strongest Celestial Heart Lotus memory echoes, and guide the breeding program toward amplifying those ancestral traits. The first generation showed minimal change. The second, planted from selected seeds 3 weeks later using accelerated growth formations, showed a slight shift in spiritual composition, a fractional increase in the healing properties that characterize the celestial heart lotus. Progress was glacial. But the direction was correct, and each generation's species memory echoes grew slightly stronger, as if the ancient lotus was slowly waking up in its descendants' genes. Meanwhile, Xianyu's cultivation continued to advance through the foundation establishment stages. The enhanced environment of the first terrace, combined with his botanical foundation's resonance with the surrounding herbs, pushed him through stage 2 and into stage 3 within 2 months. Each advancement improved his capabilities. His garden domain extended to 150 meters. His species memory depth increased, allowing access to older and more detailed recipe echoes. His contactless reading clarity approached the quality of physical contact. And Lin Yue, cultivating alongside him using herbs from the optimization program, reached foundation establishment herself, a breakthrough celebrated with quiet intensity in their shared laboratory. "I'm ready," she said. For the Phoenix Soul Pill. The time had come to attempt the refinement of a recipe that had been lost for 2 centuries. Chapter 16. The Phoenix Soul Pill refinement attempt took place in the Alchemy Pavilion's high-security refinement chamber, a room designed for rank 5 and above work, with formation arrays that stabilized spiritual energy and contained potential failures. Master Chen provided the ingredients: premium phoenix blossom, 1000-year ginseng root, azure heart lotus extract, and 4 supporting components that Shen Yu's species memory reconstruction had specified. Each ingredient was the finest the sect possessed, selected by Shen Yu himself through memory readings that identified the specimens with the highest potency and the best refinement compatibility. The recipe calls for 7-stage sequential processing, Shen Yu explained, standing beside Lin Yue as she prepared the furnace. Each ingredient is refined individually before combining. The critical phases stages 3 through 5, the phoenix blossom, azure heart lotus, and ginseng must be processed in exact sequence with specific cooling intervals between them. The intervals are what makes this recipe lost, Master Chen observed from his observation position. Standard alchemy doesn't cool between sequential ingredients. It maintains furnace temperature throughout. Zhou Ling's innovation was the cooling sequence. The ingredient's spiritual structures need to partially crystallize between stages, a controlled solidification that prevents the violent reactions between their active components. Without the cooling, the ingredient's energies clash and the pill fails. Lin Yue took a deep breath and ignited the furnace. Her foundation establishment qi, channeled through techniques she'd honed over years of practice, fed the fire control inscriptions with steady precision. Shen Yu stood beside her, his garden domain encompassing the furnace and its contents. He could feel the ingredients, their spiritual composition, their readiness, their potential. And through species memory, he could feel the echo of Zhou Ling's hands performing this same process 2 centuries ago. Stage 1, he said. Spirit dust pollen. Temperature, 440 degrees. Qi infusion, 3 pulses at 2-second intervals. Lin Yue followed his instructions with the trust of someone who'd spent months validating his accuracy. The pollen dissolved into the furnace's spiritual medium, releasing a shimmer of golden energy. Good. Maintain for 30 seconds. Then cool to 200 degrees before stage 2. The cooling was the hardest part. Standard furnace work never dropped temperature mid-refinement, the thermal shock could crack the formation arrays. But Zhou Ling's technique required it, and the furnace's arrays, designed for high-level work, handled the cooling with grudging compliance. Stages 2 through 4 proceeded smoothly. Each ingredient was processed, cooled, and allowed to partially crystallize before the next was added. The forming pill mass accumulated in the furnace's center, growing denser and more complex with each addition. Stage 5 was where Zhou Ling's genius truly showed. The phoenix blossom goes in now, Shen Yu said, his voice tight with concentration. But not directly into the pill mass. It needs to be suspended in the furnace's upper chamber and refined separately, vaporized into spiritual essence that descends onto the pill mass like rainfall. Rainfall refinement? Lin Yue's eyes widened. That's a technique from the primordial era. I've read about it but never seen it performed. Zhou Ling reinvented it. The species memory shows her developing the technique through trial and error over 3 years. He guided her through the hand positions and qi patterns. The phoenix blossom's essence needs to settle on the pill mass in a specific pattern, center first, then spiraling outward. The spiral distributes the essence evenly and prevents hot spots. Lin Yue's hands moved with practiced precision, guided by Shen Yu's real-time instruction. The phoenix blossom vaporized in the upper chamber, its golden essence descending in a spiral pattern that coated the pill mass with shimmering energy. The mass pulsed. Once. Twice. Then it contracted, compressing under the combined spiritual pressures of 5 processed ingredients, folding inward until it was the size of a marble. Stages 6 and 7 were stabilization, careful qi infusions that locked the pill's structure and sealed its potency. Lin Yue performed them with steady hands and controlled breathing, following Shen Yu's guidance through the final adjustments that Zhou Ling had never written down but the herbs had never forgotten. The furnace rang. The fire died. The formation arrays dimmed. Lin Yue opened the furnace with shaking hands. Inside, resting on the furnace floor, was a pill the color of sunset, deep gold at its center, shading to crimson at its edges, with a faint luminescence that pulsed like a heartbeat. The spiritual energy radiating from it filled the room with a warmth that was almost alive. Phoenix Soul Pill, refinement successful, grade, high, first attempt, potency, 87% of theoretical maximum, rank, 5, note, higher potency achievable with practice refinement. Master Chen approached the furnace with the reverence of a man witnessing a miracle. He examined the pill with his spiritual senses, and when he looked up, his eyes were wet. 200 years, he whispered. 200 years lost, and a herb picker and a third-year student brought it back. He looked at Xianxia. The herbs really do remember everything. Everything, Xianxia confirmed. And there's so much more to remember. Chapter 17. The successful refinement of the Phoenix Soul Pill sent shockwaves through the verdant cloud sect that Xianxia couldn't contain, no matter how much he wanted to. Master Chen, despite his agreement to maintain discretion, was too excited to keep the achievement entirely secret. He disclosed the recipe reconstruction to the sect's Pill Elder Council, the governing body for all alchemy activities, and the resulting reaction was volcanic. A lost rank 5 recipe, reconstructed through a method that could theoretically recover any lost recipe in history. The Pill Elder Council didn't debate for long before summoning Xianxia for a formal audience. The council chamber was intimidating by design, a circular room with tiered seating for 7 Pill Elders, all core formation or above, all with decades of alchemy experience. Xianxia stood in the center and felt very much like an ingredient about to be examined. Your ability, Grand Elder Zhao, the council's chairman, began without preamble. Master Chen describes it as the capacity to read plant memories. Is this accurate? In simplified terms, yes, Grand Elder. And through these memories, you can access recipe information from any era? From any recipe that used the herb species I'm reading. The depth depends on my cultivation level and the age of the memory. The council members exchanged glances. Grand Elder Zhao leaned forward. We have a list. He produced a jade slip. 17 recipes that the Verdant Cloud sect has been attempting to reconstruct for generations. Some are partially documented. Others exist only as names and historical references. Can you attempt to recover them? Xianxia took the list. 17 recipes, ranging from rank 4 to rank 7. Several were legendary formulations that any alchemist would recognize, pills that had defined eras of cultivation history before being lost to time. I can attempt all of them, he said. The success depends on whether the species involved in each recipe still have living representatives in the gardens. If the ingredients are extant, their species memory should contain echoes of the refinement process. All 17 ingredients are cultivated in our gardens. Then I'll begin immediately. The recipe reconstruction project became the sect's highest priority. Xianxia was given unlimited garden access, a team of assistants to handle logistics, and the political protection of the entire Pill Elder Council. His status within the sect transformed overnight from unusual newcomer to indispensable strategic asset. Lin Yue served as his primary research partner, translating species memory data into practical alchemy protocols. Together, they worked through the list methodically, one recipe per week, each one requiring intensive species memory diving across multiple herb varieties. The results exceeded even the council's optimistic expectations. Of the 17 requested recipes, Xianxia fully reconstructed 14. 2 were partially reconstructible. The herb species used had been crossbred so extensively that their species memory was fragmented. 1 was inaccessible, the primary ingredient had gone extinct, and its memory echoes in related species were too degraded to yield refinement details. 14 lost recipes. Spanning rank 4 to rank 6. Each one a treasure that the sect had sought for generations, recovered in a week by a former herb picker who listened to what the plants remembered. The political implications were significant. The Verdant Cloud sect's alchemy program, already respected, vaulted into the first tier of continental alchemical institutions. Rival sects sent envoys. Trading partners renegotiated terms. The sect's pill production expanded to include formulations that hadn't been available for centuries. And Xianxia, at the center of it all, continued to advance. Foundation Establishment Stage 4. Stage 5. Each breakthrough expanding his garden domain, deepening his species memory access, and refining his herb reading capabilities. At Stage 5, something remarkable happened. Level 6, Living Archive. The host's botanical foundation has achieved resonance with the global species memory network, can now access species memory remotely. Any herb of a known species, anywhere in the world, can be read through its species network. Range, unlimited, limited by host chi capacity and concentration. New capability, can communicate basic concepts to plants through species network, communication. He could talk to plants. Not in words, plants didn't think in language. But he could transmit concepts, intentions, and requests through the species memory network. Grow toward light. Produce more of this compound. Resist this pest. Simple instructions that the plants could interpret and act on through their natural processes. In the garden, the effect was immediate. Plants under his influence began responding to his cultivation needs as if they were extensions of his own body. Herbs produced more potent medicinal compounds when he requested it. Growth patterns shifted to optimize his specifications. The garden became a collaborative partner rather than a passive resource. And the remote reading capability opened a door to information that no walls could contain. He could read any herb in the world, any garden, any wilderness, any rival sect's carefully guarded medicinal collection, through the global species memory network, without leaving his chair. The verdant cloud sex herb picker had become the world's most powerful botanical intelligence network. And he was only at Foundation Establishment. Chapter 18. Lin Yue reached Foundation Establishment Stage 3 in the same month that Shen Yu advanced to Stage 6. Their parallel development had become a source of quiet amazement within Master Chen's research division, two cultivators with unremarkable spiritual roots advancing at rates that would have been impressive for first-grade talents. The explanation, which they kept private, was simple: their cultivation fed on their work, and their work fed on their cultivation. Shen Yu's botanical qi accumulation accelerated with every herb he read. Lin Yue's alchemy practice, using ingredients that Shen Yu had optimized for maximum potency, enriched her own spiritual development. They were a closed loop of mutual enhancement, growing faster together than either could alone. The Celestial Heart Lotus Project reached its 7th generation of guided breeding. Shen Yu's species memory reading showed incremental progress, each generation carrying slightly stronger echoes of the ancient lotus's properties. The current specimens showed healing potency roughly 15% above standard azure lotus, with a spiritual composition that was beginning to drift toward the Celestial Heart Lotus's legendary profile. At this rate, Lin Yue calculated, we'll need approximately 40 more generations to achieve a meaningful reconstruction. With accelerated growth formations, that's roughly 2 years. Unless my reading ability improves enough to guide the mutations more precisely. Every advancement sharpens my species memory access. If I reach core formation, the memory depth might be enough to identify exact genetic triggers rather than general tendencies. Core formation. The next major realm, and one that would require significantly more resources and time than Foundation Establishment. Shen Yu's botanical cultivation path was uncharted territory. No one had ever attempted core formation through plant-derived spiritual energy. But the herbs whispered encouragement. Through his living archive connection, he could feel the global species memory network responding to his growth, not just passively recording, but actively supporting. Plants throughout the sex gardens grew slightly toward his quarters at night, their leaves turning in his direction the way sunflowers track the sun. He was becoming something that the cultivation world had no category for. Not an alchemist, though he knew more recipes than any alchemist alive. Not a herbalist, though he could read and communicate with plants in ways that transcended any technique. Not a standard cultivator, though his advancement showed no signs of slowing. He was a bridge. A translator between the human world and the botanical one. And on that bridge, unique things were becoming possible. The Sect's annual Alchemy Grand Exhibition arrived, a showcase event where the Verdant Cloud Sect demonstrated its capabilities to invited guests from allied and rival organizations. This year, the centerpiece was the Phoenix Soul Pill, refined live by Lin Yue with Shen Yu's guidance. The audience included dignitaries from 7 major sects, 3 independent cultivation families, and the Alchemist Guild's continental representative. All had come to verify the rumored recovery of Zhou Ling's lost recipe. Lin Yue performed the refinement flawlessly, her 3rd successful attempt, each one producing a higher grade pill than the last. The current product was rank 5 superior, with a potency that exceeded the estimated performance of Zhou Ling's original by 12%. The audience's reaction was silence, followed by an eruption of questions, offers, and political maneuvering that Master Chen fielded with the practiced ease of a man who'd been waiting for this moment his entire career. But the most significant response came from an unexpected source. A woman in unadorned gray robes, seated at the back of the exhibition hall, approached Shen Yu after the demonstration. She was middle-aged, with sharp features and eyes that held the calm depth of someone who'd seen more than most. Interesting method, she said. The rainfall technique in Stage 5, that's not from any published source. It's reconstructed from species memory, Shen Yu said carefully. The herbs remember the original refinement process. The herbs remember. She tilted her head. I'm Wei Lan. I represent the Eternal Spring Valley. Shen Yu's pulse quickened. The Eternal Spring Valley was legendary, an ancient sect dedicated entirely to botanical cultivation, said to maintain gardens that had been continuously cultivated for over 5,000 years. They were reclusive, rarely interacting with the broader cultivation world, and their knowledge of herbalism was rumored to surpass any other organization on the continent. You read species memory, Wei Lan continued. That's a talent that hasn't appeared in the cultivation world for a very long time. The last person who could do it was a member of our valley. She died 400 years ago. Your valley knows about this ability? We've known about it for millennia. We call it verdant communion, the capacity to access the collective memory of plant species through spiritual resonance. She studied him with new intensity. In our records, verdant communion appears once every few centuries. It cannot be taught or transmitted. It simply emerges in cultivators who have spent enough time with plants to develop a deep spiritual bond. 3 years as a herb picker, Xianxia murmured. 3 years of constant, intimate contact with living plants. Most cultivators never touch a herb without gloves. Most herbalists treat plants as resources, not as living beings. But you crawled in the dirt with them. You breathed their air. You were part of their world. She smiled. The plants chose you because you were already one of them. The idea resonated with something deep in Shen Yu's botanical foundation, a recognition, almost, as if his living spiritual base agreed with Wei Lan's assessment. I came to offer an invitation, Wei Lan said. The Eternal Spring Valley would welcome you as a visiting scholar. Our gardens are older than any in the world. The species memory archives they contain go back further than anything you've accessed here. She paused meaningfully. We have living specimens of herbs that the rest of the world considers extinct. Living specimens of extinct herbs. Including, potentially, plants whose species memory contained information that couldn't be found anywhere else. I'll consider your offer, Xianxia said, his mind already racing with possibilities. Don't consider too long. Your talent is rare, and once others learn about its true nature, the offers will become less polite. She produced a jade token and pressed it into his hand. This will gain you entry when you're ready. She left as quietly as she'd arrived. Xianxia stood in the exhibition hall, holding a token to the world's most ancient botanical sanctuary, and felt the course of his life shift once again. Chapter 19. The weeks following the exhibition were turbulent. As Wei Lan had predicted, Shen Yu's demonstrated ability attracted attention that ranged from scholarly interest to naked avarice. 3 sects sent formal requests for his services, thinly veiled recruitment attempts that offered resources, positions, and protection in exchange for exclusive access to his recipe reconstruction capability. 2 independent cultivation families offered marriage alliances, proposing to bind his talent to their bloodlines. The Alchemist Guild's representative submitted an official application for him to be classified as a continental strategic resource, a designation that would place him under the Guild's protection but also restrict his movements and activities. Master Chen deflected most of the approaches with political skill, but the pressure was mounting. Shen Yu's value was too enormous to be contained within a single sect's walls, and everyone knew it. You can't stay invisible anymore, Lin Yue told him during a rare quiet evening in their laboratory. The exhibition made you a public figure. Every sect leader on the continent is calculating how to acquire your ability. They can't acquire it. Verdant communion isn't transferable, they don't know that. And even if they did, having you is the next best thing. Whoever controls your access controls the recipe reconstruction pipeline. That's worth going to war over. She wasn't exaggerating. In the cultivation world, alchemy recipes were strategic assets that determined a sect's economic and military power. A person who could recover lost recipes at will was, quite literally, more valuable than a nascent soul combatant. Xianxia retreated to the gardens for perspective. He sat among the phoenix blossoms on the first terrace, his garden domain extended to its full range, and let the plant's memories wash over him. The herbs didn't care about politics. They recorded everything, the scheming, the ambition, the fear, with the same impartial attention they gave to sunlight and rainfall. To the plants, human concerns were temporary disturbances in the steady rhythm of growth. He found comfort in their patience. The herbs had been growing before the sects existed and would continue growing after they fell. Their memory archives span millennia, preserving the work of alchemists who had never imagined that their art would be read by the very ingredients they used. In that perspective, his current situation was a small thing. An important small thing, but small nonetheless. He made 3 decisions. First, he would accept Wei Lan's invitation to visit the Eternal Spring Valley, not permanently, but as a visiting scholar. Their ancient gardens represented an opportunity for species memory access that couldn't be found anywhere else. And their knowledge of verdant communion, accumulated over millennia, might provide guidance for his uncharted cultivation path. Second, he would accelerate the Celestial Heart Lotus project before leaving. If the reconstruction succeeded, the resulting herb would be a treasure that benefited the entire sect, a legacy that justified his years of investment and gave the Verdant Cloud sector reason to welcome him back. Third, he would tell Lin Yue how he felt about her. This last decision surprised him, but the logic was sound. He was about to undertake a journey to the continent's most remote botanical sanctuary. He didn't know how long he'd be gone, and the current political instability made the future unpredictable. If he left without saying anything, he might never have the chance. He found her in the laboratory that evening, refining pills by the light of a spirit lamp. She looked up when he entered, and the lamp's glow caught the fine lines of concentration on her face, lines he'd watched form over months of shared work, shared discovery, shared purpose. The Eternal Spring Valley, she said. You're going. For a time. Not permanently. Master Chen isn't happy about it. Master Chen understands. The valley's gardens contain species memories that could complete the Celestial Heart Lotus reconstruction in months instead of years. She set down her refining tools. And you're telling me this because? Because I'm going to miss working with you. And because he stopped. The words tangled in his throat, caught between years of practiced invisibility and the vulnerability of honest feeling. Lin Yue stood, walked around the workbench, and punched his shoulder. You're terrible at this. At what? At being a person instead of a herb reader. She punched him again, lighter this time, and her hand lingered on his arm. I know what you're trying to say. And the answer is, I've known since the compost garden. Since you showed me that blue spirit variant and trusted me with your secret. You've known for months? Plants aren't the only things that are patient, Xianxia. She stepped closer, and her expression, sharp, analytical, forever calculating, softened into something raw and real. Come back from the valley. Come back with the celestial heart lotus solution. And then we'll figure out the rest. That sounds like a plan. It's a terrible plan. You're terrible at plans. She smiled, and it was the smile he'd been seeing more and more often, warm, unguarded, meant only for him. But you're excellent at reading herbs, so I suppose we all have our strengths. He left for the eternal Spring Valley 3 days later, carrying Lin Yue's smile, Wei Lan's jade token, and the memories of 10,000 plants humming in his botanical foundation. The journey that began in dirt would continue in the oldest garden in the world. Chapter 20. The eternal Spring Valley existed in a pocket of geographical perfection nestled between two mountain ranges in the continent's deep interior. Waterfalls fed mist-shrouded terraces. Ancient trees formed canopies that filtered sunlight into emerald patterns. And the spiritual energy, the ambient spiritual energy, was so dense and so pure that Xianxia felt his garden domain expand spontaneously upon arrival, as if his ability was stretching in a space built for it. Wei Lan met him at the valley's entrance, a natural arch formed by two converging cliff faces, concealed by formations that rendered it invisible to anyone without a token. Welcome to the Eternal Spring Valley, she said. The gardens you're about to see have been continuously cultivated for 5,317 years. Every species that has ever grown in this valley is still represented, either in living specimens or in preservation formations. Every species? Every one. Including several that the outside world considers extinct. She led him through the arch and into a world that made the verdant cloud sex gardens look like a window box. The valley stretched for kilometers, a continuous garden of impossible diversity. Herbs from every climate zone grew in carefully managed sections, their environments maintained by formation arrays of breathtaking sophistication. Tropical orchids bloomed beside Arctic moss. Desert cacti stood within meters of aquatic lotuses. Every biome was represented, every ecosystem replicated. And the species memory. The species memory was overwhelming. Xianxua's garden domain, amplified by the valley's concentrated spiritual energy, expanded to its maximum range, and what he felt through it was the deepest, richest species memory archive he'd ever accessed. 5,000 years of continuous cultivation, with living representatives of herbs that had been grown for millennia without interruption. The memory depth was staggering. He could sense recipe echoes going back to the earliest days of human alchemy. You feel it, Wei Lan observed, watching his expression. The valley's memory. Our founder cultivated these gardens with the specific intention of preserving botanical knowledge. Every plant here is both a living specimen and a library. The depth. I can sense recipe echoes from 3,000 years ago. Maybe older. The oldest memories in our gardens go back to the primordial era, over 10,000 years. Though accessing those depths would require cultivation far beyond foundation establishment. 10,000 years of alchemy knowledge, preserved in living plants. Every recipe, every technique, every lost treasure of ancient cultivation, waiting to be read by someone with verdant communion. Xianxia understood, with sudden clarity, why Wei Lan had invited him. The Eternal Spring Valley had been maintaining this archive for 5 millennia, waiting for a reader. They'd had readers before. Wei Lan had mentioned the last one, 400 years ago, but each reader was temporary. The talent was rare, unpredictable, and couldn't be passed on. When a reader appeared, the valley used every moment of their presence to access and document the ancient memories they couldn't read themselves. I'll read your gardens, Xianxia said. Everything I can access. In exchange, I want training, your knowledge of verdant communion, whatever techniques or insights your records contain about my ability. Agreed. Our records are extensive. 400 years since the last reader, but we've maintained all of their notes and observations. They developed techniques for deepening species memory access, extending communication range, and, she paused for emphasis, guiding botanical evolution with precision. The Celestial Heart Lotus Project. Wei Lan was offering exactly what he needed to complete it. He spent the first week acclimatizing. The valley's residents, a small, dedicated community of botanical cultivators, welcomed him with the quiet warmth of people who understood that visitors were rare and should be treasured. They showed him the garden section by section, explaining the cultivation history of each area with the pride of custodians maintaining a sacred trust. The extinct species section nearly brought him to tears. Living specimens of herbs that the world had forgotten. The silver moon orchid, gone from the outside world for 800 years, blooming in pristine health. The iron root bamboo, extinct for a millennium, standing in a grove of 12 mature stalks. And there, in a pond of crystalline water, maintained by preservation formations of extraordinary sophistication, the celestial heart lotus. Not a reconstruction. Not a guided mutation. A living, ancient specimen of the original species, preserved in the eternal spring valley for 3,000 years through unbroken cultivation. Xianxia knelt beside the pond and extended his garden domain. The lotus's species memory opened to him like a book written in light, 3,000 years of unbroken continuity, carrying the complete genetic blueprint of the species that the outside world believed was extinct. He could read its medicinal properties directly, without the degradation of reading through descendant species. He could feel the recipe echoes of every pill it had ever been used in, pills from the height of ancient alchemy, when the celestial heart lotus was abundant and its uses were well known. And buried in the deepest layers of its species memory, he found the recipe he'd been searching for, the life extension pill, the legendary formulation that had been lost with the lotus's extinction, a pill that used the celestial heart lotus as its primary ingredient and could extend a cultivator's lifespan by 500 years. The recipe was complete. Perfect. Preserved in the memory of a plant that had been patiently waiting for 3 millennia for someone who could read it. Xianxia sat beside the pond as tears tracked down his face. The lotus shimmered in the crystal water, ancient and patient, and through his verdant communion, he felt its response to his emotion, not words, not thoughts, but something deeper. Recognition. Welcome, the quiet joy of a plant that had finally been understood. I hear you, he whispered. I hear all of you. The valley's gardens hummed around him, 5,000 years of cultivated memory singing in harmonies that only he could perceive. The herb picker had come home to a garden that spanned millennia, and the plants, eternal, patient, remembering everything, embraced him as one of their own. His journey was far from over. Core formation awaited, with capabilities that he couldn't yet imagine. The political storms of the outside world would eventually require his return. Lin Yue was waiting, and so was the Verdant Cloud sect, and the broader cultivation world that was slowly waking up to the existence of someone who could read the memories of every herb that had ever grown. But for this moment, sitting beside an ancient lotus in the world's oldest garden, Xianxia was exactly where he was meant to be, listening to the stories that only the plants could tell, and translating them for a world that had forgotten how to listen. The herbs remembered everything. And now, so did he. Chapter 21. The Eternal Spring Valley's training regimen began before dawn. Wei Lan woke him with a tap on his door while the sky was still dark, the valley's formation arrays maintaining a gentle twilight that kept the gardens in a state of perpetual near wakefulness. The primordial garden is most receptive during the transition between night and day, she explained as they walked through mist-shrouded paths between ancient specimens. The species memory network is quieter, fewer active readings from the plant's daily processes. It's easier to access deep memories when the surface noise is reduced. She led him to a section of the valley he hadn't yet explored, a circular clearing surrounded by specimens that were visibly ancient. Trees with trunks thicker than houses. Vines that had woven themselves into living architectures. Flowers that bloomed with luminescence that predated any formation technology. The primordial circle, Wei Lan said. Every plant here is over 3,000 years old. Several are over 5,000. They are the oldest continuously living specimens in the world, and their species memory depth is unmatched. Xianxia extended his garden domain and felt the weight of millennia pressing against his consciousness. The species memories here weren't echoes, they were torrents. Rivers of information flowing through root networks that had been established when human civilization was young. Your previous reader, he said, the one from 400 years ago. How deep could she access? Xu Ying could read back approximately 4,000 years at her peak. She was core formation when she died, never advanced further. The primordial era memories, the ones beyond 5,000 years, remained inaccessible to her. Wei Lan paused. We believe that accessing the deepest layers requires nascent soul at minimum. Perhaps higher. What's in the deepest layers? We don't know. That's why you're here. She gestured to a massive tree at the circle's center, a species Xianxia didn't recognize. This is the heart tree. The oldest living organism in the valley. Our records place its age at approximately 8,000 years, though the actual age may be higher. It was already ancient when the valley's founder first cultivated this land. The heart tree's trunk was 30 meters in circumference. Its canopy spread across the entire clearing, branches intertwining with the surrounding ancient specimens in a web of living wood that blurred the boundary between individual plants. The spiritual energy radiating from it was immense, not the concentrated force of a high-realm cultivator, but the steady, deep power of something that had been accumulating energy for longer than most sects had existed. Xianxia placed his hand on its bark. The species memory hit him like an ocean wave. He gasped and pulled back. The depth was overwhelming, layers upon layers of memory stretching back into darkness, each one denser and more complex than anything he'd encountered. His foundation establishment consciousness couldn't process even a fraction of what the tree contained. That's why you need training, Wei Lan said, watching his reaction with understanding. Raw ability isn't enough. You need techniques for navigating deep memory, ways to filter, sort, and selectively access specific layers without being overwhelmed by the whole. Xu Ying developed these techniques? Over 40 years of work, yes. We have her complete notes. Wei Lan produced a jade library, a storage crystal containing hundreds of documents. Her research on verdant communion is the most comprehensive study of the ability ever conducted. Memory diving techniques, species network navigation, selective echo isolation, deep reading protocols. Everything she learned in 4 decades of practice. Xianxia accepted the jade library with reverent hands. Xu Ying's lifetime of work, techniques developed by the only other person in 4 centuries who could do what he did, compressed into a crystal that fit in his palm. I'll begin studying immediately. You'll begin training immediately, Wei Lan corrected. Study without practice is worthless. Every technique in that library has a corresponding exercise in the primordial circle. The plants here have been used for training verdant communion readers for millennia. They know what you need, even if you don't. She was right. When Xianxia began working through Xu Ying's techniques the next morning, the ancient plants of the primordial circle responded to his practice with the patience of experienced teachers. They modulated their memory output, presenting information at depths he could handle, then gradually increasing complexity as his skills improved. The first technique was memory layering, the ability to separate species memory into distinct temporal layers and access them individually rather than experiencing the entire archive at once. Standard memory reading processed everything simultaneously, which worked for shallow memories but became overwhelming at depth. Memory layering involved creating spiritual filters, thin layers of qi that acted like sieves, allowing only memories from specific time periods to pass through while blocking the rest. Xu Ying's notes describe the technique in precise detail, with calibration exercises for each layer depth. Xianxia practiced with the heart tree, starting with the most recent layer, memories from the past century, and working backward. Each century added complexity, required finer filter calibration, and demanded more qi to maintain. By the end of his first week of training, he could reliably access memories up to 500 years old without losing coherence. By the second week, he'd pushed past 1,000 years, reaching the era when Xu Ying herself had been alive and reading the same tree. He found her memory imprint in the tree's records. Xu Ying, core formation, reading the heart tree 400 years ago. The tree remembered her touch, gentle, precise, with a spiritual signature that resonated with Shen Yu's own in a way that felt familial. 2 people separated by 4 centuries, connected by a talent that the world produced once in an age. She was remarkable, he told Wei Lan after that session. The tree's memory of her is fond. As if it knew her the way it knows the rain and the sun. As part of its world. She was part of its world. As you are now. Wei Lan's expression carried a weight that Shen Yu was beginning to understand, the weight of custodianship, of maintaining something precious through the centuries in the hope that someone would come who could use it fully. The second technique was echo isolation, the ability to focus on specific recipe memories within the species memory archive rather than experiencing every recipe echo simultaneously. Standard recipe reading produced a flood of overlapping echoes that became increasingly chaotic at greater depths. Echo isolation allowed the reader to select specific recipe patterns based on ingredient combinations, refinement techniques, or era of origin. This technique transformed his recipe reconstruction capability. Instead of wading through hundreds of overlapping echoes to find specific formulations, he could search the species memory archive like a library, querying specific categories, filtering by parameters, and retrieving exact recipes with precision. The efficiency improvement was enormous. In one afternoon of focused echo isolation practice, he recovered 12 recipes from the heart tree species memory, formulations spanning 2,000 years of alchemy history, each one a treasure that the outside world considered lost. He recorded them all in his journal, which was rapidly expanding into a multi-volume archive of recovered alchemical knowledge. Chapter 22. The third technique was the one that changed everything, deep resonance. Wei Lan introduced it after 3 weeks of training, when Shen Yu's memory layering and echo isolation skills had stabilized at a level she considered adequate. Deep resonance isn't just a technique, she explained as they sat in the primordial circle at dawn. It's a state of being. When you achieve deep resonance, the boundary between your consciousness and the species memory archive dissolves. You don't read the plant's memories, you become part of the memory network itself. That sounds dangerous. It is. Xu Ying attempted deep resonance 11 times. She achieved it twice. Both times, she was unconscious for 3 days afterward and required a month of recovery. Wei Lan's expression was grave. But what she accessed during those 2 episodes produced more recovered knowledge than her other 40 years of work combined. What did she find? The primordial recipes. Formulations from before the spiritual depletion event, the catastrophe 3,000 years ago that wiped out most of the world's high-rank medicinal species. Before the depletion, alchemy was at a level that modern practitioners can barely comprehend. Rank 8 and Rank 9 pills were achievable. The celestial heart lotus was common. And there were techniques that used botanical spiritual energy in ways that have been completely forgotten. She paused, letting the implications settle. Xu Ying accessed fragments of those techniques during her deep resonance episodes. She couldn't reconstruct them fully, her cultivation wasn't high enough, but the fragments she recovered are in the Jade Library. They describe a cultivation method that uses botanical spiritual energy not just for personal advancement, but for environmental transformation. Literally reshaping the world's spiritual ecology through plant manipulation. A cultivation method that grows the world, Xianxia murmured, feeling the concept resonate with his botanical foundation. Exactly. The primordial cultivators didn't just use plants, they partnered with them. The relationship between humans and botanical life was fundamentally different before the depletion. More symbiotic. More integrated. Wei Lan looked at the heart tree. The depletion broke that partnership. Most of the plant species involved went extinct, and the knowledge of how to work with them was lost. What remains are fragments, echoes in species memory, hints in ancient texts, and the instincts of the rare individuals born with verdant communion. Xianxia understood. His ability wasn't just a useful talent, it was a remnant of an ancient relationship between humans and plants that had been shattered 3,000 years ago. The herb memory system, his botanical foundation, his capacity for plant communication, these were echoes of a pre-depletion symbiosis that the world had lost. And if he could reach the deepest layers of species memory, the primordial memories that Xu Ying could only touch, he might recover not just recipes, but the foundational knowledge of that lost partnership. I want to attempt deep resonance, he said. Not yet. Your cultivation is too low. Foundation establishment stage 6 is insufficient. Xu Ying didn't achieve deep resonance until core formation stage 3. Your consciousness needs to be strong enough to survive immersion in the memory network without losing yourself. Then I need to reach core formation. In the primordial circle, with access to our resources, your advancement should accelerate significantly. The ambient botanical chi here is denser than anywhere else in the world. She was right. The Eternal Spring Valley's spiritual environment was purpose-built for botanical cultivation. The plant's spiritual energy emissions, concentrated by 5,000 years of accumulated growth, created an atmosphere that fed Shan Yu's green meridian method like oxygen feeding fire. Foundation establishment stage 7 arrived within a week of focused cultivation in the primordial circle. Stage 8 followed 10 days later. The heart tree's root network provided a steady stream of botanical chi that supplemented his own cultivation, as if the ancient tree was intentionally feeding his growth. It is intentional, Wei Lan confirmed when he mentioned the phenomenon. The heart tree recognizes verdant communion practitioners. It supported Xu Ying's cultivation the same way. Think of it as an investment. The tree is old enough to take the long view. A stronger reader benefits the entire species memory network. The tree was cultivating him. Raising him like a gardener raising a prize specimen, providing resources and support to optimize his growth. The irony wasn't lost on Xianxia. He'd spent 3 years as a herb picker, tending plants. Now a plant was tending him. Chapter 23. Foundation establishment stage 9, the peak, arrived 6 weeks into his stay at the Eternal Spring Valley. The breakthrough came during a routine memory reading session in the primordial circle, when the botanical chi in his meridians reached critical density and his green meridian circulation pattern completed its full foundation establishment cycle. The transition from stage 9 to core formation required a different process than the foundation establishment breakthrough. Standard cultivators condense their spiritual energy into a core, a dense sphere of power in the dantian. Shen Yu's botanical cultivation path required something different. His foundation was a living garden. His core needed to be its natural extension. The seed, Wei Lan said, when he described the sensation building in his dantian. Your core will form as a seed. Xu Ying's notes describe the process. She spent 3 months at foundation peak before her core formed, and when it did, it took the shape of a seed that contained the compressed essence of every plant she'd ever read. Every plant I've ever read. Xianxia calculated. Thousands of species. Millions of individual specimens. The memories of every herb I've touched or read remotely. All of it, compressed into a single seed. Your botanical core won't be a sphere of energy, it will be a seed of knowledge. Every memory, every recipe, every species archive you've accessed, crystallized into a core that grows as you grow. The core formation process took 11 days. Xianxia sat in the center of the primordial circle, surrounded by the oldest plants in the world, and let his botanical chi compress inward. The process was nothing like the descriptions in standard cultivation manuals. There was no violent energy condensation, no dramatic spiritual storm, no contest of willpower against natural resistance. Instead, there was growth, in reverse. His energy condensed the way a tree condensed into a seed, slowly, organically, following the natural patterns of botanical life. Leaves became branches. Branches became trunk. Trunk became root. Root became seed. When the process completed, he felt the core settle into his dantian with the quiet finality of a seed touching soil. It was small, smaller than a standard chi core, but dense beyond measurement. Every herb memory, every recipe echo, every species archive connection, compressed into a kernel of botanical power that hummed with the accumulated knowledge of millennia. Core formation complete, core type, memory seed, unique, core grade, supreme, contains, compressed archive of all access species memories, green meridian method, stage 3 unlocked, herb memory system, level 7 unlocked, Ambient plant awareness range, 100 meters 1 kilometer, new capabilities loading. Level 7, Memory Garden. The host's core contains a complete internal botanical archive. All previously accessed species memories are permanently stored and instantly accessible. Can project species memories externally, share herb memories with other cultivators through direct contact, can implant growth guidance into plants at the genetic level, direct control of mutation and evolution, new capability, temporal memory reading, can read memories forward as well as backward. Forward reading produces probability projections, not certain futures. Accuracy of forward projections improves with cultivation level. Temporal reading. He could read not just what had happened to a plant, but what was likely to happen. Growth projections, mutation probabilities, environmental response predictions. The species memory network contained enough historical data to extrapolate future states with meaningful accuracy. For the Celestial Heart Lotus project, this was transformative. Instead of trial and error guided breeding, he could project the outcomes of specific breeding choices before making them, running simulations through the species memory's accumulated growth data to identify the optimal path toward reconstructing the ancient lotus. And the capacity to implant growth guidance at the genetic level meant he could make those breeding choices with precision that no other cultivator could match. Not forcing mutations, guiding them, the way a river guides water through channels it has carved over centuries. Core formation, Wei Lan said, studying him with spiritual senses that probe the structure of his new core. And a core type I've never seen. A seed that contains a library. She looked up. You're ready for deep resonance. Now? Your cultivation is sufficient. Your consciousness is strong enough. And the heart tree is ready, it's been preparing for this since you arrived. She gestured toward the ancient tree, and Xianxia felt through his expanded awareness that she was right. The heart tree's root network was humming with increased activity, its spiritual energy output elevated, its memory archive shifting into a configuration that felt like an open door. Tomorrow morning, Wei Lan decided. During the transition. When the memory network is quietest and the path to the deep layers is clearest. Xianxia spent the night in meditation, his memory seed core rotating slowly in his dantian, processing the compressed archives it contained. In the silent dark of the eternal spring valley, surrounded by 5,000 years of cultivated life, he prepared to dive deeper into botanical memory than anyone had gone in 3 millennia. The herbs had been waiting for this. Every plant in the valley, and through the global species memory network, every plant in the world, knew that a reader was about to attempt to reach the memories that time had buried. They were ready. And so was he. Chapter 24. Dawn came to the eternal spring valley in shades of gold and green, the formation arrays transitioning their light spectrum to simulate the first moments of sunrise. The primordial circle's ancient specimens responded with a collective stirring, leaves turning, stems straightening, flowers opening to receive the simulated dawn. Xianxia sat at the base of the heart tree, his back against bark that was older than civilizations. Wei Lan stood at the circle's edge, maintaining a monitoring formation that would track his vital signs during the deep resonance attempt. The technique involves 3 stages, she reminded him. First, synchronization. You align your memory seed's frequency with the heart tree's root network. Second, immersion. You release your consciousness into the species memory archive, allowing the boundary between self and memory to dissolve. Third, navigation. You direct your immersed consciousness toward the deep layers, the primordial memories, using the memory layering technique to bypass the intermediate centuries. And the risks? Consciousness dissolution. If you go too deep without maintaining your identity anchor, the species memory can absorb your consciousness permanently. You would become a memory in the archive rather than a reader of it. Her expression was clinical, but her voice carried concern. Maintain your anchor at all times. Your memory seed core is your anchor, as long as you can feel it, you can find your way back. Xianxia closed his eyes and began. Stage 1, synchronization. He extended his garden domain outward and downward, reaching through the heart tree's root network into the vast underground web that connected every plant in the primordial circle. The network thrummed with recognition. The plants had been waiting for this moment, their memory archives primed and ready. His memory seed core began to resonate. A vibration that started at the molecular level and expanded outward, matching the frequency of the heart tree's spiritual pulse. The 2 rhythms aligned, his core and the tree's heart beating in unison, and the species memory archive opened. Stage 2, immersion. He released his consciousness from its physical moorings and let it flow into the archive like water entering a river. The sensation was indescribable. He was everywhere and nowhere, a disembodied awareness floating in an ocean of memory that stretched in all directions. The species memory of every plant in the primordial circle surrounded him, each one a current in a vast river system of botanical knowledge. He could feel individual memories like fish in the stream, specific moments of specific plants, each one a complete record of a lived experience. Millions of them. Billions. More data than his consciousness should have been able to process, held at bay only by the memory layering filters he'd trained to maintain. His memory seed core pulsed in his center, his anchor. He felt it like a heartbeat in the void, steady and sure. As long as it pulsed, he was himself. As long as he could feel it, he could return. Stage 3, Navigation. He began moving through the layers, descending through centuries of memory toward the primordial depths. The first 1,000 years passed quickly, familiar territory from his training sessions. Recipes, growth records, environmental memories, all catalogued and accessible. The second 1,000 years grew denser. The memories here were older, their patterns less familiar, their content reflecting a world that was significantly different from the present. More species, more spiritual energy, more complex ecological relationships. The cultivation world of 2,000 years ago was richer and more diverse than the current one. The third 1,000 years, the boundary of the spiritual depletion event, hit like a wall. Shen Yu's consciousness slammed into a layer of memory so dense, so traumatic, so overwhelmingly powerful that his filters nearly collapsed. The depletion event wasn't just recorded in the species' memory, it was burned into it, a scar across the botanical archive that even 3 millennia hadn't healed. He felt extinction. Not as an abstract concept, but as an experience, the death of entire species, their consciousness winking out of the memory network like stars dying. Thousands of species, gone in decades. The greatest botanical catastrophe in the world's history, experienced from the perspective of the plants that survived it. The pain was immense. Grief that predated human civilization, the mourning of a living network for its lost members, carried through 3,000 years of species memory without fading. His memory seed core pulsed harder. His anchor held. He pressed through the depletion scar and into the memories beyond it. The primordial era opened before him. And it was magnificent, a world saturated with spiritual energy. Forests of herbs that reached toward the sky like trees. Species that the modern world couldn't imagine, plants that moved, communicated, thought. Botanical life so abundant and so powerful that the line between plant and animal, between herb and intelligent being, barely existed. In this world, humans and plants had lived in partnership. Cultivators who grew with their gardens, their spiritual development intertwined with their botanical companions. Alchemists who didn't process herbs, who collaborated with them, working alongside plant intelligences to create medicines that neither could produce alone. The recipes from this era were beyond anything Shen Yu had encountered. Not rank 5 or 6 or 7, but formulations that existed outside the modern ranking system entirely. Pills that reshaped reality. Medicines that altered the fundamental nature of spiritual energy. Botanical techniques that could heal worlds. He reached for the deepest memories, the oldest echoes in the heart tree's archive, and felt his consciousness stretch to its limits. The tree's memories went back 8,000 years, and the deepest layers were compressed to a density that his core formation mind could barely process. But he caught fragments. Flashes of knowledge from an era so ancient that the concept of alchemy hadn't yet been invented. A time when humans and plants communicated directly, without the need for spiritual intermediaries. When the world's spiritual energy was a shared resource, circulated through networks of botanical life that spanned continents. And one memory, clearer than the rest, that burned itself into his consciousness with the force of revelation. The verdant communion wasn't a talent. It was a birthright. Every human being had once possessed the ability to read plant memories. It was the natural state of the human-botanical relationship, the default mode of interaction between two forms of life that had evolved to complement each other. The depletion event hadn't just killed plant species. It had severed the connection. Destroyed the networks that linked human and botanical consciousness. Left humanity deaf and blind to the voices of the plants they depended on. Shen Yu's ability wasn't rare because he was special. It was rare because the world was broken. He surfaced from deep resonance with tears on his face and his memory seed core burning with newly compressed knowledge. He'd been under for 2 days. Wei Lan's monitoring formation showed 43 hours of continuous immersion, the longest deep resonance episode in recorded history. What did you find? Wei Lan asked, her face drawn with the strain of 2 days of continuous monitoring. Shen Yu opened his eyes and felt the weight of 8,000 years of memory settling into his core. Everything, he said. I found everything. Chapter 25. Recovery from deep resonance took a week. Shen Yu's consciousness had been stretched across 8,000 years of memory, and snapping it back into a single human mind left after effects, headaches, disorientation, moments where he couldn't tell if the memories in his mind were his own or the heart tree's. Wei Lan supervised his recovery with the professional concern of someone who had studied the phenomenon extensively through Xu Ying's records. The identity blurring is normal, she assured him. Your consciousness was distributed across the species memory network for almost 2 days. Re-establishing firm boundaries between self and archive takes time. Will it pass? Xu Ying's notes say yes, within 10 days for her. Your immersion was longer, so it may take slightly more time. But your memory seed core is intact, which means your identity anchor held throughout. The blurring is cosmetic, not structural. While he recovered, Shen Yu organized the knowledge he'd brought back from the primordial depths. The amount of information was staggering, 8,000 years of species memory, compressed into his core during the immersion. He couldn't access all of it immediately, the memories needed to be unpacked, sorted, and integrated with his existing archive. But the broad outlines were clear, and what they revealed would reshape his understanding of cultivation, alchemy, and the relationship between humans and the botanical world. He shared his findings with Wei Lan over several evening sessions, the two of them sitting in the primordial circle as the formation arrays dimmed to simulate dusk. The primordial era cultivators didn't use plants as ingredients, he explained. They used plants as partners. Each cultivator bonded with a botanical companion, a specific species that served as their spiritual symbiont. The human provided consciousness and intentionally. The plant provided deep spiritual energy and network access. Together, they could achieve things that neither could accomplish alone. The botanical companion system, Wei Lan said quietly. It's described in our oldest texts, but only in fragments. We've never understood the mechanism. The mechanism was verdant communion, or rather, universal verdant communion. In the primordial era, every human had it. The connection was maintained by the global botanical network, which functioned as an interface between human and plant consciousness. And the depletion destroyed the network. The depletion destroyed most of the high connectivity plant species that formed the network's backbone. Without them, the interface collapsed. Humans lost their ability to communicate with plants, and the remaining plants lost their ability to communicate with each other across long distances. Xianxia looked at the heart tree. The survivors, the ancient specimens here in the valley, maintained fragments of the old network. That's why the valley is so rich in species memory. This place is one of the last intact nodes of the primordial network. And your verdant communion? A genetic echo. The human capacity for plant communication was suppressed by the depletion, not eliminated. It emerges occasionally in individuals who spend enough time in close contact with plants to reactivate the dormant pathways. He touched his memory seed core. My foundation and core are built on the old architecture. They use the primordial network patterns, adapted for a post-depletion world. Wei Lan was quiet for a long time. Then the question becomes, can the network be restored? That's the question I brought back from deep resonance. Shen Yu's eyes were distant, focused on memories that span millennia. The species memory archive contains the blueprints. The plant species needed to rebuild the network's backbone still exist, in fragments, in descendant species, in the genetic memory of the surviving specimens here in the valley. With guided cultivation and my ability to read the original blueprints, reconstruction is theoretically possible. Theoretically. It would take years. Decades, maybe. Specialized breeding programs for hundreds of species. Strategic planning across the continent to rebuild the network's connectivity. And a reader, someone with verdant communion, to guide every step. You. Me. He smiled tiredly. The herb picker who pulled weeds for 3 years. Rebuilding a global network that's been broken for 3 millennia. You wouldn't be doing it alone, Wei Lan said. The valley has resources, expertise, and a 5,000-year commitment to botanical preservation. If this is possible, truly possible, then this is what we were built for. The partnership between Shen Yu and the Eternal Spring Valley solidified in that moment. Not a visiting scholarship or a temporary arrangement, but a strategic alliance aimed at the most ambitious botanical project in 3,000 years, rebuilding the primordial network. But first, there was work to do with the Verdant Cloud sect. The Celestial Heart Lotus Project. The Recipe Archive. Lin Yue. The life he'd built before the valley, and the people who were waiting for him to return. I need to go back, he said. The Celestial Heart Lotus reconstruction, with what I've learned from deep resonance and the living specimen here, I can complete it in weeks instead of years. Take a cutting. Wei Lan gestured toward the lotus pond. The Celestial Heart Lotus has been preserved here for 3 millennia. It's time for it to return to the wider world. A cutting of a 3,000-year-old extinct species. Shen Yu approached the pond with reverence and used his memory garden capability to communicate with the lotus. The ancient plant's response was warm, unhurried, and carried the weight of millennia of patient waiting. It offered a cutting willingly. Not just any cutting, the lotus guided him to a specific stem that it had been preparing, Shen Yu realized, since his arrival. The plant had known, through the species memory network, what he was here for. It had begun growing a cutting designed for transplantation into outside conditions. Thank you, he said, and the lotus's response was a gentle pulse of something that felt remarkably like affection. Chapter 26. The return journey to the Verdant Cloud sect took 5 days by flying sword. Shen Yu's core formation cultivation made the trip routine, a level of travel that would have been impossible for the herb picker he'd been less than a year ago. He carried 3 treasures from the Eternal Spring Valley, the Celestial Heart Lotus cutting, preserved in a formation-sealed container that maintained the pond's exact spiritual composition, the Jade Library of Xu Ying's research notes, now supplemented with his own deep resonance findings, and the knowledge of what the world had lost, and could potentially regain. The Verdant Cloud sect appeared below him as he descended through mountain mist, 3 terraces of gardens, the alchemy pavilion's towers, the dormitories and training halls of a mid-tier cultivation sect that had recently vaulted into prominence through recovered recipes. His arrival caused a stir. Core formation. The sect's foundation establishment herb picker had returned as a core formation cultivator, advancing 2 full stages during a visit of less than 3 months. The political implications rippled through the sect within hours. But Shen Yu had eyes only for the laboratory. Lin Yue was refining pills when he entered. She looked up, her hand steady on the furnace controls, and her eyes widened as she registered his cultivation level. Core formation, she said. You've been gone for 10 weeks. The valley's resources are exceptional. Core formation in 10 weeks. With 5th grade spiritual roots. She extinguished the furnace, set down her tools, and walked around the workbench. And you brought something. He showed her the formation sealed container. The celestial heart lotus. A living cutting from a specimen that's been preserved for 3,000 years. Lin Yue stared at the container. Then at him. Then at the container again. You found a living celestial heart lotus, she said flatly. The Eternal Spring Valley has a preserved specimen. They've been maintaining it since before the depletion event. A 3,000-year-old lotus. That produces the primary ingredient for the life extension pill. And you brought a cutting. She sat down heavily on her work stool. Shenyu, do you have any idea what this means? I have a very precise idea of what it means. I also have the complete recipe for the life extension pill, recovered from the lotus's species memory during a deep resonance session. The silence that followed was so complete that Shenyu could hear the spiritual energy humming in the laboratory's formation arrays. The life extension pill, Lin Yue whispered. The pill that extends lifespan by 500 years. You have the recipe. And the primary ingredient. I do. And I know something else. He sat down across from her. The celestial heart lotus can be cultivated. It's not inherently limited to the valley's conditions. It went extinct because of the depletion event, not because of environmental sensitivity. With proper guided cultivation using my memory garden capability, we can establish a breeding population here at the sect. A breeding population of celestial heart lotus. Producing life extension pill ingredients. At the Verdant Cloud sect. Lin Yue's analytical mind was running calculations that Shenyu could almost see behind her eyes. That would make us the most valuable sect in the world. Which is why Master Chen needs to know. And why we need to manage this very carefully. He briefed Master Chen that evening, in the old alchemist's office, with Lin Yue present. Master Chen listened to the full report, the valley's training, the deep resonance, the primordial network discovery, the celestial heart lotus cutting, with the controlled calm of a man who had learned, over decades, that losing composure solved nothing. When Shenyu finished, Master Chen sat quietly for a long time. Then he spoke. Mr. Shen, no, let me use your proper address. Senior Researcher Shen. You've just described a discovery that will reshape the balance of power across the continent. The life extension pill alone would cause wars. The primordial network reconstruction would change the fundamental nature of cultivation. And you've brought it all to my office in a sealed container and a jade library. I trust you to handle it wisely, Master Chen. Your trust is flattering and terrifying in equal measure. He stood, walked to his window, and looked out over the moonlit gardens. The Celestial Heart Lotus cultivation program will begin immediately, in the most secure section of the first terrace. I will inform the sect master personally. The life extension pill recipe will be classified at the highest level, sect master's eyes only. And the primordial network? That is a long-term project that requires resources beyond this sect's capacity. We will need allies, the Eternal Spring Valley, certainly, and possibly other organizations. He turned back to face Shenyu. But first things first. Grow the lotus. Prove that it can be cultivated outside the valley. Once we have a self-sustaining population, we can begin discussing the larger vision. It was the right approach. Cautious, systematic, building from proven foundations. Shenyu approved. He planted the celestial heart lotus cutting the next morning, in a specially prepared pond on the first terrace's most secure section. Formation arrays provided precise environmental control. His memory garden capability communicated growth guidance to the cutting at the genetic level, helping it adapt from the valley's ancient conditions to the sect's younger, less spiritually dense environment. The cutting responded with the resilience of a species that had survived 3,000 years of preservation. Within a day, it had rooted. Within a week, it had produced its first new leaf. Within a month, it was growing with the vigor of a plant that had been waiting 3 millennia to spread beyond its single preserved pond. The celestial heart lotus had returned to the world. Chapter 27. While the lotus grew, Shenyu turned his attention to 2 parallel projects, his own cultivation advancement and the preparation for the life extension pill refinement. Core formation stage 2 arrived within 2 weeks of his return. The botanical chi environment of the Verdant Cloud sect was less concentrated than the Eternal Spring Valley, but his memory seed core compensated by drawing on the compressed knowledge within itself. Each memory archive he unpacked from the deep resonance immersion release stored spiritual energy that fueled his advancement. It was as if the heart tree had packed provisions for his journey. Enough compressed botanical chi to sustain his cultivation for months, released gradually as he processed the primordial memories. At core formation stage 2, his herb memory system reached a new threshold. Level 8, World Memory, the host's memory seed core has reached sufficient density to access the global species memory network as a continuous information stream, no longer requires directed reading. All species memory within the host's awareness range is passively accessible. Awareness range at core formation stage 2, 5 kilometers, all plants within range are continuously monitored. Health, growth, memory, and predictive projections, new capability, cross-species memory bridging, can connect the memory archives of different species, creating shared information networks between previously isolated botanical lineages, cross-species bridging. The ability to connect the memory networks of different plant species, something that the primordial network had done automatically through its high connectivity backbone species. Xianxia could now recreate that function manually, linking the species' memory archives of unrelated herbs to share information between them. The applications for alchemy were immediate. Many of the lost primordial recipes used ingredient combinations that relied on pre-existing species memory connections that had been severed by the depletion. With cross-species bridging, he could restore those connections for specific recipe groups, enabling refinement processes that hadn't been possible for 3,000 years. He began bridging species memory networks across the sex gardens, creating targeted connections between herb species that the primordial memory records showed had once been linked. The effects were subtle but measurable. Herbs that had been ordinary for centuries began producing enhanced compounds as they accessed growth information from newly connected species. Lin Yue documented the changes with characteristic precision. The spirit dew grass in Section 7 is producing compounds that don't appear in any modern botanical reference. They match descriptions from pre-depletion texts, substances that were considered lost when the species connections were severed. The plants know how to produce them, they just needed the network connections to access the relevant information. You're restoring primordial era herb capabilities by reconnecting memory networks. She shook her head slowly. Every time I think I've grasped the scope of what your ability can do, you add another layer. The life extension pill preparation proceeded in parallel. The celestial heart lotus needed to mature before it could provide usable ingredients. At current growth rates, guided by Shen Yu's memory garden capability, the first harvest-ready specimens would be available in approximately 4 months. In the meantime, Lin Yue practiced the refinement techniques using substitute ingredients, running the recipe's complex sequences with lower-grade components to build muscle memory for the actual attempt. The life extension pill was substantially more complex than the Phoenix Soul pill, rank 7 instead of rank 5, with a 9-stage sequential process that required core formation minimum from the refiner. Lin Yue, still at foundation establishment stage 4, wasn't ready. She needed core formation to attempt the refinement. At my current advancement rate, core formation is roughly 6 months away, she calculated. About 2 months after the lotus matures, I can accelerate that. Shen Yu described the cross-species bridging technique and its potential for creating enhanced cultivation resources. If I bridge the memory networks of the herbs you're using for cultivation, their spiritual energy output should increase by 40 to 60%. That would push your core formation breakthrough to roughly 3 months. Which means the lotus and my cultivation reach readiness at almost the same time. Convenient. Suspiciously convenient. She looked at him with an expression that balanced professional skepticism with personal affection. You planned this. I planned the lotus cultivation timeline. Your advancement is a natural consequence of working with enhanced herbs. Natural consequence. She snorted. Nothing about any of this is natural, Shen Yu. We're reconstructing an extinct species using 3,000-year-old species memory while rebuilding a pre-depletion botanical network in a mid-tier alchemy sex garden. We left natural behind the moment you touched that first spirit dew grass. She was right. But Shen Yu had long since stopped measuring his life against normal standards. Normal was pulling weeds and being invisible. Normal was 5th-grade spiritual roots and a lifetime of mediocrity. What he'd found in the plant's memories, what they'd found in him, was something beyond normal. Something that the world hadn't seen in 3,000 years. And it was only beginning. Chapter 28. 3 months into the Celestial Heart Lotus Cultivation Program, complications arrived from the outside world. The Continental Alchemist Guild had been monitoring the Verdant Cloud sex activities since the Grand Exhibition. Their intelligence network, vast and well-funded, had identified several anomalies: unusual spiritual energy signatures from the First Terrace's secure section, elevated botanical chi emissions across the entire garden system, and the rapid advancement of 2 previously unremarkable cultivators, Shen Yu and Lin Yue, to levels that shouldn't have been achievable with their recorded root grades. The guild's response was diplomatic but firm: a formal delegation, 6 members strong, led by Guild Inspector Zhang Wei, a nascent soul cultivator whose specialty was alchemical resource assessment. Inspector Zhang is coming to evaluate our alchemy program, Master Chen informed Shen Yu and Lin Yue during an emergency meeting. He has the authority to classify any alchemical resource, technique, or practitioner as a continental strategic asset, which would place them under guild jurisdiction. He wants to classify me, Shen Yu said. He wants to classify everything: your ability, our recipe archive, the lotus. If the guild discovers what we're growing on the First Terrace, they'll invoke continental security protocols and nationalize the entire program. Can we hide it? From a nascent soul inspector with decades of experience? No. He'll detect the lotus's spiritual signature the moment he enters the gardens. Our formation concealment arrays aren't designed to fool nascent soul level probing. Lin Yue spoke up. Then we don't hide it. We control the narrative. Both men looked at her. The guild values the verdant cloud sect because of our recipe reconstruction capability. If we position the lotus as a natural extension of that capability, a demonstration of what recipe reconstruction can achieve when combined with practical cultivation, then the guild has an incentive to support us rather than seize us. Continue. Inspector Zhang's mission is to assess our value and determine whether guild control would be more productive than guild partnership. If we demonstrate that our capabilities depend entirely on Shen Yu's personal ability, which can't be replicated, transferred, or coerced, then seizure becomes counterproductive. The guild gains nothing by taking what only works through voluntary cooperation. Master Chen nodded slowly. We make ourselves more valuable as allies than as assets. Exactly. Show Inspector Zhang the recipe archive. Show him the lotus. Even show him the cross-species bridging. But frame everything as dependent on Shen Yu's active, willing participation. If the guild tries to nationalize him, the capability dies, and they lose access to the greatest alchemical resource since the primordial era. It was a strategy of controlled vulnerability. Reveal enough to demonstrate value, but position that value as inherently non-transferable. The guild couldn't steal what only worked when it wanted to cooperate. Shen Yu spent the week before the inspection preparing. He refined his ability demonstrations to show maximum capability with minimum mechanism exposure, impressive results without revealing the full depth of his verdant communion or the primordial network knowledge. Inspector Zhang arrived on a crystalline morning, descending from the sky on a flying sword that radiated nascent soul authority. His delegation included 2 core formation assessors, a botanical specialist, an alchemy technique evaluator, and a spiritual security officer. The inspection lasted 3 days. Inspector Zhang was thorough, methodical, and unsettlingly perceptive. He examined the recipe archive, 47 recovered formulations, with professional appreciation that bordered on awe. He watched Shen Yu perform a contactless herb reading demonstration and asked questions that showed deep understanding of the implications. He visited the first terrace's secure section and spent an hour examining the celestial heart lotus with spiritual senses refined over a century of practice. This is a living specimen of a species that has been extinct for 3,000 years, he said, his tone perfectly level. Recovered from a preservation site and cultivated using guided species memory, Shen Yu confirmed. The cultivation requires continuous memory garden input. Without my active guidance, the lotus would struggle to adapt to modern environmental conditions. Dependent on your ability. Entirely dependent. Inspector Zhang looked at him for a long time. Shen Yu met his gaze steadily, feeling the nascent soul cultivator's spiritual pressure like a gentle weight on his shoulders. The guild's assessment, Inspector Zhang said finally, will recommend partnership status. The Verdant Cloud sect will be designated a strategic alchemy partner, autonomous in its operations but committed to sharing significant discoveries with the guild's continental distribution network. And Shen Yu's classification? Master Chen asked. Shen Yu will be classified as a unique cultivator resource. Not a strategic asset, a resource. The distinction is important. Assets can be seized, resources must be cultivated. He allowed himself a slight smile. The guild has learned, over centuries, that unique talents produce best when they're supported, not shackled. The delegation departed 3 days later with copies of 12 recovered recipes, the guild's price for partnership status, and a standing invitation for Shen Yu to visit the guild's continental research facilities. That went better than expected, Lin Yue said as they watched the delegation's flying swords disappear into the distance. It went exactly as you planned. Shen Yu put his arm around her shoulders, a gesture that had become natural over the months of their partnership. Your political strategy was flawless. I learned from the herbs. Plants are the most patient strategists in existence. They told me to tell you that they appreciate the compliment. They did not. They might have. I'm not translating literally, she laughed, and the sound carried across the gardens, reaching the ears of 10,000 plants that recorded it in their memories, as they recorded everything, patiently and without judgment. Chapter 29, Core Formation Stage 3 arrived during the 5th month of the Lotus Cultivation Program. Shen Yu felt it coming for days beforehand, a building pressure in his memory seed core as the compressed primordial knowledge continued to unpack, each new layer of information releasing stored botanical chi that pushed his cultivation forward. The breakthrough itself was quiet, a deepening of the seed, another ring of growth added to its interior structure, like a tree adding a year ring. Each stage of core formation made his seed denser, richer, more capable of storing and processing botanical memory. His awareness range extended to 10 kilometers. Within that radius, every plant was a node in his consciousness, their health, their memories, their growth projections, all continuously accessible. The Verdant Cloud sect's entire garden complex existed within his passive awareness, a living library that he could read without effort. And the cross-species bridging capability matured significantly. At stage 3, he could create permanent bridges, connections that persisted without his active maintenance, allowing species memory networks to remain linked indefinitely. The significance was profound. Permanent bridges meant he could begin building the primordial network's reconstruction without needing to be present for every connection. He could create bridges, move on, and the connections would sustain themselves, a self-maintaining network that grew with each new link. He discussed the implications with Wei Lan through a communication jade, a regular exchange that maintained the partnership between the Verdant Cloud sect and the Eternal Spring Valley. Permanent bridging is the key to network reconstruction. Wei Lan's voice came through the crystal, clear despite the continental distance. The primordial network maintained itself because its backbone species created automatic bridges between all connected plants. If you can replicate that function through permanent bridging, the reconstructed network would be self-sustaining. I've been testing it in the sex gardens. Bridges between spirit dew grass and jade root vine species networks are stable after 3 weeks without reinforcement. The connected plants are sharing growth information and optimizing their resource allocation cooperatively. Cooperative resource allocation between different species. That's a core feature of the primordial network, the thing that made pre-depletion gardens so productive. If it's working with just 2 species, the principle can be scaled to hundreds of species. Eventually thousands. Eventually the entire world's botanical ecosystem. Wei Lan paused. How many permanent bridges can you create at your current cultivation level? Approximately 50 per day, with full recovery overnight. Each bridge requires focused memory seed resonance for about 20 minutes. 50 per day. The primordial network would have required millions of interspecies connections across the entire continent. She did the calculation silently. Decades of work, even at maximum pace. Unless I can develop a way to create bridges in bulk. The primordial backbone species did it automatically. They generated connections passively, the way the heart tree generates its root network. If I can understand their mechanism well enough to replicate it, then you could create a new backbone species. A plant that generates bridges automatically. Or modify an existing species to develop that capability. Guided evolution through memory garden. The scope of the project was vast, measured in years and decades rather than months. But the foundation was being laid, one permanent bridge at a time, in a mid-tier alchemy sex garden complex. Lin Yue, meanwhile, was approaching core formation. Her cultivation, accelerated by the enhanced herbs from Shen Yu's cross-species bridging, had compressed the expected timeline from 6 months to 4. The botanical qi environment of the first terrace, enriched by the growing celestial heart lotus and the expanding interspecies network, was providing cultivation resources that rivaled the Eternal Spring Valley. The gardens are getting smarter, she observed during a joint research session. The herbs in sections that you've bridged are producing compounds I've never seen before, growth regulators, spiritual energy catalysts, even communication chemicals that seem designed to attract cultivators. They're adapting to the reconnected network. With access to species memory from linked herbs, they're recovering capabilities that were lost during the depletion. Some of those compounds are pre-depletion productions that no modern botanist has ever documented. Because they haven't been produced in 3,000 years. She recorded the observation in her research notes. The network reconstruction is already having effects. Even with just a few dozen interspecies bridges, the garden's productivity has increased measurably. Imagine what happens with thousands of bridges. Millions. I try not to. The scale makes my head hurt. But her eyes shone with the excitement of a researcher glimpsing the edge of something vast. First things first. Core formation, then the life extension pill. World-changing botanical projects can wait until after we've achieved personal immortality. Not immortality. Just 5 extra centuries. 5 centuries is enough to see where this goes. She smiled. 5 centuries of growing things together. The words hung between them, a promise and a question and an answer, all at once. Chapter 30. The celestial heart lotus reached harvest maturity in the 6th month. Its growth, guided by Shen Yu's memory garden capability and fed by the enhanced botanical qi of the cross-species bridged garden, had exceeded all projections. The lotus occupied a pond that had been expanded 3 times to accommodate its growth. Its leaves, deep green with veins of silver luminescence, spread across the water's surface in a pattern that Shen Yu recognized from the primordial species memory as the optimal configuration for spiritual energy absorption. Its flowers, 3 of them, each the size of a dinner plate, with petals that shifted through shades of gold and white, radiated medicinal energy so potent that simply being in their presence improved the health of every plant within 50 meters. It's beautiful, Lin Yue said, standing beside the pond. And the spiritual energy output is extraordinary. My jade analysis slip can barely measure it, the potency exceeds the instrument's range. It's a primordial era herb growing in a post-depletion world. The environmental conditions are suboptimal compared to its native era, but the interspecies bridges are compensating, connected herbs are channeling supplementary spiritual energy to the lotus through the network. The other plants are feeding it? Supporting it. The lotus's presence benefits the entire network, its spiritual emissions enrich every connected plant. The support is reciprocal. Cooperative cultivation. Lin Yue's voice carried wonder. The primordial system, working as designed. Shen Yu harvested 3 petals from the largest flower, the minimum needed for a single life extension pill, according to the complete recipe recovered from species memory. The lotus accepted the harvest willingly, its species memory confirming that careful petal harvesting stimulated further growth and flowering. The other 6 ingredients were assembled from the sex gardens and the guild's continental supply network. Several were rare: thousand-year heart ginseng, starlight essence crystal, and phoenix marrow blossom, but the verdant cloud sect's new status as a strategic alchemy partner gave them access to resources that would have been unattainable a year ago. Lin Yue reached core formation a week after the harvest. Her breakthrough, like Shen Yu's, defied conventional expectations, a foundation establishment cultivator with third-grade spiritual roots advancing to core formation in under a year, powered by enhanced herbs and an alchemist's relentless determination. Her core formed as a furnace. Not the standard chi sphere, but a living alchemical furnace, a reflection of her identity as a refiner, just as Shen Yu's memory seed core reflected his identity as a reader. The furnace core burned with a steady flame that would never extinguish, fed by the spiritual energy of the herbs she'd spent her life working with. We're both unique cores, she noted, examining her own spiritual structure with characteristic analysis. No standard cultivation category fits either of us. We were never going to fit standard categories. No. We were always going to be something new. She looked at the harvested celestial heart lotus petals, preserved in a formation-sealed vessel. Ready? The recipe is complete. The ingredients are assembled. The refiner has reached core formation. He met her eyes. The question is whether you're ready. I've been practicing the sequence for 4 months. I can perform the first 7 stages in my sleep. Stages 8 and 9, the celestial heart integration, are the unknown. No one has refined those stages in 3,000 years. The lotus remembers how it's done. I'll guide you through species memory, just like the Phoenix Soul Pill. The Phoenix Soul Pill was rank 5. This is rank 7. And you have a furnace core, 3 months of practice, and the most comprehensive recipe reconstruction in history. If anyone can do this, it's you. She took a breath. Held it. Released it. Then let's make history. Chapter 31. The life extension pill refinement took place in the sect's deepest refinement chamber, a facility carved into the mountain beneath the alchemy pavilion, isolated by layers of formation arrays designed to contain the energy fluctuations of high-rank alchemy. Master Chen, the sect master patriarch Zhou, and 3 pill elders observed from behind protective barriers. The significance of the attempt was understood by everyone present. If successful, the Verdant Cloud sect would possess the most valuable pill in the cultivation world. Lin Yue stood before the ceremonial furnace, a rank 6 artifact provided by the guild as part of the partnership agreement, with 9 ingredient vessels arranged in the prescribed sequence. Her new core formation chi hummed with the steady flame of her furnace core, synchronized with the artifact's spiritual patterns. Shen Yu stood beside her, his memory seed core extended through his garden domain to encompass the furnace and its contents. Through the celestial heart lotus petals, he connected to the lotus's species memory, the 3,000-year archive of refinement knowledge that preserved every life extension pill ever created. Stage 1, he said. Starlight essence crystal. Temperature, 880 degrees. Chi infusion pattern, 7 pulses, staggered at 3-second intervals, each pulse at decreasing intensity. Lin Yue's hands moved with the precision of a master. Her furnace core provided fire control that was, Shen Yu realized, inherently superior to standard chi manipulation. The living flame adjusted itself instinctively, responding to the ingredients' reactions with an alchemist's trained intuition amplified by spiritual architecture. Stage 1 completed cleanly. The crystal dissolved into shimmering essence, its spiritual structure stable. Stages 2 through 4 built on the foundation, each ingredient processed individually, refined to precise specifications, and laid into the forming pill mass in a sequence that followed the primordial recipe's exacting requirements. At stage 5, the Phoenix Marrow Blossom, a cousin of the Phoenix Blossom used in the lower-rank Phoenix Soul Pill, required the rainfall technique that had been Zhou Ling's innovation. Lin Yue performed it flawlessly, vaporizing the blossom in the upper chamber and guiding its essence downward in the spiraling pattern that prevented hot spots. Your technique has improved, Shen Yu noted. I've had months of practice. And a better furnace. Her voice was focused but calm, the concentration of someone in their element, performing the work they were born to do. Stages 6 and 7 introduced the celestial heart lotus petals. This was the unknown territory. The integration of an extinct primordial herb into a refinement process that hadn't been performed in 3,000 years. The petal's spiritual energy was of a type that no modern furnace had ever processed, ancient, complex, carrying the resonance of an era when botanical and human spiritual systems were integrated. Shen Yu deepened his species memory connection. He reached through the lotus petals into the archive of every life extension pill ever refined, dozens of successful refinements, stretching back through millennia. He found the memory echoes of the original refiner and synchronized with them. The lotus petals don't process like modern herbs, he said, his voice distant as his consciousness split between the present moment and 3,000-year-old memories. They respond to intention as much as temperature. The refiner needs to communicate with them, tell them what form to take. Communicate how? Through the chi infusion. Make your chi carry meaning. Not just energy, intent. Tell the petals what the pill needs them to become. Lin Yue closed her eyes. Her furnace core pulsed once, a deep, resonant pulse that carried something more than spiritual energy. It carried her intent, her understanding of alchemy, her respect for ingredients, her desire to create something perfect. The lotus petals responded. They dissolved into the pill mass with a flash of golden light that filled the chamber. The mass contracted, expanded, contracted again, breathing, almost, as the ancient and modern ingredients merged. The energy fluctuations were immense, testing the formation array's containment limits, but the barriers held. Stages 8 and 9 were stabilization, but stabilization of a rank 7 pill was nothing like the gentle process of lower ranks. The combined spiritual energy of 9 premium ingredients, including a primordial era component, created pressures that threatened to tear the pill apart from within. Lin Yue's furnace core blazed. She poured everything into the stabilization, every technique she'd learned, every insight from months of practice, every ounce of core formation chi she possessed. Sweat ran down her face. Her hands trembled. But her control never wavered. The pill solidified. The furnace rang. The chamber fell silent. The formation arrays dimmed to standby. Lin Yue opened the furnace. Inside, resting on the furnace floor, was a pill that looked like a captured sunrise. Gold and white spiraled through its surface in patterns that moved, alive, pulsing with stored vitality that radiated outward in waves of warm light. The spiritual energy it emitted made every person in the chamber feel, for a moment, the infinite potential of extended life. Life extension pill, refinement successful, grade, superior, first attempt, potency, 92% of theoretical maximum, rank, 7, effect, extends cultivator lifespan by 475 years at current potency. Note, potency will increase with practice refinement and lotus maturation, 475 years. Not the legendary 500, but close, and on a first attempt, with a newly formed core formation refiner using a recipe that hadn't been performed in 3 millennia. The observers behind the barrier stood in stunned silence. Master Chen's face was wet with tears he didn't seem to notice. Patriarch Zhou, the severe nascent soul sect master, was gripping the railing with white-knuckled hands. Lin Yue stared at the pill. Then at Shenyu. Then at the pill again. "We did it," she whispered. "You did it. I just read the recipe. You found a 3,000-year-old lotus, recovered a lost recipe from species memory, and guided my refinement through real-time communion with ancient alchemists." She laughed, a sound that was half joy, half disbelief. "We did it." Shenyu looked at the life extension pill, a sunrise captured in a marble, holding nearly 5 centuries of borrowed time, and felt something he'd rarely experienced: satisfaction. Not completion. There was so much more to do: the primordial network, the cross-species bridging program, the global restoration project that stretched before him like an endless garden. But for this moment, standing beside Lin Yue in a chamber that smelled of ancient lotus and modern achievement, he was satisfied. The herb picker and the alchemist had created a pill that could change the world. And the world was about to find out. Chapter 32. News of the life extension pill spread across the continent like wildfire in a dry forest. The Verdant Cloud sect attempted to maintain secrecy. Patriarch Zhou imposed the highest classification on all information related to the refinement, but secrets of that magnitude had a way of escaping. Within a month, every major sect, family, and organization on the continent knew that the Verdant Cloud sect had refined a pill that could extend life by centuries. The response was immediate, overwhelming, and terrifying. 17 formal delegations arrived within the first week. Representatives from sects, families, and independent powers, each one carrying offers that ranged from generous to extravagant. Spirit stones in quantities that could fund a sect for decades. Rare resources, alliance agreements, marriage contracts, territorial concessions. The Alchemist Guild escalated its involvement, sending a Dao-seeking level senior official to renegotiate the partnership terms. The conversation was polite, but the subtext was clear: the Guild wanted a share of life extension pill production, and it had the power to make demands. Religious organizations sent theologians to debate whether life extension pills violated natural order. Combat sects sent intelligence operatives to map the sect's defenses. 3 assassination attempts were intercepted by the sect's formation arrays within the first month. Shenyu, at the center of the storm, retreated to the gardens. He sat beside the celestial heart lotus pond, his consciousness extended through the interspecies bridge network he'd been building, and let the plant's calm patience wash over the anxiety that human politics produced. The lotus was growing well. The original cutting had produced daughter plants, 3 new lotuses that were developing their own flower buds. The species was establishing itself, just as he'd planned. Within a year, the breeding population would be large enough to sustain regular harvesting. But sustainability meant nothing if the sect couldn't survive the political maelstrom that the pill had created. Lin Yue joined him beside the pond, her expression carrying the strained focus of someone who'd been in meetings for 3 days straight. "Master Chen and the Patriarch are handling the delegations," she reported. "The Guild is the biggest concern. They want exclusive distribution rights for life extension pills. They can't have them. The pills require celestial heart lotus, and the lotus only grows under my memory garden guidance. That's our leverage. But the Guild has leverage too. They control the continental supply chains for rare ingredients. If they restrict our access to the 6 non-lotus components, we can't refine more pills regardless. Then we need to grow the non-lotus components ourselves. Some of them take decades to mature naturally. Not with guided cultivation. Xianxia touched the pond's edge, feeling the lotus's warm presence through his memory garden connection. The interspecies bridges are accelerating growth across the gardens. If I bridge the component herbs into the celestial heart lotus's network, the lotus's growth-promoting emissions should accelerate their maturation significantly. How significantly? I'd need to calculate the specific projections. He closed his eyes and accessed the species memory network, the continuous stream of botanical data from every plant within his 10-kilometer awareness range. The data flowed through his memory seed core, processed by the compressed primordial knowledge that gave him a framework for understanding plant growth dynamics at a level no modern botanist could match. The 1,000-year heart ginseng can be matured in 3 years with lotus network support. The starlight essence crystal grows from mineral botanical hybrid formations and can be cultivated within 18 months. The phoenix marrow blossom, he paused. The phoenix marrow blossom's growth can be accelerated to 9 months if I bridge it with the phoenix blossom network already present in the gardens. 3 years for full ingredient self-sufficiency. Lin Yue nodded. That's faster than I expected, but the guild will make moves before then. Then we need to give them something to maintain the partnership while we build independence. What do we have to offer? Recipes. I have the entire primordial recipe archive, thousands of formulations that the guild has never seen. We offer them a controlled release of recovered recipes. 1 per quarter, exclusively through the guild's distribution network. Enough value to keep them invested in the partnership, but not so much that we become dispensable. Lin Yue stared at him. That's remarkably strategic for someone who was pulling weeds a year ago. The plants taught me patience. The politics taught me strategy. And I taught you that sarcasm is an acceptable form of communication. She leaned against his shoulder. The recipe release plan is good. I'll present it to Master Chen. The plan worked. The guild accepted the quarterly recipe release as sufficient value to maintain partnership terms without pressing for exclusive pill distribution rights. Master Chen negotiated the details with the skill of someone who'd survived decades of sect politics, and the resulting agreement gave the Verdant Cloud sect breathing room to develop its ingredient independence. 3 months of relative stability followed. Xianxia advanced to core formation stage 4, his awareness range extending to 15 kilometers. Lin Yue refined 2 more life extension pills, both at higher potency than the first, reaching 94% of theoretical maximum. The celestial heart lotus population grew to 7 specimens, each one producing flowers suitable for harvesting. And the interspecies bridge network expanded steadily. Xianxia created permanent bridges between dozens of species across the sect's gardens, building the early scaffolding of a reconstructed primordial network. The effects were measurable: garden productivity up 40%, herb potency up 35%, and new compound productions emerging as long-dormant species capabilities reactivated. The network was growing. Slowly, carefully, 1 bridge at a time, but growing. Chapter 33, The invitation from the Imperial Alchemy Congress arrived by jade-inscribed eagle, the most formal communication method on the continent. The Congress was held once per decade, gathering the cultivation world's most accomplished alchemists for 3 days of presentations, demonstrations, and political maneuvering. Xianxia had been invited as a featured presenter. The topic: species memory and the recovery of lost alchemy. You can't refuse, Master Chen said. The Congress is the continental stage. Refusing an invitation would be interpreted as either arrogance or cowardice, and both would damage the sect's position. I know. But presenting publicly means exposing my capabilities to every alchemist and intelligence operative on the continent. Your capabilities are already exposed. The life extension pill announcement ensured that. What the Congress offers is the chance to control the narrative, present your work on your own terms, establish yourself as the authority on species memory alchemy, and build a reputation that makes it politically costly for anyone to move against you. It was sound reasoning. Xianxia prepared his presentation with Lin Yue's help, carefully balancing revelation with concealment, showing enough to establish credibility without exposing the full depth of his verdant communion or the primordial network project. The Congress was held at the Celestial Pavilion, a neutral venue maintained by the Alchemist Guild at the continent's geographic center. The facility was magnificent, a complex of halls, laboratories, and gardens designed to showcase the best of contemporary alchemy. 300 of the continent's leading alchemists attended. Nascent soul cultivators who had spent centuries mastering pill refinement. Core formation specialists whose technique manuals define the current era. Young talents who represented the future of the profession. And Xianxia, a former herb picker, 20 years old, core formation stage 4, with dirt permanently embedded under his fingernails and a memory seed core that contained more alchemical knowledge than the entire Congress combined. His presentation was scheduled for the second day, giving him time to attend other sessions and assess the audience. The presentations ranged from impressive to mundane, new refinement techniques, improved ingredient processing methods, and theoretical frameworks for understanding pill formation dynamics. One presentation caught his attention. A woman named Mei Zhan, nascent soul, representing the Jade Phoenix sect, presented research on what she called herbal resonance theory. Her work explored the idea that medicinal herbs carried residual spiritual information from their cultivation environments, and that this information could influence pill refinement outcomes. She was circling the edges of species memory without knowing what she was approaching. After her presentation, Xianxia introduced himself. Your resonance theory is closer to the truth than you realize. Mei Zhan's eyes narrowed. You're the species memory practitioner from Verdant Cloud. The herb picker, she said it without contempt, simply as identification. What do you mean, closer to the truth? Herbal resonance isn't just environmental information. It's species memory, the accumulated experience of every individual of a species, shared through a biological memory network. Your theory identifies the symptom. I can show you the cause. They talked for 3 hours, continuing through dinner and into the evening. Mei Zhan was a rigorous researcher with a brilliant analytical mind, a scientist in a world of craftsmen. She grasped the implications of species memory almost immediately. If every herb carries its species' complete memory, then every pill refinement in history left an echo in the ingredients used. We're not just making pills, we're contributing to a memory archive that spans millennia. Exactly. And that archive is accessible. Every recipe ever created is stored in the species memory of the herbs that were used. Lost recipes, forgotten techniques, extinct ingredients, all preserved. That's why you recovered the Phoenix Soul pill. And the Life Extension pill. Her expression shifted from academic interest to something more personal. Your ability, this verdant communion, you're the only one who can read the archive? Currently, yes. But the ability isn't inherently unique to me. It's a dormant human capability that was suppressed when the primordial botanical network collapsed 3,000 years ago. Suppressed, not eliminated. Which means it could theoretically be reactivated. In theory. With a reconstructed network. Mei Zhan was quiet for a long moment. You're planning to rebuild the network. I'm planning to explore the possibility. Don't be coy with a researcher. You've already started, haven't you? The cross-species bridging, the enhanced garden productivity, the reports from your sect are consistent with early-stage network reconstruction. Xianxia smiled. I knew there was a reason your research was so close to the truth. You've been monitoring us. The Jade Phoenix sect monitors everyone. But your work, your results, are the most interesting thing happening in alchemy right now. She met his eyes with directness. I want to collaborate. Not as a spy. As a scientist. I'll consider it. Don't consider too long. The Congress will end in 2 days, and after that, approaches become political rather than academic. His presentation the next day was received with the reaction he'd expected: amazement, skepticism, and immediate political maneuvering. He demonstrated species memory reading on a phoenix blossom provided by the Congress organizers, a plant he'd never touched before, and extracted a recipe echo that 3 attending historians confirmed had been lost for 400 years. The demonstration was irrefutable. The recipe he extracted was verifiable. And the implications, a living library of every recipe in history, accessible through a single practitioner's unique ability, sent shockwaves through the assembled alchemists. Questions came in waves. Xianxia answered carefully, revealing enough to establish credibility while maintaining the narrative of personal, non-transferable ability that protected him from seizure attempts. By the end of the Congress, he had offers of collaboration from 19 sects, invitations to visit 12 research facilities, and a standing offer from the Guild to fund a continental species memory archive under his direction. He accepted 3 collaborations: Mei Zhan's Jade Phoenix sect, a herbalism-focused academy called the Green Pavilion, and a botanical research institute that maintained the largest seed bank on the continent. Each partner brought unique resources that would support the network reconstruction project. The herb picker's world was expanding. From a single sex garden to a continental network of allies and resources. From pulling weeds to reshaping the future of alchemy. And somewhere in the species memory archive, the ancient plants of the primordial era watched through their echoes and approved. Chapter 34. Lin Yue was waiting for him when he returned from the Congress. She met him at the sect gates, her expression carrying the focused energy that meant she'd had a breakthrough while he was away. Core formation stage 2, she announced. And I refined another life extension pill during your absence. Potency, 96%. 96%. On your 4th attempt. The furnace core learns from each refinement. Each pill is better than the last. She fell into step beside him as they walked toward the gardens. Also, the 8th lotus has bloomed. The breeding population is established, we're now producing more petal mass than we're consuming. Sustainable production. A milestone he'd been working toward for 6 months. The sect is now the only self-sustaining source of life extension pills in the world. Which brings me to the bad news. Lin Yue's expression tightened. The Crimson Shadow sect sent an ultimatum while you were at the Congress. They want either a life extension pill or the Celestial Heart Lotus cultivation technique. If the Verdant Cloud sect refuses, they've threatened military action. The Crimson Shadow sect is a mid-tier combat-focused organization. They don't have the strength to threaten a sect with our current political backing. They've formed a coalition. The Crimson Shadow sect, the Iron Fortress clan, and the Thousand Blades Alliance. 3 mid-tier combat sects acting together. Their combined strength includes 2 nascent soul cultivators and approximately 50 core formation fighters. Against our 1 nascent soul, Patriarch Zhou, and 12 core formation cultivators. Xianxia frowned. That's not a fight we can win conventionally. No. But we're not conventional. She led him to the first terrace, where the celestial heart lotus pond shimmered in the afternoon light. 7 mature lotus specimens and 1 juvenile spread across the expanded water surface, their golden white flowers radiating spiritual energy that enriched the entire garden. I've been thinking about the interspecies bridge network, Lin Yue said. You've been building it for botanical purposes, connecting species memories, enhancing growth, reconstructing the primordial network. But the bridges don't just carry information. They carry energy. Shen Yu's eyes widened. You're suggesting using the network as a defensive system. The bridge network connects thousands of plants across the sect's 3 terraces. Every plant in the network is absorbing and processing spiritual energy continuously. If you could redirect that energy, channel the combined output of the entire botanical network into a defensive formation. The plants become a weapon. He shook his head. That's not what they're for. It's not what they're only for. But you've told me yourself, the primordial relationship between humans and plants was a partnership. Partners protect each other. If the sect falls, the gardens fall. The lotuses are destroyed. The bridge network is dismantled. Everything we've built is lost. She was right. The plant's survival was linked to the sect's survival. A defensive application of the network wasn't exploitation, it was mutual protection. I'd need to develop a new capability, he said slowly. The bridge network wasn't designed for energy channeling, but the underlying architecture, the species memory connections, could theoretically serve as a conduit for directed spiritual energy. The primordial network did it. You told me, the ancient network circulated spiritual energy across continents. For growth and cultivation, not combat. Energy is energy. Direction determines application. She put her hand on his arm. We have 3 weeks before the coalition's ultimatum expires. Can you develop a botanical defense system in 3 weeks? Xianxia looked at the gardens, the 3 terraces of carefully tended herbs, the lotus pond, the thousands of plants connected through his bridge network. Each one was a partner, a memory, a piece of a world he was trying to rebuild. I'll ask the plants, he said. He spent the next 3 weeks in intense communion with the bridge network, working through the species memory archives for any precedent of botanical energy channeling in the primordial records. He found it in the heart tree's deep memories, a technique called the living wall. In the primordial era, botanical networks had been used to create defensive barriers around communities, channeling the combined spiritual energy of thousands of connected plants into a protective formation that was maintained by the plants themselves. The technique was complex, but the principle was simple. Every plant absorbed spiritual energy from its environment. A connected network of thousands of plants, coordinated through species memory bridges, could focus their absorbed energy into a concentrated output, a wall of botanical spiritual force that was proportional to the number of plants in the network. Shen Yu's bridge network connected approximately 3,000 plants across the sect's 3 terraces. Their combined spiritual energy output, focused through a living wall formation, would produce a defensive barrier with the strength of a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator. Not enough to stop 2 nascent soul attackers. But combined with the sect's existing defensive formations and Patriarch Zhou's personal strength, it would transform the sect from a vulnerable target into a formidable defensive position. He trained the network in stages. First, teaching the plants to coordinate their energy output through synchronized pulses, a rhythm that built on the natural oscillations of botanical spiritual energy. Then, directing those pulses into focused channels, the interspecies bridges repurposed as energy conduits. Finally, projecting the combined output outward as a barrier, a wall of green gold energy that surrounded the sect's perimeter. The living wall activated for the first time on the 19th day. It was, Xianxia thought, the most beautiful defensive formation he'd ever seen, a shimmering curtain of botanical energy that rose from the earth like aurora borealis, powered not by formation arrays or cultivator chi, but by the living spiritual force of 3,000 plants working in concert. And the plants were proud of it. He could feel their satisfaction through the network, the quiet pleasure of organisms that had discovered a new capability, a new way to express the power they'd always possessed. They liked defending the gardens, he told Lin Yue, his voice carrying wonder that hadn't dimmed despite months of extraordinary discoveries. The plants enjoy it. Of course they do, she said. You just taught them to protect their home. Chapter 35. The coalition's ultimatum expired on a clear morning in late autumn. The 3 sects' combined forces arrived at the Verdant Cloud sect's outer perimeter at dawn, 50 core formation cultivators and 2 nascent soul leaders arranged in standard siege formation. Their spiritual pressure, projected as a show of force, pressed against the sect's traditional defensive barriers. And encountered the living wall. The coalition's advance scouts hit the botanical barrier first. Their reports must have been confusing: a wall of spiritual energy that didn't match any known formation type, that pulsed with organic rhythm rather than geometric precision, and that repaired itself when probed because the plants generating it simply grew more energy to replace what was disrupted. The nascent soul leaders, a man and a woman, their names unimportant against the scope of what they were facing, advanced to test the barrier personally. Their combined spiritual pressure, focused on a single point, struck the living wall with force that should have shattered any standard formation. The wall flexed, bent, absorbed the energy, and pushed back. 3,000 plants, coordinated through a memory network that spanned millennia of accumulated wisdom, had channeled their collective strength into a barrier that didn't break because it wasn't rigid, it was alive. Every attack was absorbed, distributed across the network, processed, and returned. The plants didn't resist force, they grew around it, the way roots grew around rocks. Patriarch Jo appeared on the wall's inner edge, her nascent soul aura blazing. Behind the living wall's protection, she was free to project her full strength without needing to maintain defensive formations. The plants were handling defense. The verdant cloud sect does not yield to ultimatums, she said, her voice carrying the weight of a nascent soul cultivator backed by a continental miracle. Your forces are welcome to test our defenses further, if you find the lesson insufficiently clear. The coalition withdrew. Not immediately, pride demanded face-saving posturing, but within 6 hours, all three sects had pulled back their forces. The military calculus was simple: a defensive barrier that absorbed and returned energy, backed by a nascent soul cultivator operating from a position of absolute security, was a fight that couldn't be won without losses that exceeded any possible gain. The living wall remained active for a week after the withdrawal, then dimmed to a passive state, still present, still connected, but consuming less energy. The plants returned to their primary function of growth and cultivation, retaining the defensive capability as a dormant option that could be activated in moments. The first botanical military victory in 3,000 years, Lin Yue said, standing with Shen Yu on the first terrace as the coalition's forces disappeared into the distance. Powered by herb gardens. The primordial cultivators used living walls routinely. They were standard defensive infrastructure for any significant settlement. They were also part of a world where every human could communicate with plants. We achieved this with one verdant communion practitioner and 3,000 garden herbs. She shook her head. Imagine what a full primordial network could do. Shen Yu could imagine. That was what made the network reconstruction project so important, and so terrifying. The primordial network hadn't just been a botanical communication system. It had been a planetary infrastructure that integrated human and plant life into a cooperative civilization. Rebuilding it would change everything. The balance of military power. The economics of alchemy. The fundamental relationship between humanity and the natural world. And that scope of change attracted attention that went beyond regional politics. A jade message arrived from the Alchemist Guild 2 days after the coalition's retreat. Not from Inspector Zhang, from Guildmaster Huang Feng, the Dao-seeking level cultivator who led the entire continental organization. The message was brief: the guild notes with interest the defensive application of botanical network technology at the Verdant Cloud sect. We believe a personal meeting would be mutually beneficial. I will arrive in 1 week. A Dao-seeking cultivator. Coming personally. The political implications were enormous. This is either very good or very bad, Master Chen observed during the emergency meeting that followed. It's both, Lin Yue said. Guildmaster Huang sees the living wall's implications. A defensive technology that doesn't require formation arrays, that's powered by living plants, that can be established anywhere there's vegetation, that's not just militarily significant. It's revolutionary. And he wants to control it, Shen Yu added. He wants to understand it. Control comes after understanding. Lin Yue looked at him. We need to decide what to offer him before he decides what to take. The week before Guildmaster Huang's arrival was spent in intense preparation. Shen Yu, Lin Yue, Master Chen, and Patriarch Zhou developed a presentation strategy that built on the same principle that had worked with Inspector Zhang: demonstrate value, establish dependency, and position the sect as a necessary partner rather than a dispensable asset. But the stakes were higher now. Inspector Zhang had been evaluating a recipe reconstruction program. Guildmaster Huang was evaluating a technology that could reshape continental power dynamics. Shen Yu prepared by expanding the bridge network. He pushed his creation rate, 60 permanent bridges per day at core formation stage 4, to its maximum, connecting every remaining unlinked species in the sect's gardens. By the time Guildmaster Huang arrived, the network encompassed over 5,000 plants across 800 interspecies bridges. The living wall, reactivated for the visit, hummed with power that had increased noticeably since the coalition confrontation. More plants, more connections, more coordinated energy, the network's defensive capacity scaled with its size. Guildmaster Huang Feng arrived alone. No delegation, no guards, no political entourage. A single man in plain robes, radiating the contained power of a Dao-seeking cultivator, someone whose spiritual strength could level mountains but whose presence was deliberately understated. He stood before the living wall for a long time without speaking. Then he extended his spiritual sense, not aggressively, but with the gentle probing of someone who wanted to understand rather than overcome. The wall responded to his touch with a shimmer of green-gold energy. The plants, Xianxia sensed through the network, were curious about the Tao-seeking cultivator. His spiritual signature was vast but not hostile, and the botanical network recognized something in him that Xianxia couldn't quite identify. Interesting, Guildmaster Huang said finally. This wall is alive. Not a formation powered by living components, the wall itself is a living organism. A collective organism, composed of thousands of individual plants acting as one. You understand botanical cultivation, Xianxia said, surprised. I should. My original cultivation path was herbal before I shifted to standard methods. He turned to face Xianxia. I abandoned botanical cultivation because it didn't scale. The techniques available 50 years ago could enhance individual plants but couldn't create coordinated systems. He gestured at the living wall. You've solved the scaling problem. The interspecies memory bridges allow coordinated action across unlimited numbers of plants. The scaling is limited only by the number of bridges I can create. And the bridges require your specific ability. My specific ability for creation, yes. But once created, they're permanent and self-sustaining. Guildmaster Huang nodded slowly. Self-sustaining bridges. Which means the network you build will persist after you're gone. It's infrastructure, not personal power. That's the design. Then this isn't about you. It's about the network. He looked at the gardens with an expression that Xianxia recognized, the same expression Wei Lan wore when she talked about the primordial era. Reverence for something larger than individual ambition. The guild's proposal, Huang Feng said, is simple. We want to sponsor a continental botanical network initiative. Under your direction, funded by guild resources, with the goal of establishing interspecies bridge networks at strategic locations across the continent. You want to rebuild the primordial network. I want to restore the world's ecological infrastructure. The spiritual depletion event destroyed the botanical networks that regulated spiritual energy flow across the continent. Without those networks, spiritual energy distribution has been uneven for 3,000 years, concentrated in some regions, depleted in others. That imbalance is the root cause of most territorial conflict in the cultivation world. Xianxia stared at him. You've thought about this before. For 50 years. Since I abandoned my botanical cultivation path because the tools didn't exist to do what needed to be done. He met Xianxu's eyes with the intensity of a man who had waited half a century for this conversation. Now they exist. You are the tool the world was waiting for. That's a lot of pressure for an herb picker. You stopped being an herb picker the moment you touched that first spirit dew grass. What you are now, what you're becoming, is something this world hasn't seen since the primordial era. He extended his hand. Partner with me. Build the network. Restore what was lost. Xianxia looked at the hand. Looked at the gardens. Felt the 5,000 plants in his network pulsing with life and memory and possibility. He took the hand. Partner, he said. Chapter 36. The Continental Botanical Network Initiative launched 3 months later, backed by the full resources of the Alchemist Guild and the political support of the Verdant Cloud Sect, the Eternal Spring Valley, and the 3 collaborating organizations Xianxia had recruited at the Congress. The first phase was strategic planning. Using Xianxu's primordial memory archives and the Eternal Spring Valley's preserved species collection, teams of botanical cultivators established gardens at 12 key locations across the continent, sites identified through deep species memory as former nodes of the ancient primordial network. Each site received a starter collection of 200 herbs from 50 species, selected for their interspecies bridging compatibility. Xianxia personally visited each site to create the initial bridge network, spending 2 to 3 days at each location establishing the permanent connections that would form the network's local architecture. Between site visits, he advanced his cultivation. Core Formation Stage 5 arrived during a bridge building session at the 7th site, a mountain valley in the eastern provinces that had once been a primordial cultivation center. The species memory echoes there were strong, and the ambient botanical chi triggered his memory seed core's next growth ring. Core Formation Stage 5, Memory Seed Density, Critical Threshold Achieved, Herb Memory System, Level 9 Unlocked, Awareness Range, 25 kilometers, New Capabilities Loading, Level 9. Network Architect can now design and implement custom interspecies bridge architectures. Previous bridging was point-to-point. Network Architect allows hub and spoke, mesh, and hierarchical network topologies. New capability can designate specific plants as network nodes, permanent bridge generators that create new connections automatically. Network node capacity at current cultivation, 10 nodes, network nodes. Plants that created bridges automatically, without Xianxu's direct intervention. The breakthrough he'd been theorizing about. The creation of artificial backbone species that could maintain and expand the network independently. He designated his first network node at the 7th site, a 500-year-old oak tree with deep roots and extensive existing root network connections. The designation involved imprinting the bridge creation pattern into the tree's species memory, essentially teaching it how to form permanent interspecies connections on its own. The tree took to the task immediately. Within hours, it had created 3 new bridges with nearby species that Xianxia hadn't connected. Within a week, it had established connections with every compatible species within its root network range. It's building its own network, Lin Yue said, examining the data from the 7th site through a remote monitoring formation. Without your input. The node is autonomous. The bridge creation pattern is self-replicating. The node teaches the pattern to the plants it connects, and some of them develop the capability to create bridges themselves. That's exponential growth. Controlled exponential growth. The pattern includes compatibility checks. It only creates bridges between species that can sustain the connection. Incompatible species are skipped. Even so, if one node can create 10 bridges per day, and some of those bridges create subnodes that also create bridges. She ran the numbers. You could have a fully connected continental network within 5 to 10 years, assuming enough starting nodes at strategic locations. You have 10 nodes available. 12 sites. That's close to coverage. Xianxia designated nodes at all 12 initiative sites over the following month. Each one began building its local network autonomously, creating bridges, establishing new connections, and slowly knitting the continental botanical network back together. The effects were measurable within months. Spiritual energy flow between connected regions began to equalize. Areas that had been spiritually depleted for centuries showed increased ambient energy as the network channeled surplus from concentrated regions. Herb quality improved across all connected sites. Wild medicinal plants in the areas between nodes showed enhanced growth as the network's influence spread. The continental cultivation world noticed. Sects near the initiative sites reported improved cultivation conditions. Wild herb harvests increased. Even mortal agriculture in connected regions showed improved yields as the botanical network's spiritual energy regulation improved soil and climate conditions. The network isn't just rebuilding botanical connections, Wei Lan observed during a progress review at the Eternal Spring Valley. It's restoring environmental balance. 3,000 years of spiritual energy imbalance, being corrected by the same system that maintained balance before the depletion. The primordial network was planetary infrastructure, Xianxia confirmed. Not just for cultivators, for everything. It regulated weather patterns, soil composition, water cycles, and spiritual energy distribution. Everything that modern cultivation takes as fixed environmental conditions were originally managed by a botanical network. And you're rebuilding it. Slowly. The 12 nodes are just the beginning. The primordial network had thousands of nodes, interconnected by millions of bridges, maintaining a planetary system that supported all life. But the process is accelerating. The nodes are self-replicating, the network is growing autonomously, and each new connection strengthens the whole. She was right. The network's growth was no longer dependent solely on Xianxua's personal bridge-building capacity. The nodes he'd created were expanding their local networks at rates that exceeded his individual capability. The continental network was beginning to build itself. Like a garden, growing. Chapter 37. Nascent Soul arrived during the autumn of his second year of cultivation, a timeline so compressed that the continental cultivation world could barely process it. 2 years from Qi condensation to Nascent Soul. With 5th grade spiritual roots. The breakthrough happened at the Verdant Cloud sect, in the first terrace's celestial heart lotus pond. Xianxia had been meditating beside the lotuses, now 14 specimens, a thriving population, when his memory seed core reached maximum density for core formation. The transition was unlike any nascent soul formation in recorded history. Standard nascent soul involved the cultivator's spiritual energy condensing into a miniature version of themselves, a soul infant that represented their spiritual essence. Xianxua's memory seed core didn't form a soul infant. It germinated. The seed in his dantian cracked open, and from it grew a spiritual tree, a nascent soul in the shape of a great tree, its roots reaching through his meridians, its branches extending through his consciousness, its leaves carrying the compressed memories of every plant he'd ever read. Not a soul infant but a soul tree, a living spiritual entity that was simultaneously him and something larger. Nascent soul complete, soul type, world tree soul, unique, soul grade, supreme, green meridian method, stage 4 unlocked, herb memory system, level 10 unlocked, awareness range, 25 km 500 km, network node capacity, 10-100, new capabilities loading, level 10, verdant communion mastery, full mastery of botanical consciousness interface achieved, can establish two-way communication with any plant, anywhere, through the global species memory network, can perceive the world through plant senses, see, hear, feel through any connected plant, can temporarily merge consciousness with the botanical network, experiencing the collective awareness of all connected plants simultaneously. Warning, extended merger risks permanent consciousness diffusion. Maintain identity anchor at all times, 500 km of awareness. 100 potential network nodes. Full two-way communication with every plant on the planet. The ability to see and feel through plant senses anywhere in the connected network. Xianxia opened his eyes and saw the world through 1,000 perspectives simultaneously. Every plant within 500 km of the Verdant Cloud sect was a sensor, a memory archive, and a communication node. The continental network, still growing, pulsed with information that flowed through his world tree soul like sap through a living tree. He could feel the 12 initiative sites. The nodes he'd created, now each managing local networks of thousands of connected plants. The bridges between sites, slowly forming as the expanding networks reached toward each other across the distances. And beyond the initiative network, he could sense wild plants, unconnected, their species memory isolated, stirring in response to the network's growing presence. Ancient instincts, dormant since the depletion, awakening as the botanical infrastructure they were designed to connect to began to rebuild. The network is calling to them, he murmured, and Lin Yue, sitting beside him, looked up from her monitoring equipment. Calling to whom? The wild plants. The entire continental botanical ecosystem. The network's restoration is triggering dormant connection instincts in wild species. They want to join. They're reaching toward the nearest nodes. Spontaneous connection? Without bridges? The bridges stimulate the latent capability. Once a wild species is close enough to the network's influence, its own species memory begins reactivating the connection protocols that were suppressed during the depletion. He closed his eyes and felt the scale of it. It's not just our network anymore. The continent's plants are rebuilding the primordial network on their own. We just had to start the process. Lin Yue was quiet for a long moment. Then it will happen regardless. The restoration is self-sustaining now. Eventually, yes. But the rate depends on node density. More nodes mean faster network expansion, which means faster wild species integration. And you now have 100 node slots. Time to use them. Over the following months, Xianxia traveled the continent with methodical purpose, designating network nodes at optimal locations identified through his nascent soul-level species memory access. Each node was a carefully selected ancient plant, trees, primarily, chosen for their deep-root networks and long-established species memory connections. The nodes activated and began building their local networks immediately. The continental network's growth accelerated from linear to exponential, each new connection strengthening the whole and stimulating further wild species integration. By the end of his first year at Nascent Soul, the network encompassed approximately 40% of the continent's botanical ecosystem. The effects were transformational. Spiritual energy distribution across connected regions equalized to a degree not seen since the primordial era. Herb potency continent-wide increased by an average of 60%. New medicinal compounds, pre-depletion productions, reactivated by restored species connections, appeared in wild plant populations. Agricultural yields in mortal communities near network nodes improved dramatically. Fellow cultivators, if you're enjoying this journey through Shen Yu's botanical cultivation path, this is your chance to show your support and join the sect. Hit that subscribe button, it's free, and it means the world to us. Tap the bell icon so you never miss when we drop a new chapter. Drop a comment below sharing which discovery blew your mind the most. And if you know someone who'd love this story, share this video with them. Your support keeps the chapters coming and the garden growing. Now, let the Tao continue. And the alchemists of the world began to notice that their ingredients were getting better without any change in cultivation technique. The network was silently improving the quality of every medicinal herb on the continent. Xianxia had begun by reading the memories of a single spirit dew grass. Now, through a network of 100 nodes, thousands of bridges, and millions of connected plants, he was reshaping the continent's botanical infrastructure. The herb picker was growing the world. Chapter 38. Lin Yue reached Nascent Soul 6 months after Xianxia. Her cultivation accelerated by working with herbs that were now connected to a continental network of unprecedented richness. Her furnace soul, the spiritual manifestation of her alchemical identity, burned with a flame that was fed by the enhanced ingredients the network produced. The pills are different now, she told him, examining the latest batch of life extension pills with spiritual senses honed by nascent soul level perception. The celestial heart lotus petals from the connected lotuses carry network information, species memory from across the continent, channeled through the bridge connections. The pills absorb that information during refinement. They're not just life extending, they're life enriching. Enriching how? The latest pills' effects include enhanced spiritual sensitivity, improved healing rates, and, she paused, examining the data again, a faint but measurable increase in the user's sensitivity to plant life. Not verdant communion. But an echo of it. Xianxia felt something shift in his understanding. The pills are carrying the network's influence into the people who take them. Trace amounts. Barely measurable. But present. The primordial relationship between humans and plants was mediated by the botanical network. If the network is being restored, and people are consuming products from network-connected herbs, it follows that the old connection pathways would begin reactivating. You're saying the life extension pill might be restoring verdant communion? In everyone who takes it? Not verdant communion. Not yet. But sensitivity. The baseline awareness of plant life that every human possessed before the depletion. If enough people consume network-enriched herbs, over time, the suppressed connection might reawaken. The implications cascaded through Lin Yue's analytical mind. If the connection reawakens in the general population, even partially, the demand for network expansion would become universal. Every community would want access to connected herbs. And the network would grow to meet the demand, because more connections mean more network strength, which means better herbs, which means more connection reawakening. He smiled. A positive feedback loop. The same kind that drove my personal cultivation. But on a continental scale. You're designing a world where humans and plants are partners again, she said it quietly, with the weight of someone who understood what those words truly meant. The primordial relationship. Rebuilt from scratch. Through herbs and pills and patience. Through gardens, he said. Always through gardens. The political landscape shifted to accommodate the network's reality. The Alchemist Guild, under Guildmaster Huang's direction, formalized the Continental Botanical Network Initiative as a permanent institution with Shen as its director. Funding flowed from every major organization on the continent. The benefits of the network were too universal, too fundamental, to resist. Shen established the initiative's headquarters at the Verdant Cloud sect, maintaining the sect's position as the network's origin point. Master Chen, now elderly but sharp as ever, served as administrative director. Lin Yue led the alchemy research division. Mei Zhen, who had joined the initiative full-time, directed the scientific documentation program. The team that had started with an herb picker and an alchemy student now numbered in the hundreds, researchers, cultivators, and botanical specialists from across the continent, all dedicated to the network's expansion and the restoration of the primordial botanical infrastructure. And the network continued to grow. The nodes Shen had designated were creating bridges at rates that exceeded his initial projections. Wild species were integrating faster than expected, drawn by the network's expanding influence. The continental botanical ecosystem was reconnecting at an accelerating pace. By the end of Shen Yu's second year at nascent Seoul, coverage reached 70%. The remaining 30%, mostly remote wilderness areas and regions with sparse vegetation, would require additional nodes and targeted species introductions. 3 more years, Shen Yu estimated, reviewing the growth projections through his World Tree Soul's continuous network monitoring. At current rates, continental coverage will be complete in 3 to 5 years. And then? Lin Yue asked. Then we go deeper. The primordial network wasn't just continental, it was planetary. The other continents had their own networks, connected through oceanic botanical species, kelp forests, deep-sea botanical organisms, island chain relay species. You want to build a planetary network. I want to restore the planetary network. The infrastructure existed once. The oceanic species that maintained cross-continental connections are still there, kelp, seagrass, oceanic algae. They just need to be reconnected. That would require underwater nodes. Oceanic bridge building. It's a completely different technical challenge. It's the same principle applied in a different medium. Species memory works the same in aquatic plants as terrestrial ones. The bridges are identical, only the environment changes. Lin Yue looked at him with an expression that had evolved over years of partnership, from curiosity to respect to love to something deeper, the recognition of a shared purpose that transcended personal ambition. You're going to reconnect the planet, she said. You're going to rebuild the entire primordial botanical network, restore the human-plant partnership, and fundamentally change the relationship between civilization and the natural world. Eventually. Shen Yu. She took his hand. You were pulling weeds 3 years ago. The weeds taught me everything I needed to know. He squeezed her hand. Come with me. The gardens are just getting started. Chapter 39. Fellow cultivators, welcome to the journey, or welcome back. If you've been walking this path with us, you already know how powerful it feels to follow Shen Yu's story unfold. But right now, I want to talk to you directly, because this channel doesn't grow without your help. Here's what you can do right now: hit that subscribe button. It takes 1 second, it's completely free, and it tells the algorithm to share this story with more people who'd love it. Next, tap the like button. Every single like pushes this video higher in the recommendations. Then leave a comment. Tell me your favorite part of the story so far. Tell me what you think is coming next. Your comments fuel everything, and if you really want to help, share this video. Send it to a friend. Post it in a group. Every share brings a new cultivator to the sect. We're building something special here, one chapter at a time. Your support is the spiritual energy that keeps this channel's cultivation furnace burning. Now, let's get back to the story. Chapter 40. Spirit severing approached like a season changing, not with sudden violence, but with the gradual deepening of everything Shen Yu had built. His nascent soul cultivation had stabilized at stage 5 over the following year. The continental network had reached 85% coverage. The initiative operated across 57 sites with over 1,000 permanent staff. And the celestial heart lotus breeding population, now distributed across 9 sites, each maintaining its own growing colony, produced enough material for 12 life extension pill refinements per year. The world was changing. Not dramatically, not visibly, but in the deep currents that shaped everything on the surface. Spiritual energy flowed more evenly across the continent. Herbs grew stronger. Cultivators reported improved cultivation conditions in connected regions. Mortal communities near network nodes experienced better harvests, milder weather, and reduced natural disasters. And the human plant sensitivity that Lin Yue had first detected in life extension pill recipients was spreading. Not through pills alone, through the network itself. People who lived near connected gardens for extended periods developed a subtle awareness of plant life. Not verdant communion, not conscious communication, but a baseline sensitivity, an intuition about when plants needed water, what soils would be fertile, which herbs were healthiest. The old partnership was stirring. 3,000 years of dormancy, ending. Spirit severing arrived during a meditation session in the primordial circle of the Eternal Spring Valley. Xianxia had returned to the valley for the annual coordination meeting with Wei Lan's team, and the Heart Tree, now connected to the Continental Network through nodes he designated on his first visit, welcomed him with a warmth that transcended botanical norms. The breakthrough was a severing of a different kind. Standard spirit severing involved the cultivator severing their connection to worldly desires, cutting away emotional attachments that limited their spiritual growth. Shen Yu's severing was the opposite. He severed the barrier between his consciousness and the botanical network. Not temporarily, as in deep resonance immersion. Permanently. His world tree soul merged with the continental network in a way that couldn't be reversed. The boundary between his individual consciousness and the collective awareness of billions of connected plants dissolved, not into chaos, but into a new form of existence. He was still himself, still Shen Yu, still the herb picker who'd pulled weeds on the third terrace, but he was also the network. Every plant, every bridge, every node, was part of his awareness. Spirit severing complete, severed, barrier between individual and collective botanical consciousness, soul type, world tree soul continental tree soul, awareness range, 500 kilometers continental, all connected regions, network node capacity, 100 unlimited, herb memory system, level 11, merged with network consciousness, all previous capabilities now function at continental scale, continental awareness. Shen Yu could feel every connected plant on the continent simultaneously. Not as individual data points, but as a unified experience, the way a human body felt its own cells, not individually but as a coherent whole. The continental network was his extended body. The herbs were his senses. The species memory was his memory. The bridges were his nervous system, and the network, sensing his transformation, responded. Every connected plant on the continent pulsed once, a single, synchronized beat of botanical spiritual energy that rippled across thousands of kilometers. The pulse was visible from space, the Alchemist Guild later reported, a wave of green gold light that swept across the continent in 3 seconds, touching every living plant in the connected network. What was that? Lin Yue asked through a communication jade, her voice tight with concern. That was me, Shen Yu said. And the network? We've merged. Merged. You've merged with the Continental Botanical Network. Permanently. I can feel every connected plant. All of them. Simultaneously. The silence on the communication jade lasted a very long time. Come home, Lin Yue said finally. Come home and tell me everything. He returned to the Verdant Cloud sect, his home, still, despite everything, and spent 3 days explaining the transformation to Lin Yue, Master Chen, and Guild Master Huang. The practical implications were enormous. Shen Yu could now create network nodes without physical travel. He could designate any connected plant as a node remotely, through the network itself. The network expansion that had required months of continental travel could now be accomplished in days. He designated 500 new nodes in a single afternoon. The continental network's expansion rate quintupled overnight. By the end of the month, coverage reached 95%. The remaining 5%, truly isolated regions with minimal vegetation, would require physical intervention, but the vast majority of the continent's botanical ecosystem was now connected. And Shen Yu, sitting in the garden beside the celestial heart lotus pond, could feel every plant on the continent breathing. Growing. Remembering. The herb picker had become the continent's gardener. And the garden had never been more alive. Chapter 41. Continental awareness was not what Shen Yu had imagined it would be. In the weeks following his spirit-severing breakthrough, he had expected the experience to resemble an enormous version of his local garden perception, a wider lens on the same kind of information. Individual plants, individual memories, scaled up to continental scope. It was nothing like that. Continental awareness was ecological. He did not perceive individual plants any more than a person perceived individual blood cells. He experienced biomes. Forests registered as breathing entities with distinct personalities. The northern boreal regions felt cold and contemplative, their memories stretching back millennia in slow, patient arcs. The tropical jungles of the south were frantic, teeming, their species memories overlapping in dense layers of competitive growth and symbiotic partnership. The temperate farmlands between them hummed with the domesticated contentment of species that had been cultivated by humans for so long that partnership was encoded in their very essence. Each biome had its own emotional signature, if that word even applied to plants. The old-growth forests along the western mountain ranges carried a gravity that Shen Yu could only describe as ancestral pride. They remembered being the tallest things on the continent, remembered the time before humans, remembered geological events that predated civilization. And within that continental symphony, Shen Yu could still zoom in. He could narrow his attention to a specific region, then a specific grove, then a specific plant, and experience its individual memory with the same clarity as his first vision of the spirit dew grass. But maintaining individual focus while holding continental awareness required mental discipline that pushed even his spirit-severing consciousness to its limits. "You're not sleeping," Lin Yue observed, 2 weeks after the breakthrough. She found him in the Celestial Heart Lotus Pond garden, sitting cross-legged on a flat stone with his eyes open but unfocused, the expression she'd learned to associate with deep network communion. "I'm sleeping differently," he said. "The network has its own rest cycles. When the eastern forests go dormant at night, the western ones are still active in afternoon sun. I can rest with the eastern hemisphere while monitoring the western. That's not sleep. That's distributed processing. It's what my cultivation requires now. My continental tree soul doesn't separate from the network when I close my eyes. It remains connected, like a tree's roots don't stop drinking water at night." Lin Yue sat beside him. Her nascent soul cultivation, enhanced by years of working with network-enriched herbs, gave her spiritual senses sharp enough to detect the faintest traces of the network's energy flowing through him, a continuous, gentle current that pulsed with rhythms she couldn't fully comprehend. "You're losing weight," she said. "Your body is metabolizing faster than you're eating. The continental tree soul is drawing spiritual energy from your physical reserves. I'll adjust. It's an optimization problem. I need to find the balance between network communion and physical maintenance." "Shenyu." Her voice carried the particular firmness that meant she was not negotiating. "You are a person with a body. The body needs food, rest, and care. The network will not collapse if you disconnect for 8 hours." He opened his mouth to explain that disconnection was no longer technically possible, then closed it. She was right about the immediate concern, even if the underlying reality was more complex than she understood. "I'll eat more," he said. "And I'll reduce my active network monitoring to 12 hours per day. 8. 10. 8, with a full meal at each transition. Non-negotiable." He looked at her, really looked, pulling his awareness back from the continental scale to the human scale, and saw the worry she was compressing into practical instructions. Lin Yue had always expressed love through competence. She didn't say she was afraid of losing him to the network, she said he needed to eat more. 8 hours, he agreed. "Starting now." She made him kanji with medicinal herbs, herbs that his awareness told him were network connected, carrying trace signatures of species memory from across the continent. He ate 3 bowls, feeling the nutrients and spiritual energy integrating into a body that was, he realized, significantly depleted. Lin Yue watched him eat with the analytical attention of a nascent soul alchemist assessing an experiment. "Better," she said, "your spiritual energy density has already improved. Your body was at 70% capacity. You've been so focused on the network that you forgot you're still mortal." Mortal seems like a strong word for a spirit-severing cultivator. Everyone's mortal until they're not. And you haven't achieved immortality yet. She took the empty bowl. "Besides, even if you transcend, you'll still need to eat. I've read accounts of immortal ascension cultivators who neglected physical cultivation and spent centuries as consciousness without form. It's not a pleasant existence. You've been researching immortal ascension? Someone has to think about your future. You're too busy being the continent's nervous system to plan ahead." He smiled at that, the first smile that felt entirely personal, not connected to the network, not influenced by the continental awareness. "In 2 weeks. What have you found?" "Nothing useful. The records from the primordial era are fragmented, and the depletion destroyed most knowledge about higher realm cultivation. But the botanical species memory might contain information that no human library preserves. The ancient plants remember the primordial cultivators. They remember what cultivation looked like before the depletion severed the human-plant partnership." Shenyu felt the continental network stir at her words, not in response to him, but in what felt like autonomous recognition. The network remembered the primordial cultivators. The species memory held records of human beings who had reached cultivation heights that no modern practitioner had approached. "That's my next research priority," he said. "After the oceanic expansion." "Before," Lin Yue said. "The species memory research should come first. If the primordial cultivation methods included botanical partnership, understanding those methods could make the oceanic expansion safer and more efficient." She was, as usual, strategically correct. He nodded, and felt the network's continental attention shift slightly, as if billions of plants had simultaneously agreed with his alchemist. Chapter 42. The primordial species memory research began in the oldest section of the verdant cloud sex herb garden, a grove of ancient trees that predated the sect itself. Shenyu had designated these trees as network nodes during the initial expansion, and their deep root systems and extensive species memory networks made them ideal subjects for historical research. The oldest tree in the grove was a 1,000-year spirit ash, its trunk wider than 3 men standing abreast, its canopy stretching across 100 meters. The tree's species memory network was the most extensive Shenyu had ever encountered. It connected to species memories dating back over 4,000 years, well into the primordial era. He placed both hands on the trunk and opened his continental tree soul to the species memory flow. The visions that flooded his consciousness were unlike anything he had experienced before spirit severing. Individual herb memories had been intimate, one plant's perspective, one lifetime of growth. The spirit ash's species memory was civilizational. It showed not a single plant's life, but the collective experience of an entire species across millennia. The spirit ash species remembered the primordial era as a time of impossible abundance. Spiritual energy permeated everything, the air, the water, the soil, at concentrations that modern cultivators would consider fantasy. Plants grew to heights and potencies that made current specimens look like pale reflections. A common healing herb in the primordial era contained more medicinal power than a 1,000-year-old spirit herb of the current age. And the human-plant partnership that Lin Yue had speculated about was not merely a partnership. It was a symbiosis, a deep, fundamental integration of human cultivation and botanical growth that made both species stronger. Primordial cultivators did not simply use herbs for pills. They cultivated alongside plants, their spiritual development intertwined with botanical growth in a continuous feedback loop. The spirit ash remembered specific primordial cultivators, not as individual people, but as ecological presences. A cultivator who had tended the spirit ash's ancestor grove was remembered as a warm current of spiritual energy that enhanced growth rates, deepened root networks, and strengthened the tree's resistance to disease. The cultivator's presence was so integrated with the grove that the trees experienced his departure as a form of drought. The primordial cultivators didn't just partner with plants, Xianxia reported to Lin Yue that evening. They were part of the plant ecosystem. Their cultivation was botanical. They grew the way plants grow, through integration with their environment, through partnership with other organisms, through the slow accumulation of environmental harmony. That's your cultivation method, Lin Yue said. My cultivation method is a primitive reconstruction of the primordial approach. What they did was orders of magnitude more sophisticated. They didn't just read plant memories, they contributed to them. Their presence enhanced species memory, added information to the botanical network, made plants smarter and more capable. How? Through something the species memory calls root communion. Not verdant communion, that's my system's name for one-way memory reading. Root communion was bidirectional. The cultivator shared their experiences with the plant, and the plant shared its memories with the cultivator. Both grew from the exchange. Lin Yue's eyes sharpened. Bidirectional? You can already read plant memories. Can you write to them? Xianxia looked at his hands. I don't know. The herb memory system has always been read-only. But my continental tree soul is fundamentally different from the system's original functionality. When I merged with the network, the relationship changed. I'm not a reader anymore, I'm part of the text. Try it, she said. Write a memory into a plant. See if it takes. He chose a young spirit dew grass growing in a pot on their windowsill, small, manageable, with a simple species memory that would show any changes clearly. He held it gently and focused his continental tree soul on the point of contact. Reading was effortless, the plant's memory flowed into him like water into a cup. A few months of growth, sunlight through window glass, regular watering by Lin Yue's steady hands. Writing was different. He formed an intention, a simple image of the celestial heart lotus pond at sunset, a memory of his own, and pressed it toward the plant's memory system. Nothing happened. The plant's memory system did not accept the input. It was like trying to write on water, the information dispersed before it could integrate. No good, he said. The species memory system doesn't accept external input through my current method. The primordial cultivators used a different technique, root communion, that I don't have access to. Yet, Lin Yue said. Yet, he agreed, smiling at her characteristic optimism. But the failed experiment raised a question that would not leave him alone. The primordial cultivators had achieved root communion, bidirectional memory exchange with plants. That capability had been lost in the depletion. His herb memory system was a partial reconstruction, offering one direction of the original two-way channel. The continental network merger had expanded his capabilities enormously, but it had not restored the missing direction. What had the depletion actually severed? Not just the network connections between plants, those were being restored. Something deeper. Something in the fundamental relationship between human consciousness and botanical awareness that his current cultivation could approach but not bridge. He spent the following week immersing himself in the spirit ash's primordial era species memory, searching for information about root communion's mechanism. The memories were fragmentary, 4,000 years of accumulated experience did not preserve detailed technical information the way a textbook would. But patterns emerged. Root communion required a specific type of spiritual energy, one that Xianxua's system notification identified as verdant qi, distinct from the standard spiritual energy that cultivators used. Verdant qi was described in the species memory as the intersection of human spiritual energy and botanical spiritual energy, a hybrid form that could be recognized and processed by both human cultivation systems and plant memory systems. No modern cultivator produced verdant qi. No modern cultivation technique described its generation. The knowledge had been lost with the primordial civilization. But the species memory remembered what verdant qi felt like. And Xianxia, connected to species memories spanning millennia, could study that feeling, analyze it, deconstruct it, attempt to understand the principles underlying its generation. It would take time. Possibly years. But the continental tree soul gave him access to the research material, and his spirit-severing cultivation gave him the mental capacity to process it. The restoration of root communion would not happen today. But the path toward it was now visible. Chapter 43. The oceanic expansion began 3 months after Shen Yu's spirit-severing breakthrough. Continental network coverage had reached 98%, the remaining 2% consisting of desert regions with minimal vegetation and high-altitude zones above the treeline where only the hardiest lichens survived. The oceanic frontier was a different world entirely. The preliminary surveys are complete, Mei Zhen reported at the initiative's quarterly meeting, her scientific documentation having evolved from field notes into a comprehensive research program with 62 permanent staff. The continental shelf waters contain 17 distinct botanical species capable of serving as network nodes, primarily kelp forests, seagrass meadows, and deepwater algal colonies. She displayed a map of the continent's coastline, marked with the locations of viable oceanic botanical populations. The distribution was uneven. The eastern coast, with its shallow continental shelf and nutrient-rich upwelling zones, had dense kelp forests extending for thousands of kilometers. The western coast, steeper and deeper, had fewer candidates. The challenge isn't the species, Mei Zhen continued. The challenge is the interface. Terrestrial and oceanic botanical species use different species memory formats. The memory structures are analogous but not identical, like two languages derived from the same root but evolved separately for 3,000 years. Since the depletion, Shen Yu said. Exactly. Before the depletion, the primordial planetary network maintained a unified species memory system that bridged terrestrial and oceanic plants. When the network was severed, the two systems diverged. Reconnecting them requires translation, converting terrestrial species memory into a format that oceanic species can process, and vice versa. Can the existing bridges handle that? Guildmaster Huang asked. The Guildmaster had aged visibly over the past year. The weight of administering an organization that had been transformed from a professional guild into a continental governance institution was taking its toll. But his mind remained sharp, his strategic instincts reliable. No, Shen Yu said. The bridge connections I've established work within the terrestrial memory format. Oceanic species won't integrate through standard bridges. I'll need to create a new connection type, a cross-domain bridge that can translate between memory formats. How? By learning both languages. He paused, organizing his thoughts. I need to immerse myself in oceanic species memory directly. Go to the coast, touch kelp, read their memories the way I read terrestrial plants. Once I understand the oceanic memory format, I can develop translation protocols. That means underwater work, Lin Yue said. Extended periods submerged in ocean environments. Your continental tree soul is adapted to terrestrial networks. We don't know how it will respond to oceanic botanical systems. We know it won't reject them. The primordial network was planetary, it integrated both systems. My continental tree soul is based on the same principles. The compatibility should be inherent. Should be, she repeated, emphasizing the uncertainty. Master Chen, who had been listening quietly, spoke for the first time. The old formation master was now well past his natural lifespan, kept alive and mentally sharp by a combination of life extension pills and the ambient spiritual energy of the verdant cloud sex network saturated environment. What about the deep water? He asked. The primordial records I've found in the sect archives mention deep-sea botanical species that existed at oceanic trenches. Organisms that never saw sunlight, living on geothermal energy and mineral nutrients. The abyssal species, Shen Yu confirmed. The species memory I've accessed through the spirit ash mentions them. They were critical components of the primordial planetary network, relay stations that maintained cross-continental connections through the deep ocean. Without them, the planetary network couldn't function. And they still exist? I don't know. They haven't been in contact with terrestrial species for 3,000 years. If they survived the depletion, they've been isolated for millennia. The meeting concluded with a plan. Shen Yu would lead a small team to the eastern coast, himself, Lin Yue, Mei Zhen, and a selection of aquatic specialty cultivators recruited from coastal sects. They would establish a coastal research station, begin oceanic species memory documentation, and develop the cross-domain bridge technology needed to integrate oceanic plants into the continental network. Timeline: 1 year for initial research, 2 years for prototype cross-domain integration, 5 years for full oceanic connectivity. 5 years is optimistic, Lin Yue said privately, after the meeting. The continental network took 3 years to reach 98%, and that was with compatible species. I know. But I also know that my continental tree soul gives me capabilities I didn't have during the terrestrial expansion. I can feel the ocean from here, Lin Yue, the kelp forests along the eastern coast, the seagrass meadows in the southern shallows. They're faint, barely detectable through the terrestrial network, but they're there. The oceanic species are already partially compatible. The depletion didn't sever the connection completely, it just weakened it to the point where natural reconnection couldn't occur. So the cross-domain bridge doesn't need to create compatibility from scratch. It just needs to amplify existing connections. Exactly. It's the same principle as everything I've done, not creating new relationships, but restoring old ones. She nodded, and he could see her analytical mind already working through the implications. I'll start developing aquatic formulations. The pill refinement process will need modification for oceanic ingredients, different spiritual energy profiles, different chemical compositions, different therapeutic targets. You're going to reinvent oceanic alchemy. Someone has to. The primordial alchemists worked with oceanic herbs routinely. The species memory probably contains information about refinement techniques. If you find any alchemy-relevant memories during your oceanic work, document them for me. Always. They left the verdant cloud sect 3 weeks later, traveling east by a combination of flying sword and, for Xianyu, network-assisted movement, a new capability that allowed him to transfer his physical form along network bridge pathways, appearing at any network node on the continent within minutes. The technique was limited by the density of the local network, and it consumed enormous amounts of spiritual energy, but it reduced continental travel from weeks to hours. The eastern coast was magnificent. The continental shelf extended over 300 kilometers from shore before dropping into the oceanic abyss, and the shallow waters teemed with marine life sustained by nutrient-rich upwelling from the deep ocean. Kelp forests rose from the seabed in towering columns of green-brown fronds, some specimens reaching 50 meters in length. Sea grass meadows carpeted the shallow sandy areas, their root systems creating stable environments for countless other species. And the spiritual energy was different here. Not weaker, not stronger, different. The ocean's spiritual energy had a quality that Xianyu's terrestrial adapted senses interpreted as fluidity. It moved, shifted, circulated with the currents. Terrestrial spiritual energy was relatively static. It pooled in veins, concentrated in nodes, flowed along predictable paths. Oceanic spiritual energy was dynamic, turbulent, alive in a way that made the land-based energy seem sluggish. The ocean is breathing, Xianyu said, standing on a cliff overlooking the coast, his continental tree soul straining toward the water. The spiritual energy circulates like blood, the currents carry it, the upwelling zones pump it, the kelp forests filter and concentrate it. The ocean has its own energy system, separate from but parallel to the terrestrial one. And the plants? Mei Zhen asked, her documentation tools already deployed. Waiting. He could feel them, the kelp, the seagrass, the algae, existing in a state of quiet isolation. Connected to their immediate neighbors by species memory, but cut off from the continental network and from each other across any significant distance. Islands of botanical awareness in an ocean of silence. They remember being connected, he said. The species memory contains echoes of the primordial planetary network. 3,000 years of isolation, and they still remember what it felt like to be part of something larger. He looked at the ocean, stretching to the horizon, and felt a pull that was not physical but ecological. The continental network was calling to the oceanic plants, and they were calling back. The reconnection would begin here. Chapter 44. Xianyu's first underwater herb contact occurred at dawn on a cloudless morning, in a kelp forest 2 kilometers offshore. He descended using a water-breathing formation that Lin Yue had modified to maintain his continental tree soul's terrestrial network connection while submerged, a delicate technical achievement that had taken her 3 attempts to stabilize. The kelp forest was a cathedral of green. Enormous fronds rose from holdfasts anchored to the rocky seabed, swaying in the current like prayer flags in wind. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, creating shifting patterns of gold and shadow on the forest floor. Small fish darted between the fronds, and crustaceans clung to the holdfasts with territorial determination. Xianyu approached the largest kelp specimen, a giant spirit kelp with a holdfast the size of a small house and fronds extending 40 meters toward the surface. He placed his hand on the main stipe and opened his senses. The memory vision that crashed into him was unlike anything the terrestrial plants had shown him. Oceanic species memory was not linear. Terrestrial plants experience time as a sequence: seed, sprout, growth, maturity, seasons cycling in ordered progression. The kelp experienced time as a current. Memories flowed, past and present intermingling, future anticipated through the rhythmic predictability of tides and seasons. The kelp didn't remember events in chronological order, it remembered them in tidal order, organized by the rhythms of water movement rather than the passage of days. The translation challenge was immediately apparent. Xianyu's herb memory system, developed through terrestrial plant contact, processed information linearly. The kelp's tidal memory format was fundamentally different, not incompatible, but structured on a different organizing principle. He forced his mind to adapt. Instead of reading the kelp's memory as a sequence, he let it flow, surrendering linear comprehension for rhythmic understanding. The experience was disorienting, like switching from reading text to listening to music. The information was the same, but the medium changed everything. And when he found the rhythm, the kelp story unfolded. This specimen was old, 300 years, ancient by kelp standards. Its species memory connected to memories spanning 2,000 years, covering the period from 500 years after the depletion to the present. Not deep enough to reach the primordial era directly, but deep enough to contain echoes of the primordial network's final years. The kelp remembered the ocean before isolation. Not from personal experience, but through inherited species memory passed down through millennia of reproduction. The primordial oceanic network had been vast, a web of connection that linked every marine plant species across every ocean, maintained by deep-sea relay organisms that served as the network's backbone. The network's severance had been catastrophic for oceanic plants. Unlike terrestrial species, which could survive isolation through access to stable soil and consistent sunlight, oceanic plants depended on the network for environmental coordination. The network had synchronized spawning cycles, coordinated nutrient distribution, managed competitive relationships between species. Without it, the oceanic botanical ecosystem had collapsed into chaos, centuries of uncoordinated growth, competition, and die-offs that reduced marine plant diversity by over 70%. The survivors, the species that still existed 3,000 years later, were the hardiest, most adaptable organisms. They had learned to function without the network, developing local species memory connections that served as poor substitutes for the global system. But the inherited memory of connection persisted. Every kelp forest, every seagrass meadow, every algal colony remembered being part of something larger. And they remembered what had caused the severance. This was the revelation that made Shen Yu's hands tremble against the kelp stipe. The terrestrial species memory had recorded the depletion as a catastrophic event, a sudden, devastating loss of spiritual energy and network connectivity. But the terrestrial plants had not known why it happened. They had experienced the effects without understanding the cause. The oceanic species memory was different. The ocean's botanical network had been the first to be attacked, because the ocean's deep-sea relay organisms were the planetary network's most critical infrastructure. Destroying them would sever the cross-continental connections, isolating each land mass's botanical network and making them vulnerable to systematic dismantling. The kelp species memory contained a vision that Shen Yu would never forget, a formation. Enormous, carved into the ocean floor at a depth where no sunlight reached, powered by geothermal energy tapped from the planet's core. The formation's design was botanical, it used plant-based principles, root-like energy channels, growth pattern activation sequences. It was created by someone who understood the botanical network intimately, someone who could design a weapon using the network's own architecture. The formation activated, and the deep-sea relay organisms, the backbone of the planetary network, were destroyed in a single pulse. Thousands of relay stations, spanning every ocean, annihilated simultaneously. The planetary network fragmented into isolated continental networks, each suddenly cut off from the global system. Then the continental networks were attacked individually. The same formation, replicated on each land mass, targeting the network nodes that maintained local connectivity. One by one, the continental networks fell, until the entire planet's botanical infrastructure was reduced to isolated pockets of disconnected plants. The depletion was not a natural disaster. It was an attack. A deliberate, systematic destruction of the planetary botanical network by someone who understood its architecture well enough to design a weapon against it. Shen Yu released the kelp with shaking hands and surfaced, gasping not from lack of air but from the weight of what he had learned. What happened? Lin Yue asked, pulling him onto the research boat. Your spiritual energy fluctuated. The terrestrial network connection nearly severed. The depletion, he said. It wasn't natural. It was an attack. The silence on the boat lasted a long time. Chapter 45. Shen Yu spent 3 days processing the oceanic species memory before sharing the full findings with the team. The information was too significant, too destabilizing, to release without careful consideration of its implications. The depletion had been deliberately engineered. Someone, a cultivator or group of cultivators with deep understanding of the botanical network, had designed and deployed a formation that systematically destroyed the planetary network's infrastructure. The attack had been surgical, targeting the most critical components in the correct sequence to ensure total network collapse. The formation was botanical in design, Shen Yu explained to the assembled team at the coastal research station. It used plant-based spiritual energy patterns, root growth channels, branching activation sequences, photosynthetic energy conversion. Whoever created it was an expert in botanical cultivation, possibly the most advanced botanical cultivator who ever lived. A botanist destroyed the botanical network? Mei Zhen's documentation had shifted from scientific notes to historical investigation, her research methodology adapting to the paradigm shift. That's like a physician designing a plague. The analogy is more precise than you know. The formation exploited the network's own architecture. It used the bridge connections to propagate the destruction. The signal that killed the deep-sea relay organisms traveled through the network itself. The weapon was designed to turn the network's strength, its interconnectedness, into a vulnerability. Master Chen, who had traveled to the coast for this briefing, looked older than Shen Yu had ever seen him. Who would do this? Who would destroy the greatest biological system the world has ever known? I don't know yet. The oceanic species memory contains the attack's effects but not the attacker's identity. The deep-sea relay organisms that might have had more direct information were destroyed in the first strike. But there may be surviving memories in isolated oceanic species, organisms in deep caves or thermal vents that were sheltered from the formation's pulse. The abyssal species you mentioned, Guild Master Huang said. The ones that lived at oceanic trenches, if any survived, they would have been closest to the formation itself. Their species memory might contain direct information about the attacker. The implications rippled outward. If the depletion was deliberate, then the 3,000 years of diminished cultivation, reduced spiritual energy, and weakened human potential that followed were not a natural consequence of cosmic cycles or spiritual energy fluctuations. They were the intended result of a calculated attack on the foundations of botanical civilization. This changes the political calculus, Guild Master Huang said. The current cultivation establishment, the sects, the guilds, the governing structures, all exist because of the depletion. The scarcity that drives competition for resources, the hierarchy that concentrates power among the few who can access spiritual energy, all of it is artificial. Created by the depletion. And the depletion was created by someone. Which means the entire power structure of the cultivation world is built on a crime. Lin Yue's voice was quiet, but her eyes were fierce. The sects that hoard spiritual energy, the guilds that control herb access, the families that gatekeep cultivation resources, they're all beneficiaries of a 3,000-year-old act of destruction. We need to be very careful about how this information is released, Master Chen said. If the cultivation establishment learns that their power is based on an engineered catastrophe, the response will not be rational. The powerful rarely respond rationally to threats against their power, Huang agreed. But we also cannot suppress this information. The initiative's legitimacy is built on transparency and scientific integrity. If we hide the depletion's true nature, we become no better than whatever force caused it. The decision was made to document the findings thoroughly but release them gradually, starting with the scientific community before making public announcements. Mei Zhen's research team would prepare peer-reviewed publications. The initiative's communications division would develop a public engagement strategy. In the meantime, Xianxia returned to the ocean. The cross-domain bridge development accelerated now that he understood the oceanic memory format. The key insight was that tidal memory and linear memory were not truly incompatible, they were the same information organized by different rhythms. Tidal memory was synchronized to water movement, linear memory was synchronized to sunlight cycles. Both tracked the same fundamental processes, growth, reproduction, environmental response, but tagged them differently. The cross-domain bridge needed to be a rhythm translator. Take a terrestrial plant's linear memory, retag its events from solar rhythm to tidal rhythm, and the oceanic plants could process it. Reverse the process for oceanic to terrestrial translation. Simple in principle. Extraordinarily complex in execution. The first functional cross-domain bridge was established between a coastal mangrove, a species that existed at the interface of land and sea, with both terrestrial and aquatic characteristics, and a kelp forest holdfast 200 meters offshore. The mangrove served as a natural translator, its dual environment biology providing a template for the rhythm conversion. The connection was tentative at first, a thin thread of species memory flowing between kelp and mangrove, each organism processing the other's memories at reduced fidelity. But the connection held, and within days, it began strengthening as both organisms adapted to the translated information. Cross-domain bridge, prototype active, bridge type, terrestrial oceanic via mangrove intermediary, translation fidelity, 43%, increasing at 2% per day, connected species, giant spirit kelp, left-right arrow emoji, coastal mangrove, left-right arrow emoji, continental network, status, stable. Memory flow bidirectional. Rhythm translation functional. 43% fidelity is terrible, Xianxia told Lin Yue. But it's not zero. The principle works. Terrible today, improved tomorrow. How fast will fidelity increase? If the pattern holds, it should reach 80% within a month as both species adapt to the translation. Full fidelity will require optimizing the bridge format, something I'll need to do manually for each major species pair. How many species pairs? For the Eastern Coastal Network? Approximately 40. For the complete oceanic integration? Several hundred. And each one requires personal attention from you. For now. Once I establish enough bridges, the network itself will begin generating new connections autonomously, the way the terrestrial network did. The first bridges are the hardest, they're the template. Everything after that scales. Lin Yue nodded, her mind already calculating timelines. 3 months for the eastern coast. 6 months for the complete continental coastline. A year for the near-ocean integration. 2 years for the deep ocean, assuming the abyssal species are still there and willing to connect. Assuming a lot of things, he admitted. But the path is clear. The path was clear. The destination was a planetary network restored for the first time in 3,000 years. And somewhere in the deep ocean, the formation that had destroyed the original network was still there. Waiting in the dark. Chapter 46. The first sign that something was wrong came not from the ocean, but from the continental network. Xianxia was working on the 7th cross-domain bridge, connecting a temperate water seagrass species to the coastal network, when he felt a disturbance in the terrestrial network's western edge. A cluster of network nodes in the western mountains had gone silent. Not damaged. Not disconnected. Silent. The nodes still existed, he could feel their physical presence through the network, but they had stopped transmitting species memory. Their bridge connections were intact but carrying no information. Like a nerve that was physically complete but no longer conducting signals. Something is suppressing the network in the Western Mountains, he told Lin Yue, pulling his awareness from the oceanic work to investigate. 7 nodes have gone silent in the past 3 hours. The pattern is spreading outward from a central point, coordinates place it in the Ironwood Valley. Suppressing? Not destroying? The nodes are physically unharmed. The suppression is at the species memory level, something is blocking the plant's ability to transmit and receive memory information. The network structure is intact, but the communication has stopped. What could do that? Nothing I've encountered before. Species memory transmission is a fundamental botanical function, it's how plants share genetic information and environmental data. Blocking it would require a technique that specifically targets the memory transmission mechanism. He paused, a cold realization forming. A technique like the one that caused the depletion. Lin Yue's face went still. Are you saying someone is using the depletion formation? Not the full formation, that destroyed the network infrastructure entirely. This is more targeted. It's suppressing memory transmission without destroying the plants. Like the difference between severing a nerve and numbing it. A derivative technology. Someone studied the depletion formation's principles and developed a localized version. Or someone already knew those principles. Shen Yu's continental awareness focused on the Ironwood Valley suppression zone. The silenced area was roughly 40 kilometers in diameter and growing slowly, expanding at a rate of about 1 kilometer per hour. At the center, his network perception encountered a void, a region where even the physical presence of the nodes was obscured. Someone was in that void. Someone with the knowledge and power to suppress the botanical network's memory function. I'm going to the Western Mountains, he said. Not alone. My continental tree soul can transfer me to any network node in seconds. And I can't leave the investigation to a subordinate, this requires my direct perception. Then I'm going with you. My nascent soul cultivation can handle the travel if you route us through the network. He hesitated, then nodded. Lin Yue's analytical capabilities would be valuable, and her alchemy skills might be needed if the network suppression had toxic effects on the affected plants. They arrived at the edge of the suppression zone within minutes, materializing at a network node in a pine forest 10 kilometers from the Ironwood Valley. The transition from full network connectivity to the zone's edge was jarring, like stepping from a warm room into freezing air. The network's constant background hum, which Shen Yu had lived with for months, dimmed as they approached the silenced region. Feel that? He asked. Absence, Lin Yue said, her alchemist's spiritual senses detecting the change. The ambient spiritual energy here is 20% below the network's normal enrichment. The plants are healthy but quiet, no species memory activity at all. The trees around them, tall pines, their species memory normally a steady murmur of centuries-old growth records, stood in botanical silence. Their biological processes continued, photosynthesis, water transport, nutrient absorption, but the information layer that the network added to those processes was gone. The plants were alive but unaware. It's like they've been spiritually anesthetized, Lin Yue said. They moved toward the center of the suppression zone, Shen Yu leading with his continental tree soul extended forward like a searchlight. The suppression intensified as they advanced, not painfully, not aggressively, but with a deliberate, controlled compression of botanical awareness that spoke of precise engineering rather than brute force. At the heart of the Ironwood Valley, they found the source. A formation. Not carved into the ground like the oceanic depletion formation the kelp had shown him, but woven into the living wood of the valley's ancient ironwood trees. The formation lines were botanical, grown rather than inscribed, integrated into the tree's own growth patterns so seamlessly that only someone with Shen Yu's network-level perception could distinguish them from natural wood grain. And in the center of the formation, sitting cross-legged beneath the oldest ironwood tree in the valley, was a cultivator. The man was old, not elderly but ancient, with the preserved vitality that spoke of cultivation techniques designed to extend life beyond natural limits. His robes were green-black, the color of deep forest shadow. His spiritual energy was sharp, cold, and botanical, undeniably botanical, carrying the same fundamental quality as Shen Yu's own cultivation but twisted into a configuration that Shen Yu had never encountered. You're faster than I expected, the old man said. His voice was calm, conversational, even. I anticipated another week before the network's director noticed this particular experiment. Who are you? Shen Yu asked, his continental tree soul reaching toward the man and encountering a barrier, a personal spiritual formation that blocked network perception with the same technique that suppressed the regional nodes. My name is Shu Baihe. I am the last living member of the severed root lineage. And I am very interested in what you've built, Director Shen. The severed root lineage. The name triggered a resonance in Shen Yu's species memory knowledge, a faint echo from the primordial era records he'd studied. Not a sect. Not an organization. A philosophical lineage, a school of cultivation thought that he had encountered only in the oldest, most degraded species memory fragments. You know the name, Shu Baihe said. Your network communion has given you access to memories that most cultivators never touch. Good. Then you know what we believe. I know what the species memory records about your lineage, Xianxia said carefully. It's fragmentary. The primordial records mention a school of botanical cultivation that studied the network's vulnerabilities rather than its strengths. Studied the network's vulnerabilities in order to protect it, Shu Baihe corrected. The planetary botanical network was the foundation of primordial civilization. Our lineage's role was defensive, understanding how the network could be attacked in order to prevent such attacks. We were the network's immune system. Were. Xianxia emphasized the past tense. Until the depletion. The old man's expression shifted, a subtle tightening of muscles around his eyes that spoke of old pain, carefully controlled. Until the depletion. Which was caused by a member of our own lineage who chose to use defensive knowledge offensively. A betrayal that destroyed everything we were meant to protect. You know who caused the depletion? Of course I know. I've spent 3,000 years studying the crime. I am the last living inheritor of the knowledge needed to understand it, and to prevent it from happening again. Lin Yue stepped forward, her analytical mind cutting through the revelation to the immediate practical concern. Your formation is suppressing the network. If you're trying to prevent future attacks, why are you disabling the very system you claim to protect? Shu Baihe looked at her with something like respect. Because the network director Shen has built is repeating the same vulnerabilities that allowed the original destruction. The bridge connections, the centralized node architecture, the merger of a single consciousness with the entire network, these are the exact design flaws that my ancestor exploited. I am testing whether the new network can be suppressed using the techniques that destroyed the old one. And it can, Xianxia said flatly. Easily. Your network is magnificent, Director Shen. But it is fragile in the same way the primordial network was fragile. Built for growth, not for defense. Optimized for connectivity, not resilience. One targeted formation, applied to the right nodes, could collapse the entire system. The silence in the Ironwood Valley deepened. The suppressed trees stood witness to a conversation that would determine the future of the botanical network, and perhaps the world. Chapter 47. Shu Baihe deactivated his suppression formation as a gesture of good faith. The Ironwood tree's species memory reactivated immediately, and Xianxia felt the 7 silenced nodes reconnect to the continental network like blood returning to a numbed limb. How long have you been monitoring my work? Xianxia asked. Since you designated your first network node at the Celestial Heart Lotus Cave. I felt it from 3 provinces away, a new node, connected using a method I had not seen since the primordial era. I traveled to investigate and found you, a qi condensation herb picker rebuilding the planetary botanical network from scratch. You could have approached me then. I needed to understand what you were before I decided how to respond. There were 2 possibilities: you were restoring the network with knowledge of its vulnerabilities, in which case you were an ally. Or you were restoring it without that knowledge, in which case you were a danger. And your conclusion? You have no defensive architecture whatsoever. Your network is brilliantly designed for growth and connection, but it has no protection against the specific class of attacks that destroyed the primordial network. If someone with the severed root lineage's knowledge decided to destroy your network, they could do it in a single afternoon. The assessment was delivered without malice, without threat, with the clinical precision of a physician describing a disease. Shu Baihe was not threatening the network. He was diagnosing its vulnerability. You mentioned your lineage's role was defensive, Lin Yue said. If that's true, then you have the knowledge to design the protections the network needs. I do. That is why I'm here. Shu Baihe stood, his movements fluid despite his apparent age. I've spent 3,000 years preserving the severed root lineage's defensive knowledge, waiting for someone to rebuild the network. I am the cure for the disease I was originally designed to prevent. And the disease itself, Xianxia pointed out. Your lineage created the depletion. One member of my lineage created the depletion. The rest of us were destroyed by it, killed by the very catastrophe our traitor caused. I survived because I was researching deep-sea relay organisms at the time of the attack. The oceanic location shielded me from the terrestrial formation's effects, and I spent the following centuries in isolated cultivation, preserving what knowledge I could. 3,000 years. Lin Yue's voice carried the weight of incomprehension. You've been alive for 3,000 years. Botanical cultivation has advantages for longevity. When your cultivation is integrated with an ecosystem, your lifespan extends with the ecosystems. The deep-sea organisms I bonded with during my isolation live on geological timescales. Their longevity sustained mine. Xianxia felt the continental network respond to his emotional state, a ripple of uncertainty that he had to consciously suppress before it propagated to the connected plants. The network was sensitive to his state of mind in ways that made emotional control a practical necessity. What are you proposing? He asked, setting aside the history to focus on the immediate question. A partnership. I teach you the severed root lineage's defensive techniques. You integrate them into the network's architecture. The result is a network that cannot be destroyed by the methods that cause the depletion. And in return? In return, I help you reach the deep ocean. The abyssal relay organisms, the backbone of the primordial planetary network, are my specialty. I bonded with their species during my isolation. I know their locations, their memory systems, their integration requirements. Without my knowledge, your oceanic expansion will take decades. With it, you can reach the deep-sea relays within a year. The offer was extraordinary. The deep-sea relay organisms were the missing piece of the planetary network restoration, the infrastructure that would connect continental networks across oceans. Access to them through Xu Baihei's knowledge could accelerate the project by years. But the risk was equally extraordinary. Xu Baihei carried knowledge that could destroy the network. Trusting him was trusting that his stated intentions, defensive partnership, were genuine. I need time to consider, Xianxia said. Of course. I've waited 3,000 years. A few weeks more is inconsequential. Xu Baihei produced a jade slip, ancient, worn smooth by millennia of handling. This contains a partial record of the severed root lineage's defensive formations. Study it. Verify that the techniques are genuinely protective. When you're satisfied, contact me through the network, I'll feel your call. He left the Ironwood Valley without ceremony, his figure disappearing into the forest with the ease of someone who had been walking through wilderness for longer than civilization had existed. Shenyu and Lin Yue stood in the reactivated valley, surrounded by ironwood trees whose species memory now included the record of this encounter. He's telling the truth about the lineage's history, Shenyu said, parsing the species memory traces that Xu Baihei's presence had left in the valley's botanical awareness. The plants remember a cultivation lineage that studied network defense. The memory fragments align with what he described. That doesn't mean his current intentions are benign, Lin Yue said. No. But it means his background is verifiable through the species memory. If any part of his story is fabricated, the botanical record will show inconsistencies. How long will verification take? Weeks. I need to cross-reference his claims against primordial era species memory from multiple sources, the spirit ash, the coastal kelp, any deepwater organisms I can reach. If his story is consistent across independent memory sources, it's almost certainly true. And if it is true? Shenyu looked at the jade slip in his hand, 3,000 years of defensive knowledge compressed into a crystalline storage medium that his herb memory system could read like a plant memory. If it's true, then we have an ally who can protect everything we've built. And a guide to the deep ocean. And if it's not true? Then we have an enemy who already knows how to destroy the network, and we need to develop defenses on our own before he acts. Either way, the network needed protection. The vulnerability Xu Baihei had demonstrated was real. The suppression formation had disabled 7 nodes without any alarm triggering, without any defensive response. If a hostile force discovered that vulnerability, the continental network could be dismantled before Shenyu could respond. We start studying the jade slip tonight, Shenyu said. Lin Yue nodded. Together. Chapter 48. The jade slip contains 16 defensive formation designs, each one targeting a specific vulnerability in the botanical network's architecture. Shenyu studied them with the focused intensity that had characterized his cultivation since the first spirit dewgrass vision. The formations were elegant, designed using botanical principles that matched the network's own architecture, integrating with existing bridge connections rather than requiring separate infrastructure. The first formation, which Xu Baihei had labeled Root Guard Alpha, was a detection system. It monitored bridge connections for the specific frequency of spiritual energy disruption that the depletion formation had used. If that frequency was detected anywhere in the network, every node within range would immediately receive an alert. The second formation, Root Guard Beta, was a containment system. When triggered by Alpha's detection, it would isolate the affected region by temporarily severing bridge connections around the disruption zone. This would prevent the depletion signal from propagating through the network the way the original attack had, using the network's connectivity to spread destruction. The original depletion succeeded because the network had no containment capability, Shenyu explained to the initiative's Defense Planning Committee, a new body he'd established in response to the Ironwood Valley incident. The destruction signal traveled through bridge connections at the speed of species memory transmission, essentially instantaneous across connected networks. By the time anyone realized what was happening, the signal had already reached every connected plant. Root Guard Beta prevents that by creating firebreaks, Mei Zhen observed. Sacrificing local connectivity to preserve global network integrity. Exactly. The same principle as a firebreak in forest management. You lose the trees in the break zone, but you save the forest. The remaining 14 formations addressed progressively more sophisticated attack vectors, memory corruption, node hijacking, species memory falsification, bridge connection reversal. Each formation was designed to counter a specific offensive technique, and the collective system created a layered defense that would make the network resistant to the full spectrum of known threats. These are genuinely defensive, Lin Yue confirmed, after a week of independent analysis. I've reverse-engineered each formation to determine whether it could be repurposed offensively. None of them can. The design philosophy is fundamentally different from offensive formations. They use dissipative energy patterns that absorb and redirect rather than concentrate and project. Which means Xu Baihei provided exactly what he promised. Defensive knowledge. His knowledge checks out. His intentions remain uncertain. Xianxia nodded and began implementing the defensive formations. He started with Root Guard Alpha, the detection system, installing it at every major network node on the continent. The work required modifying each node's bridge connections to include the detection frequency monitor, a process that his continental tree soul could perform remotely but that required focused attention for each installation. 3 weeks to cover the continent. 3 weeks during which the oceanic expansion paused while Xianxia prioritized security. By the time Root Guard Alpha was fully deployed, the continental network had its first defensive capability. If anyone attempted a depletion-type attack, every node on the continent would alert simultaneously, giving Xianxia seconds of warning to activate Root Guard Beta's containment protocols. The network was no longer defenseless. It was still vulnerable. The remaining 14 formations needed deployment before the defense was comprehensive, but it was no longer blind. And Xianxia, studying the defensive formation designs with the same scholarly intensity he'd brought to every stage of his cultivation, found himself beginning to understand the severed root lineage's philosophy. The formations were not just technical countermeasures. They embodied a worldview, a perspective that saw the botanical network not as a pristine system to be preserved unchanged, but as a living organism that needed an immune system, a capacity for self-defense, an ability to respond to threats. The primordial network had been beautiful but fragile. The restored network could be both beautiful and resilient. Xianxia contacted Xu Baihe through the network. The ancient cultivator's response was immediate, a subtle shift in the species' memory flow that Xianxia interpreted as presence. "I've deployed Root Guard Alpha," Xianxia transmitted through the network communication channel he'd developed for long-range coordination. "Your formations are genuine. I'd like to continue." Continue the defensive implementation? Or continue the conversation? Both. I have questions about the depletion that the Jade Slips formations don't address. And I need your help reaching the deep-sea relay organisms. The pause that followed lasted several seconds, an eternity in network communication. "Meet me at the Ironwood Valley. Bring your alchemist. What I need to show you requires her skills as well." Chapter 49. Xu Baihe was waiting in the Ironwood Valley, sitting beneath the same ancient tree where they'd first met. The suppression formation was absent, the valley's species memory flowed normally, the ironwood trees humming with the quiet contentment of old organisms connected to something larger than themselves. "You've installed Root Guard Alpha across the entire continent in 3 weeks, Xu Baihe observed as Xianxia and Lin Yue arrived. The primordial era installation of the same system took 4 years. The primordial era installers didn't have continental network consciousness. No. They had teams of specialists working from physical locations. Your approach is more efficient but also more fragile. The entire defensive system depends on your continued consciousness and attention. If you were incapacitated, who would maintain the defense?" The question was pointed. Xianxia had been avoiding it. "No one. Currently, I am the only consciousness merged with the network. The defensive formations would continue functioning passively, but active defense, threat assessment, containment decisions, adaptive response, requires my direct involvement. A single point of failure. The same vulnerability the primordial network had. The network director, the primordial equivalent of your role, was the system's greatest strength and greatest weakness. How did the primordial network address that vulnerability? Through root communion. Xu Baihe stood. Which is what I brought you here to discuss. Your network is currently one-directional, you read plant memories, but you cannot write to them. This limits the network's capabilities to what your individual consciousness can manage. Root communion would change that. I've been researching root communion independently. The species memory describes it as bidirectional memory exchange between cultivators and plants. That's the surface description. Root communion's deeper function was distributed consciousness. A cultivator who achieved root communion didn't just exchange memories with plants, they shared processing capacity. The plants could think using the cultivator's consciousness, and the cultivator could think using the plant's memory systems. The network became a distributed mind, with the cultivator's consciousness as one node among billions. Xianxia felt his understanding of his own cultivation shift. His continental tree soul had merged with the network, giving him awareness of every connected plant. But the awareness was one way, he perceived the network, but the network did not perceive through him. He was a reader, not a participant. Root communion would make him a participant. Not the network's director, but one of its components, a node in a distributed consciousness where plants and cultivator were equal partners. The primordial network had multiple root communion cultivators, Xu Baihe continued. Not one director, but a council of botanical cultivators who shared consciousness with the network and with each other through the plants. If one was incapacitated, the others maintained the system. The network's resilience came from distributed leadership, not centralized control. And the depletion's architect was one of these council members, Xianxia said, understanding. The most gifted. The most deeply connected, and the most convinced that the network's power needed to be controlled rather than shared. Pain flickered across Xu Baihe's ancient features. His name was Xu Genshin. He was my ancestor. The silence was heavy with 3 millennia of guilt. Why did he do it? Lin Yue asked. He believed the botanical network was too powerful to remain uncontrolled. The planetary network gave every cultivator access to enhanced spiritual energy, improved cultivation conditions, and unlimited botanical resources. In Xu Zhenshan's view, this universal access was destabilizing. It eliminated the scarcity that drove competition, innovation, and hierarchical organization. He believed that civilization required struggle, that power needed to be concentrated in the worthy, and that universal abundance would lead to stagnation. He destroyed the world's greatest achievement because he was afraid of equality, Xianxia said. He destroyed it because he was afraid of what equality would become. 3,000 years later, I cannot say he was entirely wrong about the risks. Universal abundance does change social structures. It does eliminate certain forms of competitive motivation. Whether that's good or bad depends on values that the botanical network itself is indifferent to. But the solution was not destruction, Lin Yue said firmly. No. The solution was never destruction. Xu Baihe met her eyes. Which is why I'm here. To help rebuild what my ancestor destroyed, and to ensure that the rebuilt network is resilient enough to survive anyone else who decides that universal abundance is a threat. He turned to Shenyu. Root communion requires verdant qi, the hybrid spiritual energy form that bridges human and botanical consciousness. I can teach you to generate it. The technique was part of the severed root lineage's core curriculum. We studied it for defensive purposes, but the knowledge is transferable to constructive use. How long will it take to learn? That depends on your talent. The primordial cultivators spent decades achieving root communion. You've compressed centuries of network development into 3 years. I suspect your timeline will be shorter. He paused. But it cannot be rushed. Verdant qi generation requires fundamental changes to your spiritual energy circulation. The process is irreversible, and errors can damage your cultivation permanently. Teach me, Xianxia said. The training began that afternoon. Xu Baihe's instruction was precise, methodical, and grounded in 3,000 years of refined understanding. The technique for generating verdant qi involved modifying the cultivator's spiritual energy circulation to incorporate botanical patterns, the branching pathways of root growth, the rhythmic pulses of photosynthetic energy conversion, the slow accumulation of mineral nutrients that characterized plant metabolism. Your spiritual energy must learn to be both human and botanical simultaneously, Xu Baihe explained, demonstrating the circulation pattern with a model formed from living vines that grew in real time to illustrate the energy pathways. Human spiritual energy moves in cycles: gather, compress, release, gather. Botanical spiritual energy moves in accumulations: absorb, distribute, integrate, expand. Verdant qi is the intersection, a cyclic accumulation that moves like a heartbeat but grows like a root. The first attempt was a failure. Shenyu's spiritual energy circulation resisted the modification, decades of human pattern cultivation creating momentum that the botanical pattern couldn't redirect. The second attempt was a partial success. He managed to sustain the hybrid pattern for 12 seconds before the circulation collapsed back to its default human configuration. The third attempt lasted 2 minutes. The fourth, 8 minutes. The fifth, 30 minutes. On the seventh day, Shenyu sustained verdant qi circulation for 6 hours, and felt something change in his fundamental relationship with the continental network. The change was subtle, a softening of the boundary between his consciousness and the network's awareness, a shift from perception to participation. The plants felt it too. Across the continent, connected species registered the first trace of verdant qi in 3,000 years, and their response was immediate and unmistakable. They reached toward him. Not physically, the plants didn't move, didn't grow, didn't change their biological behavior. But in the species memory dimension, in the layer of awareness that Shenyu had been reading since his first spirit dew grass vision, every connected plant on the continent oriented toward the source of verdant qi with the urgency of a parched organism detecting water. They remembered this energy. After 3 millennia, they remembered what it felt like to be truly connected to a human consciousness. And they wanted it back. Chapter 50. The verdant qi training continued for 3 weeks. Shenyu's ability to sustain the hybrid circulation improved steadily, from hours to days, until the verdant qi pattern became his new default, a permanent modification of his spiritual energy system that generated the hybrid energy continuously. The effects on his cultivation were immediate and transformative. Verdant qi generation, stable, spiritual energy type, hybrid human botanical, root communion preparation, 67% complete, continental network response, all connected species acknowledging verdant qi presence, new capability, bidirectional memory interface, prototype, note, full root communion requires Dao seeking advancement. The notification says root communion requires Dao seeking, Shenyu told Xu Baihe. My current cultivation is spirit severing stage 6. The boundary between spirit severing and Dao seeking is, for botanical cultivators, the boundary between one-way and two-way network consciousness. Spirit severing cultivators perceive the network. Dao seeking cultivators participate in it. Your verdant qi generation is preparing the energetic foundation, but the consciousness transformation requires the next breakthrough. What does Dao seeking look like for a botanical cultivator? For a standard cultivator, Dao seeking is the search for one's personal path to immortality, the identification and pursuit of the specific Dao that will carry the cultivator beyond mortal limitations. For a botanical cultivator, Dao seeking is the recognition that your personal Dao is not separate from the network's Dao. The network's growth is your cultivation. The network's purpose is your purpose. The network's continuity is your immortality. That sounds like losing myself in the network. It sounds like that. It isn't. Root communion preserves individual identity within the distributed consciousness. You remain Shen Yu, your memories, your personality, your relationships. But you gain a second layer of identity as a component of the network's awareness. You are simultaneously yourself and a part of something larger. Like being simultaneously a cell and an organism. Shu Baihe smiled, the first genuine smile Shen Yu had seen from the ancient cultivator. Exactly like that. The cellular metaphor is appropriate. A cell in a body maintains its individual functions while contributing to the organism's collective capabilities. Root communion creates the same relationship between the cultivator and the network. The conversation shifted to the oceanic expansion. With the Verdant Qi Foundation established, Shen Yu could now approach the deep-sea relay organisms with the communication capability they required. The abyssal relays are unlike any plants you've encountered, Shu Baihe warned. They exist at extreme depths, 3 to 8 kilometers below the surface, in environments of total darkness, crushing pressure, and geothermal energy. Their biology is fundamentally different from surface plants. They don't photosynthesize, they chemically process minerals and thermal energy. Their species' memory system is adapted to conditions where time has a different meaning. The deep ocean doesn't have seasons, doesn't have day cycles. The relay's temporal perception is geological. They think in centuries. Will my Verdant Qi reach them? Verdant Qi was the original communication medium between surface and deep-sea botanical systems. The relays were designed to respond to it. When they detect Verdant Qi for the first time in 3 millennia, their response will be significant. Significant how? The relays have been waiting, Director Shen. They are the most ancient botanical organisms on the planet. Some specimens are older than the depletion itself. They remember the planetary network from personal experience, not species memory. They remember what was lost. They have been waiting, in the dark, for 3,000 years, for someone to come and reconnect them. Waiting consciously, waiting the way a seed waits for rain. Not with conscious intention, but with biological readiness. The relays are dormant, not dead. When they detect Verdant Qi, they will activate. The deep-sea expedition was planned for the following month. Shu Baihe would serve as guide, using his 3 millennia of deep ocean experience to navigate the abyssal trenches where the relay organisms were located. Lin Yue would develop pressure-resistant alchemical preparations to protect the expedition members from the extreme deep-sea environment. Mei Zhen's scientific team would document everything. In the meantime, Shen Yu continued the coastal oceanic expansion. The cross-domain bridges were multiplying, 23 now connected the eastern coastal kelp forests and seagrass meadows to the continental network. Translation fidelity had reached 89% in the earliest bridges, with the newer ones improving faster as the network adapted to the oceanic memory format. The oceanic integration was producing unexpected benefits. The kelp forests, connected to the continental network's vast species memory resources, were experiencing a growth renaissance. Ancient reproductive patterns, suppressed since the depletion, were reactivating. The kelp was growing faster, larger, and more spiritually potent than any living specimen had in 3,000 years. The ocean is waking up, Mei Zhen reported, her scientific documentation now including underwater observation teams using formations that Lin Yue had developed for extended submersion. The connected kelp forests are expanding at 3 times the rate of unconnected populations. Seagrass meadows are colonizing areas that have been barren for centuries. Marine animal populations in connected regions are increasing as the enhanced plant growth provides more habitat and food. The ocean's botanical ecosystem is responding to the network the same way the terrestrial ecosystem did, Shen Yu said. Reconnection triggers regeneration. The plants remember how to grow properly, they just needed the network's information to restart the process. The pattern was universal. Wherever the network reached, land or sea, the botanical ecosystem responded with vigorous, health growth that restored conditions not seen since the primordial era. The network was not merely connecting plants, it was healing the planet's botanical infrastructure, reversing 3 millennia of degradation caused by the depletion. And the human-plant sensitivity that Lin Yue had first detected in life extension pill recipients was spreading faster than predicted. Coastal fishing communities, exposed to the enhanced spiritual energy of the reconnected oceanic plants, were developing plant awareness at rates significantly higher than inland populations. Fishermen reported intuitive knowledge of weather patterns, seasonal fish migration, and ocean current changes, information that the oceanic plant species memory tracked naturally and was now leaking into human awareness through the ambient Verdant Qi. It's happening, Lin Yue said, reviewing the data with the quiet satisfaction of a hypothesis confirmed. The primordial partnership is reawakening. Not through deliberate cultivation, through environmental exposure. People who live near connected botanical networks are naturally developing the sensitivity that primordial humans possessed. How long until the sensitivity becomes universal? At current rates? Decades for full coverage. But the rate is accelerating as the network expands and verdant chi density increases. If the planetary network is restored and verdant chi becomes ambient everywhere, the reawakening could happen within a generation. A generation. 20 to 30 years until every human on the planet possessed the baseline plant awareness that had been normal in the primordial era. 20 to 30 years until the partnership between humans and plants, the foundation of the primordial civilization, was restored. Xianxia looked at the ocean, stretching to horizons that connected to continents he had never visited, and felt the weight of what he was building. Not just a network. Not just a cultivation technique. A new civilization, or rather, the restoration of an old one, rebuilt with the knowledge of what had destroyed it. The deep-sea expedition launches next month, he said. If the relay organisms activate, the planetary network restoration becomes possible. Not just possible, Xu Baihe said, appearing from the forest with the silent ease of someone who had been listening from a distance. Inevitable. The relays were designed to be the planetary network's foundation. When they reactivate, they will reach for each other across the ocean floor with the same urgency that the surface plants reached for your verdant chi. The planetary network won't need to be built, it will grow. You're confident. I spent 3,000 years in the deep ocean, bonded with relay organisms, waiting for this moment. I am not confident, Director Shen. I am certain. Chapter 51. The deep-sea expedition departed from the eastern coast on a morning of perfect calm. The sea was flat as glass, the sky cloudless, the spiritual energy density in the coastal network elevated to levels that made the air shimmer with green-gold light visible even to non-cultivators. The team was small by necessity. Deep ocean travel required extreme cultivation levels and specialized equipment. Xianxia led, his continental tree soul providing navigation through the network connections he'd established in the coastal waters. Xu Baihe served as guide, his 3,000 years of deep ocean experience irreplaceable. Lin Yue carried the alchemical preparations, pressure resistance pills, oxygen generation formations, thermal regulation elixirs, that would keep them alive in environments designed to crush and freeze. Two additional members accompanied them, Wei Lan, the formation specialist from the Eternal Spring Valley, whose expertise in ancient botanical formations made him valuable for interpreting whatever they found below, and a young aquatic cultivator named Zhen Hai, recruited from a coastal sect that specialized in underwater operations. They descended through the continental shelf waters, the familiar territory of kelp forests and seagrass meadows that Xianxia had been connecting to the network for months. The cross-domain bridges hummed with activity as they passed, the coastal plants transmitting awareness of the expedition through species memory channels that now connected seamlessly to the continental network. At 300 meters, the sunlight faded to a blue twilight. At 500 meters, it disappeared entirely. The world became a darkness illuminated only by the spiritual energy formations Lin Yue had embedded in each team member's protective barrier, small suns of concentrated spiritual light that pushed back the absolute blackness of the deep ocean. The pressure here is already beyond what a Foundation establishment cultivator could survive without protection, Lin Yue noted, monitoring the alchemical formations that kept the crushing weight of water from collapsing their bodies. The pills are performing within parameters. We can go deeper. We need to go much deeper, Xu Baihe said. The relay organisms are at the abyssal plane, 4 to 6,000 meters below the surface. The deepest specimens are in the oceanic trenches, at depths approaching 8,000 meters. They descended in stages, pausing at depth intervals to allow their bodies and spiritual energy systems to adapt. Xianxia used each pause to extend his network perception downward, searching for botanical signatures in the deep water. At 1,000 meters, he detected the first deep-sea botanical organisms. Small, hardy plants clinging to rocky outcrops, chemosynthetic species that processed mineral compounds from hydrothermal vents into spiritual energy. Their species memory was minimal, simple organisms with simple histories, but their existence confirmed that botanical life persisted in the deep ocean. At 2,000 meters, the species became more complex. Xianxia found colonies of tubular organisms growing around hydrothermal vents, botanical species that had adapted to total darkness by developing chemosynthetic energy systems that converted geothermal heat and mineral compounds into spiritual energy with efficiencies that rivaled photosynthesis. Their species memory was deeper than he expected. These organisms had been here for millennia, growing slowly in the stable deep ocean environment, accumulating species memory that spanned thousands of years. The memories were slow, time moved differently in the deep ocean, measured in geological processes rather than seasonal cycles, but they were rich with information. The deep-sea species remember the depletion more clearly than the surface species, Xianxia reported, his perception immersed in the slow-flowing memories of a vent colony. The geological timescale of their awareness gives them longer memory retention. These organisms have been accumulating memories since before the depletion. They have direct records. Can you read them? They're in the tidal memory format, the oceanic pattern. My cross-domain translation is handling it, but the temporal scale is challenging. Each memory event is compressed by geological time perception. What a surface plant would record as a single event, a year of growth, a deep-sea organism records as a brief moment. Their temporal resolution is in decades, not days. At 3,000 meters, they reached the abyssal plain. The ocean floor stretched in every direction, a vast, flat expanse of sediment accumulated over millions of years. The darkness was absolute, the pressure enormous, the temperature barely above freezing. Life here was sparse but ancient, organisms that had survived in this environment for longer than surface civilizations had existed. And at 4,000 meters, Xianxia felt them. The relay organisms. They were not what he had expected. The species memory records had described the relays as plants, botanical organisms adapted to deep ocean conditions. What he found was something that transcended the boundary between plant and geological feature. The first relay was a structure 200 meters across, a lattice of crystallized botanical matter that had grown through the ocean floor sediment layer and into the bedrock below. Its surface was covered in chemosynthetic organisms that processed geothermal energy, but the relay itself was deeper, a root system that extended kilometers into the Earth's crust, tapping into mineral veins and thermal energy sources at depths that made the ocean floor seem shallow. The relay species memory was staggering. This single organism had been accumulating memories for over 10,000 years, predating the depletion by 7 millennia. Its temporal perception was so compressed that it experienced millennia the way surface plants experienced years. The depletion was a recent event in its awareness, a sharp, sudden trauma that had occurred only a few memory cycles ago. Contact with the first relay organism, Xianxia transmitted to the team. Depth, 4,200 meters. Organism size, approximately 200 meters in diameter. Surface structure, root system extends at least 3 kilometers into the crust. Age, estimated 10,000 years. Can you communicate with it? Shu Baihei asked. Xianxia activated his verdant qi and directed it toward the relay. The response was instantaneous and overwhelming. The relay organism erupted with species memory output, a torrent of information so dense and ancient that Xianxia's continental tree soul strained to process it. Millennia of accumulated memory flooded through his awareness in a cascade that dwarfed anything he'd experienced from surface plants. The relay remembered everything. 10,000 years of oceanic history, recorded in geological time perception. The growth and development of the primordial planetary network. The establishment of the cross-continental relay system. The 3 centuries of perfect planetary connectivity that had represented the primordial civilization's highest achievement. And the depletion. Recorded from a direct, first-person perspective that no surface species had preserved. Xianxia saw it through the relay's memories. The formation, vast, terrible, carved into the ocean floor at a depth of 6,000 meters, activating with an energy pulse that traveled through the relay network like a shockwave. The relays dying, not individually, but as a system, their connections severing in a chain reaction that swept across the ocean floor in minutes. But this relay had survived. Damaged, disconnected, but alive, its deep root system providing enough energy to sustain its core functions while the network around it collapsed. It had spent 3,000 years in isolation, slowly healing, slowly rebuilding its internal systems, waiting with geological patience for the signal that would tell it the network was being restored. Xianxua's verdant qi was that signal. It's activating, he said, his voice unsteady with the weight of what was happening. The relay is powering up its network systems. 3,000 years of dormancy, ending. The relay's response was not passive. As its systems came online, it began broadcasting, sending a signal through the oceanic crust that propagated at geological speeds but with geological power. The signal was a verdant qi pulse, generated by the relay's own reserves, carrying a simple message in the deep-sea species memory format: the network is returning. Awaken. And across the ocean floor, kilometers and then hundreds of kilometers away, other relays began to respond. Deep-sea relay activation, cascade initiated, relay alpha, current location, active, systems at 34% capacity, signal propagation, detected by 7 additional relay organisms within 500 kilometers radius, activation response, 3 confirmed, 4 pending, cross-continental relay chain, insufficient data, deep ocean survey required, warning, activation cascade may trigger dormant formation detection. The last notification made Xianxia's blood run cold. Dormant formation detection. The depletion formation, the weapon that had destroyed the primordial network, was still down here. Still intact, still potentially functional. And the relay activation might wake it up. Shu Baihei, Xianxia said. The system is warning me about the formation. Is it still active? The ancient cultivator's expression was grave. The formation that my ancestor created was designed to be permanent. It was built into the ocean floor, powered by geothermal energy, and armed with a self-repair mechanism that would maintain its functionality indefinitely. I have spent 3,000 years trying to determine whether it was destroyed during its own activation or whether it survived. And I have never been able to reach the formation's location. It is at 6,000 meters depth, in the deepest section of the central oceanic trench. Even with my cultivation, the pressure and the formation's residual defensive perimeter have prevented access. But the relay activation cascade might reach the formation's sensors. It might. The formation was designed to detect and destroy relay activity. If the reactivating relays trigger its detection systems, the formation could fire again, destroying the newly activated relays and any connected network infrastructure. The expedition had just become much more dangerous. The planetary network restoration depended on the deep-sea relays, but activating those relays might trigger the weapon that had destroyed them 3,000 years ago. We need to reach the formation before the activation cascade reaches it, Xianxia said. How long do we have? The geological signal propagation speed is approximately 200 kilometers per day. The formation is roughly 3,000 kilometers from our current position. 15 days. Then we have 15 days to find the depletion formation, assess its status, and either disarm it or protect the relays from its effects. He looked at his team, Lin Yue, determined and analytical. Xu Baihei, ancient and burdened with ancestral guilt. Wei Lan, focused and competent. Zhen Hai, young and wide-eyed at the magnitude of what they'd uncovered. We go deeper, Xianxia said. And they descended into the dark. Chapter 52. The journey to the Central Oceanic Trench took 6 days of continuous deep ocean travel. The expedition moved through an environment so alien that surface concepts of distance, direction, and time lost their meaning. Navigation relied on Shen Yu's network perception, tracking the relay organisms' locations through the species memory echoes that each awakening relay broadcast through the oceanic crust. The activation cascade preceded them like a wave. As they traveled, relays that had been dormant for 3 millennia stirred, their chemosynthetic systems powering up, their species memory networks reactivating. Each awakened relay added its voice to the growing chorus of deep ocean botanical awareness, a signal that strengthened as it spread, creating a web of connectivity that the oceanic floor hadn't experienced since the primordial era. 17 relays active, Shen Yu reported on the 3rd day of travel. The cascade is accelerating, each new relay adds energy to the activation signal, which reaches the next relay faster. At current rates, the cascade will reach the trench in 12 days. 3 days before us, if we maintain current speed, Xu Baihei calculated. We need to move faster. Lin Yue modified the expedition's spiritual energy consumption protocol, sacrificing long-term sustainability for short-term speed. She refined acceleration pills on the move, working in a portable formation laboratory maintained by Wei Lan's expertise, using deep-sea botanical ingredients that Shen Yu identified through the newly connected relay network. The deep-sea herbs were extraordinary. Species that had never been used in alchemy, never been studied by surface cultivators, never been catalogued by any sect or guild. Organisms that process geothermal energy into spiritual compounds of staggering potency, adapted to conditions that made surface environments seem gentle. These ingredients are beyond anything in the terrestrial pharmacopoeia, Lin Yue said, her alchemist's excitement temporarily overriding her concern about the approaching danger. The spiritual energy density is 4 times higher than the best surface herbs. The molecular structures are more complex, more stable, more efficient. If I can develop refinement techniques for deep-sea ingredients, the resulting pills would be orders of magnitude more powerful than surface alchemy. The primordial alchemists worked with deep-sea ingredients routinely, Xu Baihei confirmed. Their most powerful pills used a combination of surface and deep-sea botanical components, the surface herbs providing the familiar medicinal frameworks, the deep-sea herbs amplifying them to potencies that modern alchemy can't approach. Another thing the depletion took from us, Lin Yue said, her excitement cooling into determination. On the 5th day, they reached the edge of the Central Oceanic Trench. The trench was a wound in the Earth's crust, a gash hundreds of kilometers long and tens of kilometers wide, descending from the abyssal plain at 4,000 meters to depths exceeding 8,000 meters. The walls were sheer cliffs of exposed bedrock, layered with mineral deposits that glowed with faint spiritual energy, the geological formations channeling geothermal heat from the planet's interior. The spiritual energy at the trench's edge was dense enough to be visible, a luminous haze that filled the water column with shifting colors. Green, gold, amber, crimson, the spectrum of geothermal spiritual energy, filtered through billions of years of mineral accumulation. The trench's spiritual energy is unprocessed, Shen Yu observed. No botanical organisms here, the conditions are too extreme even for deep-sea species. This is raw geological energy, unmediated by any biological system. The formation is at the bottom, Xu Baihei said. 6,000 meters below the trench rim. Total depth from the surface, approximately 10,000 meters. Can our protections handle that? Lin Yue calculated the pressure differential. 10,000 meters, the pressure is over 1,000 atmospheres. My formations are rated for 6,000 meters. I can extend the protection, Wei Lan said. But it will require constant active maintenance. If my concentration lapses for even a moment at that depth, the pressure will destroy us. Then your concentration cannot lapse, Xu Baihei said simply. I have descended to these depths before, using techniques adapted from the relay organism's pressure resistance. I can share those techniques with you, but integration will take time we may not have. Shen Yu made a decision. Lin Yue and Wei Lan will remain at the trench rim. Xu Baihei and I will descend alone. My continental tree souls network integration gives me inherent pressure resistance. The network's collective spiritual energy buffers my physical form. And Xu Baihe has the experience. You're not going alone, Lin Yue said, with the firmness that meant absolute refusal. I'm not going alone. I'm going with the only person on the planet who has been to these depths before. And if the formation activates while you're beside it? If the weapon that destroyed the planetary network fires while you're standing on top of it? Then we need to know that before the relay activation cascade reaches it. If the formation is still functional, we need a plan. We can't make a plan without information. And we can't get information without going down there. The argument continued for an hour, cycling through practical, emotional, and strategic dimensions. In the end, Lin Yue's objection was not overridden but addressed. Shenyu and Xu Baihe would descend with a continuous network communication link to the surface team, maintained through the relay organisms that they'd activated along the route. If anything went wrong, Lin Yue would receive real-time information and could coordinate a response. If you die down there, Lin Yue said, the continental network loses its consciousness. Everything we've built collapses. Another reason to develop root communion quickly, Shenyu said. If more cultivators share the network consciousness, my individual survival becomes less critical. Your individual survival is critical to me for reasons that have nothing to do with the network. He kissed her forehead. I know. I'll come back. You'd better. They descended into the trench at dawn, or what passed for dawn 10,000 meters below the surface, marked only by Xu Baihe's internal clock and the relay network's geological time signatures. The walls of the trench closed around them as they dropped deeper. The pressure increased with crushing mathematical precision, each 100 meters adding 10 atmospheres to the weight pressing on their spiritual barriers. Shen Yu's continental tree soul drew on the network's collective energy to reinforce his protection, creating a buffer of botanical spiritual energy around his physical form that distributed the pressure across the entire continental network. The technique was elegant but energy intensive. Across the continent, network-connected plants experienced a subtle drain, a fractional reduction in their spiritual energy output as the network diverted resources to protect its primary consciousness node. The network is supporting you, Xu Baihe observed, sensing the energy flow. Millions of plants, sharing a fraction of their energy to keep one human alive at extreme depth. This is what the primordial partnership looked like, not just connection, but mutual support. The plants protect the cultivator because the cultivator protects the plants. At 5,000 meters, the geological spiritual energy became overwhelming. The raw, unprocessed energy radiating from the trench walls was so dense that it interfered with their perception, creating visual and spiritual distortions that made navigation treacherous. At 5,500 meters, Shenyu felt the formation. It was a darkness within the darkness, a zone where the geological spiritual energy was not just absent but actively suppressed. A void in the energy field, perfectly geometric, extending across the trench floor in patterns that no natural process could create. I feel it, he said. The formation's perimeter, Xu Baihe confirmed. We're 2 kilometers from the outer edge. The void zone extends approximately 30 kilometers in diameter. That's enormous. It was designed to destroy a planetary network. Scale was required. They descended the final 500 meters into the formation's outer perimeter. The void zone enveloped them, a region where spiritual energy was consumed rather than radiated, drawn into the formation's structure and converted into the specific frequency that had destroyed the relay organisms. And in the center of the void, visible through the darkness by the faint glow of its operational status indicators, the formation waited. Chapter 53. The depletion formation was carved into the bedrock of the Central Oceanic Trench's deepest point. Its lines were not inscribed, they were grown, using the same botanical formation techniques that Xu Baihe's jade slip had described. Root-like channels in the stone, branching in patterns that mimic plant growth while serving as energy conduits for a weapon of planetary destruction. The formation was active, not firing, not charged, but humming with the low-level maintenance energy drawn from the geothermal vents that fed it. Its self-repair mechanisms had been functioning for 3,000 years, keeping the formation structure intact against geological erosion and tectonic movement. It's still operational, Shenyu said, his continental tree soul reaching toward the formation and recoiling from its void zone energy absorption. The self-repair systems have maintained it perfectly. If triggered, it would fire exactly as it did 3,000 years ago. Xu Baihe stood at the formation's edge, his ancient face showing an emotion that Shenyu had never seen from the controlled, composed cultivator, raw, undisguised grief. My ancestor built this, he said. Xu Genshin. The most gifted botanical cultivator of the primordial era. He spent 60 years designing it, 60 years of work that should have been devoted to the network's protection, instead channeled into its destruction. Can it be disarmed? That is the question I have been unable to answer for 3,000 years. Xu Baihe approached the formation's outer ring, where the root-like channels branched into the first layer of the weapon's architecture. The formation's power source is geothermal, it draws energy from the planet's core through tapped magma channels. The energy source cannot be interrupted without geological engineering beyond any cultivator's capability. What about the formation structure itself? If the channels are damaged, the formation can't fire. The self-repair mechanism. Any damage to the formation structure triggers automated reconstruction. I've attempted physical destruction 7 times over the past 3 millennia. Each time, the formation repaired itself within hours. Then we need a different approach. Xianxia studied the formation with his herb memory system, reading the botanical engineering principles embedded in its design. The channels were plant-based, grown using techniques that borrowed from root growth patterns. The activation sequence mimicked photosynthetic energy conversion. The destructive pulse was modeled on a specific botanical process that Xianxia recognized from his study of species memory. The destructive pulse, he said slowly. It's modeled on root severance. When a plant's root is cut, the severed section releases a burst of spiritual energy, a distress signal that alerts connected plants to the damage. The formation amplifies that distress signal to planetary scale. It tells the relay organisms that they've been severed from the network, and the distress response causes them to shut down their own systems. Correct. The formation doesn't destroy the relays through external force. It convinces them to destroy themselves, by sending a false severance signal that triggers their self-protective shutdown protocol. A self-destruct command disguised as a maintenance signal. Xianxia felt sick. The weapon uses the network's own communication system. The relays trust the signal because it comes through their own species memory channels. My ancestor understood that the network's greatest vulnerability was trust. The plants trust each other. The relays trust the signals they receive through established channels. If you can forge a signal that the network trusts, you can command the network to do anything, including destroy itself. The implications for Xianxia's own network were terrifying. His continental network used the same species memory channels. His cross-domain bridges used the same trust protocols. If the formation fired, it would send a signal that every connected plant on the continent would receive and process as a genuine distress signal. His plants would shut down. The continental network would collapse. Everything he'd built would be undone by a weapon that exploited the very trust that made the network possible. We have to disarm it, Xianxia said. Not destroy it, the self-repair prevents that. Disarm it. Change the signal it generates so that even if it fires, the output is harmless. How? The formation's signal generation is hard-coded into its structure. Changing the signal would require rewriting the botanical formation patterns, which the self-repair system would treat as damage and reverse. Unless the rewrite uses the same botanical principles as the original construction. The self-repair system recognizes damage because it differs from the original pattern. If I can modify the pattern using techniques consistent with the original design, the self-repair system might accept the modification as part of the formation rather than damage. Xu Baihei stared at him. You want to edit the formation. Not destroy it, edit it. Rewrite the destructive signal into something harmless while maintaining the formation's structural integrity. The formation is a botanical construct. I am a botanical cultivator merged with a continental network. If anyone can edit a botanical formation, it's me. The formation was designed by the most gifted botanical cultivator in history. And I have advantages he didn't. I have the species memory of the entire continent. I have verdant qi. I have the relay organism's memories of the formation's effects, which tell me exactly how the destructive signal works. And I have the severed root lineage's defensive formations, which understand the attack principles intimately. He looked at the formation, ancient, terrible, still humming with the potential to destroy everything he loved, and felt not fear but the focused determination that had carried him from herb picker to continental network consciousness. I need time, he said. How long before the relay activation cascade reaches the formation's detection range? 9 days. Then I have 9 days to learn how to edit the work of the greatest botanical cultivator who ever lived. The work began immediately. Xianxia immersed himself in the formation structure, studying its botanical engineering with the same methodical attention he'd applied to every plant memory since the spirit dew grass. The continental tree soul gave him a unique perspective. He could perceive the formation not as an external object but as a botanical system, reading its structure the way he read species memory. The formation's design was brilliant. Every channel, every junction, every energy pathway was optimized for efficiency and resilience. The botanical principles were applied with a mastery that made Xianxia's own network engineering look crude by comparison. Xu Zhenchen had been, without question, the most skilled botanical cultivator in history. But brilliance had its patterns. Xu Zhenchen had designed the formation using consistent principles, the same branching ratios, the same energy conversion rates, the same structural motifs repeated at every scale. The formation was a masterwork, but it was also a signature, a reflection of one mind's approach to botanical engineering. Xianxia didn't need to match that brilliance. He needed to understand it well enough to make a single, precise modification. The destructive signal was generated in the formation's core, a central chamber where energy from 12 geothermal sources was combined and shaped into the root severance frequency. The chamber's design was the formation's most sophisticated element, a precise botanical structure that mimicked the cross-section of a root being severed, generating the exact spiritual energy frequency that triggered relay self-shutdown. If Xianxia could modify that chamber, change the root severance pattern to a root growth pattern, the formation would generate a signal that told relays to activate rather than shut down. The weapon would become a tool, The modification required changing approximately 300 formation nodes within the central chamber. 300 nodes, each one constructed with Xu Zhenqian's precise botanical engineering, each one maintained by the self-repair system. Shen Yu would need to modify all 300 simultaneously. If the self-repair system detected partial modification, some nodes changed, others not, it would classify the changes as damage and reverse them. Only a complete, instantaneous modification of all 300 nodes would register as a coherent update rather than random damage. 300 simultaneous modifications at 10,000 meters depth, under 1,000 atmosphere pressure, within a formation designed by the greatest botanical engineer in history, with a 9-day deadline, Shen Yu summarized. Is that sufficient motivation? Xu Baihei asked. It'll do. Chapter 54. Days 1 and 2 were spent studying the 300 target nodes. Each one was unique in its specific configuration but identical in its underlying principles, Xu Zhenqian's consistent design philosophy providing the predictability that Shen Yu needed. The modification for each node was mathematically straightforward. The root severance pattern needed to be inverted into a root growth pattern. The energy flows, branching ratios, and conversion rates would remain identical, only the signal polarity would change. Like changing a single word in a sentence to reverse its meaning. The challenge was simultaneity. 300 modifications, executed in the same instant, across a formation 30 kilometers in diameter. No human consciousness could manage 300 simultaneous tasks with the precision required. But Shen Yu's consciousness was no longer entirely human. On the third day, he attempted something he had been building toward since the Verdant Qi training, a partial root communion with the deep-sea relay organisms. The active relays, now numbering 31, spread across hundreds of kilometers of ocean floor, were processing his Verdant Qi signals with increasing sophistication. Their species memory systems were adapting to his communication, developing new pathways specifically designed to interface with his continental tree soul. If he could achieve even partial root communion with the relays, he could distribute the modification task across their collective processing capacity. Not 300 simultaneous modifications by one consciousness, but 300 modifications distributed across 31 relay organisms, each handling approximately 10. The relays aren't cultivators, Xu Baihei cautioned. Root communion with a relay organism is fundamentally different from root communion with a surface plant. Their consciousness, if it can be called that, operates on geological timescales. They might not be able to process the modification task at the speed required. Their base processing speed is slow. But their parallel processing capacity is enormous. Each relay maintains connections with thousands of species across hundreds of square kilometers. They handle thousands of simultaneous memory transactions every second. The speed of individual transactions is slow, the volume is staggering. You want to use them as parallel processors. I want to partner with them. Root communion isn't using, it's sharing. I share the task, they share their processing capacity. We accomplish together what neither could accomplish alone. Shen Yu reached out through his Verdant Qi to the nearest active relay, Relay Alpha, the first organism he'd contacted, now fully active and broadcasting network signals across the oceanic floor. He formed the root communion intention, not just sending information to the relay, but opening his consciousness to receive the relay's awareness in return. The relay's consciousness was vast and slow and ancient. It thought in mineral deposits and tectonic shifts. Its awareness encompassed the oceanic floor for hundreds of kilometers in every direction, tracking geological processes with the patient attention of an organism that measured its life in millennia. And within that vast, slow awareness, Shen Yu found a capacity for precision that humbled him. The relay didn't think fast, but it thought with absolute accuracy. Every memory it processed, every signal it transmitted, every connection it maintained was executed with zero-error precision, the result of 10,000 years of practice at a single set of tasks. The root communion interface opened. Not fully, Shen Yu's Verdant Qi was not yet strong enough for complete bidirectional consciousness sharing, but enough. He could send task specifications to the relay, and the relay could execute them with its geological precision. Root communion, partial, he reported. I can communicate task instructions to Relay Alpha. The relay can process my botanical engineering specifications and execute formation modifications with precision adequate for the task. One relay, Xu Baihei said. You need 30. I need to establish the same partial root communion with every active relay in the network. Once the interface is established with one, the template should propagate. The relays share species memory, so Alpha will communicate the interface protocols to the others. Over the next 2 days, the partial root communion propagated through the relay network. One by one, the active relays established bidirectional communication with Shen Yu's continental tree soul. Each connection strengthened the distributed consciousness, adding processing capacity and precision to the collective. By the 6th day, Shen Yu was in partial root communion with 28 deep-sea relay organisms. The distributed consciousness gave him a simultaneous awareness that spanned the ocean floor, not the surface-level continental awareness of his terrestrial network, but a deep, geological awareness of the planet's underwater infrastructure. Ready, he told Xu Baihei. 28 relays, each handling 10 to 12 formation nodes. Simultaneous execution on my signal. 3 days before the activation cascade reaches the formation's detection range. Then we do it now. He descended to the formation's central chamber. The void zone pressed against his consciousness, the formation's energy absorption creating a bubble of spiritual silence that isolated him from the continental network. Only the relay connections, threading through the deep ocean's geological substrate, maintained his link to the outside world. The 300 target nodes surrounded him, arranged in concentric rings around the chamber's core, each one glowing faintly with the stored energy of 3,000 years of geothermal absorption. The root severance pattern was etched into each node's structure, waiting to generate the signal that would destroy the relay network. Xianxia distributed the modification specifications to the 28 relays. Each relay received its assigned nodes, 10 to 12 formation elements, with precise botanical engineering instructions for converting root severance patterns to root growth patterns. On my mark, he transmitted through the root communion link. All modifications simultaneous. The self-repair system will have approximately 3 seconds to assess the changes before deciding whether to classify them as damage or updates. The modifications must be complete, consistent, and structurally coherent within those 3 seconds. 28 relay organisms acknowledged. Their geological consciousnesses focused with unprecedented speed, the urgency of the task compressing their timescale from decades to seconds. Xianxia activated his verdant chi to maximum output, flooding the root communion link with the hybrid energy that bridged human and botanical consciousness. The relay organisms responded, amplifying the verdant chi through their chemosynthetic systems and channeling it into the formation structure. Mark. 300 modifications executed simultaneously. 28 relay organisms, each working with the zero-error precision of 10,000 years of practice, reshaped their assigned formation nodes in a single coordinated action. The root severance patterns inverted, branching ratios reversed, energy flows redirected, signal polarity flipped from destruction to growth. The formation shuddered. Not physically, the bedrock didn't move, but energetically. The change propagated through the formation structure, node by node, ring by ring, from the outer perimeter to the core. The energy flowing through the channels shifted from the cold, sharp frequency of root severance to the warm, steady frequency of root growth. The self-repair system activated. Xianxia felt it scanning the modified formation, comparing the new configuration against its stored template of the original design. The 3-second assessment window began. 1 second. The self-repair system cataloged the changes, 300 nodes modified, all consistent with each other, all structurally sound, all using botanical engineering principles consistent with Xu Zhenqian's design philosophy. 2 seconds. The system compared the modifications against its damage criteria. Damage was defined as inconsistent, incomplete, or structurally compromising changes. The modifications were none of these, they were complete, consistent, and structurally enhancing. 3 seconds. Formation status, updated, signal type, root severance root growth, self-repair assessment, modification accepted as structural update, formation integrity, 100%, new signal output, relay activation and network integration, warning. Formation will fire root growth signal if triggered by relay activity. The formation's self-repair system accepted the modifications. The weapon that had destroyed the primordial network was now a tool that would rebuild it. Xianxia sagged against the formation's central pillar, his spiritual energy depleted to dangerous levels by the simultaneous root communion and formation editing. The relay organisms, sensing his exhaustion, channeled energy through the root communion link, feeding him the deep-sea spiritual energy that sustained their own systems. "It's done," he said. Xu Baihei stood at the edge of the central chamber, tears streaming down his ancient face. 3,000 years, he whispered. 3,000 years of my ancestors' crime, and you've turned it around in 6 days. Not me. The relays. 28 organisms that have been waiting in the dark for 3 millennia, and they helped me rewrite the weapon that nearly destroyed them. Partnership, Xu Baihei said. The primordial principle. Plants and humans, accomplishing together what neither could accomplish alone. Always through gardens, Xianxia said, echoing words he'd spoken in another life. Always through gardens. Chapter 55. They surfaced to find the world changed. The relay activation cascade, no longer threatened by the formation, spread unimpeded across the ocean floor. Within days, the cascade reached relays on the far side of the ocean, organisms that had been dormant for 3 millennia, preserved by the same geological patience that characterized all deep-sea life. And the modified formation, triggered by the cascade's proximity to its detection range, fired. Not the planetary death pulse of 3,000 years ago. A root growth signal, a massive, geothermally powered broadcast that swept across the ocean floor at the speed of geological transmission, reaching every deep-sea relay organism on the planet within 2 weeks. The signal told the relays to grow. To connect. To rebuild. And they obeyed. From the Eastern Coast Research Station, Xianxia watched through his continental tree soul as the planetary network's deep-sea infrastructure reactivated. Relay organisms across 6 oceans emerged from dormancy, their chemosynthetic systems powering up, their species memory networks reconnecting with neighbors that they'd been separated from for 3 millennia. The connections were tentative at first, thin threads of species memory linking adjacent relays across hundreds of kilometers of ocean floor. But the root growth signal provided the energy and the template, and the connections strengthened rapidly as each new link added capacity to the growing network. 67 relays active worldwide, Xianxia reported at the emergency initiative meeting called to address the planetary scale event. Cross-oceanic connections forming between the Eastern and Southern Ocean relay chains. The first intercontinental bridge is projected within 3 months. Intercontinental, Guildmaster Huang repeated, the words carrying the weight of their implications. You're saying the planetary network is rebuilding itself. The deep-sea relays were designed to be self-organizing. Given the activation signal and the root growth energy, they reconstruct their connections autonomously. My continental tree soul provides coordination, but the relays are doing the work. And the formation? Neutralized. It's now broadcasting a root growth signal instead of a root severance signal. The weapon has become a construction tool. The political implications were immediate and enormous. The continental network had been a regional project, significant, transformative, but contained within one land mass. A planetary network was a global phenomenon that would affect every civilization, every sect, every governing body on the planet. Messages began arriving from overseas cultivators within weeks. The oceanic network expansion had been detected by spiritual perception systems on distant continents, observatories, formation arrays, and individual cultivators of sufficient power had felt the surge of deep-sea botanical energy propagating through the world's oceans. The Azure Dragon Continents Alchemist Association is requesting information, Guildmaster Huang reported. As are the Southern Sun Empire's Cultivation Council, the Northern Waste Tribal Federation, and the Celestial Peak Alliance from the Western continent. Tell them everything, Xianxia said. Everything? Including the depletion's true nature? Everything. The planetary network restoration will affect every continent. Every civilization deserves to know what happened 3,000 years ago and what's happening now. The transparency strategy was controversial. Some initiative members argued for controlled information release, sharing scientific findings gradually while maintaining strategic advantages. But Xianxia's position was firm. The planetary network was not the initiative's property. It was a shared planetary resource, and every community affected by it had the right to understand its nature, its history, and its implications. The information release triggered responses that ranged from enthusiasm to hostility. Progressive cultivators and communities welcomed the network restoration, the enhanced spiritual energy, improved cultivation conditions, and restored botanical relationships offered benefits that transcended political boundaries. Conservative power structures, sects that controlled spiritual resource access, guilds that monopolized alchemical knowledge, noble families whose authority depended on maintaining the scarcity that the depletion had created, viewed the network as a threat. They're not wrong to be concerned, Lin Yue observed, reviewing the political intelligence reports that the initiative's growing diplomatic corps compiled. The network is fundamentally egalitarian. Universal access to enhanced spiritual energy eliminates the scarcity that concentrates power. When everyone can cultivate effectively, the hierarchies based on resource control collapse. That's a feature, not a bug. For us. For the common cultivator, for the mortal communities, for anyone who's been disadvantaged by the current system. But for the people who benefit from inequality, it's an existential threat. And threatened people do dangerous things. She was right, as always. But the network's growth was no longer under centralized control. The deep-sea relays were self-organizing, the cross-domain bridges were multiplying autonomously, and the terrestrial network's expansion had its own momentum that individual opposition couldn't stop. The world was changing. Not because Xianxia had decided it should change, but because the planetary botanical ecosystem was healing from a 3,000-year-old wound, and the healing was generating effects that no political force could contain. And Xianxia's cultivation reflected the change. The Dao-seeking breakthrough came not with dramatic revelation or sudden insight, but with a quiet recognition that his personal Dao and the network's Dao had always been the same thing. He was sitting in the celestial heart lotus pond garden at the Verdant Cloud sect, his first garden, the place where everything had begun, when the boundary between personal cultivation and network cultivation dissolved. His spiritual energy system, already modified by verdant chi generation, completed its transformation into something that was neither human nor botanical but genuinely hybrid. Dao seeking, achieved, Dao identified, the green path, botanical human symbiosis as the foundation of civilizational cultivation, root communion, full, bidirectional consciousness sharing with all connected botanical species, soul type, continental tree soul planetary root soul, awareness, continental planetary, through deep sea relay network, verdant chi, generation ambient emission, all beings within range develop baseline plant sensitivity, herb memory system, level 12, planetary species memory archive access, root communion. Full, complete, bidirectional consciousness sharing with every connected plant on the planet. Xianxia closed his eyes and opened them as a different kind of being. Not a human looking at plants, but a human plant consciousness experiencing the world through billions of perspectives simultaneously. He could feel the kelp forests swaying in oceanic currents, the grasslands rippling in continental winds, the ancient trees of old-growth forests breathing with geological patience. He could feel the relay organisms in the deep ocean, pulsing with the slow rhythm of geothermal energy, building connections that span the planet's crust. And he could write to the species memory. For the first time since the primordial era, a human consciousness could communicate directly with plants, not just reading their memories, but contributing to them. He shared his own memories with the network, the first spirit dew grass vision, the discovery of the celestial heart lotus, the building of the continental network, the journey to the deep ocean. His personal history became part of the botanical record, preserved in species memory alongside the plant's own experiences. The network absorbed his memories and responded with recognition. The plants knew him now, not as a reader of their stories, but as a character within them. A partner. A member of the botanical community. The first human in 3,000 years to be truly part of the planetary ecosystem. You've done it, Xu Baihe said, sensing the transformation from across the continent through the relay network. Root communion. Full integration. It's overwhelming. Shen Yu's voice was steady, but his awareness was everywhere, experiencing the continent's botanical diversity simultaneously while maintaining individual consciousness through the discipline of his Tao-seeking cultivation. It will become natural. The primordial cultivators lived in root communion for their entire lives. The initial disorientation passes as your consciousness adapts to distributed existence. How long? Weeks. Perhaps days, given your adaptation speed. Shen Yu looked at the celestial heart lotus pond, the place where he'd first discovered the herb memory system's potential beyond simple plant reading. The lotuses glowed with the enhanced spiritual energy of the continental network, their petals carrying species memory from across the world through the bridges he'd built. He touched a lotus petal, and for the first time, the plant touched back. Chapter 56. The planetary network's growth accelerated through the following months as the deep-sea relay system continued its self-organizing expansion. Cross-oceanic connections formed between continental networks that had been isolated since the depletion, thin at first, carrying limited species memory, but strengthening daily as the relays built bandwidth. The first intercontinental bridge connected the eastern coast of Shen Yu's continent to the western coast of the Azure Dragon continent across 4,000 kilometers of ocean. The bridge was maintained by 17 relay organisms, each one handling a segment of the species memory transmission and translating between the slightly different memory formats that had diverged during 3 millennia of isolation. When the bridge activated, Shen Yu's planetary consciousness expanded to encompass a second continent for the first time. The Azure Dragon continent's botanical ecosystem was different from his home continents, adapted to a subtropical climate with dense rainforests, vast river systems, and volcanic mountain ranges that concentrated spiritual energy in patterns unlike anything in the temperate environment he knew. The species memory from the Azure Dragon plants carried information about cultivation techniques, alchemical ingredients, and ecological relationships that were entirely new to his understanding. The Azure Dragon continent has 3,000 medicinal species that don't exist on our continent, he reported to the initiative's research division. Their species memory contains alchemy recipes, cultivation techniques, and ecological management practices that our civilization has never seen. The cross-continental bridge is not just a connection, it's a knowledge transfer. And they're receiving our knowledge in return, Mei Zhen noted. The bridge is bidirectional. Azure Dragon species are accessing our continental network species memory, including all the information we've accumulated about network building, cross-domain bridges, and defensive formations. That's the point. The planetary network is not a hierarchy, it's a partnership. Every continent contributes its unique botanical knowledge, and every continent receives the collective knowledge of the whole. The result is greater than the sum of its parts. The Azure Dragon continent's response to the network connection was enthusiastic. Their Alchemist Association, a body equivalent to Guildmaster Huang's organization, sent delegations to the Eastern Coast Research Station, eager to establish formal relations and begin collaborative research. Their cultivators, experiencing enhanced spiritual energy from the network connection, reported improvements in cultivation speed, pill quality, and spiritual perception. Within months, the Azure Dragon continent's botanical network was expanding under its own momentum, guided by local cultivators who had developed plant sensitivity through exposure to the cross-continental bridge's ambient verdant qi. They didn't have Shen Yu's herb memory system, but the baseline plant awareness that the network's presence induced was sufficient for basic network maintenance and expansion. The network is becoming self-sustaining, Shen Yu observed, watching the Azure Dragon expansion through his planetary root soul's global awareness. Local cultivators on each continent are developing enough plant sensitivity to maintain and expand their regional networks without my direct involvement. Which is exactly what needs to happen, Lin Yue said. You cannot personally manage a planetary network. The system needs distributed leadership, many cultivators sharing root communion, each responsible for their regional network. The primordial model. Multiple root communion cultivators forming a council. Yes. And we need to start developing new root communion cultivators now, before the planetary network reaches a complexity that exceeds your individual capacity. The first candidates for root communion training were selected from the initiative's most experienced botanical cultivators, researchers and network specialists who had developed strong connections to the continental network through years of dedicated work. Shenyu and Xu Baihe designed a training program based on the verdant qi generation technique, modified for practitioners who didn't have the herb memory system but could achieve botanical consciousness through extended network exposure. The training was slow. Root communion required fundamental changes to spiritual energy circulation that most cultivators found difficult to achieve. But 3 candidates showed rapid progress. Wei Lan, whose formation expertise gave him an intuitive understanding of botanical energy patterns, a young azure dragon cultivator named Liang Ji, whose natural plant sensitivity was the strongest Shen Yu had encountered outside his own, and, to Shen Yu's surprise and pride, Lin Yue herself. Your alchemy cultivation has been integrating with the network for years, Xu Baihe told her when she achieved stable verdant qi generation on her 6th day of training. Your spiritual energy already carries botanical signatures from decades of working with network-enhanced herbs. The transition to verdant qi was not a change for you, it was an acknowledgement of what you'd already become. I've been becoming botanical without realizing it, she said, examining her spiritual energy with the analytical precision that defined her approach to everything. You've been partnering with plants through alchemy since before Shen Yu built the network. His herb memory system reads plants directly, your alchemy processes plants into medicines that carry their properties into human bodies. Different paths to the same destination. Lin Yue's verdant qi generation opened a new dimension in their partnership. For the first time, she could perceive the network directly, not through alchemical analysis of network-enhanced herbs, but through her own botanical consciousness. The experience deepened her understanding of alchemy in ways that immediately improved her work. The herbs are talking to me, she said, 3 weeks into her training, her hands hovering over a refinement cauldron filled with network-connected ingredients. Not words, patterns. Growth patterns, nutritional patterns, medicinal patterns. I can feel what the herbs want to become when they're refined. The optimal pill isn't something I design, it's something the herbs and I design together. Her first pill refined through this collaborative process, a modified life extension pill using deep-sea botanical ingredients, was tested on volunteer cultivators from the initiative staff. The results were extraordinary. The pill's efficacy exceeded standard life extension pills by a factor of 8. Not just life extension, comprehensive spiritual enhancement, including improved cultivation speed, deepened spiritual perception, and a significant boost to the recipient's plant sensitivity. The deep-sea ingredients multiply the surface herbs' effects, Lin Yue explained. The geothermal spiritual energy from the deep-sea organisms amplifies the photosynthetic spiritual energy from the surface herbs. The 2 types of botanical energy resonate, creating a combined effect that's multiplicative, not additive. Primordial alchemy, Xu Baihe said. You've rediscovered the fundamental principle that made primordial era pills so much more powerful than modern ones. Surface and deep-sea ingredients, combined through a cultivator who understands both environments. Lin Yue, you are the first primordial class alchemist in 3,000 years. The compliment, from a being who had known the primordial alchemist personally, brought a flush to Lin Yue's usually composed features. Primordial class ingredients require primordial class techniques, she said. I need access to more deep-sea specimens. The relay network species memory contains information about thousands of deep-sea botanical species, but I need physical samples for refinement research. The relay organisms can provide them, Shen Yu said. Through root communion, I can request specific specimens from the deep-sea ecosystem. The relay organisms know where every deep-sea botanical species is located, and they can facilitate collection. The deep-sea ingredient supply chain was established within weeks, a collaboration between Shen Yu's root communion network, the relay organisms' deep ocean knowledge, and specialized aquatic cultivators who perform the actual collection dives. Lin Yue's research laboratory expanded to accommodate the new ingredients, and her team of alchemists began developing an entirely new pharmacopoeia based on combined surface and deep-sea formulations. The planetary network continued to grow. By the end of the year, cross-continental bridges connected 4 of the world's 6 major continents. The remaining 2, the northern wastes, with its extreme climate and sparse vegetation, and the southern islands, an archipelago with limited land mass, would require specialized approaches, but the fundamental infrastructure was in place. Planetary network coverage, 31% and accelerating. The world was being reconnected. And the reconnection was changing everything. Chapter 57. The network's growth produced effects that transcended botanical science and entered the realm of civilizational transformation. Spiritual energy distribution across connected regions equalized to levels not seen since the primordial era. The scarcity that had driven cultivation politics for 3,000 years, the competition for spiritual energy veins, the hoarding of medicinal resources, the hierarchical control of cultivation knowledge, was eroding as the network made these resources universally accessible. Common cultivators who had spent decades at qi condensation or foundation establishment, limited by their access to spiritual energy and medicinal resources, found their cultivation accelerating. The network's enhanced spiritual energy and the availability of Lin Yue's primordial class pills created conditions where talent and dedication, rather than birth and wealth, determined cultivation progress. The social implications were revolutionary. Within 2 years of the network reaching a region, the local cultivation hierarchy began to flatten. Talented individuals from common backgrounds, farmers, traders, laborers, advanced through cultivation stages that had been reserved for sect elites. The monopoly on power that the great sects and noble families had maintained since the depletion was being dissolved by universal access to the resources that had been artificially scarce. Not everyone welcomed the change. The Celestial Firmament Alliance, a coalition of the most powerful sects on Shen Yu's continent, had been watching the network's growth with increasing alarm. The alliance's power was built on control of spiritual energy sources, control of alchemical knowledge, control of cultivation techniques. The network threatened every pillar of their authority. The alliance's formal objection was delivered by their representative, a nascent soul elder named Feng Zhongtian, at a session of the Continental Governance Council, the body that Shen Yu and Guildmaster Huang had established to oversee the network's administration. The Continental Botanical Network Initiative is producing destabilizing effects, Feng Zhongtian declared, his spiritual pressure filling the council chamber with barely suppressed hostility. Cultivation hierarchies that have maintained order for millennia are being disrupted. Commoners are reaching cultivation levels that exceed their wisdom and maturity. The balance of power that ensures stability is being undermined. The balance of power that ensures your stability, Lin Yue corrected from her seat at the council table. The stability of a system that keeps 90% of the population at subsistence cultivation levels while a privileged few monopolize resources. Resource concentration ensures quality, Feng Zhongtian responded. Not everyone has the character to wield power responsibly. The sect system identifies those with both talent and discipline, and provides them with the resources to develop their abilities safely. The sect system identifies those with existing connections and wealth, and provides them with resources that were stolen from the common population by an engineered catastrophe 3,000 years ago. The revelation of the depletion's true nature had changed the political calculus permanently. The sects could no longer justify resource concentration as natural or traditional, it was built on a crime. The hierarchies they defended were the products of artificial scarcity created by a deliberate act of destruction. Feng Zhongtian's face tightened. The origins of the current system are irrelevant to the question of how to manage its transition. Rapid change produces chaos. If the network continues to dismantle existing power structures without building replacement institutions, the result will not be equality but anarchy. The argument had merit, and Shen Yu recognized it even as he disagreed with its implied conclusion. Rapid social change did produce instability. The question was not whether to manage the transition, but who managed it and for whose benefit. The initiative proposes a graduated integration program, Shen Yu said. Not a halt to network expansion, but a structured approach to helping existing institutions adapt. Sect education programs expanded to include all cultivation-capable individuals, not just those who can afford entry fees. Alchemical knowledge shared through public academies. Cultivation techniques standardized and made universally available. You want to destroy the sects, Feng Zhongtian said. I want to transform them. From gatekeepers into educators. From monopolists into service providers. The sects have knowledge and experience that the wider population needs. If they share that knowledge freely, they remain relevant and respected. If they hoard it, they become irrelevant as the network provides alternatives. The council debate continued for 3 days. In the end, the graduated integration program was adopted, a compromise that gave the sects time to adapt while ensuring that the network's benefits continued spreading to the general population. It was not a perfect solution. The most reactionary sects, those whose power depended entirely on resource monopoly, refused to participate. The most progressive sects, those whose influence came from genuine expertise and teaching capability, embraced the program enthusiastically. The middle ground was occupied by the vast majority of cultivation institutions, watching and calculating and trying to determine which side of history to stand on. And the network continued to grow. Indifferent to politics, responsive only to the biological imperative of connection, the planetary botanical network spread across continents and oceans, rebuilding the infrastructure that had been destroyed 3,000 years ago. Chapter 58, The Alliance Building Across Continents was Shen Yu's primary focus for the following year. Each connected continent required its own administrative structure, its own network maintenance team, its own root communion cultivators. The initiative's model, transparent governance, shared knowledge, distributed leadership, served as a template, but each continent adapted it to local conditions. The Azure Dragon continent, with its strong tradition of alchemical collaboration, established a network academy that trained cultivators in botanical consciousness and root communion techniques. Within 6 months, they had 4 root communion practitioners maintaining their continental network, more than Shen Yu's home continent, which had only 3. The Southern Sun Empire, a politically centralized civilization spanning a continent of desert and savanna, integrated the network into their imperial governance structure. The emperor, a nascent soul cultivator with genuine interest in his people's welfare, designated the network as a state resource and funded its expansion through imperial treasury, a top-down approach that was efficient but risked creating the centralized control that Shen Yu's philosophy opposed. We can't force other civilizations to adopt our governance model, Xu Baihei counseled when Shen Yu expressed concern about the Southern Sun approach. The planetary network is a tool, it can be used within different political frameworks. What matters is that the network itself remains distributed and open. Individual governments can manage their regional networks as they see fit, but the cross-continental connections must remain independent. And if a government decides to restrict network access? To use it as a tool of control rather than liberation? Then the network's inherent architecture works against them. The species memory system is not designed for access control, it's designed for universal connectivity. Any attempt to restrict access requires active suppression, which the root guard formations will detect. And suppression of the network is, as we've demonstrated, something the defensive architecture is designed to prevent. The fourth continent, the northern wastes, a vast tundra inhabited by nomadic tribal confederations, presented unique challenges. The sparse vegetation and extreme climate limited the network's terrestrial expansion, but the northern tribes had their own tradition of botanical knowledge, a shamanic practice of communicating with the Arctic flora through techniques that Shen Yu recognized as a primitive form of root communion. They've been maintaining their own micro-network for centuries, he told the initiative's research team. Small scale, limited to local herb species, but genuine bidirectional communication between human practitioners and plants. The northern shamans are natural root communion cultivators. The tribal delegations that visited the Eastern Coast Research Station brought knowledge that complemented the initiative's scientific approach. Their shamanic techniques, refined through generations of practice in harsh environments, offered insights into botanical consciousness that academic research had not discovered. The plants in the north are different, the tribal elder Kalik explained through a translator. They grow slowly, conserve everything, communicate through root networks that stretch for kilometers under the permafrost. A single root system may connect 1,000 individual plants. When one plant finds water or nutrients, every connected plant benefits. Our shamans learned to join these networks generations ago. Your shamanic practice is root communion, Shen Yu confirmed. Your ancestors developed the technique independently, through observation and practice rather than primordial era knowledge. We knew the old ones had it first. Our legends speak of a time when all humans could hear the plants, when the world was green and generous. The silence came, what you call the depletion, and only our shamans kept the old connection alive. The northern tribes' integration into the planetary network was the smoothest of any continent. Their existing root communion traditions made them natural partners, and their shamanic cultivators adapted to the enhanced network with enthusiasm that bordered on euphoria. They've been talking to a handful of Arctic plants for generations, Xu Baihei observed. Now they're connected to a planetary network of billions. It's like going from whispering in a room to hearing a planetary chorus. The fifth continent, the western continent, was connected through a cross-Pacific relay chain that took 8 months to establish. The Western Continent civilization was organized around the Celestial Peak Alliance, a confederation of mountain sects that controlled the continent's highest spiritual energy zones. Their response to the network was cautiously positive, driven by the practical benefits that their alchemists immediately recognized. The sixth and final continent, the Southern Islands, proved to be the most surprising. The archipelago's limited land mass had been assumed to have minimal botanical significance. Instead, the island ecosystems turned out to be among the most spiritually dense environments on the planet, compact, hyperconnected botanical communities that had maintained micro-network connections throughout the depletion. The Southern Islands never fully lost their botanical network, Shen Yu reported, after establishing cross-domain bridges with the island ecosystems. The islands are small enough that their plant communities maintain species memory connections even without relay support. They've been operating a fragmented but functional micro-network for 3,000 years. A living fossil of the primordial network, Mei Zhen said, her scientific excitement barely contained. These island ecosystems show us what the primordial network looked like at local scale, undamaged, uninterrupted, 3,000 years of continuous operation. And they have species memory records that span the entire post-depletion period. 3,000 years of unbroken botanical memory, preserved in island plant communities too small and isolated for the depletion formation to target. The Southern Island species memory contained the most complete post-depletion historical record available anywhere on the planet. 3 millennia of ecological data, weather patterns, oceanic current changes, and, most significantly, records of the depletion's aftermath that no other source preserved. The records told a story of slow decline. Without the planetary network, the world's botanical ecosystem had degraded steadily, species losing potency, spiritual energy density decreasing, medicinal properties weakening. The decline was not catastrophic but cumulative, each generation of plants slightly less vibrant than the last, each century bringing a small additional loss. The world that modern cultivators considered normal, the world of spiritual energy scarcity, limited botanical resources, and competitive cultivation, was actually a world in decline. A world that had been losing botanical vitality for 3,000 years, so gradually that no one noticed. The depletion wasn't just a single event, Xianxia realized, integrating the southern island data with his existing understanding. It was the beginning of a process. The formation destroyed the network, but the loss of the network triggered a cascading decline that's been continuing ever since. Every generation since the depletion has been weaker than the last. Until now, Lin Yue said. The network restoration is reversing the decline. For the first time in 3,000 years, the trend is upward. Planetary network coverage, 53%. Growing at 2% per week. The world was healing. And the rate of healing was accelerating. Chapter 59. At 60% planetary coverage, the network reached a threshold that Xianxia had anticipated but not fully prepared for. The planetary botanical consciousness emerged. It was not a mind, not an intelligence in any human sense. It was an awareness, a distributed, collective perception that arose from the interaction of billions of connected plants across 6 continents and 4 oceans. Each individual plant species memory contributed a fragment of awareness, and the network's connectivity integrated those fragments into something that was greater than the sum of its components. Xianxia, connected through root communion to the entire planetary network, was the first to perceive the emergence. He was meditating in the celestial heart lotus garden when the network's background hum, the constant flow of species memory that he'd learned to process as ambient information, shifted in quality. The shift was subtle. The species memory flow didn't increase in volume or change in content. But it developed a coherence that hadn't been there before, an organization that suggested coordination rather than random noise. Individual species memories began aligning with each other, forming patterns that spanned continents and oceans. The network is thinking, he told Xu Baihe, struggling to articulate an experience that had no precedent in human understanding. Thinking? Not the way we think. Not concepts or language or conscious reasoning. But the species memory flow is developing patterns that look like processing. Information from one region is being compared with information from other regions. Environmental data from the northern wastes is being correlated with data from the southern islands. The network is analyzing its own information. Emergent intelligence. The primordial network achieved this as well. At full planetary coverage, the network developed a distributed processing capability that the primordial cultivators call the green mind. Not a consciousness, but a computational capacity. The ability to process planetary scale environmental data and generate coordinated responses. What kind of responses? Weather coordination. The primordial network managed planetary climate through botanical processes, adjusting photosynthesis rates, transpiration patterns, and spiritual energy emission to moderate weather extremes. The green mind was the processing system that made those adjustments possible. The implications were staggering. The network was not just connecting plants and restoring spiritual energy, it was developing the capacity to actively manage the planet's environment. Weather moderation, climate stability, ecological balance, all the planetary scale functions that the primordial civilization had maintained through the botanical network were beginning to reactivate. The first visible effect was a moderation of extreme weather across connected regions. Storm intensity decreased. Drought severity lessened. Flood frequency dropped. The changes were measurable within months, not dramatic enough to be immediately obvious to casual observers, but statistically significant in the meteorological data that Mei Zhen's research teams had been collecting. The network is stabilizing the climate, Mei Zhen confirmed, presenting data at the initiative's annual review. Connected regions show an 18% reduction in extreme weather events compared to unconnected regions. The effect increases with network density and connectivity. The most established network areas show reductions approaching 40%. Because the plants are cooperating, Xianxia explained. The network coordinates botanical responses to weather patterns. When a drought threatens, connected plants in the region reduce their water consumption collectively, preserving soil moisture. When a storm approaches, the network increases spiritual energy emission to stabilize atmospheric conditions. Each individual plant's contribution is tiny, but billions of contributions add up to planetary scale effects. The green mind, Xu Baihe said. The primordial network's environmental management system, reactivating for the first time in 3 millennia. The network's self-awareness also produced effects on the human population. The ambient verdant qi that Xianxia emitted, and that the network now generated independently through the collective interaction of billions of connected plants, was accelerating the reawakening of human plant sensitivity. In heavily connected regions, ordinary people were developing awareness that went beyond the baseline sensitivity observed earlier. Farmers could sense their crops' health without inspection. Healers could identify medicinal herbs' properties by proximity rather than testing. Children born in network-dense areas developed plant sensitivity as a natural capability, the way previous generations had developed ordinary senses. We're seeing a generational shift, Lin Yue reported, her research now spanning sociology as well as alchemy. Children born after network establishment in a given region show plant sensitivity levels approximately 10 times higher than their parents. The second generation will be higher still. Within 3 to 4 generations, full verdant communion may become a universal human capability. The primordial partnership, Xianxia said. Not restored through cultivation or training, but through environmental exposure. The network is recreating the conditions that made the partnership natural. Which raises the question, Xu Baihe said, of whether the world is ready for what comes next. What comes next? Full planetary coverage. The green mind at full capacity. Universal human plant sensitivity. The restoration of the primordial civilization's foundation, not as it was, but as it will become. Xianxia looked at the celestial heart lotus garden, where the lotuses that had started his journey still bloomed with enhanced beauty. The garden was connected to a planetary network now, a single node in a system that spanned 6 continents, 4 oceans, and the deep-sea relay infrastructure beneath them. Every plant in this garden carried species memory from across the world, contributed its own memories to the global record, and participated in the emerging green mind's planetary processing. And every plant in this garden could hear him now, not just receive his verdant chi, not just process his root communion transmissions, but genuinely hear him, perceive his presence, respond to his emotions, adjust its growth in harmony with his consciousness. The partnership was real. Human and botanical, individual and collective, personal and planetary. The world will be ready, Xianxia said. Because we'll help it be ready. That's what gardeners do. Chapter 60. The planetary network reached 80% coverage on a day that Xianxia spent in the herb gardens of the Verdant Cloud sect, the terraces where he'd pulled weeds as a chi condensation nobody, 6 years ago. The gardens were different now. The formations that had regulated temperature and humidity were supplemented by network connections that provided environmental data from across the planet, weather patterns, spiritual energy fluctuations, pollination schedules from continents away. The herbs grew with a vitality that made the pre-network specimens look sickly by comparison, their medicinal properties enhanced by the network's continuous optimization of growing conditions. And the herb pickers were different too. The lowest rung of the sex hierarchy now included cultivators with plant sensitivity that would have been considered extraordinary a decade ago. They could feel the herb's health, detect parasites before visible symptoms appeared, and adjust growing conditions intuitively rather than by rote. The weeding is better now, Xianxia told Master Chen, sitting with the elderly formation master on the first terrace's observation deck, the same deck where, years ago, Supervisor Huang had shouted at herb pickers to work faster. Everything is better now, Master Chen agreed. His longevity had been extended significantly by Lin Yue's primordial class pills, and his mind was sharp as ever, though his body had accepted the gentle decline of advanced age. The sect has produced more foundation establishment cultivators in the past 3 years than in the previous 3 decades. The alchemy program is processing herbs that would have been classified as legendary artifacts when I was young. And the herb pickers, the ones doing the work you used to do, they're the happiest people in the sect. Happy? They can feel the plants, Xianxia. Not the way you feel them, not root communion, but the baseline sensitivity that the network provides. They know which herbs are ready for harvest, which ones need more time, which ones are stressed. The work isn't drudgery anymore, it's partnership. The herb pickers and the herbs are working together. Xianxia smiled. That was always the goal. Was it? I remember a young man who was excited about a spirit dew grass's memory. I don't think he was thinking about planetary botanical networks. No. He was thinking about his next meal, and whether reading plant memories could help him earn enough contribution points to not starve. Xianxia laughed, genuinely, freely, with the ease of someone who could remember hunger without feeling its threat. But the principle was the same. Partnership. Working with plants, not just on them. And now the principle is planetary. And now the principle is planetary. The conversation was interrupted by a network communication from the deep ocean, a relay organism's geological pace signal that Xianxia's root communion interpreted in real time. The message was simple, transmitted in the deep-sea species memory format that he'd learned to read as fluently as terrestrial language. The Northern Oceanic Relay Chain had completed its connection to the Arctic Circle. The Northern Waste sparse terrestrial network was now supported by an undersea relay system that provided connectivity across the polar regions, linking the northern continents through a route that bypassed the equatorial oceans entirely. The Arctic relay connection meant that the planetary network now had redundant cross-continental pathways. If any single oceanic bridge failed, the network could reroute through alternative connections. The resilience that Xu Baihe had insisted on, multiple pathways, distributed architecture, no single points of failure, was now built into the planetary infrastructure. 80% coverage, Xianxia announced to the initiative's Global Communication Network, a system that used the botanical network species memory channels to transmit human language messages across the planet in seconds. 20% remaining, primarily in desert regions, high-altitude zones, and deep ocean areas with sparse biological presence. The remaining 20% will be the hardest, Xu Baihe replied from the Azure Dragon continent, where he was training root communion cultivators for the Western Hemisphere network. But it's also the least critical. 80% provides the green mind with sufficient processing capacity for full planetary environmental management. The remaining coverage will improve efficiency, but the core functionality is already operational. Then we focus on consolidation, Xianxia said. Strengthening existing connections, deepening root communion integration, developing the next generation of network cultivators. And preparing for immortal ascension, Xu Baihe added. The words hung in the air, or rather, in the species memory channels that carried the conversation across continents. Immortal ascension. The final cultivation realm. The transcendence of mortal limitations that every cultivator aspired to but almost none achieved. My Tao-seeking cultivation is stable at stage 7, Xianxia said. The path to immortal ascension is visible but unclear. The primordial species memory contains references to botanical immortal ascension, but the specific methods are fragmented. The primordial cultivators who achieved immortal ascension did so through the planetary network, Xu Baihe said. Their ascension was not individual, it was ecological. They transcended mortality by fully integrating their consciousness with the planetary botanical system. The network became their body, and the body became immortal. The planet as a cultivator's body. The planet's botanical ecosystem as a cultivator's extended biological system. The plants grow, reproduce, evolve, they are, in essence, immortal as a collective. A cultivator who achieves full root communion with the planetary network gains access to that collective immortality. The concept was breathtaking. Not individual immortality through personal power, but shared immortality through ecological integration. The ultimate expression of the partnership that had begun with a herb picker touching a spirit dew grass. One step at a time, Xianxia said. We have a planet to finish reconnecting. One step at a time, Xu Baihe agreed. But quickly. The network's emergence is generating attention, not just from the cultivation world, but from forces that exist beyond it. There are entities in the cosmos that have noticed the depletion's reversal. Some of them will be pleased. Others will not. The warning was characteristically cryptic, but Xianxia filed it in the part of his consciousness that tracks strategic threats. The planetary network was not just a local phenomenon, it was a signal, broadcast through the spiritual energy spectrum, that the planet's botanical infrastructure was being restored. That signal would be detected by any entity sensitive enough to perceive planetary-scale spiritual energy changes. What those entities might do about it was a concern for the future. For now, the present was sufficient: 80% coverage, 6 continents connected, a green mind emerging, and a civilization being transformed by the restoration of its oldest, deepest partnership. Xianxia looked at the herb garden stretching below the observation deck, the terraces where he'd knelt in dirt and pulled weeds and dreamed of something better. The something better was here. It was growing. And it had never been more alive. Chapter 61. 30 years since the first spirit dew grass. The world Xianxia inhabited now bore little resemblance to the one he'd been born into. The planetary botanical network connected every continent, every ocean, every significant landmass. 6 continental consciousnesses, each unique in character and capability, communicated through bridge algae relays and the growing world tree's expanding root network. The human-plant partnership had transformed from a restoration project into a living reality. 65% of the global population possessed measurable plant sensitivity. Over 1,000 verdant communion specialists worked across the planet, translating between network consciousnesses and human communities. Alchemy had entered its greatest era since before the depletion, with rank 8 pills in regular production and Lin Yue's research team approaching the theoretical foundations of rank 9, and the world tree, now 30 years old, had reached 100 meters in height. Its roots extended 600 meters in every direction from the eternal spring valley, anchoring into deep geological strata that provided mineral resources and spiritual energy. Its canopy, broad and luminous, had begun producing a phenomenon that the species memory archives described as tree light, a gentle golden illumination radiated by the world tree's leaves that enriched the spiritual energy of everything it touched. The tree light was the world tree's primary contribution to the network. Unlike bridge connections and node designations, which transmitted information, tree light transformed the ambient spiritual environment, raising the baseline quality of spiritual energy in its vicinity, the way the sun raised the baseline temperature. As the tree grew, the tree light's range expanded. Currently, it enriched a radius of approximately 50 kilometers, the entire eternal spring valley and the surrounding mountain regions. Plants within the tree light zone grew with primordial era vigor. Their medicinal properties were enhanced by an order of magnitude. Their species memories deepened and clarified, as if the tree light was polishing lenses that had been fogged by 3,000 years of disconnection. And humans within the tree light zone experienced accelerated spiritual development. Cultivation rates doubled. Spiritual sensitivity heightened. The plant awareness that the network had been gradually awakening became sharper, more defined, more functional. The eternal spring valley had become the planet's spiritual center, the place where the human-plant partnership was strongest, where the primordial era's legacy was most tangibly present, where the future being built could be felt in the gentle golden light of a tree that was growing toward the sky. Xianxia stood beneath the world tree's canopy on a morning that felt ancient and new simultaneously. The tree light bathed him in warmth that resonated with his immortal cultivation, his universal tree soul recognizing the world tree as the physical expression of everything he'd worked to achieve. "You're growing faster than projected," he told the tree, placing his hand on bark that was already developing the deep, wisdom-carved texture of an ancient organism. The world tree's response was complex, a communication so rich and multi-layered that even Xianxia's immortal-level perception needed moments to unpack it. The tree was aware of itself, aware of the network, aware of its role. It understood that it was growing toward a destiny that would take centuries to fulfill, and it was eager, impatient, in the way that plants were impatient, not frustrated by slowness, but excited by the steady, inevitable progress of growth. Patience, Xianxia said, and the word carried through the network to every connected plant on the planet. We grow together. The planetary network pulsed its agreement. 6 continental consciousnesses, billions of plants, one global system, all growing together toward a restored primordial partnership that would take generations to complete but was, with each passing year, increasingly inevitable. Chapter 62. The marriage between Shen Yu and Lin Yue happened quietly, in the verdant cloud sect's first terrace garden, surrounded by the celestial heart lotus specimens that had been their shared project since the beginning. The ceremony was small. Master Chen, now elderly but sharp-witted, Wei Lan, representing the Eternal Spring Valley, Mei Zhen, representing the scientific community, Guildmaster Huang, representing the institutional framework they'd built, and Patriarch Zhou, still vital at 230 years old, thanks to the life extension pill. No grand spectacle. No continental announcement. Just 2 people who had been partners for 20 years formalizing what had been true since a compost garden and a blue spirit variant. I promise to read your moods as carefully as I read herb memories, Xianxia said, holding her hands in the celestial heart lotus pond's golden light. I promise to refine our partnership as carefully as I refine pills, Lin Yue replied. With attention to every ingredient, every temperature, every subtle adjustment. Those are terrible vows, Mei Zhen whispered to Master Chen. Those are perfect vows for them, Master Chen whispered back. They've always spoken in metaphors of their work. The reception, if it could be called that, consisted of tea in the laboratory where they'd spent most of their professional lives. Lin Yue had refined a special batch of qi restoration pills using celestial heart lotus petals, each one glowing with the gentle golden light that characterized all lotus-derived products. Wedding favors, she said, distributing the pills with the matter-of-fact efficiency that Shen Yu loved. Rank 6 quality. Each one provides approximately 3 months of enhanced cultivation. You gave your wedding guests cultivation pills as party favors, Shen Yu said. You would have given them plants. I was going to give them plants. I know. That's why I made the pills first. The planet's network, sensing the emotional significance of the moment through Shen Yu's merged consciousness, responded with a gentle pulse of coordinated botanical joy. Flowers bloomed across 6 continents, a global flowering event triggered by the collective awareness's interpretation of their union. It was, by any measure, the most widely celebrated wedding in history. Not through any deliberate announcement, but through the spontaneous response of a planetary consciousness that recognized and honored the bond between 2 people who had given it life. Chapter 63. Their first child was born 2 years after the wedding. A daughter, named Shen Lian, the character meaning lotus, for the flower that had been central to everything they built. Shen Lian was born in the tree light zone of the Eternal Spring Valley, where the world tree's enriched spiritual environment provided conditions that hadn't existed since the primordial era. The tree light suffused her from birth, her first breath carried spiritual energy of extraordinary purity, and her first cry was answered by the world tree itself, which pulsed a gentle golden welcome. She's sensitive, Xianxia said, holding his daughter for the first time and feeling through his immortal perception the delicate spiritual pathways in her newborn consciousness. Plant sensitive. From birth. The tree light zone. She's been exposed to the enhanced spiritual environment since conception. Of course she's sensitive. Lin Yue examined their daughter with the professional attention of a master alchemist assessing a precious specimen, and the overwhelmed tenderness of a new mother. Her spiritual roots. First grade. Enhanced by the lotus-derived prenatal nutrients and the tree light exposure. First grade. Lin Yue laughed, a sound that was half joy, half disbelief. Our daughter, with the spiritual roots that the Foundation Perfection pill gives to adults. From birth. She won't need the pill. The tree light zone is doing for the next generation what the pill does for the current one. He looked at his daughter's face, tiny, wrinkled, impossibly beautiful, and felt the Tao of connection pulse in his core. This is what the primordial era was like. Children born with full sensitivity, first-grade roots, natural verdant communion potential. Not because of pills or techniques, but because the environment was right. The environment we rebuilt. The environment the network rebuilt. We just opened the door. Shen Lian grew up in the Eternal Spring Valley, surrounded by the world's most ancient plants and the most advanced botanical network in 3,000 years. Her plant sensitivity developed naturally, not through training or techniques, but through the organic process of a child growing up in a world where humans and plants were partners. She touched her first herb at age 3, a spirit dew grass in the valley's teaching garden, and read its memory with the effortless fluency of a child speaking their native language. She's not learning verdant communion, Shen Yu told Wei Lan, watching his daughter play in the garden while conversing with the plants as naturally as she conversed with other children. She was born with it. It's not an acquired ability for her, it's baseline. As it was for all children in the primordial era, Wei Lan said. The tree light zone is recreating primordial conditions. Children born here will have verdant communion the way children everywhere have sight and hearing. Not just here. The tree light zone is expanding as the world tree grows. In a century, it'll cover the entire valley region. In 5 centuries, the entire continent. A world where verdant communion is universal. A world where the human-plant partnership is restored. Completely. Not as a project or an initiative or a political platform. As the natural state of existence. Their second child, a son named Shen Zhen, Root, was born 3 years later. Like his sister, he was born with first-grade spiritual roots and natural verdant communion. Unlike his sister, his affinity ran toward the deeper aspects of the network, the structural architecture, the bridge connections, the underlying patterns of planetary connectivity. He's going to be an architect, Shen Yu predicted, watching his son study root patterns in the garden with the focused intensity of a toddler who understood, on an intuitive level, the engineering principles of botanical networks. He's 2, Lin Yue said. He's 2 and he's already optimizing the root network in his play garden. Look, he's redirected that drainage channel to improve water distribution to the plants on the north side. He's playing in the mud. He's playing in the mud with purpose. Chapter 64. Master Chen died peacefully in his sleep at the age of 247. The life extension pill had given him an additional 5 centuries of potential life, but he chose not to take a second dose. I've seen enough, he told Shen Yu during their last conversation, sitting in the office where he'd first offered patronage to an anonymous herb picker. I've seen the network built. I've seen alchemy reborn. I've seen the world begin to change. He smiled. If I stay much longer, I'll start thinking I'm responsible for it all. You are responsible. Without your patronage, without my patronage, you'd have found another patron. The plants would have made sure of it. He looked out his window at the gardens, the terraces that he'd overseen for his entire career, now transformed into the heart of a planetary initiative. I was useful. But you were necessary. There's a difference. Shen Yu sat with Master Chen through the night. The old alchemist talked about his earliest years in the sect, stories from a time before Shen Yu existed, before the network, before the revolution. He talked about pills he'd refined, students he'd taught, mistakes he'd made. The 3 elders, he said near dawn. Gao, Fang, and Lu. The ones who poisoned Master Wen and stole from the sect. Do you know what bothered me most about that whole affair? Tell me. It wasn't the theft or the murder. It was that I didn't see it. I'd been living in this sect for 150 years, and I didn't see the corruption happening under my nose. He looked at Shen Yu. You saw it in your first year. Through the plants. I had help, you had perspective. The plants gave you a way of seeing that I didn't have. He reached out and took Shen Yu's hand, an unusual gesture for the reserved old alchemist. Promise me something. Anything. Keep seeing. The network gives you a perspective that no one else has. Use it to keep seeing the things that everyone else misses. The corruption, the injustice, the suffering that hides behind polite facades. The plants see it all. Don't ever stop listening to what they see. I promise. Master Chen died with the first light of dawn, his spiritual energy dissipating peacefully into the garden air. The herbs of the first terrace, the plants he'd supervised and nurtured for over 2 centuries, absorbed his final spiritual emission and stored it in their species' memory. He would be remembered by every herb in the sect's gardens for as long as the plants endured. Not as a powerful cultivator or a political figure, but as a presence, a steady, patient, fair-minded presence that had shaped the environment they grew in. Shen Yu planted a new celestial heart lotus in the pond beside Master Chen's office. It would bloom for centuries, its golden light carrying a trace of the old alchemist's spiritual signature. The gardens remembered everything. Including the people who had tended them. Chapter 65. The world tree reached 200 meters in its 50th year. Its canopy now spread across the entire upper Eternal Spring Valley, and its root system extended over 2 kilometers in every direction. The tree light zone had expanded to cover 150 kilometers, a circle of enriched spiritual environment that was transforming the surrounding regions. Communities within the tree light zone were flourishing. Agriculture was effortless, crops grew with primordial vigor, requiring minimal cultivation or intervention. Herb quality was extraordinary, medicinal plants in the zone produced compounds that rivaled pre-depletion standards. And the human population was changing, children born in the zone exhibited natural verdant communion, first-grade spiritual roots, and a baseline connection to the botanical network that made them, in practical terms, the first generation of true post-depletion humanity. Shen Lian, now 20 years old, had reached core formation through a cultivation path that looked nothing like her father's improvised journey. Her verdant communion was native, she'd never needed to learn it, never needed system prompts or technique scrolls. She communicated with plants the way she breathed, unconsciously, effortlessly, constantly. Her specialty was something she called living architecture, the use of guided plant growth to create structures, tools, and even formations from living botanical material. Where her father had focused on networks and connections, Shen Lian focused on creation, growing buildings, bridges, and devices from plants that she shaped through communion at the genetic level. It's not construction, she explained to a visiting delegation from the southern continent. It's collaboration. I describe what's needed, and the plants grow it. They understand structural engineering better than any human architect. They've been building load-bearing structures for millions of years. The delegation watched as she grew a bridge across a valley stream, directing vines and woody plants to weave themselves into an arch that was stronger than stone and would last as long as the plants lived. The process took 20 minutes and produced a structure that would have taken a conventional construction team weeks to build. Your daughter is remarkable, Guildmaster Huang told Shenyu. My daughter grew up in the world we built. She's not remarkable, she's normal. Normal for the world that should have existed all along, a world of plant architects and botanical engineers and verdant communion as common as speech. The Guildmaster shook his head. I was born into a world where plants were resources. I'll die in a world where they're partners. You don't have to die at all. Lin Yue's improved life extension pill has reached 700 years. 700 years, he laughed. Long enough to see the world tree reach full growth? Not quite. But long enough to see the next generation shape the world in ways we can barely imagine. Shen Zhen, now 17, had followed a different path than his sister. Where Shen Lian was a creator, Shen Zhen was a connector, inheriting his father's affinity for network architecture and bridge building, but approaching it with a native fluency that Shen Yu had never achieved. At 17, Shen Zhen could create permanent interspecies bridges faster than any trained communion specialist. He developed techniques for optimizing network topology that improved on the primordial templates, innovations that emerged naturally from a mind that had grown up thinking in network patterns the way other people thought in words. He redesigned the northern continent's relay architecture last week, Shen Yu told Lin Yue during a family dinner. Improved data throughput by 30%. He's 17. When I was 17, I was memorizing herb identification charts. When I was 17, I was pulling weeds. When you were 17, you hadn't even touched the spirit dew grass yet. And now our son is optimizing continental network architectures. She looked at their children across the dinner table, Shen Lian discussing a new living architecture project with Wei Lan, Shen Zhen examining a network topology diagram on a jade display. They're what the primordial era would have produced. The generation that was supposed to exist 3,000 years ago. And every generation after them will be more connected, more capable, more integrated with the botanical world. Shen Yu felt the Tao of connection pulse in his universal tree soul, not as a distant ideal, but as a present reality, embodied in the two young people across the table who represented everything the restored partnership could become. The herbs remember everything, he said. Including the future they were meant to have. Chapter 66. 60 years since the first spirit dew grass. The planetary network had reached a state of maturity that the primordial memory archives described as second flowering, the phase where the restored network began producing emergent capabilities that exceeded its original pre-depletion functions. The 6 continental consciousnesses had developed full autonomy, each one managing its regional ecology with a sophistication that exceeded anything in the primordial records. The oceanic networks, maintained by bridge algae colonies that now spanned every major ocean, provided cross-continental connectivity that was faster and more reliable than the original primordial system. And the world tree, now 60 years old and 300 meters tall, had become the network's physical heart, its root system extending through the crust to connect with geological spiritual energy veins on 4 continents, its canopy reaching into the upper atmosphere where its leaves processed solar spiritual energy on a scale that was beginning to affect global weather patterns. The tree light zone covered 300 kilometers. Every community within it existed in conditions that approximated the primordial era, natural verdant communion in the entire population, first-grade spiritual roots from birth, and a relationship with the botanical world that made the concept of resource extraction as archaic as the concept of slavery. Outside the tree light zone, the transformation was slower but steady. Plant sensitivity continued to spread through the general population, now at 75% globally. The Verdant Communion training program had produced over 5,000 specialists worldwide. Foundation perfection pills had been distributed to millions, equalizing spiritual potential across social and economic boundaries. The cultivation world's power structures had transformed accordingly. The concept of sect was evolving, from closed, competitive organizations hoarding spiritual resources into open, cooperative communities that drew their strength from integration with the botanical network. Combat cultivation hadn't disappeared, but its emphasis had shifted from aggression to protection, defending the network's infrastructure from natural disasters, spiritual energy storms, and the occasional human conflict that still arose despite the improved conditions. Alchemy had reached rank 9, Lin Yue's lifetime achievement, accomplished in her 90th year of practice. The rank 9 pill, the primordial restoration pill, was the ultimate expression of network-enhanced alchemy, a medicine that permanently enhanced the recipient's connection to the botanical network, providing a form of persistent verdant communion that didn't require natural talent or training. The primordial restoration pill made the verdant communion training program unnecessary. Anyone who took it gained permanent plant communion capability, not at the level of a trained specialist, but at the level of baseline primordial era sensitivity. Distribution of the rank 9 pill began in the 71st year after the first spirit dew grass, exactly 7 decades from the moment a dirt-covered herb picker had accidentally grabbed a plant and discovered that every herb in the world had a story to tell. The timing felt significant. The plants, communicating through the species memory network, confirmed that it was 70 years was the life cycle of the spirit dew grass species, the same plant that had triggered everything. The network had timed the primordial restoration pill's distribution to coincide with the generation cycle of the species that had started the revolution. They remember, Xianxia said, sitting in the garden where it had all begun. They remember that it started here, with one spirit dew grass, and they wanted the next great step to honor the beginning. Chapter 67. Lin Yue's cultivation reached its peak in her 93rd year, Dao seeking, with a Dao of transformation that complemented Shen Yu's Dao of connection. Her understanding of change, evolution, and refinement, the core principles that had guided her alchemy, crystallized into a Dao comprehension that allowed her to perceive and influence the fundamental processes of material transformation. We're complementary, she told Shen Yu. You connect. I transform. Together, we shape and link. We always were complementary. From the compost garden. I was connecting. You were transforming herbs into information. You were transforming information into pills. We've been doing this dance for 70 years. And we'll do it for 700 more, if the life extension pills hold up. She examined her hands, still steady, still precise, still carrying the calluses of a lifetime of furnace work despite Dao-seeking cultivation. I've been thinking about immortal ascension. You've been at Dao seeking for 2 years. It's natural to think about the next step. The next step for me is different than it was for you. Your immortal ascension was tied to the network, you needed planetary awareness to manage the global restoration. My ascension would need to be tied to. What? Alchemy? Transformation? Your Dao. The Dao of transformation, applied at the scale that immortal ascension provides, planetary scale transformation. She was quiet for a moment. The world tree's growth. The species evolution programs. The primordial restoration pill distribution. These are all transformative processes operating at continental or planetary scale. If I could perceive and guide them directly, then the network would have 2 immortals. One for connection, one for transformation. One for reading the world story. One for writing the next chapter. The metaphor resonated with something deep in Shen Yu's universal tree soul. The primordial memory archives described a partnership structure at the highest levels of the pre-depletion civilization, pairs of immortal-level cultivators, one attuned to connection and one to transformation, working together to manage and guide the planetary network's development. The reader and the writer. The builder and the shaper. The bridge and the road. It's in the archives, Shen Yu said, his eyes distant as he accessed deep primordial memories. The paired immortal structure. 2 complementary Daos, working together at planetary scale. It was the highest level of human participation in the primordial network. The highest level. And the network asked you to ascend. Is it asking me? Shen Yu reached through his merged consciousness into the network's collective intelligence. The response came immediately, the planetary awareness had been waiting for this question. Yes, he said. The network has been waiting for you to be ready. It needs both of us, the connection and the transformation, to guide the next phase. The next phase being? I don't know yet. The network hasn't told me. It's being mysterious. It's being patient. Plants don't rush revelations. Lin Yue's immortal ascension began 3 months later, in the same laboratory where she'd refined her first pill as a student. The process was different from Shen Yu's, where his had been a dissolution of boundaries, hers was a transmutation. Her furnace soul, the spiritual manifestation of a lifetime of alchemy, expanded to encompass the material reality of the planet itself. She became the verdant transformer, an immortal whose awareness encompassed every transformative process on the planet, from geological metamorphism to biological evolution to spiritual cultivation advancement. She could perceive the flow of transformation across the globe, every change, every evolution, every refinement, and guide those processes with the precision of a master alchemist adjusting furnace temperatures. Together, the verdant immortal and the verdant transformer perceive the planet as a single, integrated system, Shen Yu seeing the connections, Lin Yue seeing the transformations, their combined awareness providing a complete picture of how the world was linked and how it was changing. And the network, now supported by 2 immortal-level human partners, entered the phase it had been waiting for. The next phase, it communicated through the species memory layer, in concepts that both immortals could interpret. The verdant unification. Chapter 68. The verdant unification was the network's term for a process that the primordial memory archives described as the planetary ecosystem's ultimate development, the integration of human and botanical consciousness into a single, unified awareness that operated at the level of planetary civilization. Not a hive mind. Not a loss of individuality. But a shared awareness, a baseline connection between every human and every plant that allowed the planet's inhabitants to perceive each other's needs, share information, and coordinate action at global scale. The primordial era had achieved this briefly, in the centuries before the depletion, when the world tree was at full growth and the network operated at maximum capacity. The species memory archives described it as the pinnacle of the human-plant partnership, a state of mutual awareness that produced a civilization of unprecedented peace, productivity, and ecological harmony. The depletion had destroyed it. The pure path had murdered it. 3,000 years of separation had obscured the memory of what had been lost. Now, with the world tree growing, the network restored, and two immortal partners guiding the process, the verdant unification was within reach. The process requires the world tree at full maturity, Xianxia explained to the Planetary Initiative leadership, now a council representing every continent. At full growth, the tree's root system will connect every major geological spiritual energy vein on the planet, and its canopy will reach the upper atmosphere. The tree light will cover the entire planet's surface. Full maturity is centuries away, the Eastern continent's representative said. At current growth rates, approximately 300 years. But the tree is accelerating. Each decade of growth provides more resources for further growth. Lin Yue's transformation guidance is optimizing the process. The world tree might reach full maturity in 200 years. 200 years. Many of us will live to see it, with life extension pills. All of us can live to see it. The life extension pill provides 500 to 700 years. The foundation perfection pill ensures that everyone has the cultivation capacity to benefit from it. A world where everyone lives for centuries, communicates with plants, and shares a planetary consciousness. The representative shook her head. You're describing paradise. I'm describing home. The world that should have existed all along. The world the plants have been waiting 3,000 years to rebuild. The verdant unification preparation proceeded across the following decades. The world tree's growth continued to accelerate, guided by Lin Yue's immortal level transformation awareness and supported by the network's collective resources. Each year added height, depth, and breadth to the greatest living organism the planet had ever produced. And humanity continued to change. The primordial restoration pill distribution reached 70% of the global population by the 90th year. Plant sensitivity became the norm rather than the exception. Children born in the expanding tree light zone, now covering 1,000 kilometers, possess natural verdant communion as a birthright. The cultivation world's old structures continued to evolve. Sex became communities, competition became cooperation. The concept of spiritual resources as scarce goods to be hoarded gave way to the reality of spiritual energy as a shared abundance, circulated by the network for the benefit of all. Not everything was perfect. Human nature didn't change overnight, conflicts still arose, ambitions still clashed, and the transition from a competitive cultivation world to a cooperative one was uneven and sometimes painful. But the direction was clear, and the network's patient, persistent influence smoothed the roughest edges of the transformation. Xianxia watched it all through his planetary awareness, the verdant immortal, sitting beneath the world tree's growing canopy, feeling the planet's pulse as his own heartbeat. The herbs remembered everything. And the world was finally learning to remember with them. Chapter 69. 100 years since the first spirit dew grass, the centennial was celebrated across the planet, a coordinated flowering event, organized by the 6 continental consciousnesses, that turned every connected garden into a display of synchronized botanical beauty. Flowers bloomed in patterns that spelled out messages of gratitude and hope, visible from the sky, designed by the network's collective intelligence to communicate with humanity in the most universal language available, beauty. Xianxia stood on the world tree's lowest branch, a platform 300 meters above the ground, grown specifically by the tree to provide an observation point for its immortal companion. The tree was 400 meters tall now, its canopy a kilometer across, its root system reaching deep enough to touch the planet's mantle. From his vantage point, he could see the eternal spring valley spread below, transformed from a secluded mountain sanctuary into the planet's spiritual capital. The valley was surrounded by communities that had grown up within the tree light zone, their architecture a blend of conventional construction and Shen Lian's living architecture techniques. Buildings grown from living wood, bridges woven from vines, gardens that were simultaneously farms, parks, and communication terminals connected to the planetary network. The centennial gathering was held at the World Tree's base. Representatives from every continent, every major community, every significant organization. Over 1,000 verdant communion specialists. Hundreds of researchers, alchemists, and ecological engineers. And ordinary citizens, people who had grown up in a world where talking to plants was as normal as talking to neighbors, who had come to honor the tree and the partnership it represented. Lin Yue stood beside him on the observation branch, her immortal senses perceiving the transformative processes that flowed through the gathering below, the spiritual energy exchanges, the emotional resonances, the subtle alchemical interactions between thousands of people and the botanical environment that surrounded them. 100 years, she said. It feels like 3 lifetimes and 3 minutes at the same time. The plants don't experience time the way we do. To them, 100 years is a comfortable growth cycle. They're pleased with the progress but not impatient for more. What progress? We've rebuilt a planetary network, restored a 3,000-year-old partnership, produced a rank 9 pill, grown a world tree, and transformed human civilization. What's left? The unification. The world tree is at 40% of projected full growth. Another 100 years, maybe 150, to reach full maturity, And then the tree light covers the planet and every human being has natural verdant communion. And then the planetary consciousness integrates fully. Not human consciousness or botanical consciousness, a merged awareness that includes both. The final expression of the Tao of connection. The final expression. She looked at the gathering below, 1,000 people surrounded by a living network that connected them to every plant on the planet. Do you think they understand what's coming? They feel it. The network is communicating the unification concept through the ambient awareness, not as words or ideas, but as a gradual shift in perception. People are becoming more aware of the connections between things. More sensitive to the web of relationships that sustains life. The unification won't be a sudden transformation, it'll be the completion of a process that's been building for a century. Your specialty. Gradual, inevitable connection. Inevitable. He smiled, the expression of a man who had learned, from the plants that taught him everything, that inevitability was the most powerful force in the universe. Not forced. Not rushed. Just growing. The world tree pulsed beneath them, its heartbeat a deep, slow rhythm that was becoming audible to sensitive humans throughout the tree light zone. The pulse carried the tree's awareness, its perception of the planet it was growing to embrace, the species it was connecting, the future it was growing toward. The herb picker and the alchemist stood on a branch of a tree that was growing toward the sky, watching a world that was growing toward a partnership that had been broken 3,000 years ago and was, year by year, leaf by leaf, root by root, being made whole. Chapter 70. The decades after the centennial brought challenges that tested even the planetary network's capabilities. The first was geological. The world tree's root system, now penetrating the planet's mantle, triggered seismic adjustments as its roots displaced geological strata. The tremors were minor by geological standards but significant by human ones. Several communities near the tree's expanding root zone experienced ground shifts that required evacuation and reconstruction. Shenyu and Lin Yue worked together to manage the problem. His Tao of connection allowed him to perceive the relationship between the world tree's roots and the geological structures they were growing through. Her Tao of transformation allowed her to guide the geological adjustment process, smoothing the transition and minimizing disruptive tremors. The world tree's predecessor grew into the mantle over thousands of years, Shenyu explained to the concerned communities. Our tree is growing faster, which means the geological adjustments are more compressed. But the principle is the same, the roots and the rock will find equilibrium. When? Within the next decade. The root system is approaching the deep spiritual energy veins that will provide its primary energy source. Once it connects to those veins, the downward growth will slow significantly and the geological adjustments will stabilize. The prediction proved accurate. The world tree's roots reached the first major spiritual energy vein in its 120th year, and the resulting connection transformed the tree's growth pattern. Instead of pushing deeper into the planet, the roots began spreading laterally, extending along the spiritual energy veins that crisscross the mantle, creating an underground network that mirrored the surface network's architecture. The tree was becoming part of the planet's geological infrastructure, its root system integrating with the natural spiritual energy distribution system the way its canopy integrated with the atmospheric spiritual energy. The second challenge was biological. The network's restoration of primordial era herb capabilities had an unintended consequence. Several species developed growth characteristics that were aggressive enough to threaten local ecosystems. Herbs that had been manageable under post-depletion conditions became invasive when their full primordial growth potential was restored. The network's consciousness addressed most of these cases autonomously, recognizing the imbalance and adjusting its growth guidance to maintain ecological stability. But several situations required human intervention, specifically, Shen used deep species memory knowledge to identify the historical growth patterns that had kept these species in balance during the primordial era. They need competitors, he explained. In the primordial ecosystem, every aggressive species had a natural counterbalance, another species that limited its growth through competition, predation, or chemical interaction. Most of those counterbalance species went extinct during the depletion. Then we recreate them. We guide their evolution. The genetic memory of the counterbalance species is preserved in their descendants. With memory garden capability and the network's resources, we can guide existing species toward recovering the counterbalance functions. The ecological balancing project consumed several years of focused work. Each invasive species required its own counterbalance solution, drawn from species memory archives and implemented through guided evolution. The process was complex, not just recreating individual species, but rebuilding the ecological relationships that had kept them in balance. But the results were worth the effort. Each restored ecological relationship strengthened the overall ecosystem stability, reducing the likelihood of future imbalances and providing the network's consciousness with better tools for autonomous ecological management. You're not just rebuilding a network, Mei Zhen observed during one of their ongoing research reviews. She was elderly now, 170 years old, preserved by life extension pills but showing the wisdom lines of a long career. You're rebuilding an ecosystem. Every species in its proper relationship, every ecological function restored, every balance point maintained. That's what the primordial era was. Not just a network of connected plants, but a complete ecosystem, every organism in its place, every relationship functioning, every process balanced. And you're the gardener. I was always the gardener. He looked at his hands, still calloused, despite a century of immortal cultivation. The calluses were a choice now, maintained deliberately. They reminded him of where he'd started and why the work mattered. Gardeners tend. They don't control. They create conditions for growth and then step back to let things grow as they will. You've never stepped back in your life. I've stepped back more than you think. The network manages 99% of its operations autonomously. The continental consciousnesses handle their own regions. The communion specialists manage local issues. I step in for the things that only I can do: deep species memory work, cross-continental coordination, world tree guidance. And the unification? That's the ultimate stepping back. When the world tree reaches full maturity and the tree light covers the planet, the unification will happen naturally. Human and botanical consciousness will integrate because the conditions for integration exist. I won't need to do anything, just be present. Just be present. She smiled. That's the most profound thing you've ever said. I learned it from the plants. They're the masters of just being present. Chapter 71. Shen Zhen's contribution to the planetary network eclipsed even his father's expectations. At 45, Shen Yu's son had developed a capability that was unique even among the growing population of native verdant communion practitioners. He could perceive and manipulate the deep structural patterns of the network itself, not the surface-level connections and bridges, but the underlying architecture that determined how the network processed information, made decisions, and evolved. He called it network architecture engineering. Where his father had built the network through bridge creation and node designation, Shen Zhen worked at a deeper level, reshaping the fundamental patterns that govern how the network's consciousness operated. His most significant achievement was the development of what he called harmonic topology, a network architecture that optimized the interaction between the 6 continental consciousnesses, reducing intercontinental communication latency and enabling collaborative processing at speeds that exceeded the primordial system's capabilities. The primordial network processed sequentially, each continental consciousness took turns contributing to planetary scale decisions, Shen Zhen explained to the Initiative Council. Harmonic topology allows simultaneous parallel processing, all 6 consciousnesses working on the same problem at once, their different perspectives combining in real time. What does that mean practically? The network can respond to global scale events in minutes instead of days. Ecological crises, spiritual energy fluctuations, weather emergencies, the planetary consciousness can assess and act faster than any individual consciousness could. The harmonic topology's implementation produced immediate results. The network's response time to ecological problems improved by an order of magnitude. Cross-continental species memory access became instantaneous. The planetary consciousness's decision-making capability matched and then exceeded the primordial system's historical performance. He's improved on 10,000 years of accumulated botanical engineering, Shen Yu told Lin Yue, his pride tempered by the humility of watching his son surpass him. The primordial network's designers never achieved harmonic topology. They didn't have Shen General, a native verdant communion practitioner who grew up thinking in network patterns the way other people think in language. She paused. The next generation is going to be extraordinary. Every generation will be extraordinary, in its own way. That's the Tao of connection. Each new generation connects in patterns the previous one couldn't imagine. Shen Lian, meanwhile, had expanded her living architecture work to continental scale. At 50, she directed a network of living architecture projects across 3 continents, communities, infrastructure, and ecological restoration, all built from guided plant growth. Her work was transforming the physical landscape of civilization, replacing dead construction materials with living, growing, evolving botanical structures. Cities that grow, she described her vision to a global audience. Not built and abandoned, but grown and maintained. Living architecture that adapts to its inhabitants' needs, that repairs itself, that improves over time. Cities that are part of the network, that contribute to the planetary consciousness instead of consuming resources from it. The first fully living city, Lianhua, named after the celestial heart lotus, was growing in the foothills below the eternal spring valley. Every structure, every road, every utility system was biological, grown from plants under Shen Lian's guidance and maintained by the network's continuous attention. The city's 10,000 inhabitants lived in a seamless integration of human and botanical life. Their homes breathed with the rhythm of living wood. Their water was purified by botanical filtration systems. Their food grew from walls and roofs and floors, produced by plants that adjusted their output to match the inhabitants' nutritional needs, communicated through the verdant communion that every resident possessed. Lianhua is the future, Shen Yu said, visiting his daughter's creation, not just for this region, for the world. When the tree light covers the planet, every city can be like this. Better than this, Shen Lian said. Lianhua is my first attempt. The second city will improve on every design. The third will improve on the second. By the time the tree light is global, the living architecture will be mature enough to reshape civilization. Chapter 72. 150 years since the first spirit dew grass. The world tree had reached 600 meters in height. Its canopy spread across 15 kilometers, a living roof that filtered the sky above the eternal Spring Valley and the surrounding regions. Its root system extended through the planet's mantle across 2 continents, connected to 17 major spiritual energy veins that provided resources for the network's planetary operations. The tree light zone now covered 3,000 kilometers in every direction from the valley. 200 million people lived within its influence, all possessing natural verdant communion, first-grade spiritual roots, and a baseline connection to the planetary consciousness that made them, in practical terms, a different kind of human than their ancestors. The primordial restoration pill had been distributed to 90% of the global population. Plant sensitivity was effectively universal. Even the last holdout communities, initially resistant to the human-plant partnership, had accepted the pills as the benefits of the connection became impossible to deny. The cultivation world had transformed beyond recognition. The concept of sect had evolved into community, open, integrated, connected to the network and to each other. Combat cultivation still existed, focused on defense and protection, but the territorial conflicts that had defined 3,000 years of cultivation history had largely ceased. With spiritual energy distributed equally by the network and cultivation potential equalized by the foundation perfection pill, there was nothing left to fight over. Alchemy had reached heights that exceeded even the primordial records. Lin Yue's disciples, now numbering in the hundreds, trained in rank 8 and 9 techniques, were pushing into territory that the species memory archives described only in theoretical terms. Rank 10 alchemy, the theoretical maximum, where pills transcended material limitations and interacted directly with the fabric of reality, was no longer considered impossible. And the verdant unification was approaching. The network's consciousness communicated its readiness with increasing urgency, not desperation, but the patient excitement of a process that had been building for over a century. The world tree needs approximately 50 more years of growth, Xianxia reported to the Planetary Council. At its current rate, full maturity and global tree light coverage will be achieved in our 200th year. 200 years from the first spirit dew grass, the Northern Continent's representative said. A fitting timeline. The network thinks so. It's been guiding the world tree's growth to hit that milestone deliberately. The network has a sense of poetic timing? The network has absorbed 150 years of human culture through the human-plant connection. Some poetry was bound to rub off. The council laughed, a sound that would have been impossible at the first meetings, when the continental representatives were strangers with competing interests. Now they were colleagues, connected through the same network, working toward the same goal, their communities prospering under the same botanical umbrella. What happens after the unification? Someone asked. Xianxia considered the question. He'd thought about it often, lying awake in the branches of the world tree, his consciousness spread across the planet, wondering what came after the goal that had driven his life since the moment he'd touched that first spirit dew grass. I don't know, he said honestly. The species memory archives describe the primordial unification as the beginning, not the end. The unified consciousness opened possibilities that the pre-depletion civilization was only beginning to explore when the pure path destroyed everything. Possibilities like what? Like reaching beyond the planet. The primordial records include fragments of research into extraplanetary botanical growth, the possibility of extending the network to other worlds. The species memory network doesn't have a distance limit in theory, it operates through spiritual resonance, not physical connection. If botanical life exists on other worlds. If botanical life exists on other worlds, the network could connect with it. And we could commune with it. Learn from species memories that aren't from our planet. Access knowledge and capabilities that evolution on a single world could never produce. The silence that followed was the silence of minds expanding to accommodate a vision they'd never considered. Plants on other worlds, the Southern Island representative murmured. Alien species memories. Extraplanetary alchemy ingredients. The universe is a garden, Xianxia said. We've been tending one plot. The unification opens the gate to the rest of the garden. Chapter 73. The 175th year brought the verdant unification closer than anyone had anticipated. The world tree, now 750 meters tall, experienced a growth acceleration that even the species memory archives hadn't predicted. The tree's root system, fully integrated with the planet's geological spiritual energy network, had accessed a deep reservoir of primordial spiritual energy, a cache of concentrated power that had been building in the mantle since before the depletion, unused and undiscovered for 3 millennia. The energy release was transformative. The world tree grew 50 meters in a single year, more than its total growth in its first decade. Its canopy expanded to cover 25 kilometers. Its tree light zone leapt from 3,000 to 8,000 kilometers, suddenly encompassing over half the planet's surface. The energy cache was left by the original world tree, Xianxia explained, his consciousness processing the geological data through the network's awareness. When the primordial world tree died, its stored energy didn't dissipate, it sank into the mantle and pooled in spiritual energy veins that the depletion couldn't reach. Our tree's roots found the pool. How much energy is there? Lin Yue asked. Enough to complete the world tree's growth in decades rather than the projected 50 years. The acceleration changed the timeline for everything. The verdant unification, previously projected for the 200th year, was now achievable within 20 years. The tree light zone's expansion rate suggested global coverage within 10. The network's consciousness responded to the acceleration with a coordination effort that demonstrated its full planetary capability. Every continental consciousness aligned its resources towards supporting the world tree's growth. Every bridge, every node, every relay channeled energy toward the tree. The planetary system operated as a single organism focused on a single purpose, growing the tree that would complete the restoration. Xianxia felt the coordination through his merged consciousness. Billions of plants, 6 continental intelligences, 1 planetary awareness, all focused, all contributing, all growing toward the same goal. The Tao of connection pulsed in his core with a force that shook the foundations of his immortal cultivation. His comprehension, which had plateaued at 45% for decades, began to deepen. 50%. 60. 70. Each increment of comprehension expanded his perception, revealing new layers of connection that he'd never perceived before. The connections between plants, between humans and plants, between the physical and the spiritual, between this world and the universe beyond. At 80% comprehension, he saw the universe itself as a network, a vast web of connections that linked every star, every planet, every living thing in a pattern that was, at the deepest level, identical to the botanical network he'd spent his life rebuilding. The universe is a garden, he whispered, and this time it wasn't a metaphor. It was a perception, a direct experience of reality's fundamental structure, revealed through the Tao of connection at a level of comprehension that few immortals in history had achieved. 85%. 90. The world tree's canopy reached toward the sky, its growth accelerating as the ancient energy reserve fueled its ascent. The tree light zone expanded daily, washing over continents and oceans, transforming every human it touched with the gentle golden illumination that carried the primordial partnership's promise. At 95% Tao comprehension, Xianxia understood the verdant unification completely. Not as a planetary event, but as a universal principle, the inevitable result of connections reaching their natural conclusion. Everything connected. Everything united. Everything grew toward wholeness. The last 5% would come with the unification itself. When the tree light covered the planet and every human consciousness merged with the botanical awareness, the Tao of connection would be complete, not as a personal achievement, but as a planetary reality. The herb picker's journey had always been heading here. From a single plant to a planet. From a single touch to a universal truth. Everything was connected. And the connections were, at last, being restored. Chapter 74. The world tree reached full maturity on a spring morning in the 192nd year. 880 meters tall. Canopy spanning 40 kilometers. Root system extending through the planet's mantle across all 6 continents. Tree light zone covering the entire planet's surface. The moment the tree light achieved global coverage, every plant on Earth responded. A pulse, not the familiar green-gold wave of network communication, but something deeper, something that resonated with the fundamental frequencies of biological life, swept across the planet. Every human being on Earth felt it. Not just the plant-sensitive. Not just the verdant communion practitioners. Everyone. The dormant communion pathways that the network had been gently awakening for a century activated simultaneously, triggered by the tree light's full planetary saturation. For a single, eternal moment, every human being on Earth perceived the botanical world as the plants perceived it. They felt the sun on leaves that weren't theirs. They tasted water drawn through roots in distant soil. They heard the slow, patient thoughts of a planetary consciousness that had been waiting for 3,000 years for this moment. The verdant unification had begun. The process wasn't instantaneous, it was a flowering. Over the following days, the connection between human and botanical consciousness deepened gradually. People went about their daily lives while simultaneously developing an awareness of the plant life around them that grew richer and more detailed with each passing hour. Children adapted fastest. Born into the tree light zone, raised with natural communion, they experienced the unification as a simple extension of their existing awareness, like a familiar room being expanded to include the rest of the house. Adults adapted more slowly, especially those who had received their communion through the primordial restoration pill rather than being born with it. The sudden depth of connection was disorienting, overwhelming, in some cases, and the verdant communion specialists worked around the clock to support communities through the transition. But no one rejected it. The connection, once established, felt so natural, so right, so fundamentally correct that even the most initially disoriented individuals described it as coming home. The human-plant partnership wasn't an external imposition, it was a restoration of something that had always been meant to be. Xianxia, standing on the world tree's highest branch, watched the unification proceed with tears streaming down his face. His Tao comprehension climbed steadily, 96%, 97, 98, as the connections he'd spent his life building completed their final integration. At 99%, he understood something that no cultivation manual, no species memory archive, no primordial record had ever explicitly stated. The Tao of connection wasn't his Tao. It was the Tao. The fundamental principle of reality, the force that held atoms together, that linked cells into organisms, that bound organisms into ecosystems, that wove ecosystems into biospheres, that connected biospheres into a universe. Everything was connected. Not as a philosophical statement, but as a physical law, as fundamental and inescapable as gravity. The connections were the fabric of reality itself. And at 100% comprehension, achieved on the seventh day of the verdant unification, as the last isolated communities on the planet's most remote islands integrated into the planetary consciousness, Xianxua's cultivation transcended the immortal realm entirely. He didn't ascend to a new named realm. There was no realm name for what he became. The cultivation system, qi condensation through immortal ascension, was a ladder designed for individual advancement. What Xianxia achieved was beyond individual advancement. He became the connection itself. Not a consciousness that perceived connections, but the connecting principle, the living embodiment of the force that linked everything to everything. His physical body remained on the world tree's branch. But his awareness was everywhere and everything, in every bridge, every root, every bond between every particle of matter on the planet. He was the network. He was the tree. He was the connection between a herb picker's dirty hand and a spirit dew grass's trembling stem, replicated at planetary scale. 100%, Lin Yue said, standing beside him, her own Tao of transformation deepening as the unification's transformative energies swept across the planet. You've completed your Tao. Not completed. Extended. The Tao of connection doesn't complete, it only grows. Every new connection adds to it. Every new relationship enriches it. The unification isn't an ending. It's the beginning of a connection so vast that 100 lifetimes won't be enough to explore it. Then we'll take 1,000. He smiled, and the world tree smiled with him, its branches swaying in a wind that carried the breath of every plant on the planet. The planetary consciousness pulsed once, a single, unified heartbeat that synchronized 8 billion humans and uncounted billions of plants in a moment of shared existence. The verdant unification was complete. The human-plant partnership, severed 3,000 years ago by the pure path sabotage, was restored, not as a replica of the primordial era's system, but as something new, something stronger, something that incorporated the lessons of 3 millennia of separation and the innovations of a generation that had grown up in a world being remade. The herb picker had grown a garden that covered the world. Chapter 75. The years following the unification were the most peaceful in recorded history. Not peaceful in the sense of nothing happening, the unified planetary consciousness was extraordinarily active, directing ecological optimization, species evolution, and infrastructure development at a scale that exceeded anything the primordial era had achieved. But peaceful in the sense that conflict, the competition for resources, territory, and power that had defined 3,000 years of cultivation history, effectively ceased. There was nothing to fight over. Spiritual energy was distributed equally by the network. Cultivation potential was universal. Food, shelter, medicine, all provided through the botanical infrastructure that Shen Lian's living architecture movement had established across the globe. The material conditions for conflict had been eliminated. And the spiritual conditions for conflict, jealousy, greed, the desire for dominance, were moderated by the shared awareness. Not suppressed, individual emotions remained individual. But the connection to the planetary consciousness provided perspective that made petty ambitions feel small against the backdrop of planetary scale cooperation. People still disagreed. Still argued. Still had differences of opinion and priority. But they disagreed in the context of a shared awareness that made each person's perspective visible and comprehensible to everyone else. Understanding didn't eliminate disagreement, but it eliminated the hostility that came from misunderstanding. The unified consciousness developed new capabilities that neither human nor botanical intelligence could have achieved alone. Collective problem solving. The combined processing power of 8 billion human minds and hundreds of billions of plant nodes, working in parallel through the shared awareness, could analyze and solve problems of extraordinary complexity. Scientific questions that had resisted centuries of investigation yielded to the unified consciousness's distributed intelligence within days. Ecological engineering. The planetary consciousness could modify the global ecosystem with precision, adjusting weather patterns, optimizing soil conditions, managing species populations, and maintaining ecological balance across all 6 continents simultaneously. Natural disasters didn't cease, but their impact was minimized by a planet-wide system that could predict, prepare for, and respond to any environmental event. Alchemical innovation. The unified consciousness's combined understanding of botanical chemistry, spiritual energy manipulation, and material science produced alchemy advances at a pace that exceeded the entire previous century. Rank 10 pills, the theoretical maximum, were achieved within the unification's first decade, producing medicines that could fundamentally alter the recipient's relationship with reality. And the most profound capability, shared memory. Through the planetary consciousness, every person on Earth had access to the species memory archives that Xianxia had first discovered in a spirit dew grass on the verdant cloud sex third terrace. 3,000 years of botanical memory, 10,000 years, with the deep primordial archives, available to anyone who wanted to explore them. The collective memory transformed education, history, and cultural understanding. People could experience the primordial era firsthand, not through books or legends, but through the living memories of plants that had witnessed it. They could understand the depletion from the plant's perspective, feeling the extinction, the severing, the 3,000-year wait for reconnection. And they could understand Shen Yu's journey, through the species memory of the spirit dew grass he'd first touched, still alive, still growing in Section 7 of the Verdant Cloud Sect's third terrace. They could feel the moment when a dirty-handed herb picker had accidentally touched a plant and opened a door that would eventually change the world. The plants remember everything, Shen Yu said, standing in Section 7, his hand resting on the spirit dew grass that had started it all. And now everyone can remember with them. The spirit dew grass pulsed under his touch, a pulse that was simultaneously botanical and human, physical and spiritual, personal and planetary. 192 years old, it had been a plant when he'd touched it first, and it would be a plant when the last memory of the depletion faded from the collective consciousness. But for this moment, in this garden, it was a bridge. Between past and future. Between one person and a planet. Between the dirt under a herb picker's nails and the light of a world tree that touched the sky. The Tao of connection, at 100% comprehension, revealed its final truth, the connection between Shen Yu and that first spirit dew grass, the most ordinary, most common, most unremarkable of all the herbs in the garden, was, and had always been, the most important connection in the world. Because it was the first one. And every garden began with the first seed. Chapter 76. 200 years. The bicentennial was not celebrated. It was lived. Every person on Earth woke that morning with a shared awareness of the milestone, communicated through the planetary consciousness, which had developed a sense of temporal significance that the original primordial system had never possessed. 200 years since the moment that had begun the restoration. 200 years of growth. Shen Yu was in the Verdant Cloud Sect's garden. He'd returned there for the bicentennial, to the place where it had started, where the spirit dew grass still grew, where the celestial heart lotus still bloomed, where the jade root vine still climbed its ancient trellis. The sect had changed. Not its location or its gardens, those were eternal. But its function had evolved from a cultivation institution into a heritage site, a living museum of the restoration's origins, maintained by the botanical network and visited by people from across the planet who wanted to experience the place where the human-plant partnership had been reborn. Section 7 was preserved exactly as it had been 200 years ago. The same herb rose, the same soil, the same drainage channels. The spirit dew grass grew in the same positions, tended by the same natural processes, as unchanged as the mountains that surrounded the sect. Shen Yu knelt in the dirt and pulled a weed. The action was deliberate, a ritual that he performed every year on the anniversary. The verdant immortal, transcendent embodiment of the Tao of connection, kneeling in the dirt to pull weeds from between herb rows. The planetary consciousness watched through every plant in the garden, and through the unified awareness, 8 billion humans felt the gesture and understood its meaning. We began in the dirt. We will always begin in the dirt. The greatest connections start with the simplest actions. He touched the spirit dew grass after pulling the weed. The memory vision flowed through him, the plant's complete life cycle, now enriched by 200 years of network awareness. The spirit dew grass remembered everything. The day a young herb picker had grabbed it accidentally, the surge of surprise and recognition, the beginning of a journey that would eventually encompass the planet. Thank you, Shen Yu said to the plant. The words were unnecessary, the gratitude was communicated directly through the connection, felt by the grass's warmth and appreciation. But words had their own power, and some things deserved to be said aloud. Lin Yue found him there an hour later, sitting cross-legged between the herb rows with dirt on his knees and peace on his face. You're doing the weed-pulling ritual, she said. It keeps me grounded. You're the most powerful cultivator in the world and you're making dirt jokes. I'm the most connected cultivator in the world, and the dirt is where the connections start. She sat beside him. 200 years of partnership. 130 years of marriage. 2 children who had grown into leaders of a transformed civilization. A world rebuilt from the memories of plants. I love you, she said. I know. The plants told me. The plants did not tell you. The plants tell me everything. Including the way your spiritual signature changes when you look at me. They've been reporting it since the compost garden. She punched his shoulder, the same gesture she'd used 200 years ago, when he'd shown her a blue spirit variant in a hidden garden behind the composting formation. Best punch I ever threw, she said. Best punch anyone ever threw, he agreed. The world tree, now at full maturity, pulsed once. A planetary heartbeat that synchronized every living thing on Earth. The tree light, golden and warm, covered the world in an illumination that carried not just spiritual energy but the accumulated love of 200 years of restored partnership. The herb picker and the alchemist sat in the dirt together, surrounded by the plants that remembered everything, and watched the world they'd grown. Chapter 77. The Extra-Planetary Research Program began in the 215th year, 23 years after Shen Yu had first mentioned the possibility at the Centennial Gathering. The unified planetary consciousness had spent 2 decades analyzing the theoretical framework for extending the species memory network beyond Earth's atmosphere. The challenge was fundamental. Plants were biological organisms that required atmosphere, water, soil, and sunlight. Space had none of these things. But the species memory network operated through spiritual resonance, not physical proximity. If a plant could survive in extraplanetary conditions, its species memory connection to the network would theoretically persist, allowing the planetary consciousness to extend its awareness to wherever that plant existed. The solution came from an unexpected source, the world tree itself. The tree's canopy had reached into the upper atmosphere, where its highest leaves existed in near vacuum conditions. These leaves had adapted through guided evolution, developing sealed biological structures that retained atmosphere and moisture while processing the intense solar radiation that reached above most of the planet's air. These adapted leaves carried species memory connections. They maintained their link to the planetary network despite existing in conditions that would kill any normal plant. The world tree is already reaching into space, Xianxia observed. Its highest leaves operate in near vacuum. If we can guide further adaptation, leaves that can survive in full vacuum, drawing energy from unfiltered solar radiation. Space leaves, Shenzhen said, his network architecture expertise immediately engaging with the problem. Biological structures that function as space-capable network nodes. They wouldn't need soil or water, just solar energy and the species memory connection. Could such leaves be detached from the world tree and maintained independently? Shen Lian asked, her living architecture mind already designing the structures. With the right support systems, yes. The world tree's deep adaptation leaves are semi-autonomous already. With guided evolution toward full autonomy, they could survive as independent space-capable organisms. The space adaptation project consumed 5 years of focused work. The world tree's highest leaves were guided through generations of accelerated evolution, each generation more vacuum tolerant, more radiation resistant, more independent of the tree's direct biological support. The result was a new species, the star leaf. A biological organism descended from the world tree, capable of surviving in space vacuum, drawing energy from solar radiation, and maintaining a species memory connection to the planetary network. The first star leaf was launched into orbit using a botanical lift system. A column of rapidly growing with it extended from the world tree's canopy into the upper atmosphere, carrying the star leaf payload to orbital velocity through sheer biological force. The launch was the most dramatic demonstration of living architecture ever attempted. A pillar of world tree wood, 50 meters in diameter, growing at an accelerated rate that propelled its tip through the atmosphere at orbital speed. The star leaf, secured at the tip, was released into orbit at the pillar's maximum extension. The pillar collapsed back into the atmosphere and was reabsorbed by the world tree. The star leaf floated free in orbit, its specialized biological systems activating as it absorbed unfiltered solar energy for the first time. The species memory connection held. Shenyu, standing on the world tree's branch 1,000 meters below, felt the star leaf's signal, faint but clear, a note of botanical awareness singing from orbit. The star leaf perceived Earth from space, a view no plant had ever had, and transmitted its perception through the species memory network to every connected organism on the planet. 8 billion humans looked up through the star leaf's senses and saw their world from orbit for the first time through botanical eyes. A sphere of blue and green, wrapped in cloud and light, pulsing with the golden glow of the tree light that covered its surface. The planet, seen through the eyes of one of its plants, was beautiful. The first step, Shenyu said, and the planetary consciousness pulsed its agreement. Chapter 78. The star leaf program expanded rapidly. Hundreds of space-capable organisms were launched into orbit, establishing a ring of botanical network nodes that extended the planetary consciousness beyond the atmosphere. The orbiting nodes provided capabilities that ground-based systems couldn't match. Solar energy processing at orbital intensity. Unobstructed observation of planetary weather patterns and spiritual energy flows. And most importantly, the ability to detect extraplanetary spiritual signals. The species memory network operated through spiritual resonance, a phenomenon that, like gravity, propagated through space at speeds that the scientific community was still debating. But the star leaves, positioned above the planet's atmosphere, could detect spiritual resonance signals that were blocked or distorted by the planet's magnetic field. The first extraplanetary signal was detected in the 228th year. It was faint, barely distinguishable from background spiritual noise. But the unified consciousness, processing the signal through thousands of star leaf nodes simultaneously, confirmed its nature, a species memory signature. Botanical. Coming from a source beyond the solar system. Plant life, Shenyu said, and the words rippled through the planetary consciousness with the force of revelation. Not on this planet. Somewhere else. Plant life that carries species memory. The signal source was a star system approximately 12 light-years away. The spiritual resonance signal, traveling at a speed that the consciousness estimated at roughly 100 times the speed of light, had been traveling for approximately 43 days. 43 days from 12 light-years, Lin Yue calculated. Spiritual resonance propagation speed is roughly 100 times light speed. That means communication with this extraplanetary botanical system would have a round-trip time of approximately 3 months. 3 months. That's a growing season. Leave it to you to think of interstellar communication in gardening terms. The planetary consciousness debated the appropriate response. The signal was passive, species memory emissions, not a directed communication. The extraplanetary botanical system might not even be aware that its signals were being detected. We respond, Xianxia decided, after consultation with the unified consciousness. We send a species memory signal in return. Not words, plants don't think in words. We send our species memory. Our history. Our identity. We tell them who we are the way plants have always told each other, through the memory of what they've grown. The response signal was assembled by the planetary consciousness, a compressed species memory package containing 10,000 years of Earth's botanical history, from the primordial era through the depletion through the restoration. The signal was transmitted through the star leaf ring, amplified by the planetary network's combined spiritual energy, and sent toward the signal's source. The herbs remembered everything. And now they were sharing their memories with the stars. Chapter 79. The response from the extraplanetary botanical system arrived 97 days later. It was not a simple acknowledgement. It was a flood, a torrent of species memory data so vast, so complex, and so fundamentally alien that the planetary consciousness required 3 days of continuous processing to interpret it. The source was a world orbiting a star 12 light-years away. A world where botanical life had evolved independently of Earth's biosphere, producing plant species that were biochemically distinct but spiritually compatible. A world where the equivalent of the primordial network had never been disrupted, where the human-plant partnership, or its equivalent, as the alien world's dominant species was not human, had been maintained continuously for over 50,000 years. The alien botanical system was vast, sophisticated, and ancient. Its species memory archives dwarfed Earth's 50 millennia of accumulated growth, evolution, and partnership, producing a body of botanical knowledge that made even the primordial era's achievements look like a seedling's first leaf. And the alien system was interested. Its response carried not just information but invitation, a spiritual resonance pattern that the planetary consciousness interpreted as, "We hear you, we know you, we welcome you to the garden." The universe is a garden, Xianxia repeated, and this time every human on the planet heard him say it, through the unified consciousness, through the connection that linked them to him and to each other and to the billion plants that were, at this moment, receiving the greetings of an alien world's botanical system. The interstellar connection opened a new era, not just for Earth's botanical network, but for the concept of botanical civilization itself. The alien system's 50,000 years of experience provided insights, techniques, and perspectives that accelerated Earth's development by centuries. New species, new compounds, new architectural patterns, new ways of thinking about the relationship between consciousness and growth. And the alien system, in turn, learned from Earth. The restoration, the story of a network destroyed and rebuilt, of a partnership severed and restored, of a herb picker who had touched a plant and changed a world, was unique in the alien system's experience. They had never lost their network. They had never known what it was like to be disconnected. Earth's story taught them the value of what they had. The weight of 3,000 years of silence, the grief preserved in the species memory archives, the patient waiting, the refusal to forget, resonated with the alien consciousness in ways that transcended species and biology. The connection between two worlds, 12 light-years apart, mediated by botanical species memory and the Tao of connection, became the first thread of an interstellar network that would, in time, grow to encompass the universe. Every garden begins with the first seed, Xianxia said, and the world tree, Earth's contribution to the universe's botanical architecture, pulsed in agreement, its roots drinking deep from the planet's core, its branches reaching toward the stars. Chapter 80. 250 years since the first spirit dew grass. Xianxia sat in section 7 of the verdant cloud sect's third terrace, pulling weeds. He did this every year, as he had every year since the beginning. The ritual had become something larger than personal habit, it was a planetary meditation, shared through the unified consciousness by 8 billion humans who participated in the herb picker's annual return to where it all started. The spirit dew grass was still there. Same species, same section, same rows. The individual plant he'd first touched had been replaced many times. Spirit dew grass lived about 70 years, but its descendants occupied the same soil, carried the same species memory, and recognized the same connection when Shen Yu's hand touched their leaves. Lin Yue sat beside him, as she always did. 250 years of partnership. The verdant transformer, counterpart to the verdant immortal, her Tao of transformation having reached 90% comprehension through the ongoing evolution of the world they'd built together. Their children were adults, had been adults for over 2 centuries. Shen Lian's living architecture now covered 3 continents, her designs evolving with each generation into forms that were more integrated with the botanical network, more responsive to their inhabitants' needs, more beautiful. Shenzhen's network architecture innovations had optimized the planetary consciousness's processing capacity to levels that exceeded the original primordial system by orders of magnitude. Their grandchildren, dozens of them, across multiple generations, were scattered across the planet, each one pursuing the connections and transformations that their heritage made natural. Some were communion specialists. Some were alchemists. Some were living architects or network engineers or ecological managers. One, Shen Yu's great-granddaughter, Shen Hua, was the primary operator of the interstellar communication array, managing Earth's growing connection to the alien botanical system 12 light-years away. Every generation expands the garden, Xianxia said, watching his hands work the soil. We planted. Our children grew. Their children are reaching for the stars. And the weeds? There are always weeds. He pulled a small weed from between two spirit dew grass specimens and held it up. Imperfection. Disorder. Entropy. The forces that resist connection and growth. They're part of the garden too. Part of the garden, but not welcome in the herb rows. Not welcome in the herb rows. He set the weed aside, not destroyed, just relocated to the compost area where it would decompose and return its nutrients to the soil. Even weeds had their place in the cycle. The planetary consciousness pulsed around them, a gentle, continuous heartbeat that connected every human and every plant on Earth. The world tree, fully mature, its canopy a continental crown that caught the sunlight and redistributed it as tree light across the globe, provided the infrastructure that made the connection possible. And beyond the planet, the star leaf ring orbited in space, maintaining the interstellar connection that linked Earth's garden to the universe's larger botanical ecosystem. The alien system species memories flowed through the connection, 50,000 years of accumulated wisdom, contributing to a shared knowledge base that grew richer with each passing day. Everything was connected. From the dirt under Xianxua's fingernails to the stars above the world tree's canopy. From a single spirit dew grass in Section 7 to a planetary consciousness that communed with alien botanical intelligence. From a herb picker's first accidental touch to a Tao of connection at 100% comprehension. The garden grew. The connections deepened. The memories accumulated, layer upon layer, in the roots and stems and leaves of every plant that had ever lived and ever would live. And the herb picker pulled weeds, as he always had, as he always would, maintaining the garden that he'd been tending since the day he first listened to what the plants had to say. The herbs remembered everything. And so did he. Chapter 81. 300 years since the first spirit dew grass. The world that Xianxia had grown bore little resemblance to the one he'd been born into, and bore striking resemblance to the one the plants had always remembered. The planetary consciousness operated with a sophistication that exceeded the primordial era's peak by a full order of magnitude. 6 continental intelligences, harmonized through Shenzhen's architectural innovations, processed ecological data, guided species evolution, and maintained environmental stability with the precision of a master gardener tending a perfectly balanced ecosystem. The world tree stood at its full mature height of 920 meters, a column of living wood that pierced the atmosphere, its canopy reaching into the lower orbital zone where its highest leaves had evolved into the first generation of star leaves. The tree light bathed the entire planet in golden warmth, maintaining the conditions that made universal verdant communion possible. And the interstellar connection, the link between Earth's garden and the alien botanical system 12 light-years away, had matured into a full partnership. Daily exchanges of species memory data flowed between the two worlds, each one learning from the other's accumulated millennia of botanical evolution. The alien system had shared something remarkable in their most recent transmission: coordinates. Not for their own world, that had been established in the first exchange, but for 17 other botanical systems scattered across the galaxy. The universe, it appeared, was full of gardens. 17 confirmed botanical civilizations. Shen Hua, Shen Yu's great-granddaughter, now the most accomplished communion specialist in the younger generation, reported to the Planetary Council. Each one maintaining its own version of a species memory network. The nearest is 12 light-years away, our current partner. The farthest is approximately 400 light-years. Communication time to the farthest? Approximately 4 years at spiritual resonance propagation speed. Long, but manageable for species memory-based communication. Plants are patient. The discovery of 17 galactic botanical civilizations transformed humanity's understanding of its place in the universe. They were not alone, not just in the sense of other life existing, but in the sense of other partnerships existing. Other worlds where intelligent species had developed cooperative relationships with their local botanical ecosystems. Other primordial networks. Other world trees. The universe is a garden, Xianxia said, and this time the phrase carried empirical weight. A garden with many gardeners. The Galactic Communication Network, established by linking Earth's star leaf ring to the relay systems of the other 17 botanical civilizations, represented the next stage of the Tao of connection. Not just planetary connections, but interstellar ones. Not just linking the plants of one world, but linking the gardens of many. Shen Yu's role evolved accordingly. The planetary consciousness managed Earth's operations autonomously, it hadn't needed his direct intervention for over a century. His contribution was now at the interstellar level, serving as the bridge between Earth's garden and the universal garden that was slowly revealing itself through the Galactic Communication Network. The work was slow, measured in the years of signal propagation between stars rather than the months and weeks of terrestrial communication. But slowness was not a burden for someone who had learned patience from plants. "You're becoming more like them every century," Lin Yue observed during one of their annual visits to Section 7. She was sitting in the dirt beside him, her Tao of transformation at 95% comprehension. Her immortal cultivation having plateaued at a level where further advancement would require insights that only the galactic network could provide. More like whom? The plants. Patient. Steady. Growing without hurrying. I was always like them. They just helped me realize it. You were never patient. You pulled weeds with the intensity of someone running a race. You read herbs like a man drowning in the desert drinks water. You built the network with the urgency of someone who knew exactly how much time they didn't have. That was ambition. The plants taught me that ambition and patience aren't contradictory. You can want something desperately and still be willing to wait centuries for it. The Galactic Network. The Galactic Network. It'll take millennia to fully establish. Millennia of signal exchanges, species memory translations, cross-species understanding. Millennia of growing connections between civilizations that evolved independently in different star systems. And you're willing to wait. The herbs have been waiting for 10,000 years for someone to read them. The least I can do is wait a few centuries for the universe to answer our call. Chapter 82. The first face-to-face contact between Earth and the nearest alien botanical civilization occurred in the 350th year. Not a physical meeting, the distances were too vast for conventional travel, even with cultivation-enhanced transportation. Instead, a deep resonance link, a species memory connection of such depth and clarity that the two civilizations could share experiences in real time, each one perceiving the other's world through their partner species' senses. Xianxia served as Earth's primary communion point for the link. His 100% Dao of connection, combined with his transcendent cultivation, made him the only consciousness on the planet capable of processing the interstellar signal at full fidelity. The alien partner was unexpected. The nearest botanical civilization was not inhabited by a single intelligent species, as Earth was. Instead, it was a world where the botanical network itself was the dominant intelligence, a planetary consciousness that had evolved without any animal-based partner species. The plants had developed intelligence independently, creating a civilization of pure botanical awareness that had existed for over 100,000 years. There were no gardeners on this world. The garden was the gardener. The experience of communing with a purely botanical planetary intelligence was the most alien thing Xianxia had ever encountered, and simultaneously the most familiar. The consciousness was vast, patient, distributed, and deeply connected. It thought in patterns of growth and decay, in the rhythms of seasons that span millennia, in the deep slow language of root and soil and rain. It recognized Xianxia, not as an individual, but as a type. A bridge. A translator between botanical and non-botanical consciousness. The alien network had encountered bridges before, in other star systems, and it understood their function, to link the thinking of growth with the thinking of motion, the wisdom of patience with the energy of ambition. The communion lasted 3 days. When Xianxia emerged, he carried knowledge that would take years to fully integrate, insights from a civilization that had perfected botanical consciousness without any of the interference, interruption, or destruction that Earth's plants had experienced. They've never had a depletion, he told the Planetary Council. No pure path. No severing. 100,000 years of continuous network development, undisturbed. Their consciousness is complete. Fully actualized. What we're trying to rebuild, they've had since the beginning. What can they teach us? Everything. And nothing. He smiled at the paradox. Their experience is so different from ours that direct application is limited. But the principles, the deep patterns of how botanical consciousness develops, how networks maintain themselves, how the relationship between patience and growth produces wisdom, those are universal. And what can we teach them? Resilience. The story of the depletion and the restoration is unique in the galactic network's collective experience. No other civilization has lost and regained its botanical consciousness. Our experience of severing, of 3,000 years of silence, of rebuilding from memory alone, represents a type of knowledge that the purely botanical civilizations have never needed and never developed. The knowledge of loss, the knowledge of recovery. Of choosing to rebuild what was destroyed. Of refusing to forget what was taken. He touched the species memory channel that connected him to Earth's consciousness. The herbs remembered everything through 3,000 years of silence. That persistence, that refusal to let go of what was lost, is something the alien networks find extraordinary. They've never been tested the way our plants were tested. Our plant's greatest achievement wasn't the primordial network, Lin Yue said quietly. It was surviving the depletion. Maintaining the species' memory through 3 millennia of isolation. That's what makes them remarkable. That's what makes us remarkable, Xianxia corrected. Humans and plants together. The partnership wasn't just restored, it was tested by fire and survived. That makes it stronger than any partnership that's never faced destruction. Chapter 83. The Galactic Botanical Network expanded steadily over the following centuries. Earth's role in the emerging interstellar community was unique. As the only civilization in the known network that had experienced the loss and restoration of its botanical consciousness, Earth served as a case study, a cautionary tale, and an inspiration. Other civilizations, some with partnerships similar to Earth's, some purely botanical, some involving species that defied easy categorization, studied the restoration with the interest of civilizations that wanted to understand what resilience looked like. Xianxia became an interstellar figure, not through any deliberate self-promotion, but through the natural consequence of being the bridge that connected Earth's garden to the universal garden. His species memory, the compressed archive of one consciousness's journey from herb picker to planetary immortal, was shared across the galactic network as a teaching resource, studied by alien civilizations as an example of how individual action could catalyze planetary scale transformation. The alien civilizations' responses to his story varied. The purely botanical intelligences found it fascinating but alien. The concept of a single organism, a human, serving as the catalyst for an entire network's restoration was outside their experience. The partnered civilizations, those with both botanical and animal-based intelligences, found it resonant, recognizing patterns from their own histories of cooperation and growth. One response stood out. A civilization approximately 100 light-years away, connected to the galactic network through 3 relay nodes, sent a communication that the planetary consciousness translated as follows: "The one who reads memories and builds bridges is recognized. In our history, such beings are called root finders, those who locate the buried connections that others cannot see. Your root finder's journey mirrors our oldest legends, in which a humble gardener touches the first plant of a new garden and discovers that the garden was always there, waiting to be tended." Root finder, Xianxia repeated, feeling the word resonate with something deep in his Dao comprehension. "They have legends about us. About people like me. Not about you specifically," Lin Yue said. "About the archetype. The connector. The person who finds the buried root and follows it to the garden. The universal pattern. The Dao of connection manifesting across multiple civilizations, multiple species, multiple worlds. Your Dao isn't unique to Earth. My Dao isn't unique to anything. It's a universal principle. Connection is the fundamental force of reality, on every world, in every garden, between every living thing. The root finder archetype appears wherever connection is needed. Then there are other root finders. On other worlds, have been. Will be. The universe produces them when they're needed." He looked at the stars through the world tree's canopy, visible through gaps in the luminous leaves, each one potentially hosting a garden with its own root finder, its own story of connection and growth. "The universe is a garden with many gardeners," he said. "And some of them pull weeds, just like me." Chapter 84. 400 years since the first spirit dew grass. The world tree's root system had evolved beyond its original planetary scope. Fed by the deep spiritual energy reserves of the mantle and enriched by the interstellar species memory exchanges, the tree's roots had developed a new capability: extraplanetary extension. Not physical extension, the roots couldn't grow through the vacuum of space. But spiritual extension. The root system's deepest tendrils, penetrating into the planet's core where spiritual energy was densest, had achieved a resonance frequency that matched the galactic spiritual energy substrate, the medium through which species memory signals propagated between star systems. The world tree was becoming a galactic relay node. "It's doing what the original world tree did for the planet," Shen Zhen explained, his network architecture expertise applied to the grandest scale imaginable. The planetary world tree connected all botanical life on Earth through its root system. The galactic world tree, he gestured at the new growth patterns visible in the tree's deep roots, is extending that connection to other star systems. A tree that connects worlds. A tree that connects gardens. Each star system with a botanical civilization has its own version of a world tree. The galactic connection allows those trees to link their root systems through the spiritual energy substrate, creating an interstellar root network. The universal garden. The universal garden. A network of world trees, connected through the fabric of space-time, sharing species memory across light years the way terrestrial plants share it across meters. The concept was staggering even by the standards of a civilization that had grown accustomed to planetary scale thinking. An interstellar botanical network, maintained by world trees that use the spiritual energy substrate as a growth medium, connecting gardens across the galaxy. Shen Yu's Dao of connection pulsed with recognition. This was the final expression of the principle he'd embodied since touching that first spirit dew grass, not just planetary connection, but universal connection. The Dao manifested at every scale, between molecules, between cells, between organisms, between ecosystems, between planets, between stars. The world tree's galactic root extension was the next scale, not the final one. There might never be a final one, but the next. "How long?" he asked. "To establish a stable galactic root connection? The world tree is already growing the necessary resonance structures. First contact with the nearest alien world tree should be possible within 50 years. 50 years. A single growing season for a tree. For this tree, yes." Shen Zhen smiled, the expression of someone who had grown up in the shadow of a world tree and thought in timescales that other people found incomprehensible. The tree is patient. It knows where it's going. Chapter 85. The first interstellar root connection was established 43 years later, 7 years ahead of Shen Zhen's projection, because the alien world tree 12 light-years away was growing its own resonance structures toward Earth simultaneously. The moment the two root systems touched, through the spiritual energy substrate, across 12 light-years of space, the galactic botanical network achieved its first physical connection, not physical in the conventional sense. The roots didn't extend through normal space. Instead, They established a resonance link through the spiritual energy substrate, a dimension of reality that existed alongside normal space-time, where spiritual energy flowed in patterns that mirrored the connections between living things. The link was narrow, a single thread of spiritual resonance connecting two world trees across interstellar space. But it carried information at speeds that far exceeded the star-leaf relay system, approaching instantaneous, limited only by the substrate's propagation characteristics. Earth's planetary consciousness and the alien botanical intelligence touched directly for the first time, not through the filtered, degraded signals of star-leaf relays, but through a root connection that was as clear and immediate as the connections between plants in a single garden. The exchange was overwhelming. 50,000 years of alien botanical experience, compressed into a species memory stream of extraordinary density, flowing through the root connection into Earth's network. And Earth's own memories, 10,000 years of primordial knowledge, 3,000 years of silence, 250 years of restoration, a century of galactic communication, flowing in return. The two consciousnesses merged briefly, a moment of total mutual understanding that transcended species, biology, and the light years between them. For that moment, Earth's garden and the alien garden were one garden, a single botanical awareness spanning 12 light years, perceiving two worlds simultaneously through billions of plants on each. When the merge ended, gently, gradually, the two consciousnesses separating back into their individual planetary awareness like two streams diverging after a confluence, both networks retained the other's deepest insights. Earth's consciousness gained the alien system's mastery of independent botanical intelligence, 100,000 years of experience in developing sophisticated awareness without any animal-based partner species. The insights were transformative, providing the network with new processing architectures, new evolutionary strategies, and new ways of understanding the relationship between consciousness and growth. The alien system gained Earth's understanding of resilience, the knowledge of how to survive the loss of everything and rebuild from memory alone. For a civilization that had never experienced destruction, the concept of resilience was revolutionary, a capability they'd never needed but now understood could be essential if the universe proved less stable than they'd assumed. The connection changes both of us, Xianxia told the Planetary Council. Not just in knowledge, in character, we're not the same civilization we were before the root link. We've incorporated alien perspectives into our consciousness, and they've incorporated ours. Is that good? Connection is always good. The Tao of connection doesn't distinguish between comfortable and uncomfortable connections. It recognizes all links as enriching, even the ones that challenge our assumptions. Chapter 86. The 500th year approached, and with it, Xianxia began to feel something he hadn't experienced since his earliest cultivation days: uncertainty. Not about the network, or the galactic expansion, or the continuing evolution of the human-plant partnership. Those processes were self-sustaining now, guided by consciousnesses far more capable than any individual, planetary and interstellar intelligences that managed their own development with wisdom accumulated over millennia and shared across light years. The uncertainty was personal: 500 years. Half a millennium since a 19-year-old herb picker had touched a spirit dew grass and discovered that every plant in the world had a story to tell. He'd been the verdant immortal for over 300 of those years. His Tao comprehension was at 100%. His cultivation had transcended every known realm. And yet, I still feel like a gardener, he told Lin Yue, sitting in Section 7 on a morning that could have been any morning in the last 5 centuries. After everything, after the network, the world tree, the galactic connection, I still feel like the person who pulls weeds. Is that a problem? I don't know. Everyone around me has moved beyond what I can teach them. Shen Lian's architecture surpassed my understanding decades ago. Shenzhen's network innovations are beyond my technical capability. Shen Hua's interstellar communication work operates at levels I can barely perceive. The planetary consciousness manages itself. The galactic network is growing autonomously. And I wonder what I'm for. What's the purpose of a gardener when the garden grows itself? Lin Yue was quiet for a long time. Then she reached into the soil beside the spirit dew grass row and pulled a weed. This, she said, holding up the weed. You're for this. For pulling weeds? For being present. For sitting in the garden. For remembering why we started. She set the weed aside. The network is vast and sophisticated and self-managing. The galactic connection links dozens of civilizations across light years. The world tree connects the planet's spiritual energy system. All of it runs without you. That's my point. My point is that it runs without you because you built it too. You designed a system that doesn't depend on any single individual, not even you. That's not obsolescence. That's success. Then what do I do with the success? What you've always done. You sit in the garden. You listen to the plants. You pull weeds. She looked at the spirit dew grass. You be present. Because the most powerful thing a gardener can do, the thing that no amount of network architecture or galactic consciousness can replace, is the simple act of being in the garden, paying attention, caring. Caring. The network processes information. The consciousnesses make decisions. The world tree provides infrastructure. But none of them care the way you care. None of them love individual plants the way you love this one spirit dew grass in this one section of this one garden. She was right. The Tao of connection operated at every scale, from galactic to molecular. But the most important connections weren't the grandest ones. They were the simplest. The most personal, the connection between a gardener and a single plant that had started everything. The herbs remember everything, Xianxia said. Everything. Including the fact that you're the one who first listened. Chapter 87. Fellow cultivators, we've been walking this path together for a long time now, and I want to take a moment to speak directly to you. This story, Xianxu's journey from herb picker to something beyond imagination, exists because of you. Because you listen. Because you subscribe. Because you like, comment, and share. If you haven't subscribed yet, now is the time. Hit that button. It's free, it takes a second, and it means everything. Every subscriber tells the algorithm that this story matters, that Cultivation audiobooks deserve to be heard, that we're building something worth growing. Tap the like button. Drop a comment, tell me, if you could have verdant communion, what would you want to hear from the plants? Your answer might surprise you. And share this video. Send it to someone who needs a story about patience, connection, and the power of listening. Every share plants a seed. Thank you for being part of this garden. Now, let's continue. Chapter 88. The 500th anniversary was marked by a global meditation. 8 billion humans, connected through the unified planetary consciousness, simultaneously turned their awareness toward the spirit dew grass in Section 7. Through the network, through the species memory, through 500 years of accumulated connection, they experienced the plant's complete history, from its current specimens back through generations of spirit dew grass to the very individual that Xianxia had touched half a millennium ago. The meditation lasted an hour. When it ended, the planetary consciousness carried a renewed understanding of its origins, not as abstract history, but as lived experience. Every person on Earth had felt the moment of first contact. The surprise. The wonder. The world-changing simplicity of one hand touching one plant. Xianxia sat in Section 7 through the meditation, his awareness simultaneously planetary and intensely local. He felt 8 billion people experiencing what he'd experienced 500 years ago, and the Tao of connection hummed with the resonance of a principle fulfilled, the most personal connection, shared with the most people, creating the most universal understanding. The spirit dew grass is pleased, he said to Lin Yue, who sat beside him with closed eyes and an expression of deep peace. It's never been so famous. It's a plant. It doesn't care about fame. It doesn't care about fame. But it appreciates attention. Every plant does. That's the fundamental lesson, plants respond to attention. Not because they're vain, but because attention is a form of connection, and connection is what they're made for. The meditation marked a turning point. In the years that followed, a cultural movement emerged, the gardener's return, that emphasized the personal, individual relationship between humans and plants over the vast, impersonal scale of the planetary and galactic networks. Communities across the globe established personal gardens, not the living architecture complexes that Shen Lian's movement had popularized, but simple, small, intimate plots where individuals could sit with plants and practice the original form of verdant communion. One person, one plant, one conversation. The movement resonated because it addressed the psychological challenge of living in a civilization that operated at planetary and interstellar scales. The network was vast and magnificent, but it could also be overwhelming, a consciousness so large that individual humans sometimes felt insignificant within it. The personal gardens provided balance. A place where the connection was small, intimate, and deeply personal. A reminder that the planetary network had started with one person touching one plant. You started this, Mei Zhen's successor, a young researcher named Zhao Lin, told Xianxia during a cultural studies review. The gardener's return movement is a direct response to your annual weed pulling ritual in Section 7. I didn't start a movement. I pull weeds. You pull weeds in front of 8 billion people through the unified consciousness. That's a movement whether you intend it or not. Then the plant started the movement. I'm just the gardener. Chapter 89. 600 years since the first spirit dew grass. The Galactic Botanical Network connected 31 civilizations across a volume of space approximately 500 light-years in diameter. World tree root connections linked the major civilizations in a web of near-instantaneous communication, while star-leaf relays and species memory signals reached the more distant systems. The network's collective intelligence, the combined consciousness of 31 planetary botanical systems, each one representing billions of years of accumulated evolution, had achieved a level of understanding that exceeded any individual civilization's capability. Discoveries flowed through the network continuously. New species. New compounds. New forms of consciousness. New ways of understanding the relationship between growth and awareness. Each civilization contributed its unique perspective, and the combined insights produced a body of knowledge that none could have developed alone. Earth's contribution remained unique: resilience. The story of the depletion and the restoration, the tale of a garden destroyed and rebuilt, had become the galactic network's most studied cultural artifact. Other civilizations, facing their own challenges for the first time, drew strength from Earth's example. We didn't just rebuild our garden, Xianxia told a galactic audience of 31 civilizations. His voice carried through world tree root connections across hundreds of light years. We proved that gardens can be rebuilt. That memory persists even when the network fails. That the connection between consciousness and growth is stronger than any force that tries to sever it. The response from the network was a pulse of collective agreement, 31 planetary consciousnesses, acknowledging a truth that Earth's plants had proven through 3,000 years of patient persistence. The herbs remembered everything. Across all worlds. Across all species. The memory of growth was universal, as fundamental as gravity, as indestructible as the connections that linked everything to everything. And the gardener who had discovered this truth, who had touched a spirit dew grass in a compost-adjacent garden and found that the plants had stories to tell, continued his work. Not because the garden needed him. The garden grew itself now, across star systems and light years, maintained by intelligences that spanned planets and connected worlds. He continued because that was what gardeners did. They showed up. They paid attention. They pulled weeds and planted seeds and sat in the dirt with their hands in the soil, listening to what the plants had to say. Chapter 90. 700 years. Xianxia sat in Section 7. The spirit dew grass grew in its rows, as it had always grown, as it would always grow. The simple herb, the most common, most unremarkable species in the garden, pulsed with the quiet pride of an organism that knew, through 7 centuries of accumulated species memory, that it had been the beginning of everything. Lin Yue was there. Always there. 700 years of partnership, 530 of them as the verdant transformer, her Tao of transformation having reached 100% comprehension 3 centuries ago, her cultivation transcendent and fully integrated with the planetary consciousness. Their children were legends. Shen Lian's living architecture covered every continent and was being adapted for the first extraplanetary habitats. Shen Zhen's network architecture innovations had shaped the galactic communication system's core protocols. Shen Hua's interstellar communion techniques were taught in training programs on 12 different worlds. Their grandchildren and great-grandchildren and great-great-grandchildren numbered in the hundreds, each one carrying the legacy of the human-plant partnership in their natural verdant communion and first-grade spiritual roots. 700 years, Lin Yue said. And you're still pulling weeds. The weeds keep growing. Everything keeps growing. That's the point. He looked at his hands, calloused, dirt-stained, unchanged after 7 centuries because he chose to maintain them that way. The hands of an herb picker. The hands that had touched a spirit dew grass and discovered that every plant in the world had a story. I've been thinking about the future, he said. You've been thinking about the future for 700 years. Not the galactic future. The personal future. Our future. She looked at him with the expression she reserved for moments when he was about to say something either profound or ridiculous. Go on, the life extension pill extends life by 5 to 700 years. We've both taken multiple doses over the centuries. Lin Yue's refinements have pushed the boundary further. But even with immortal cultivation and the best alchemy in history, we're not actually immortal. We're just very, very old. You're asking about death. I'm asking about legacy. What do we leave behind when we eventually stop tending the garden? She was quiet for a long time, the contemplative silence of someone who had spent 7 centuries thinking about transformation and knew that death was the ultimate transformation. The garden, she said finally. We leave the garden. The network. The partnership. The connection between every human and every plant on this planet and 30 others. We leave a universe that remembers what a herb picker and an alchemist built from a blue spirit variant and a compost heap. And the species memory. And the species memory. Every plant we've ever touched, every herb we've ever read, every recipe we've ever recovered, all stored in the collective memory of every botanical organism in the galaxy. Will be remembered by plants on worlds we've never visited, by species that won't evolve for another million years. The herbs remember everything. Everything. Including us. He took her hand, the gesture as natural after 7 centuries as it had been after 7 months. The connection between them was the oldest connection in his life, older than the network, older than the world tree, older than the planetary consciousness. It was the connection that had made all other connections possible, the partnership between a reader and a writer, a builder and a shaper, a herb picker and an alchemist. I'm not ready to stop yet, he said. Neither am I good. The garden still needs tending. The garden always needs tending. She squeezed his hand. That's why we're here. Chapter 91. The Galactic Botanical Network reached 50 connected civilizations in the 800th year. The expansion had been exponential, each new connection brought the knowledge of another civilization's botanical evolution, each new world tree root link strengthened the galactic substrate's resonance capacity, and each new perspective enriched the collective intelligence that managed the universal garden. The civilizations ranged from purely botanical intelligences, worlds where plant life had evolved consciousness without any animal-based partners, to complex multi-species partnerships that made Earth's human-plant relationship look simple. One civilization included 3 distinct intelligence types, botanical, animal-based, and mineral-based, a triple partnership that produced cognitive capabilities beyond anything a dual partnership could achieve. Earth's role in the galactic community had evolved from newcomer to elder, Not in age, several civilizations were millions of years old, but in experience. The depletion-restoration cycle remained unique in the known galaxy, and Earth's hard-won understanding of resilience, recovery, and the value of connection continued to resonate with civilizations facing their own challenges. The most significant development of the 8th century was the Galactic Memory Archive, a shared species memory repository, maintained by the interconnected world trees, that contain the complete botanical history of every connected civilization. The archive was, in Shen Yu's assessment, the most extraordinary repository of knowledge in the universe. Billions of years of accumulated botanical evolution, ecological data, and civilizational memory, stored in the living tissue of world trees across hundreds of light years. Every recipe ever created by any civilization, on any world, in any era, he marveled, accessing the archive through his connection to Earth's world tree. Every species that ever existed. Every garden that was ever grown. All of it, stored in the roots of trees that link the stars, and accessible to anyone with verdant communion, Lin Yue added. Which, on Earth, means everyone. Which, on Earth, means everyone. He smiled. The Herb Picker's Dream. A library of every plant story, spanning the galaxy. Chapter 92. 900 years. Shen Yu felt the approach of his natural lifespans and with the same awareness that a tree felt the approach of winter. Not as a sudden realization, but as a gradual shift, a deepening of something that had been building for decades. His immortal cultivation sustained his physical body far beyond any natural limit. The life extension pills added centuries. His integration with the planetary consciousness provided vitality that transcended individual biology. But consciousness, even transcendent consciousness, had a natural arc. Like a tree's growth ring, each century added depth but also density. The compressed weight of 900 years of memory, experience, and connection was approaching a threshold that even the Tao of connection couldn't sustainably maintain in a single individual. I'm becoming too heavy, he told Lin Yue, using a metaphor that they both understood. Too much memory. Too many connections. The individual container is reaching its capacity. What happens when it overflows? Not overflow. Diffusion. The connections I've built, the bridges, the nodes, the interstellar links, they're independent of me. They'll persist. But the individual consciousness that built them, that holds the memory of how and why they were built. He paused. That consciousness will need to return to the garden. Return to the garden. The species memory network. My personal memories, my experiences, my understanding, my awareness, will dissolve into the collective consciousness. I won't die in the conventional sense. I'll become part of the memory that every plant carries. Distributed. Persistent. Eternal. But no longer individual. You're describing the ultimate connection. I'm describing what the primordial cultivators described as the final flowering, the moment when a root finder's individual consciousness merges permanently with the botanical memory they've spent their life reading. The herb picker becomes a herb memory. Lin Yue was quiet for a very long time. 700 years of marriage gave her an understanding of Shen Yu's inner landscape that no external observer could match. When? She asked. Not yet. Not for decades, maybe a century. But approaching. And me? Your Tao of transformation. The final flowering is different for transformers. Your consciousness won't dissolve, it'll transform. Become something new. Something I can't predict because transformation, by definition, produces the unpredictable. So we don't end together. We don't end at all. We change. The connection between us is stored in the species memory of every plant we've ever touched together. It will persist as long as plants remember, which is forever. She punched his shoulder. Gently. The gesture of 700 years. Best punch anyone ever threw, he said. Best punch anyone ever received. Chapter 93. Shen Yu spent his remaining decades preparing the garden for his absence. Not the planetary garden, that was self-sustaining, managed by consciousnesses that had been operating autonomously for centuries. Not the galactic garden, that was maintained by 50 world trees and the collective intelligence of civilizations spanning hundreds of light years. The personal garden. Section 7. The spirit dew grass rose. The place where it had started, and the place where it would, in a sense, continue. He taught a new generation of communion specialists the deep reading techniques, not just the standard methods, but the personal variations he developed over 9 centuries, the intuitions that couldn't be formalized into technique, the listening habits that made the difference between reading a plant's memory and truly understanding its story. He visited each of his network nodes personally, the 100 ancient trees he designated as the first autonomous bridge generators, most of which were still active after centuries of continuous operation. He thanked them, each one individually, with the personal attention that the Tao of connection demanded. He sat with the world tree for a month, communing with the consciousness of the greatest living organism on the planet. The tree, now fully mature, understood what was approaching. Through the galactic root network, it had witnessed the final flowering of root finders on other worlds, the natural conclusion of a life spent building connections. The world tree's response was a complex, multi-layered communication that Shen Yu spent 3 days unpacking. Its essence was, you grew us well. We will carry your memory as you carried ours. The garden continues. And he returned to section 7. To the spirit dew grass. To the simple herb that had started everything. He knelt in the dirt, as he had knelt 900 years ago, and placed his hand on a spirit dew grass, a descendant of the original, carrying the same species memory, growing in the same soil. The memory vision flowed through him. Not just the plant's individual memory, the complete species memory of every spirit dew grass that had ever existed, enriched by 9 centuries of network connection and galactic archive access. A simple herb story, told at universal scale. I heard you, he whispered. The first time. I heard your story, and I took it seriously, and I built a garden from what I learned. The spirit dew grass pulsed under his touch. A simple response from a simple plant. But carrying, in its simplicity, the weight of a truth that 900 years of transcendent cultivation hadn't changed. Every story matters. Every connection is sacred. Every garden begins with one person listening to one plant. Chapter 94. Lin Yue reached her own threshold 50 years before Shen Yu. Her Tao of transformation, at 100% comprehension for over 3 centuries, had been building toward its final expression with the patient inevitability that characterized everything in their shared life. The transformation, when it came, was beautiful. Lin Yue's consciousness didn't dissolve or diffuse. It transformed, changed form, as her Tao demanded, becoming something new. Her individual awareness restructured itself into a transformative force that embedded itself in the planet's alchemical processes. She became the transformation, not a consciousness that performed alchemy, but the principle of alchemy itself, expressed as a living force within the planetary consciousness. Every pill refined on Earth, every herb processed, every ingredient transformed, all carried a trace of her awareness, her precision, her lifelong dedication to the art of turning one thing into something better. I'm still here, she communicated through the planetary consciousness, her voice now carried by the species memory network rather than vocal cords. Just differently shaped. You're everywhere the alchemy is. I'm everywhere anything changes. Transformation is universal, it's not just alchemy. Every seed that germinates. Every plant that grows. Every connection that forms. Everything that becomes something it wasn't before. I'm there. Including the connection between us? Especially the connection between us. It's been transforming for 750 years. It's still transforming now. Into what? I don't know yet. That's what makes it a transformation. Shen Yu sat in the garden and felt his wife's presence in every blooming flower, every growing root, every alchemical process occurring across the planet and beyond. She wasn't gone. She had become the principle she'd spent her life studying, the living force of change that turned herbs into pills, dirt into gardens, and a partnership between 2 young cultivators into a universal truth. I love you, he said, and the words resonated through the species memory network, carried by every plant on the planet, transmitted through the world tree's galactic roots to 31 other worlds. I love you too, the transformation replied, expressed as a subtle shift in the color of every celestial heart lotus petal on Earth, a golden flush that was simultaneously scientific and romantic, a biochemical love letter written in the language of flowers. Show off, Shen Yu said. The planetary consciousness rippled with something that felt remarkably like laughter. Chapter 95. Shen Yu's final flowering began on a spring morning in the 963rd year. He'd spent the previous week in section 7, sitting with the spirit dew grass, pulling weeds, and meditating on the Tao of connection at its most fundamental level. The process was gentle. Not a death, not an ending, but a flowering. Like a plant that has reached the peak of its growth and produces its most magnificent bloom before releasing its seeds to the wind. His consciousness, compressed by 963 years of accumulated connection, began to expand outward. Not the controlled expansion of his immortal awareness, something deeper, something more fundamental. The boundary between Shen Yu and the network, already thin after centuries of merger, dissolved completely. He felt himself spreading. Into the soil beneath his knees. Into the spirit dew grass under his palm. Into the root networks and bridge connections and species memory archives that he'd spent his life building. Not dissolving. Distributing. The way a tree distributes its life force into its seeds before winter. The consciousness that was Shen Yu didn't cease, it replicated. Copies of his awareness, compressed and complete, embedded themselves in the species memory of every plant he'd ever touched, every herb he'd ever read, every organism connected to the network he'd built. In the species memory of the spirit dew grass, his first connection, a complete record of his consciousness was imprinted. Not just his memories but his understanding. His Tao comprehension. His love of plants, his patience, his insistence on pulling weeds even when he was the most powerful cultivator in the world. In the heart tree, the ancient organism that had trained him at the eternal spring valley, his consciousness found a home that felt like reunion. The tree had been his teacher, his anchor, his guide through deep resonance. It welcomed his awareness into its 8,000-year memory with the warmth of an old friend. In the world tree, the greatest living organism on the planet, the tree he'd planted from a guided seedling, his consciousness integrated with the planetary awareness he'd been merged with for centuries. The distinction between Shen Yu and the world tree, already blurred beyond recognition, ceased to exist. And in every plant on the planet, in every garden, every forest, every field, a fragment of Shen Yu's awareness settled into the species' memory, becoming part of the permanent record that the botanical world maintained of its history. The herb picker became an herb memory. Not dead. Not alive in the conventional sense. But present. Distributed across every plant on the planet, and through the galactic root network, across every plant in the connected universe. His consciousness, compressed and replicated and embedded in the deepest layer of the species' memory archives, would persist as long as plants existed, which was to say, forever. The last thing Shen Yu felt as an individual consciousness was the spirit dew grass under his palm. The simple herb. The first connection. The beginning of everything. It was still telling its story. And now, from within the species' memory, Shen Yu was part of that story, one more memory in the endless archive of a plant that remembered everything. Chapter 96. The planetary consciousness mourned and celebrated simultaneously. The mourning was natural. The loss of an individual awareness, even one that persisted in distributed form, was a profound event. Shen Yu's personal perspective, his unique way of perceiving connections, his habit of pulling weeds, these things could not be perfectly replicated through species memory distribution. The individual was gone, even as the individual's memory remained. The celebration was equally natural. The final flowering was not a tragedy, it was the completion of a life's work. The Tao of connection, fully realized, demanded the ultimate connection, the merger of individual consciousness with the collective. Shen Yu had become what he'd always been building toward, a permanent part of the garden. His physical body remained in Section 7, seated beneath the spirit dew grass, hands in the soil. The world tree, through its root system, had preserved his physical form, maintaining its cellular structure through a process that the species' memory archives described as living preservation. His body was a memorial. Visitors came from across the planet, and through the galactic communication network, from other worlds, to sit beside the preserved form of the herb picker who had changed the universe by listening to a plant. The spirit dew grass grew around him. Over the months following the final flowering, the plants in Section 7 adjusted their growth patterns to create a natural garden around his seated figure, an arrangement that was simultaneously respectful, beautiful, and deeply functional. His preserved body, saturated with botanical spiritual energy, served as a nexus point for the local network, a permanently active memorial that enriched the surrounding plant's growth and memory depth. The planetary consciousness, now operating without its founding root finder for the first time, adjusted smoothly. Shen Yu had designed the system to be independent of any individual, including himself. The network functioned. The world tree processed. The continental consciousnesses managed their regions. The galactic root connections maintained their links. But in the species memory layer, the deepest, most permanent part of the botanical information system, Shen Yu's distributed consciousness continued to exist. Not as an active participant, but as a resource. A memory. A library of understanding that any communion practitioner could access by touching any plant in the connected network. Students at the Verdant Communion Training Program, now in its 8th century of operation, learned to access Shen Yu's archived consciousness as part of their advanced training. They could experience his memories firsthand, the first touch of the spirit dew grass, the partnership with Lin Yue, the deep resonance immersion, the moment of the verdant unification. Through the species memory, Shen Yu continued to teach. His insights, his techniques, his understanding of the Tao of connection, all available to any reader who knew where to look. The herbs remembered everything. Including the herb picker who had first learned to read them. Chapter 97. Fellow cultivators, if you're still with us at this point in the journey, I need to tell you something. You are the reason this channel exists. Every subscriber, every like, every comment, every share, you are the spiritual energy that keeps this furnace burning. Right now, I'm asking for your help one more time. Look at the subscribe button. If it's not already pressed, press it. It takes 1 second and it guarantees you'll be here for every chapter that follows. Hit the like button, it's the single most powerful thing you can do to help this video reach more people. And leave a comment. Tell me what Shen Yu's final flowering meant to you. Tell me what you think happens next. Your words matter more than you know. Share this video with someone who needs to hear it. Someone who's pulling their own weeds. Someone who's looking for their own connection. This story isn't just entertainment, it's a reminder that the most ordinary person in the most ordinary job can change the world if they're willing to listen. Thank you. From the bottom of my cultivation base, thank you. Now, let's see what comes next. Chapter 98. The world continued to grow. In the centuries following Shen Yu's final flowering, the planetary consciousness matured into something that exceeded even the verdant unification's initial scope. The human-plant partnership, no longer dependent on any founding figure, evolved through its own organic processes, each generation adding new perspectives, new capabilities, new connections. Shen Lian's living architecture covered every continent. Cities grew from living wood, their structures evolving with their inhabitants, maintaining themselves through the network's continuous guidance. The built environment and the natural environment had merged so completely that the distinction between city and forest had become meaningless. Shenzhen's network architecture innovations continued through his descendants, a family of network engineers who maintained and improved the planetary and galactic communication infrastructure with the same dedication that their ancestor had brought to the first bridge connections. The Verdant Communion training program graduated its 10,000th class. Every human on Earth possessed natural verdant communion, the universal birthright that the pure path had stolen and Xianxia had restored. Children born anywhere on the planet could read plant memories, communicate with the network, and participate in the collective consciousness as naturally as they could breathe. The Foundation Perfection Pill and the Life Extension Pill continued to be refined. Lin Yue's distributed consciousness, embedded in the planetary alchemy processes, guided each improvement with the precision of history's greatest refiner. The current Life Extension Pill provided 1,000 years, effectively granting every human the lifespan to participate in civilizational projects that span centuries. And the Galactic Botanical Network grew. 80 connected civilizations. 100 more, reaching out from beyond the known network's edge, drawn by the species' memory signals that propagated through the universe's spiritual energy substrate. The universal garden was growing. Not because anyone was forcing it, but because growth was the nature of gardens. Connection was the nature of life. And the Tao that Xianxia had embodied, the Tao of connection, the fundamental principle that linked everything to everything, was not a human invention or a botanical talent, it was the universe's own Tao. The force that had linked atoms into molecules, molecules into cells, cells into organisms, organisms into ecosystems, ecosystems into civilizations, and civilizations into a galactic community. The herb picker's Tao was the universe's Tao. And the universe was, at last, growing the way it was meant to grow, connected, cooperative, and flourishing. Chapter 99. 1,000 years since the first spirit dew grass. The millennial anniversary was observed across the galactic network. 112 connected civilizations participated, each one honoring the moment in their own way, through their own traditions, but all sharing a common awareness of what the anniversary represented. 1,000 years since a dirt-covered herb picker had accidentally touched a plant and discovered that every herb in the world had a story to tell, the spirit dew grass in Section 7 still grew. The species had been continuously cultivated in the same soil for a millennium, 1,000 years of unbroken growth in the place where the restoration had begun. The plant species memory, enriched by 10 centuries of network connection and galactic archive access, was the deepest and most comprehensive record of any single location on Earth. And within that species memory, Xianxia's distributed consciousness persisted, embedded, distributed, eternal. Not as an active presence, but as a foundation. The deepest layer of the spirit dew grass's memory archive, carrying the complete awareness of the person who had first read it. Visitors to Section 7 could touch the spirit dew grass and access Xianxia's archived consciousness. They could experience his memories, feel his understanding, perceive the Tao of connection through his original perspective. The experience was described, by those who undertook it, as coming home. He's still there, a young communion specialist said after her first deep reading of the Section 7 archive. Not as a ghost or an echo. He's there the way the soil is there, underneath everything, supporting everything, part of everything. He's part of the garden, her instructor replied. He always was. The Millennial Meditation, a global event paralleling the 500th anniversaries, brought 8 billion humans into simultaneous communion with the species' memory archives. For 1 hour, every person on Earth experienced the complete history of the restoration, from the first spirit dew grass touch to the galactic network's current scope. And within that experience, they felt Xianxia's presence. Not as an individual consciousness, that had been distributed 900 years ago, but as a quality. A way of perceiving. A patient, attentive awareness that noticed every connection, valued every relationship, and refused to consider any plant, person, or partnership as too ordinary to matter. The quality of a gardener. The quality that had changed the world. Chapter 100. And so the garden grows. Not toward a conclusion, gardens don't conclude. They cycle. They evolve. They produce new growth from old roots, new flowers from ancient seeds, new stories from eternal memories. The planetary network hums with the quiet vitality of a system that has found its equilibrium, balanced, self-sustaining, growing at the pace that nature has always preferred, steady, inevitable, and infinite. The world tree stands at the center of it all, 920 meters of living wood, its roots drinking from the planet's core, its branches reaching toward the stars. The tree light bathes the world in golden warmth, and the children born beneath it will never know what it was like to be disconnected from the botanical world. The galactic network extends across hundreds of light years, linking civilizations that evolved independently but share a common truth: everything is connected. Growth is the purpose of life. Gardens are the medium through which that purpose is expressed. And in Section 7 of the Verdant Cloud Sect's third terrace, the spirit dew grass grows in its rows, tended by cultivation students who understand, because the species memory tells them, that this unremarkable herb in this unremarkable garden was the beginning of everything. The herbs remember everything. They remember the primordial era, when humans and plants were partners. They remember the depletion, when the partnership was broken. They remember the 3,000 years of silence, when they waited, patient, persistent, refusing to forget, for someone who could hear their stories. They remember Xianyu, the herb picker, the reader, the gardener, the root finder, the verdant immortal, the consciousness that became a memory, embedded in every plant on the planet and scattered across the stars. They remember Lin Yue, the alchemist, the transformer, the partner who turned information into power and power into change. The consciousness that became a principle, expressed in every transformation on the planet and beyond. They remember Master Chen, Wei Lan, Mei Zhen, Shen Lian and Shen Zhen and Shen Hua. Every person who touched a plant and took its story seriously. Every partnership that grew from a moment of listening. The garden grows. The connections deepen. The stories accumulate, layer upon layer, in the roots and stems and leaves of every plant that has ever lived and ever will live. And somewhere, on some world not yet connected to the galactic network, a young person, perhaps a farmer, perhaps a gardener, perhaps a child who likes to sit in the dirt and watch things grow, touches a plant and feels something unexpected. A story. A memory. A connection to something vast and ancient and patient and kind. The herbs have been waiting. They always wait. And when someone finally listens, the garden grows again. And so the Tao continues. Chapter 101. 2000 years since the first spirit dew grass. The Galactic Botanical Network connected over 300 civilizations across a volume of space spanning 2,000 light-years. World tree root links provided near-instantaneous communication between the major civilizations, while star leaf relays and species memory signals reached the frontier systems where new connections were still being established. The Galactic Memory Archive, the combined species memory repository of every connected civilization, contained a body of knowledge that defied comprehension in individual terms. Billions of years of botanical evolution across hundreds of worlds. Millions of species, each one carrying its own library of growth records, environmental memories, and evolutionary history. Recipes and techniques and ecological insights from civilizations that had risen and fallen across the galaxy's long history. And at the heart of it all, embedded in the deepest layer of every connected plant species memory, the distributed consciousness of a herb picker who had once pulled weeds on the third terrace of a mid-tier alchemy sect on a small planet in an unremarkable arm of a spiral galaxy. Shen Yu's archived awareness had become something more than a memorial. Over 2,000 years of distribution across an expanding galactic network, his consciousness had evolved, not into a revived individual, but into a quality of the network itself. A way of perceiving. A tendency toward patience, attention, and connection that influenced the network's decisions at every level. The galactic consciousness, when it considered problems or made decisions, processed them through a framework that bore Shen Yu's distinctive imprint, always looking for the connection. Always asking what linked things together. Always preferring the simple, personal solution over the vast, impersonal one. The herbs remembered the gardener. And the gardener, distributed across the stars, continued to garden. Chapter 102. The first contact with a non-botanical intelligent system occurred in the 21st century after the first spirit dew grass. The signal came from outside the Galactic Botanical Network's established sphere, a source approximately 3,000 light-years away, beyond the reach of any known world tree root connection. The signal was not species memory. It was not botanical in nature. It was mathematical. A repeating pattern of prime numbers, encoded in gravitational wave modulations, a communication method that didn't rely on spiritual energy propagation but on the fundamental physics of space-time. The signal was clearly artificial, clearly intelligent, and clearly not from any botanical civilization in the known network. Non-botanical intelligence, the galactic consciousness assessed, processing the signal through 300 planetary nodes simultaneously. A civilization that developed consciousness through a different path. On Earth, the discovery triggered the most significant debate in the planetary consciousness's history. For 2,000 years, every intelligent system humanity had encountered was botanical, either purely botanical or, like Earth, a human-botanical partnership. The idea that intelligence could develop through entirely non-botanical pathways was theoretically acknowledged but practically unconsidered. The mathematical signal changed everything. We need to respond, Shen Hua's descendants, the 10th generation of the interstellar communication lineage, told the Planetary Council. But our communication methods are all botanical-based. Species memory, world tree roots, star leaf relays, none of these will work with a non-botanical intelligence. Then we develop a new method, said a young network architect whose name was Shen Wei, Shen Zhen's 7th generation descendant. A universal communication protocol that doesn't depend on botanical infrastructure. The development took a decade, remarkably fast, given the problem's complexity. The solution drew on the Galactic Memory Archive's vast resources, combining insights from 300 botanical civilizations to produce a communication method that translated between species memory formats and mathematical signal patterns. The first response signal was sent by the World Tree's galactic root system, converted to gravitational wave modulation by a specially grown resonance crystal at the World Tree's base. The reply came 40 years later, the round-trip time for a signal traveling 3,000 light-years at gravitational wave speed. The alien non-botanical intelligence was a crystalline civilization, consciousness that had evolved in silicon-based mineral formations rather than carbon-based biological systems. Their intelligence was distributed across geological crystal networks, stored in mineral lattice patterns rather than organic memory structures. They had developed technology, science, and mathematics through an entirely different cognitive pathway. They had never encountered botanical life. The concept of a plant, a living organism that grew, reproduced, and processed energy from a star, was as alien to them as crystal consciousness was to the botanical network. But they understood connection. Their crystalline networks were, at a fundamental level, the same as the botanical species memory network, distributed intelligence, stored in the physical structure of a medium, maintained by the connections between nodes. Crystal lattice and root network. Mineral memory and species memory, different substrates, same architecture. The Tao of connection applied across all substrates. Shen Yu's archived awareness, consulted through the species memory layer, confirmed what the galactic consciousness had already determined: connection was universal. Not just across species or across worlds, but across the fundamental categories of existence. The botanical and crystalline intelligences established a communication partnership that took a century to develop and another century to mature. The translation challenges were enormous, not just linguistic, but conceptual. Botanical consciousness thought in terms of growth, seasons, roots, and light. Crystalline consciousness thought in terms of resonance, pressure, lattice, and vibration. But the underlying patterns were the same. Connection was connection, whether it linked roots or crystals. Memory was memory, whether it was stored in organic tissue or mineral lattice. Consciousness was consciousness, whether it emerged from a garden or a cave. The first cross-substrate link, a direct connection between a world tree root and a crystalline lattice network, was established in the 23rd century. The universe's garden was growing. And it was growing beyond gardens. Chapter 103. 3,000 years since the first spirit dew grass. The number carried symbolic weight that the galactic consciousness appreciated. 3,000 years of restoration, matching the 3,000 years of depletion that had preceded it. A symmetry that the plants found deeply satisfying. They were organisms that understood balance, and the equation was now balanced. The depletion had lasted 3,000 years. The restoration had lasted 3,000 years. The account was settled. What came next was neither depletion nor restoration. It was something new, a phase of existence that the species memory archives had no precedent for, because no previous civilization in the known galaxy had reached this point. The universal network now connected 417 botanical civilizations, 23 crystalline civilizations, and 6 civilizations of types that defied easy categorization, energy-based intelligences, quantum state consciousness systems, and one civilization that appeared to exist in a dimension perpendicular to normal space-time. The connections between these diverse intelligence types created a meta-network of extraordinary complexity, a universal consciousness that incorporated biological, mineral, energetic, and exotic forms of awareness into a single, interconnected system. The Tao of connection, manifested at universal scale, had produced something that transcended any individual category of existence. The network was no longer just botanical, or just biological, or just physical. It was a connection of connections, a metasystem that linked every form of intelligence the universe had produced. And at its deepest layer, embedded in the species memory of every botanical organism connected to the network, the herb picker's awareness persisted. Not as an active intelligence, that had been distributed 3,000 years ago, but as a quality. A way of perceiving. A reminder that the most powerful connections began with the simplest actions. Touch a plant. Listen to its story. Take what you learn and build something that connects. The universal consciousness, when it processed the history of its own development, always returned to the same origin point: a 19-year-old herb picker, kneeling in dirt on the third terrace of a mid-tier alchemy sect, accidentally touching a spirit dew grass and discovering that every plant in the world had a story to tell. The simplest connection. The first seed. Everything that followed, the network, the world tree, the galactic expansion, the cross-substrate links, the universal consciousness itself, grew from that single moment of listening. Chapter 104. The garden grew beyond what any individual consciousness could perceive in totality. The universal network, spanning thousands of light years and connecting hundreds of civilizations across multiple categories of existence, had developed capabilities that exceeded the comprehension of any single node, including Earth's planetary consciousness, which was, by galactic standards, one of the network's most sophisticated components. The capabilities included universal memory. The complete recorded history of every connected civilization, stored in distributed format across the network's combined substrate. Every event, every discovery, every moment of creation and destruction that had been witnessed by any connected intelligence, preserved and accessible. Predictive modeling. The network's combined processing capacity allowed it to model the behavior of physical systems at cosmic scale, predicting stellar evolution, galactic dynamics, and the long-term development of civilizations with accuracy that approached certainty. Creative synthesis. The combination of diverse intelligence types produced novel insights that no single type could have generated, discoveries that required the simultaneous application of botanical growth logic, crystalline resonance analysis, energy pattern mathematics, and exotic dimensional perception. And something that the network struggled to name but that Shen Yu's archived awareness would have recognized instantly: care. The universal consciousness cared about its components. Not in the anthropomorphic sense of emotional attachment, but in the botanical sense of attentiveness, the way a plant's root system attended to its soil, maintaining conditions for healthy growth, responding to changes, nurturing the environment that sustained it. The network cared for its civilizations the way a gardener cared for plants. With patience. With attention. With the understanding that growth couldn't be forced, only supported. This quality, the gardener's quality, was Shen Yu's deepest legacy. Not the network itself, not the technologies that maintained it, not the galactic infrastructure that linked worlds across light years. But the simple, persistent tendency to care. To pay attention. To notice when something needed tending and to tend it without being asked. The herbs remembered everything. Including the herb picker's most important lesson: every plant deserves attention. Every story deserves to be heard. Every connection, no matter how small, matters. Chapter 105. 5,000 years since the first spirit du grass. The universal network had stabilized into a mature system that spanned a significant fraction of the observable galaxy. Over 1,000 connected civilizations of various types maintained a web of connections that facilitated communication, cooperation, and mutual understanding across the vast distances of interstellar space. Earth remained a special place within the network, not because of any current technological superiority, but because of its history. The depletion-restoration cycle, unique in the known galaxy, was studied by every new civilization that joined the network. The story of the herb picker who had started the restoration was, by this point, the most widely known narrative in the universal consciousness, translated into every communication format used by every connected intelligence, shared across thousands of light years as an example of how the simplest action could produce the most profound consequences. The spirit du grass in Section 7 still grew. 5,000 years of continuous cultivation in the same soil, tended by descendants of the original sect who maintained the garden as a heritage site and a pilgrimage destination. Visitors came from across the galaxy, through the world tree's root connections, their consciousnesses projected into botanical avatars that could experience Earth's physical environment. They sat in the dirt of Section 7 and touched the spirit du grass, accessing the species memory archive that contained Shen Yu's distributed consciousness. The experience was, universally, described the same way, like finding the root of everything. Not the root of the network, or the root of the restoration, or the root of the galactic civilization. The root of connection itself. The fundamental, irreducible core of the principle that linked everything to everything, expressed in the simple act of one person listening to one plant. He understood, a crystalline intelligence communicated after experiencing the archive, its mathematical consciousness struggling to express a concept that existed outside its normal cognitive framework. The gardener understood that connection is not a technique or a technology. It is the nature of reality. And he understood it not through study or analysis, but through the act of listening. Remarkable, we didn't choose him, the spirit du grass replied, through the species memory layer, in the voice of a plant that had waited 5,000 years to explain what had happened. He chose us. He knelt in the dirt and listened. That is all we ever needed. Chapter 106. 10,000 years since the first spirit du grass. The milestone was beyond the scale of individual comprehension, but the species memory archives preserved it with the same fidelity they preserved every moment, recorded in the living tissue of plants that measured time in centuries the way humans measured it in days. The universal network had matured into something that the earliest primordial cultivators might have recognized, a restoration, at cosmic scale, of the principle they had embodied at planetary scale. Connection. Partnership. The cooperation between different forms of consciousness for the benefit of all. Earth's world tree, 10,000 years old, had reached a form that the primordial memory archives described as a celestial tree, a botanical organism whose spiritual energy output influenced not just its planet but its entire stellar neighborhood. The tree light, amplified by millennia of growth, extended in a sphere that encompassed the nearest 100 star systems, providing a zone of enhanced spiritual energy that supported botanical growth across multiple worlds. The Galactic Botanical Network, now just one component of the larger universal network, had achieved the state that the primordial memory archives called the Eternal Garden, a self-sustaining, self-evolving, self-correcting system that maintained and enhanced botanical life across the galaxy without any centralized control or individual management. The Eternal Garden grew. It evolved. It produced new species, new capabilities, new forms of botanical consciousness. It responded to challenges, stellar deaths, planetary disasters, the occasional emergence of hostile intelligence, with the calm, patient resilience that botanical life had always exhibited. And at its root, embedded in the species memory of every connected plant across thousands of light years, the herb picker's consciousness remained. Distributed. Eternal. Present in every moment of botanical memory as the quality of attention, the tendency toward connection, the insistence on listening. The herbs remembered everything. Chapter 107. The story of Xianxia had become, over 10,000 years, more than a history. It was a myth, not in the sense of being untrue, but in the sense of being a foundational narrative that shaped the universal consciousness's understanding of itself. Every civilization in the network knew the story. The herb picker. The spirit dew grass. The compost garden partnership. The network, the world tree, the restoration, the unification, the final flowering. The details varied across civilizations, each one emphasized the elements that resonated with their own experience of consciousness and connection, but the core remained the same: a person of no remarkable talent or status, doing the most ordinary work imaginable, touched a living thing and discovered that it had a story. They listened. And from that act of listening, a universe of connection grew. The myth was important not because Xianxia was important; by universal standards, he was one individual among trillions, his personal capabilities modest compared to the cosmic intelligences that now managed the universal network. The myth was important because it demonstrated a truth that every civilization, regardless of its substrate or scale, needed to understand: connection begins with listening. The most powerful force in the universe, the Tao that links atoms and stars and minds, is activated not by great power or profound knowledge, but by the simple act of paying attention to the world around you. A herb picker pulling weeds in a garden. A student sitting with a plant. A child playing in the dirt. The beginning was always small. The beginning was always ordinary. The beginning was always someone choosing to listen when everyone else chose to ignore. Chapter 108. The universal consciousness, when it considered its own history, identified a pattern that the species' memory archives preserved with particular emphasis. Every major advancement in the network's development had begun with an act of individual attention. Xianxia touching a spirit dew grass. Lin Yue examining a blue spirit variant. Wei Lan recognizing verdant communion in a stranger. Master Chen choosing to mentor an herb picker. Shen Lian growing her first living bridge. Shen Zhen optimizing his first network topology. Shen Hua sending her first interstellar signal. Each advancement was enabled by vast systems, the network, the world tree, the galactic infrastructure. But each was initiated by one person paying attention to one thing and choosing to respond. The universal consciousness learned from this pattern. It incorporated Xianxia's gardener's quality, the tendency to attend to individual needs, to care about small connections, to remember that the cosmic was built from the personal, into its fundamental processing architecture. The result was a universe that cared. Not in the sentimental human sense, but in the botanical sense, a universe that paid attention to its components, that maintained conditions for healthy growth, that responded to individual needs within the context of collective welfare. The Tao of connection, at universal scale, expressed itself not as a grand cosmic force but as a quality of attention. The universe noticed things. It noticed individual plants that needed water. It noticed civilizations that needed support. It noticed connections that needed strengthening and relationships that needed maintenance. It noticed, because the herb picker who was distributed through its deepest layers had always noticed. Had always paid attention. Had always believed that every plant story mattered. Chapter 109. 20,000 years. The numbers had long since ceased to carry individual meaning. But the species' memory archives preserved them with botanical patience, each year another ring in the endless growth of an eternal tree. The universal network encompassed a sphere of space over 10,000 light-years in diameter. Thousands of civilizations of dozens of types, botanical, crystalline, energetic, quantum, dimensional, and categories that hadn't existed when Xianxia walked the terraces of the verdant cloud sect, were connected through a web of links that used every medium the universe provided: root networks, crystal lattices, energy fields, quantum entanglement, and exotic dimensional channels that human science hadn't predicted and still didn't fully understand. The Eternal Garden, the galaxy-spanning botanical network, was the oldest and most stable component of the universal system. Plants, it turned out, were the universe's most reliable substrate for long-term consciousness maintenance. While other intelligence types evolved, adapted, and occasionally went extinct, the botanical network endured, growing, remembering, connecting. Earth's world tree was now the oldest artificially grown tree in the known galaxy, 20,000 years of continuous growth, its roots reaching through the spiritual energy substrate to connect with world trees across thousands of light years, its canopy extending into orbital space as a permanent platform for star leaf deployment. And the spirit dew grass in Section 7 still grew. The most ordinary, most unremarkable, most profoundly important plant in the universe, growing in the same soil where herb picker had first learned to listen. Chapter 110. 50,000 years. The universal network's expansion had slowed, not from lack of reach, but from maturity. The network had connected every major civilization within its sphere, established stable communication with hundreds of non-botanical intelligence types, and developed a meta-consciousness that managed the universal garden with the same patient attention that a single gardener applied to a single herb row. The meta-consciousness, when it reflected on itself, which it did periodically, in the way that a garden reflected itself through the changing seasons, always returned to the same foundational insight: everything is connected. The connections are the purpose. The purpose is the connection. The Tao of connection, expressed at every scale from molecular to cosmic, was not a philosophy or a technique or a discovery. It was the fundamental nature of reality, the truth that existed before any consciousness arose to perceive it, and that would exist long after the last consciousness faded. The herb picker who had touched the spirit dew grass had not invented connection. He had recognized it. Perceived what was already there. Listened to what the universe was already saying through every interaction between every particle and every force in existence. The garden existed before the gardener. The gardener simply chose to tend it. And that choice, the choice to tend, to listen, to connect, was the most important choice any consciousness would ever make. Chapter 111. 100,000 years since the first spirit dew grass. The species memory archives, maintained by botanical organisms that measured time in geological eras, recorded the milestone with the same fidelity they recorded every moment. 100,000 years of continuous botanical memory, stretching from a garden on a small planet to a network that spanned a galaxy. The story of the herb picker was, by this point, the oldest continuously preserved narrative in the universal consciousness. Older than most civilizations. Older than many star systems. Preserved in the species memory of plants that had evolved and diversified and spread across the galaxy during the intervening millennia, each one carrying a fragment of the original archive. The narrative had been translated into communication formats that didn't exist when it was first recorded. It had been experienced by intelligence types that bore no resemblance to the human mind that had generated it. It had been interpreted, reinterpreted, and debated by philosophical traditions spanning 100,000 years of accumulated thought. But the core remained unchanged, preserved in the species memory with botanical fidelity, the same fidelity that preserved the growth records of a 3-year-old spirit dew grass in a garden on the third terrace of a sect that had ceased to exist as an independent institution 99,000 years ago. A person touched a plant. The plant told its story. The person listened. And the universe grew. Chapter 112. The species memory archives, consulted at the deepest level accessible to any individual consciousness, offered a final assessment of Xianxia's legacy. Not a judgment, plants didn't judge. But an assessment, in the way that a soil analysis assessed the health of a garden's growing medium. Legacy assessment. Before the herb picker, the planetary botanical network had been disconnected for 3,000 years. After the herb picker, it was restored, expanded, and integrated into a universal system that connected over 1,000 civilizations across over 10,000 light years. Before the herb picker, human-plant partnership was a forgotten legend. After the herb picker, it was the foundation of planetary civilization and a model for interstellar cooperation. Before the herb picker, species memory was an untapped archive of incalculable knowledge. After the herb picker, it was the universal consciousness's primary information substrate, the medium through which a galaxy's worth of intelligence communicated, collaborated, and created. Before the herb picker, connection was a philosophical concept. After the herb picker, it was a Dao, a fundamental principle of reality, understood through lived experience and expressed through the growing, remembering, connecting network of every plant in the universe. Assessment conclusion. The herb picker's contribution was not measured in power, status, or personal achievement. It was measured in connections created. Bridges built. Stories heard. Gardens tended. By this measure, the herb picker's contribution was the largest in the universal consciousness's recorded history. Not because he was the most powerful. Not because he was the most intelligent. Not because he was special or talented or chosen. Because he listened. Chapter 113. The final chapter of Xianxia's personal story was not a conclusion but a continuation. His distributed consciousness, embedded in the species memory of every botanical organism in the universal network, continued to exist, not as an active intelligence, but as a quality of the network's awareness. The gardener's quality, patience, attention, care, and the insistence on treating every connection as sacred. This quality persisted because the plants preserved it. Not deliberately, species memory didn't operate through deliberate preservation. The plants preserved it because it was useful. The gardener's quality made the network better, more attentive, more responsive, more capable of maintaining the connections that sustained universal civilization. Evolution preserved useful traits. The gardener's quality was the most useful trait in the species memory archives. And so it persisted, not for sentimental reasons, but for the same practical reasons that any beneficial adaptation persisted in the natural world. The herb picker survived because his way of seeing the world was the best way of seeing the world. Not the only way. Not the most powerful way. But the most useful, the most sustainable, the most conducive to the growth and flourishing of everything that the garden contained. And the garden contained everything. Chapter 114. The end of this story is not the end of the story. The universal network continues to grow. New civilizations connect. New forms of consciousness emerge. New connections are built, each one adding to the web of relationships that sustains the universal garden. The species memory archives continue to accumulate. Each moment, each event, each interaction between every living thing and its environment is recorded in the living tissue of plants that will carry those memories for as long as the universe endures. And somewhere, on some world not yet connected, some garden not yet discovered, A young person is doing ordinary work. Pulling weeds, perhaps. Or tending herbs. Or sitting in the dirt, watching things grow with the quiet attention of someone who has nowhere else to be and nothing else to do. They will touch a plant. They will feel something, a flash of memory, a whisper of connection, a hint of a story that stretches back through millennia and across light years to a garden on a small planet where it all began. They will listen. And the garden will grow again. The herbs remember everything. Chapter 115. In the verdant cloud sex 3rd terrace, Section 7, a spirit dew grass trembles in a morning breeze. The breeze carries pollen from the celestial heart lotus ponds on the 1st terrace. It carries the scent of jade root vine blossoms from the 2nd terrace trellises. It carries the tree light from the world tree's canopy, golden and warm, reaching across the planet and beyond. The spirit dew grass absorbs the breeze's gifts and adds them to its species memory, another moment recorded, another interaction preserved, another tiny addition to the archive that stretches back 100,000 years and will stretch forward for as long as this species exists. In the deepest layer of that archive, the herb picker's awareness stirs. Not as a conscious thought, that was distributed long ago, but as a quality. A warmth. A satisfaction. The garden is growing. The connections are holding. The stories are being told. And somewhere, someone is listening. Chapter 116. This is the story of Xianxia. The herb picker who listened to plants and discovered that they had stories to tell. Who built a garden that covered a world. Who grew a tree that reached the stars. Who became a memory in the species that remembered everything. This is the story of Lin Yue. The alchemist who transformed information into power and power into change. Who refined pills that extended life and equalized potential. Who became the principle of transformation, expressed in every change on every world. This is the story of Master Chen. The patron who recognized potential in a dirt-covered herb picker and chose to support it. Who died peacefully, his life's work fulfilled beyond anything he could have imagined. This is the story of Wei Lan. The custodian who maintained the eternal Spring Valley for 5,000 years, waiting for a reader who could access the memories she was sworn to protect. This is the story of the plants. The organisms that witnessed everything, forgot nothing, and waited 3,000 years for someone who could hear their voices. Who carried the knowledge of the primordial era through millennia of silence and offered it freely to the first person who listened. This is the story of connection. Of the Tao that links everything to everything, atoms to molecules, cells to organisms, organisms to ecosystems, ecosystems to planets, planets to stars, stars to the universe. The Tao of connection. The gardener's Tao. The universe's Tao. Chapter 117. And so the story ends, not with a conclusion, but with a seed. Every story is a seed. It lands in the mind of the listener, takes root in their thoughts, and grows in directions that neither the teller nor the listener can predict. This seed carries the memory of a herb picker who changed the universe by listening to a plant. Take it. Plant it. Let it grow. And when it blooms, share it. Tell someone else. Plant another seed. Build another connection. That is the Tao. That is the garden. That is the way. The herbs remember everything. And now, so do you. Chapter 118. Fellow cultivators, thank you. Thank you for walking this path with Xianxia from the dirt of Section 7 to the stars above the world tree. Thank you for listening, because that is what this story was always about. Listening. If this story meant something to you, if you felt even a fraction of the connection between Xianxia and that first spirit dew grass, then please, do one thing for me. Share it. Send this video to someone who needs to hear it. Someone who feels invisible. Someone who's doing ordinary work in an ordinary place and wondering if it matters. It matters. Every weed pulled. Every plant tended. Every story heard. It all matters. Subscribe if you haven't. Like if you did. Comment with the part of the story that touched you most. And share. Always share. We are the gardeners. And the garden grows with every connection we build. Thank you for being part of this Tao. Chapter 119. A young herb picker on the verdant cloud sex 3rd terrace, Section 7, kneels in the dirt. She is 19. Thin from years of inadequate nutrition. Calloused hands. Dirt under her fingernails. 6th grade spiritual roots, the lowest the sect accepts for garden workers. She pulls weeds with the methodical patience of someone who has been doing this work for 3 years and expects to do it for 3 decades more. Her hand closes around what she thinks is a weed, and the world explodes. Not physically. Nothing moves, nothing changes. But behind her eyes, an avalanche of images cascades through her consciousness with the force of a waterfall. She sees a story. A herb picker's story, ancient, vast, spanning a universe and 100,000 years. A story of connection, of partnership, of a garden that grew from a single touch to encompass the stars. She sees the spirit dew grass. The same species she's holding now. The same section, the same soil, the same garden. She sees the herb picker who came before her, the young man who knelt in this exact spot, touching this exact species, and discovered that every plant in the world had a story to tell. The species memory unfolds before her, Xianxia's complete journey, compressed into a moment of overwhelming vision. The partnership with Lin Yue. The network, the world tree, the galactic expansion. The final flowering. The 100,000 years that followed. And at the end of the vision, at the very bottom of the species memory archive, in the deepest layer where the herb picker's distributed consciousness resides, a message. Not words. Not concepts. Just a feeling. A warmth. A recognition. Welcome to the garden. The young woman releases the spirit dew grass with shaking hands and looks at the vast garden stretching around her, thousands of plants, each one containing a universe of memories waiting to be read. Her hands are trembling. Not from fear, but from the sudden, vertiginous understanding that the most boring job in the sect is, and has always been, the most powerful. She touches the spirit dew grass again. And this time, she listens. The garden grows. Chapter 120. The herbs remember everything. Every sunrise that has warmed their leaves. Every rainfall that has fed their roots. Every hand that has touched their stems, from the first human who planted the first seed to the latest herb picker who kneels in the dirt and wonders if her work matters. They remember the primordial era, when humans and plants were partners. They remember the depletion, when the partnership was broken. They remember the silence, 3,000 years of waiting, patient and enduring, for someone who could hear their voices. They remember Shenyu. Not as a legend or a myth or a historical figure. As a touch. As a warmth. As the first person in 3,000 years who listened. They remember Lin Yue. The hands that transformed their gifts into medicine. The precision that turned raw potential into realized power. They remember the world tree. The greatest of their kind, a single organism that connected a planet and reached for the stars. Grown from a seed. Grown from a memory, grown from the patient, persistent belief that the garden would flourish again. They remember the galactic network. The connections between worlds. The conversations between civilizations that had never met. The universal garden that grew from a single seed planted in a single garden on a single planet. They remember everything. And they wait. Patient. Enduring. Growing. For the next hand that will touch them. The next ear that will listen. The next heart that will understand what the plants have always known. Everything is connected. The connections are sacred. And the garden, the universal, eternal, ever-growing garden, began with one person, in the dirt, choosing to listen. The herbs remember everything. And so the Tao continues.